Chapter 791, First Meeting with Commodus. Before setting off, Zhang Heng also got the information provided by Marcus. Among the opponents that need special attention is this guy named Satanilos. The latter is a gladiator of the same era as Cisnatus. But when he began to emerge, it happened to be the peak of Cisnatus. So his reputation was completely overshadowed by Cisnatus. Satanilos himself was naturally very dissatisfied. So he challenged Cisnatus. However, the two belonged to different gladiator schools, and would not fight each other normally. If Satanilos wanted to challenge Cisnatus, both gladiator schools would need to agree. But at that time, Cisnatus was already on the decline. Marquez did not want Cisnatus's hard-earned reputation to be used as a wedding dress for gladiators from other gladiator schools. On the other hand, the gladiator school where Satanilos belonged also doubted whether Satanilos could defeat Cisnatus. After all, there were rumors that Cisnatus was ready to retire. It was the safest way to wait for him to leave, and then let Satanilos take over directly. On the contrary, if Satanilos won the battle, it would be a good thing. His reputation would rise, and it would also mean the handover of the first gladiator scepter. But what if he lost? Cisnatus was ready to retire anyway, but Satanilos was in his prime, and the gladiator school behind him was counting on him to make a lot of money in the next few years. Considering that the risk and return are not proportional, the matter was eventually left unresolved. But it is undeniable that Satanilos was indeed the gladiator closest to Cisnatus in his time. After Cisnatus left, some people thought he was the first gladiator in Rome. However, there have been some rumors recently that Satanilos suddenly became addicted to alcohol and sex for some reason. And now he has not participated in the performance for a whole month. Seeing him in person today seemed to confirm the rumor. However, his previous record was there, and the gladiators in Rome were still very afraid of him. It was just that those country bumpkins outside the city didn't know their limits and dared to provoke Satanilos so rashly. The ending of that unlucky guy was naturally a happy one. Not only was his face ruined, but it seemed that he could no longer participate in the next gladiatorial performances. However, this matter was naturally taken care of by the gladiator school behind him. After Satanilos turned around and sat back on the steps, a slave immediately went over and carried the guy who was only breathing but not breathing out of the door. After that, everyone looked at Satanilos with more awe. Because of this little episode, the originally noisy front hall became a little quieter, and the gladiators became more cautious. After all, the gladiatorial performance was about to begin, and no one wanted to be eliminated early because of a small conflict at this time. Not long after that, a servant came out from the inner room and went directly to where the masters of the gladiator schools were. After hearing what he said, Marcos and others finally perked up and immediately called their respective gladiators to stand in the front hall. They had been waiting for quite a while tonight, and had long been a little impatient. After all, they were the local tyrants in their respective gladiator schools. Usually, only others waited for them, and they had never stood in the courtyard to drink the cold wind. However, the next moment, when they saw a group of men and women coming out of the restaurant, everyone still tried to force a smile. Just as Marculus said, the people who would appear here tonight represented the most powerful class in Rome. Picking any of them and stomping their feet would cause a stir in the political arena, and Marculus and other gladiator school masters dared not offend them. In the center of power were a young man and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the host of this dinner. Dio. In the Senate, which consisted of more than 600 people, he directly controlled about 50 seats, and there were more than 100 seats that followed his lead. In other words, any proposal in the Senate had to be approved by him before it could be implemented, and proposals that he opposed would often end up in vain. And even such a popular and powerful person is now respectful to a young man. Zhang Heng knew who the young man next to him was without anyone introducing him. Except for the emperor of the ancient Roman Empire, no one was worthy of Dio's humble attitude. Although the others were also of extraordinary origin, they could only surround the two of them like stars surrounding the moon. Your Majesty, this is the warrior I found to participate in tomorrow's gladiatorial show, Dio said. A group of nobles walked down the steps, looking at the gladiators in the front hall curiously, as if they were selecting goods in a store. From time to time, someone patted one on the shoulder and pinched another on the chest. They all looked very strong. There should be a good show tomorrow. The young emperor's eyes flashed with a strange color, especially when he saw the giant-like strongman. He stretched out his hand to touch the other's skin, but he only did half of the action. He seemed to remember something. So he retracted his hand, coughed twice, and put on a serious expression. You have done a good job, Elder Dio. The people will thank you. Thank you for your compliment. Your Majesty, compared with your great achievements, what I have done is not worth mentioning at all. You have solved the troubles caused by the border barbarians for the Empire, and brought the long-lost peace back to Rome. This is a cause that your father could not accomplish when he was in power. It is an honor for me and the Senate to share some trivial matters with you. Please rest assured that we have already done these things with ease, and there will be no mistakes in the subsequent performances. The residents of the entire city of Rome will be grateful to you for being able to enjoy this high-level gladiatorial performance. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. The young emperor paused and said, I know I'm still far from my father. I just try to follow his teachings and take him as an example. My father always said that being with wise men will also increase wisdom. I think you and everyone in the Senate are the wise men he talked about. You really flatter me. Dio bowed slightly. But then he seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? The young emperor asked. I hope you don't misunderstand me. Your Majesty, your father was undoubtedly a great emperor. Losing him is a loss for the whole of Rome. But fortunately, we still have you. Since you call me a wise man, maybe I can give you a little advice. I'm all ears. I heard that some people in the military don't seem to support your decision to cease fire with those Germanic tribes, thinking that this violates your father's will. But I hope you know that the Senate will always stand on your side. You made the right choice. As I said, your father was great. But maybe it's time for us to look forward. You are the Emperor of Rome. Sometimes you don't have to keep thinking about what your father would do or what he expected you to do. You did a good job in the truce and people support you. So you can also let go of other things appropriately. Dio said. Chapter 792 Provocation. What do you mean by letting go? The young emperor was a little puzzled. Dio smiled. You like gladiatorial combat, don't you? The young emperor subconsciously denied. No. I just watch it occasionally to relax. I'm too busy. I have a lot of things to do every day. In fact, before I left, I was still considering issuing new coins. I mean that the people of Rome may be able to get to know me through the subsequent gladiatorial performances. But for more remote places, I need to let them know that the empire has a new emperor. I plan to have someone mint a coin with my head printed on it. This is what emperors of all dynasties have done. Yes, I understand. You must be exhausted to rule such a vast country. But that's why we should enjoy ourselves in our rare leisure time. Right? Dio said. He waved his hand and asked the servant to bring 2 more glasses of wine. He took one and handed the other to the young emperor. You need to relax. We won't talk about politics tonight. The young emperor hesitated and took the glass of wine and drank it all. Okay, let's take a good look at the warriors here. The masters of the gladiator schools had been waiting for a long time. After getting permission, they came forward to salute Elder Dio and the emperor of the empire, and then began to introduce their own gladiators. Your Majesty, this is the giant Telephilos. He is a Sarmatian. He was sold to the northeast of the empire when he was still a teenager. I found him in a very remote copper mine and bought him. At that time, he was starving and only skin and bones were left. But I knew he was a natural gladiator. Once he was fed and the iron pick in his hand was replaced with a weapon, he would become the best warrior. And he did not disappoint me afterwards. I took him to tour around the country. No one could defeat him. There is endless power in his body. Just like a beast. An old man who looked like a dried corpse said so, and nodded to Telephilos, who walked out of the crowd. I have to admit that his iron tower-like figure is really oppressive. Seeing him move, Commodus's guards immediately became nervous and drew their weapons. It doesn't matter, said the young emperor. Let's see what he's going to do. Telephilos didn't say anything, but walked straight to the fountain in the center of the antechamber. He rubbed his hands, then bent down and picked up the marble statue in front of the fountain that was as tall as a real person with just one hand. Seeing this scene, all the guests who came to the banquet tonight were amazed. The old man who looked like a mummy was very proud, while the masters of the other gladiator schools had solemn expressions on their faces. They were all knowledgeable people, and of course they could see that this tall man was not easy to deal with. There were many strong gladiators participating in this competition, but none of them could do what this Sarmatian could do. With this overwhelming strength alone, he would become a strong contender for the championship of this gladiatorial show. Telephilos waved the marble statue twice before putting it back to its original position and returned to where he was standing before. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there are people with such great strength in this world. The young emperor also said excitedly, "Your nickname is Giant, right?" Telephilos nodded. "It suits you very well. I wish you a good result in the next gladiatorial performance." The young emperor seemed to have his long-suppressed interest ignited, and followed Dio to the next target. Araxois, from Diatyra, has won 19 consecutive victories and is good at using tridents. Danaus, a Thracian gladiator. It is well known that Thracians are rich and excellent gladiators, and Danaus is the best among them. He is best at slitting his opponent's throat. Julius, a Celtic, has amazing body flexibility and is unmatched in close combat. As Dio and the young emperor continued to walk, they saw more and more gladiators. Any of them had many legendary stories, and were the trump cards of the arena. However, now that everyone was gathered together, there was not much time left for each person to be introduced, except for the Sarmatian with a vision. Most of the gladiators Commodus couldn't remember the name, and just encouraged himself and went to the next target. John Hung knew that if he continued like this, he might not be able to complete the task assigned to him by the Blade of Balance. Because although he had made a name for himself during this period, and with the packaging of Marcus, many people in Rome had heard of his name. But he was just a newcomer after all, and his achievements were not as many as those old gladiators who had been famous for many years. Strictly speaking, he was only a topic now, not a legend, and the biggest disadvantage for him was that Commodus came back from the front line and happened to miss the period when he was famous. In addition, the latter had a lot of things on hand during this period, so it was normal that he had not heard of his name. John Hung knew he had to find a way to attract Commodus' attention. At this moment, the young emperor suddenly stopped in front of a gladiator, pointed at the latter and said in surprise, "Are you Satanilos?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I didn't expect you to know my name." Satanilos bowed. "Of course. I went to see your gladiatorial performances with my sister before leaving Rome. More than once. They said that Cisnatus is old, and you are the strongest gladiator in Rome. How about it? Are you confident this time?" "I will dedicate victory and glory to you," Satanilos said. Just when the two sides were in harmony, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. "I don't think His Majesty will like someone like you who only knows how to talk big." Satanilos' face suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the voice, and found that the person who said this was actually an Oriental. Satanilos had no impression of this Oriental. When the gladiators gathered in the front hall waiting, the latter did not make any noticeable moves. Satanilos didn't know why the other party took the initiative to provoke now, but he was never one to stand provoked. So he said respectfully to Commodus, "Your Majesty, can I take care of my own business?" The young emperor guessed something. If it were in the past, he would most likely reject Satanilos' request, because if his father was here, he would definitely reject it. But at this time, he remembered what Dio said before. Since they were here to have fun tonight, there was no need to be so serious. So he smiled and said, "Of course." Chapter 793, The Battle in the Antechamber. No one thought that after the unlucky foreigner's previous experience, someone would dare to challenge Satanilos openly. The gladiators in the city were fine. They had heard of Zhang Heng's name a little bit, and knew that he was a newcomer who had gained fame in the Victor Arena recently. Of course, because John Hung had played in too few battles, everyone's understanding of him was limited. The gladiators from outside the city had no idea where this Oriental man in front of them came from. After receiving Commodus' promise, Satanilos immediately turned around and walked towards John Hung. All the gladiators present could feel the rage burning in his eyes, not to mention John Hung at the center of the vortex. Habitus moved calmly and slightly distanced himself from John Hung. Although the two were from the same gladiator school, Habitus didn't like John Hung very much, which was normal. Originally, there was only one Bach competing with him for the ace gladiator in the arena, and Bach was not yet fully mature. Habitus was confident that he could beat Bach in this competition, at least in the first half of the competition, so that he would have more bargaining chips to negotiate with the gladiator school and gain more benefits for himself. But now, this Oriental man who had been silent before suddenly jumped out, killed Nausicaa, and began to gain the favor of Macros. Since then, Habitus could clearly feel that the attitude of the gladiator school towards him had become tougher. In addition, he was in trouble. He gritted his teeth and prepared to accept the conditions proposed by the old trainer before to strengthen his own strength. But he didn't expect that the latter would tell him that the plan was cancelled. Although Habitus had no evidence, his intuition told him that Zhang Heng was also related to the latter incident. So it would be a miracle if he could like Zhang Heng. Several other gladiators from the Victor Arena, except Bach, were all old men. They walked closer to Habitus. Seeing that Habitus clearly expressed that he did not want to get involved in this matter, they kept silent. On the contrary, Bach, a German, was fearless. He had just arrived in Rome and had not experienced Satanero's most glorious period. Therefore, he looked ready to fight. But then he heard Zhang Heng's voice. "Stand still. It's none of your business." Bach was furious when he heard this and almost wanted to fight with Zhang Heng. However, when he thought that he could not beat the other party, he had to swallow his anger. He had made great progress in recent times, and even Gabby praised him. So the flame of challenging Zhang Heng again in his heart naturally burned again. However, after Bach witnessed a gladiatorial performance of Zhang Heng with his own eyes, he finally realized that it would be impossible for him to catch up with Zhang Heng, at least in a short period of time. While the two were talking, Satanelos also walked in front of Zhang Heng. The two were very close, and Zhang Heng could already smell the alcohol on Satanelos. But Zhang Heng knew very well that Satanelos was not as addicted to alcohol and sex as he showed. This should be just his disguise. Obviously, the gladiator school behind him also attached great importance to this gladiatorial performance and started planning a month in advance to use this method to reduce the vigilance of other opponents against him. However, this disguise may be able to deceive others, but not Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng could see that after a month of training, Satanelos was in his best condition. This second-best gladiator under Cisneus was quite strong. And now Commodus and the entire Roman ruling class were basically here. In this case, he couldn't use weapons in this fight. In other words, Zhang Heng level 4 swordsmanship couldn't be used. All he could rely on was his own body movements and some boxing skills he learned from Holmes in the deduction copy. But Zhang Heng thought about it and felt that he could still handle the current situation. There was no other way. With conventional means, it would be difficult for him to leave a deep impression on Commodus tonight. He could only use Satanelos. Although the means were a bit old-fashioned, the rules of the gladiator world were to see who had the bigger fist. If a newcomer wanted to stand out, he had to step on the old man to get to the top. If he could win this fight, no one would say anything. "Did you say that just now, kid?" Satanelos leaned over and said coldly. Zhang Heng did not rush to answer, but first glanced at Commodus not far away with the corner of his eye. As expected, the young emperor looked very interested and was looking at Zhang Heng's background from Marculus. Marcus was sweating profusely. Before coming here, he had prepared a set of words to introduce his gladiators, especially Zhang Heng. Seeing Commodus approaching here little by little, he had already prepared a speech in his mind. But he did not expect that something unexpected would happen. Zhang Heng did not know what was wrong with him, and suddenly started to provoke Satanelos. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and introduce Zhang Heng to Commodus, and pray that Zhang Heng could control the situation. But Zhang Heng's next words completely shattered his beautiful dream. "Yes, I guess you are not old enough to ask me to repeat it again." Satanelos smiled grimly. "Interesting. I haven't shown up for only a month, and all the rubbish dare to get in front of me? If this happens, have you ever considered the possibility that you are a pile of rubbish?" Zhang Heng was not scared by Satanelos' gaze, and looked back calmly. What greeted him was Satanelos' fist. The punch was very fast, and the distance between the two was very close. So Satanelos didn't expect that his punch would miss. The Oriental man in front of him just tilted his head to avoid his punch, and then the opponent counterattacked. Zhang Heng's punch landed accurately on Satanelos' right face, knocking the latter to the ground. He looked very embarrassed. But Zhang Heng knew that Satanelos' injury was not serious. As a top gladiator, his ability to withstand blows must be full. Without weapons, it is not so easy to decide the winner with fists alone. Sure enough, Satanelos stood up again after falling to the ground. And it seemed that he was really angry this time. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Zhang Heng again. And Zhang Heng also shook his hands and continued to welcome the next round of fighting. The two figures wrestled in the front hall, and other gladiators avoided them wherever they passed. Unlike what most people imagined, Satanelos was obviously hit by more punches. Basically, Zhang Heng punched him 3 times before he could return one punch. And the Oriental man on the opposite side could always remove most of the force of the punch at the critical moment. He took strange steps, as if he could integrate his steps and breathing into one, and was extremely flexible. After fighting for a while, the expression on Satanilo's face became solemn. Gladiators of his level were rarely blinded by anger. Many times, anger was just a disguise. When his mind calmed down, he immediately realized that he had met an opponent. Chapter 794 so far. Satanilo slowed down the pace of attack and put more energy into defense. He finally stabilized his position. But soon he found another bad news. The opponent's endurance seemed to be better than his. After fighting for so long, Zhang Heng's breathing rate basically did not change much. In other words, if it really dragged on, the situation would become more unfavorable to him. Satanilos frowned. He didn't expect that not long after Cisneros retired, Victor Arena actually cultivated such a difficult newcomer. However, since the opponent took the lead and let Satanilos choose again, he would still take action. After all, there were so many big shots present tonight, and he couldn't back down. Just like a lion will definitely react to other lions that intrude into its territory. The same is true for gladiators. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, no matter how strong you were before, once you show your weakness, you will be torn to pieces by the hyenas that swarm over you. And the current situation is only slightly unfavorable to Satanilos. In his long career as a gladiator, he has fought many battles against the wind. He has the most scars on his body among all the gladiators present. But since he is still standing here, these scars have become his glory, telling of those wonderful battles. So, tonight will be no exception. Satanilos was punched in the mouth again, but he kicked back, then spit out a bloody tooth and sneered. Why? Is this all you can do? Zhang Heng also got up from the ground. He could have dodged this kick, but after calculating the damage exchange, he was more fortunate. So Zhang Heng finally chose to fight hard. Of course, the bigger reason was that he knew what the audience liked. Dodging blindly could certainly better reflect strength, but it was not as eye-catching as this kind of fist-to-fist, blood-for-blood fighting style. In this regard, the audience's aesthetic taste has been similar for thousands of years. No matter what kind of competition, people always tend to appreciate tough guys. Defeating Satanilos is not the goal, but attracting Commodus' attention is Zhang Heng's real goal. The young emperor is watching with relish. The guests spontaneously formed a circle, surrounding Zhang Heng and Satanilos in the center. Commodus seemed a little reserved at first, but soon took the lead in cheering. However, he supported Satanilos. After all, he knew the latter before leaving Rome. And Zhang Heng was the first to provoke this time. In terms of justice, Zhang Heng naturally did not have an advantage. However, as the sound of fists and muscles colliding rang out, Commodus' impression of Zhang Heng also improved to a certain extent. He felt that although this Oriental man was a little reckless, he was still a real man. So when Zhang Heng had a wonderful performance, he would applaud equally. And this applause was undoubtedly a stimulation to Satanilos' ears. Satanilos knew that he had to make a decision. As early as a month ago, he and the gladiator school behind him began to prepare for the gladiatorial performance in the Flavian amphitheater. For this reason, the gladiator school did not hesitate to let him rest for a month and lost a lot of money to create the image of him being addicted to wine and sex for the spies of other gladiator schools to see. Satanilos used this month to recover from the hidden injuries he had accumulated and adjusted his mind and body to the best condition. Only a few people knew that he was now better than ever before. Satanilos originally wanted to hide his strength until he met a strong enemy before he could fully burst out. But what he didn't expect was that he had been forced into such an embarrassing situation by an Oriental man who came out of nowhere before the gladiatorial show even started. So a choice question was placed in front of Satanilos: whether to use his trump card now. After all, this was not a formal gladiatorial show, and losing would not affect his chances of winning the championship later. However, the emperor and other important figures were here, and Satanilos could not imagine how losing this would affect his reputation and that of the gladiator school. Therefore, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to tear off his disguise. After all, even if he revealed his true strength, he might still win the championship in the gladiatorial show later. The next moment, he wiped the blood from his mouth. The audience beside him may have only had a vague feeling that Satanilos' aura seemed to have changed. But Zhang Heng, as his opponent, felt it most directly. His expression changed, and he knew that Satanilos was finally forced into a corner. However, John Hung was one of the few people who saw that Satanilos was disguised, so he was naturally on guard against the other party's sudden attack. However, John Hung found that he had underestimated the other party. Seeing that Satanilos' chest was exposed again, John Hung subconsciously punched him. But then Satanilos blocked his fist with one hand. There was a small cry of surprise from the crowd. John Hung tried to shake his hand, but he couldn't pull his fist back. You seem to be having fun jumping up and down like a monkey before. Now it's your turn to taste my fist, Satanilos said as he swung his other fist towards John Hung's head. But the latter dodged it by squatting down. Then John Hung clamped Satanilos' arm with his legs before Satanilos threw the second punch. The two fell to the ground together, with dust rising. Unfortunately, John Hung had not learned the locking techniques in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Otherwise he might have locked Satanilos in the chaos. But now the two could only separate again. However, what Satanilos did not expect was that John Hung, who was almost controlled just now, attacked again not long after they separated. Satanilos wanted to use the same trick again, but John Hung did not fight him head-on this time. He used the newly learned assassin steps to sneak behind him. The change in the rhythm of the battle obviously made Satanilos a little uncomfortable. He felt a chill under his left neck. But fortunately, he was not seriously injured. There was only a bloody mark from his nails. Satanilos turned around and prepared to fight again. Unexpectedly, John Hung took 2 steps back and took the initiative to say, "Let's stop here today." Satanilos was stunned when he heard this. What was this? Did this Oriental man give in? But the battle was not over yet. He had just started to exert his strength. The two sides were at most a draw now. So Satanilos refused without hesitation. "It's still early. You won't be so lucky next time." But then he heard another voice. "I think he is right. You two have given us a wonderful performance tonight. But the winner will be decided in the arena after the gladiator show." Chapter 795, I Just Have a Good Nose. The one who spoke was Commodus, the emperor of the Roman Empire. So Satanilos could not disobey his orders. He looked at John Hung with a gloomy look, and could only return to where he was standing. Satanilos could feel that although Commodus was mediating, he was obviously more inclined to John Hung. However, he was not a fool, and soon figured out why. At the last moment of the two people's fight, John Hung made a hand knife gesture, and cut across his neck. If the other party was holding a knife or a sword, there is no doubt that he would be a corpse now. But it must be said that this method is suspected of being a trick. Because after all, the two are now just fighting barehanded. And Satanilos will naturally not be on guard against swords. Although John Hung may cause him more serious damage when he is not able to react in time if he does not do this, it is unlikely to be fatal after all. And the two will still fight later. And now he is equivalent to suffering a loss. And he can't say his pain. On the contrary, John Hung has successfully reversed Commodus' first impression of him. From thinking that he was a bit reckless before, he now thinks that he is brave and good at fighting. And he is able to spare others when he is in power, which is a rare quality. Not to mention that the other party is just a gladiator. So after the battle, Commodus patted John Hung on the shoulder and said, "Your name is John Hung, right? I heard that you are from the ancient silk-producing empire in the Far East. You fought well. I took note of your name and looked forward to your performance in the arena." "As you wish, my majesty," John Hung said. Commodus seemed to want to say something, but hesitated and didn't say it. After witnessing a tense and exciting battle, he seemed to be satisfied. After that, he was a little absent-minded and uninterested when listening to the introduction of the new gladiator. Dio noticed his reaction and waved his hand to let the other gladiator school masters retreat. "I asked people to prepare desserts and fruits, as well as a group of excellent dancers." "Oh!" The young emperor raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "I have been out for a while. Thank you for your hospitality. Crispina is not feeling well tonight. I think we should leave first." "Of course," Dio said. "The queen's health is the most important." As he spoke, he personally escorted Commodus and Crispina out of the gate, and then stood at the gate and talked privately with the young emperor. John Hung tried to prick up his ears, but because of the distance, no one could hear what they were talking about. But the next moment, another slightly hoarse and lazy voice sounded from his ear. "Oh, so, you are the Oriental who became famous in the Victor Arena some time ago?" John Hung looked up and saw a woman. She was probably in her 30s. But her skin was well maintained. Like a teenage girl of this era. She had a slightly chubby face, which gave her a sense of innocent girlishness. However, the cold look in her eyes from time to time, and the slightly upturned lips showed that she had an extraordinary status, which could also be seen from the attitude of other female guests towards her. When watching the game before, the other female guests basically stood beside her and Queen Crispina. She wore a very thin metal mesh on her head, which made her hair stand up. Apart from this metal mesh and the wedding ring on her right hand, she had no other accessories on her body. John Hung probably guessed the other party's identity and had a headache. He didn't want to have anything to do with the person in front of him. However, the opposite happened. Seeing that he was silent, the other party did not leave, but moved her face closer. She had the fragrance of rose petals on her body, and the hot air from her mouth touched John Hung's ears. Ha. Do you think other people are fools? They can't see your little tricks. Tell me, Oriental, what is your purpose in approaching my brother? Be careful. Don't tell lies, or I have the guards drag you out and behead you. You know who I am, right? You should also know that I'm not just trying to scare you. John Hung had no choice but to answer. Yes, respected Augusta. The woman standing in front of John Hung at this moment was the most distinguished woman in the entire Roman Empire. Aurelia's eldest daughter, Commodus's sister Lucilla, and the only woman to have the title of Augusta after her mother's death. The title of Augusta corresponds to Augustus, which is roughly equivalent to the meaning of the queen. It is also the highest title that women in the entire Roman Empire can get. When Lucilla got this title, she was still the wife of Lucius, and Rome was in the era of co-rule of the latter and Aurelius. But Lucius died of illness not long after, and then Aurelius arranged for Lucilla to marry Pompeianus. However, there are rumors that Lucilla was not very satisfied with her second marriage. Although her current husband is a powerful figure in the military, his status is still incomparable to that of the previous emperor Lucius. Lucilla was downgraded from queen to governor's wife. Fortunately, her title of Augusta was retained, and she seemed to value this title very much. When she heard John Hung call her that, she finally smiled and her tone softened. You haven't answered my question yet. Gladiator. What do you think a gladiator wants most? John Hung asked back. Freedom? Lucilla raised her eyebrows. All gladiators want freedom. But no, I don't think that's your purpose for approaching my brother. John Hung's eyelids twitched. He almost thought that something went wrong with the old trainer, causing his identity to be leaked. Fortunately, Lucilla quickly continued, everyone who comes here tonight, regardless of status, has only one purpose. She paused and slowly uttered two words. Rights. Admit it. You want more? Far more than freedom. You must have heard the story about my brother. Humph. He always has some unrealistic expectations for the lower class people. Now the two most trusted advisors around him are not from noble families. You have a pair of sharp eyes. John Hung admitted. No. I just have a good nose, and can smell the smell of people who want to climb up. Lucilla was angry. But my brother has a lot of people around him now. If you want rights and freedom, maybe you can consider changing direction. Chapter 796 Flavian Amphitheater. Seeing the intimate conversation between John Hung and Lucilla, the other gladiators showed envy on their faces. This is the most noble woman in the entire empire. More importantly, although she is already in her early 30s, Lucilla has maintained a good figure and face. Although some gladiators are slightly resistant to selling their bodies, if the target is Lucilla, no one can refuse it. However, John Hung himself is full of vigilance against this unexpected good fortune. The reason is not simple. Because according to the trajectory of history, Lucilla will be involved in the assassination of her own brother Commodus more than a year later. Later generations could not understand this assassination. As a woman, Lucilla was the daughter of the previous emperor, the sister of the current emperor, and the only blood relative of Commodus. She had everything she needed, and it was unlikely that she would become emperor. The assassination she led would not bring her much benefit, and there were many flaws in the planning, such as she actually kept it secret from her husband. You know, the latter is a powerful figure in the military. If she could get him to join the group, both of them would have a certain way out regardless of success or failure. However, her husband Pompeianus was kept in the dark from beginning to end. Lucilla finally chose her cousin Almidius Cubitratus as a partner. The latter is a senator of the Senate. His status in the Senate is second only to Dio, He also affects more than 100 seats. He is a help in politics. However, he and Lucilla are not very good at planning political assassinations. The two finally found Pompeianus' nephew Quinianus as a killer, which is also the biggest failure of the whole plan. This man is a severe late stage of Chunibu. Before taking action, he greeted Commodus and shouted, "The Senate brought you this." As a result, he alerted the nearby guards and was captured. He could not withstand the interrogation. So Omidius and Lucilla were exposed one after another. One was directly executed. Another was exiled to Capri Island and was executed not long after. This is also the real reason why Zhang Heng did not want to get close to Lucilla. This woman is not only a lunatic, but also a brainless lunatic. If you get too close to her, you may be dragged into the water. However, after the contact between the two tonight, Zhang Heng found that Lucilla did not seem to be as stupid as described in history. On the contrary, this woman is very smart and a little unpredictable. But this is more in line with her identity. The daughter of the former emperor, married to the emperor and the powerful figures in the military respectively, and stayed at the top of power for life. How could such a woman be stupid? Zhang Heng couldn't figure out why she planned the extremely stupid assassination more than a year later. But it was precisely because of this that Zhang Heng didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. The dinner lasted until late at night. In addition to the gladiator show, there were also singing and dancing and bard recitations. But the things that happened later had nothing to do with the gladiators. Considering that the gladiator show would start tomorrow, the gladiators returned to their respective residences after the visit to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow's battle. The next morning, before daybreak, Zhang Heng, Bach and others were woken up on time and took a donkey cart to the Flavian Amphitheater, the site of the gladiatorial performance. All that could be seen in later generations were the remains of the Flavian Amphitheater. Only half of the outer ring structure remained, and only some brick arch ribs and weeds remained inside. Therefore, tourists who came here to visit could only rack their brains to imagine the former glory of this place. However, at this moment, Zhang Heng was indeed standing under it, looking up at the intact Flavian Amphitheater. Spectacular. This is the first impression everyone gets when they see it. The morning sun shines on the gilded bronze colossus of Nero, making it sparkle. The bronze statue is located in the center of a square full of colorful flags. And behind it is the Flavian Amphitheater, which is as majestic as a mountain. The Flavian Amphitheater consists of 4 floors, with a height of 40 to 50 meters. The bottom 3 floors have 80 huge arcades, with statues of different expressions in the arcades. Each statue is much larger than the one in the antechamber of Senator Dio. In addition, shields and countless ribbons are hung on the arches, as if welcoming the triumph of the hero. Of course, the most attractive thing is the top of the amphitheater, where there is a circle of hard poles, hundreds of them, with long cables tied to the poles, supporting a large ring more than 100 meters above the ground. A tarpaulin made of thin linen is spread on this ring, creating a huge roof to shade the audience. Considering its size, the weight of this roof alone is at least 20 to 30 tons. In order to operate the raising and lowering of this roof, the empire had to dispatch 1,000 well-trained sailors. The stones used to build the arena were transported from the Albufera quarry in the suburbs of Rome. Each stone was incredibly heavy, and the Romans at the time took the arch structure to the extreme. Unlike the pyramids, the structure of the Flavian Amphitheater is hollow. Its skeleton is like a bridge, with each stone placed together. The amazing thing is that it can still stand after more than 2,000 years. You should know that the Bernabeu Stadium can only accommodate 80,000 people, while the Flavian Amphitheater 2,000 years ago could accommodate 90,000 people to watch the game together. No wonder they say this is the Temple of Gladiators. Bach murmured. You have to admit that these Romans are quite good at building it. Although the Germans were somewhat reluctant, they still had to praise their enemies. It was still early in the morning and there were no spectators. But one could already imagine what a grand spectacle it would be when the arena was full, fighting under the gaze of 90,000 people. The timid ones would probably tremble in their calves as soon as they entered the arena. However, as long as you can win, you can enjoy the cheers and applause of a group of people, and let tens of thousands of people go crazy for you. Just thinking about this scene makes people's blood boil. In fact, it's not just Zhang Heng and Bach, the two newcomers, but even veteran gladiators like Habitus also had a flash of strangeness in their eyes when they saw the Flavian Amphitheater. Obviously, they also felt something. Except for Zhang Heng. No gladiator could resist the temptation of fame and fortune. It has been more than a year since Cisneros retired. During this period, although the gladiator school has introduced many powerful newcomers, including Satanelos, no one can replicate Cisneros' legend and become the well-deserved #1 gladiator. Now, this opportunity to reach the top is finally in front of all gladiators. Chapter 797, Macros' Troubles. The person who was in charge of receiving the gladiators from various gladiator schools was a somewhat lame Slav. He led everyone to gather in the arena first to familiarize themselves with the venue, and then reiterated the rules of the battle again after everyone arrived. In the morning, the performances of the beast fighters were basically arranged. The arena collected a lot of rare and exotic animals from all over the country, which could be used by the beast fighters to show their beast taming skills or the beasts to show their appetite. In the afternoon, it was the turn of the gladiators to appear on the stage. It was similar to the gladiator performances that Zhang Heng had experienced in the Victor Arena before. The gladiator performances in the Flavian Amphitheater were also divided into many events. And no matter what the event was, only the winning gladiator could advance to the next round of battle. In the end, the arena will select 72 warriors to participate in the final melee. Yes, the situation is very similar to the 12-man melee that Zhang Heng participated in before. But each gladiator fights alone, and the final winner is the champion of this gladiatorial performance. On the surface, this is also a very fair way of fighting. But in fact it is not. As we all know, there are many types of gladiators. Even the most popular 12-man melee in Victor Arena does not put all types of gladiators together, because some gladiators' professions are too buggy, such as knight gladiators and chariot gladiators. The former is equipped with horses, and the latter directly drives the chariot. In addition, there are archer gladiators. Normally, these special professions of gladiators play their own games, such as archers against archers, chariots against chariots. However, in order to increase the viewing experience, this time the gladiator show gathered all the gladiators together for the first time. In this way, even the popular gladiators, who were previously favored by everyone, may have a chance to overturn if they accidentally face a stronger profession. But on the other hand, the gladiator who finally wins the championship will be full of gold. When Zhang Heng was familiar with the venue, he also ran into a few old acquaintances. The power madman Telephilos, nicknamed the Giant, the Thracian Danaus of the Isaiah Arena, and of course Satanelos, who he had just made an enemy with. The latter kept looking at him coldly. Zhang Heng believed that if there was a chance in the subsequent gladiator show, Satanelos would definitely kill him without hesitation. There are also some special gladiators who deserve attention. Zhang Heng and others just did some warm-up exercises and were taken to the lounge on the side. They will wait here until their turn to play. Fortunately, the arena prepared breakfast and lunch for them. At the same time, there are 2 small training rooms next door if they need them. Marcus also arrived at the Flavian Amphitheater later and encouraged the morale of his gladiators. Everyone, it's time to test the promise you made to protect the honor of the Victor Arena. When you stand on the field, you represent not only yourself, but also the arena behind you. So no matter who your opponent is, don't be timid, don't be afraid, show your strength and courage, and the goddess of vengeance Nemesis will always favor you. After Marcus finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Heng again, and the latter nodded at him. Marcus felt relieved when he saw this. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the gladiatorial performance did not require him to play, considering that this performance would likely affect the rise and fall of the gladiator schools for at least the next 10 years, which meant a lot of money. He did not even sleep well last night. In addition, he also saw what Gabby meant by Zhang Heng being difficult to control. The conflict between the latter and Satanelos last night was definitely something he did not want to see. But fortunately the final result was a draw, and Zhang Heng had a slight advantage. However, Marcus felt that from the perspective of risk and benefit, this battle was completely unnecessary. There was not much benefit in winning. And if he lost, the foreign gladiator whose head was smashed before would be Zhang Heng's fate. In this way, before the gladiatorial performance began, Victor would lose his trump card economically. In addition, he could see that Zhang Heng wanted to win Commodus' favor, which was consistent with his interests. Marcus naturally hoped that the young emperor would pay attention to his gladiator school and come to the Victor Arena to watch performances more often, which would be more effective than any publicity. However, Zhang Heng had not discussed this matter with him before, and acted completely on his own initiative. At the same time, he had a vague intention of getting in touch with Commodus, and thus leaving the gladiator school, which made Marcus a little uncomfortable. But now, he needed Zhang Heng to win the championship for him. So even if he had any ideas, he could only suppress them first. And as for other things, he could only wait until the end of the gladiatorial show. Of course, if Zhang Heng really won the championship, he would be further out of Marcus's control. But this could be considered a kind of happy trouble. Marcus did not stay in the gladiators' lounge for long. He left after a few words of encouragement. He had a seat in the stands, and he would watch the fight there next. As soon as he left, another figure appeared in front of Zhang Heng. When Satanilos stood up and walked towards Zhang Heng, the guards in the lounge immediately drew their weapons, and warned him loudly that gladiators were strictly prohibited from fighting in the lounge of any arena. No matter what kind of grievances there were between the two sides, they should be resolved on the field. However, Satanilos ignored those warnings, walked straight to Zhang Heng and said, "I will pray for you, Oriental, so that you can win all the way to the final melee. Because then your head will be mine, as long as I take up the weapon. What happened last night will never happen again." "That's true." Zhang Heng nodded. "If we all took up weapons, what happened last night would not have happened." The guard in the lounge was forced to call his companions not far away due to the pressure brought by Satanilos. However, when he gathered people, Satanilos had returned to his seat and did not look at Zhang Heng again. Soon after, everyone heard footsteps and noises coming from above their heads. Knowing that the audience had begun to enter, this gladiatorial show was organized by the Senate and funded by the royal family. It was specifically for the entertainment of the people in Rome and to win the hearts of the people. Therefore, no fees were charged. Of course, although there were 90,000 seats, it was still quite insufficient compared to the population of 1.5 million in Rome. Needless to say, the nobles had corresponding areas for them to sit, and the common people needed a kind of dominoes to enter. It was somewhat similar to the concert tickets of later generations. It would be engraved with the seat number of the stands, as well as the gate number and area for the entrance, to ensure that everyone could enter in an orderly manner. Chapter 798 Arrest him. The first person to appear was the Roman Emperor Commodus, who was also the sponsor of this gladiatorial performance. He stood on a chariot, wearing a crown and a gorgeous dress, and walked around the arena. At the same time, the servants and guards around him threw bread and copper coins to the stands on his behalf. His generous act also welcomed the people's thunderous cheers. Commodus's young face was filled with excitement, because at this moment he could intuitively feel that the people were with him, and that the people were supporting his rule. So he frequently waved to greet the audience in the stands. His wife Crispina was sitting in the stands below. Seeing this scene, her eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. No girl would not want her man to be a respected hero. Not to mention that her husband was the emperor of the entire Roman Empire. However, the expression on Lucilla's face in the other box was interesting. Although she was also smiling, the corners of her mouth that were raised upward seemed to always carry a hint of sarcasm. She said, "He is quite intoxicated, isn't he?" The noise was so loud that her husband Pompeianus could not hear clearly. However, Lucilla did not repeat what she said before. She yawned and said, "Isn't the show going to start yet? I have been waiting for a long time." "Oh, it will be soon. After our emperor finishes the parade, the gladiators will enter the arena to perform." Pompeianus was very familiar with his wife's temper, and smiled when he heard it. Many people envy him for marrying the daughter of Aurelius, becoming the son-in-law of the former emperor and the brother-in-law of the current emperor. Lucilla was also a famous beauty. Although she was remarried, she was young and beautiful enough to be the wife that all men dreamed of. However, Pompeianus himself knew that the marriage between the two was purely political. They rarely talked at home and were very polite to each other, but they were more like guests. Lucilla inherited her mother's charm, and Pompeianus also kept other women outside. However, Pompeianus did not dislike this way of getting along. People who have reached his position know what they need. Moreover, after marrying Lucilla, his position in the political arena has indeed become more stable. He has nothing to complain about this alone. "How much money do you have?" Lucilla asked again. "Now, I only have some change. About 40 or 50 aureus." Pompeianus searched his pockets and said, "Aureus is a Roman gold coin. 1 aureus is about 100 sesterces. In other words, Pompeius's change is 4,000 or 5,000 sesterces. He paused and then said, "You need money. If it's not enough, I can ask the servant to go home and get it." "No. I'd better go directly to the moneylender." Lucilla waved her hand, and a maid immediately went to find a moneylender to negotiate. Gladiator shows are always accompanied by betting on spinach. So moneylenders are always there like sharks that smell blood. Soon a moneylender with yellow teeth came over, bowed and said respectfully, "Is there anything I can do for you? Dear Augusta, I need to borrow some money to bet, and I can pay it back to you after the gladiatorial show." "How much interest do you calculate?" Lucilla asked. "How much do you want to borrow?" "Then, let's start with 5,000 gold coins," Lucilla said calmly. The moneylender's face changed slightly when he heard this. He often frequented the major arenas in Rome and participated in more than 100 gladiatorial performances, but he had never done such a large business. No, this amount even exceeded the total amount of money he lent after a gladiatorial performance. But when he thought of the identity of the woman in front of him, he felt relieved. The other party was Augusta, the emperor's sister. In her eyes, a huge fortune in the eyes of ordinary people was just a gambling fund. "Since you will return it after the performance, the interest will be 100 gold coins," the moneylender said. "But I can't lend you so much money by myself. But I can find other moneylenders, and we can invest together." "Whatever." Lucilla waved her hand. "Hurry up and sign a contract. Don't delay my performance." "Yes, sir." The moneylender quickly raised the funds, and then came to Lucilla with the contract. At this time, the gladiators had already started to enter the arena, one after another, with their heads held high, and walked out one after another. Cheers rang out in the arena. The popularity of a gladiator can also be seen from the cheers of the audience. For example, when Satanilos appeared, the cheers were the loudest, and Habitus also enjoyed the screams of many female audiences. As for Zhang Heng and Bach, the voices were obviously much quieter, which was also normal. Take Zhang Heng as an example. After all, he has only performed a few times. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't compare with those veteran gladiators who have accumulated popularity for several years. And Bach behind him is even worse. However, when she saw Zhang Heng, Lucilla's eyes lit up, pointing at Zhang Heng and saying to the maid beside her, "Arrest him." "How much?" "All." This time even Pompeius couldn't help but look at Lucilla. Even for people like them, 5,000 gold coins was not a small amount. He didn't expect Lucilla to invest all of it on one person at once. So he asked curiously, "Do you think highly of him? Didn't you see his performance last night?" "What performance?" Pompeius was a little confused when he heard this. He was busy discussing the placement of the army with several senators last night. After all, the war between the Empire and the Germanic tribes was over, and the border of the Empire was rarely peaceful. Some of the troops could be disbanded, but where to disband the troops and where to arrange these people were all problems. The final plan was also the result of multi-party game. Pompeius has been busy with this matter recently. The banquet last night gathered most of the powerful people in the Empire. It is a good time to find partners to exchange information. Therefore, Pompeius did not watch the battle between Zhang Heng and Satanilos. "Boring man. Thinking about politics all day long," Lucilla said with her chin in her hand. Pompeius didn't care and shrugged slightly. "I am such a person. I can't change. But I believe in your vision. Since you think he can win the final championship, I will bet on him. But I don't have much money. Only 46 ores. Don't blame me if you lose." Lucilla's eyes moved. "You don't care about your 5,000 gold coins. I will take these more than 40 as a prize, and I will give them to you with interest if you win." Pompeius grinned. Chapter 799. Thank you. But I don't need that kind of thing. The morning performance had nothing to do with Zhang Heng and the others. After showing up, the gladiators returned to the lounge, waiting for their moment to come. Blood and death constantly stirred the nerves of the audience in the stands. The shouts and cheers outside made the wooden boards above creak. Dust fell through the gaps and landed on everyone's hair and shoulders, like ashes after a fire. However, the lounge was unusually quiet, as if it was another world. But if you think the beasts are asleep, you are wrong, because they are just quietly sharpening their teeth and claws in the dark, waiting for a kill. However, until the last moment, no one knows who is the prey and who is the hunter. Finally, accompanied by a continuous cheering and screaming, The beast fighting performance entered the finale. 100 grumpy bison were slaughtered by excellent beast fighters. Of course, some of them were also pierced in the stomach by hard horns or trampled by bull hooves and died here. The blood of humans and beasts dyed the sand of the arena red. But before people could savor the heroic figures of the beast fighters, the next carnival had already begun. The moment for the gladiators finally arrived. The vendors shuttled between the stands, selling snacks such as pine nuts, walnuts, figs, olives, and small breads. They also sold cushions that made you sit more comfortably and rose water with a charming fragrance. People whose voices had been hoarse took advantage of the interval between the two battles to get up and replenish water at the drinking fountain near the front, so that they could continue to cheer for their favorite gladiators. Among the 7 people in the Victor Arena, the first to go on stage was Habitus. His face was slightly gloomy, although the position of leading the team was also very important. If he won the first game, it would inspire the people behind him. However, as an absolute core, he did not need to do such a thing. John Hung's position at the end belonged to him, or at least Bach's position at the end. But he was finally arranged to lead the team, which also meant that in the eyes of Marcus, the owner of the gladiator school, he was only the 3rd most important among the 7 people, which made Habitus feel insulted. But the most important thing at the moment is to win this victory first. After all, even if he doesn't care about the Victor Arena, he has to consider his reputation. Therefore, Habitus came to the trainer next door early to warm up and adjust his condition until his name was called, and followed the person in charge to the elevator under the arena. The whole battle lasted about 15 minutes, and the audience cheered from time to time, one wave after another, until the battle was over. Only Habitus walked back to the lounge. He had a knife wound on his left arm and chest, but it was not serious. After treating it, he sat back in his seat. His return also attracted a lot of envious eyes. You know, everyone who can sit here today is very strong. Being able to end the battle in such a short time, and at such a low cost, also reflects Habitus's strength from the side. After Habitus sat down, several gladiators from the Victor Arena also congratulated him. But he cared most about Bach and John Hung. As a result, he found that the Germans who couldn't sit still had already gone to the training room to soak, while John Hung took a nap in the corner holding the 2 Persian swords given to him by Macklus. So careless? Habitus sneered. The most taboo thing in this line of work is carelessness. Because no matter how strong you are, as long as you relax mentally, you will fail sooner or later. Saturnilos also had the same idea. Saturnilos also finished his first battle. He met an opponent who was not weak. The guy was a trump card of a small gladiator school. However, after some twists and turns, he was easily defeated by Saturnilos. However, the opponent was lucky and surrendered in time, because the fight was quite exciting. He was pardoned by the audience and left the arena alive. Of course, the subsequent performance had nothing to do with him. However, unlike Habitus, Saturnilos did not want John Hung to be eliminated before, because he wanted to face him again and wash away the shame left by last night's battle. As time went by, fewer and fewer people were in the lounge, except for John Hung. The other 6 people in Victor Arena had already experienced the first battle. 4 of them won, 2 lost, and one of the 2 losers saved his life, and the other did not. In addition, one of the winners was seriously injured and was receiving treatment in the medical room. It was unknown whether he could participate in the next competition. Marcus was quite satisfied with the result. After all, the contestants were basically elites from the gladiator school. It was quite good to achieve a winning rate of more than 60% in the Victor Arena, especially Bach and Habitus, who he valued more, passed easily. Of course, he was most concerned about John Hung's performance. In order to wait for John Hung to appear, Marcus even forgot to drink water, and his mouth was bubbling. John Hung, Cincinnatus, it's your turn. John Hung heard his name, opened his eyes from his sleep, yawned, and walked towards the elevator with 2 Persian swords. A kind gladiator behind him reminded him, "You forgot your helmet." "Thank you, but I don't need that kind of thing." John Hung waved his hand. After that, he disappeared outside the door. His arrogance made the originally silent lounge boil. However, the noise did not last long before it was drowned out by a tsunami of cheers from the stands. Saturnilos frowned in confusion. Calculating the time, the 2 of them should have just stood on the arena. It stands to reason that with Zhang Heng's popularity, it is impossible for him to get so many supporters when he was introduced. No, it should be said that even for him, it is difficult to get such a long-lasting cheer when he appeared on the stage. However, the shock in his heart at this moment was obviously not as great as that of Zhang Heng's first-round opponent Cincinnatus. The latter was now kneeling on one knee, looking at the half of the trident left in his hand, with a face full of fear and disbelief. Because just when the referee was about to introduce the two sides according to the convention, he was interrupted by Zhang Heng. Cincinnatus heard the Oriental man in front of him say, "Let's talk about these things slowly after the fight." After saying that, he rushed towards Cincinnatus. And the scene that happened next was also unforgettable for Cincinnatus. The opponent's feet stepped on the ground. His calves slightly bent. And then he jumped into the air, pulling his body into a crescent moon, full of the beauty of strength and balance. But Cincinnatus had no time and mood to appreciate this beauty, because the opponent's sword had already fallen on his head. Cincinnatus retreated half a step according to his previous fighting habits, and then blocked the trident in front of him. Then, he saw the opponent's short sword cut off his trident, and finally stopped in front of his forehead. Afterwards, Zhang Heng put away his sword, ignored the stunned referee, and turned around and walked towards the lounge. After a moment of silence, the stands burst into the craziest cheers since the show began, no matter which gladiator they were supporters of before. At least at this moment, they were conquered by this Oriental man and his arrogant and domineering sword. Chapter 800. This guy is awesome. The people in the lounge could only hear the cheers and screams outside, but they didn't know what was going on there. Fortunately, their doubts didn't last too long, because Zhang Heng's figure had reappeared at the door of the lounge. Are you back to get your helmet again?" The gladiator who kindly reminded Zhang Heng to get his helmet asked stupidly. "No, the battle is over," Zhang Heng said as he sat back in his seat. "It's over." The gladiators were shocked when they heard this. They had imagined all kinds of possibilities, but they had never thought that the battle would end so quickly. The previous battle of Habitus took a quarter of an hour to end, which was considered very fast. But compared with Zhang Heng's battle, it took almost a century. This time was probably enough for most gladiators to walk to the arena and back. This means that his battle with Cincinnatus ended in an instant. The gladiators were not unfamiliar with Cincinnatus. The latter came from the UNAP arena. His own strength might not be as good as that of quasi-ace gladiators like Habitus, but he was also a first-class gladiator in Rome. However, even such a good fighter couldn't even hold out for a single move. So how strong would his opponent be? Including Satanilos. The hearts of all the gladiators sank. On the other side, the cheers and screams in the stands did not fade away with Zhang Heng's departure. On the contrary, the scores were getting higher and higher, making it impossible for the gladiatorial performance to continue normally. In terms of the process, the battle that just ended was not very exciting. There was no collision of muscles, no sensory stimulation brought by blood, and no dramatic sense of twists and turns. But it was this simple sword, combined with Zhang Heng's fighting style of turning around and leaving without any delay, that completely conquered the 90,000 spectators present. You should know that the gladiators who entered the Flavian arena today were all masters from various gladiator schools or places. They all had their own characteristics or unique skills, and they worked together to present a visual feast for the audience. However, because of this, the audience's eyes had long been spoiled, and ordinary battles could hardly stimulate their nerves. Even the cheers for the two matches between Habitus and Satanilos only received less than half the cheers of ordinary duels. However, the current Flavian amphitheater has been completely drowned by continuous cheers. Today, ancient Rome and its people saw minimalist aesthetics in the arena for the first time. The audience couldn't wait to hear the referee's introduction, and asked people around them about the origins of this mysterious Oriental man. Those who had the honor of seeing Zhang Heng's previous battles began to vividly describe to their companions Zhang Heng's heroic appearance in those battles, as well as his confusing background. Commodus seemed to be infected by this fanatical atmosphere. Although he was still trying to maintain the majesty of the emperor, the admiration in his eyes could not be completely concealed, especially when Zhang Heng cut off the opponent's trident. Commodus was the first to stand up and applaud. On the other hand, Lucilla was much calmer, as if this result was not beyond her expectations. Even though everyone around her stood up with Commodus, she still sat on her seat with her chin in her hand, muttering, "Really? How can I make money if it's like this? This man is amazing." Her husband Pompeianus was also applauding at this time, with a look of surprise on his face. If I had known earlier, I would have taken out all my savings and bet on him, so that I wouldn't have to make money for the next 3 years. No, you won't. He hasn't won yet. As long as he hasn't won, there are risks. And you won't bet all your chips on a risky thing, Lucilla said lazily. Am I such a person? Pompeianus was surprised. But after thinking about it, he had to nod his head and said, It seems to be true. It turns out that my wife knows me best. What about you? If it were you, what would you choose? I'm different from you. I believe in my intuition. My intuition tells me that he will be the final champion of this gladiatorial show. So I will throw all my chips down no matter how many chips I have. Women are born emotional animals, Pompeianus said. But you've never lost. Have you? Yeah. Maybe it's because I've always had good luck, Lucilla snorted, seeing that the audience was reluctant to calm down. The subsequent gladiatorial performances could not proceed, and there was a possibility of riots in the stands. Commodus had to wave his hand to signal everyone to calm down. But this was only temporary. The young emperor knew that if he couldn't come up with a solution that everyone was satisfied with, there would probably be greater turmoil later. Commodus consulted with several advisors around him. Someone suggested distributing gifts or coins again, but Commodus felt that this method was a bit incompetent. It sounded like he only used money to bribe his people. Commodus hoped to show his charm and skills more. Klein bowed and said, Your Majesty, the person who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. If we can persuade Zhang Heng to play again, perhaps we can meet the needs of the people. Play again? Commodus raised his eyebrows. But according to the rules, the winner of a fight can only play again in the second round. Isn't this too unfair to him? This rule is to give the gladiators time to rest and recover. But he didn't use much effort in the previous battle anyway, so it won't be a problem even if he plays again. Klein said, Whatever you say. We should send someone to ask for his opinion. If he doesn't want to, we can't force him, because it will destroy fairness. I want people to know that fairness and justice will be upheld under my rule. Of course, my respected Majesty. Klein hurriedly retreated to the lounge to find Zhang Heng. Commodus first asked the band to play to calm the audience. Fortunately, Zhang Heng appeared in the center of the arena from the lift platform not long after, and Klein couldn't even run to the stands at this time. Seeing Zhang Heng appear, the audience cheered again, and then Zhang Heng bowed in Commodus' direction. So the next cheers were for the emperor. Commodus felt so relieved to hear the cheers, and he liked Zhang Heng more and more. He began to think that this Oriental man was really good, capable, and would help him solve problems. It would be great if he was his man. Chapter 801 Opponents. Because the previous matches were arranged long ago, in order to ensure the excitement and topicality of the final duel. Basically, the most powerful gladiators will not meet too early. But now Zhang Heng is on the stage again amid the cheers of the audience. But it also brings new problems. His next opponent has not yet been revealed, so the arena is a bit embarrassed now. But then Zhang Heng directly said something to the referee, who was surprised and repeatedly asked, Are you sure? Of course. I won't joke about my life, Zhang Heng said. So the referee quickly told Commodus in the front row about Zhang Heng's proposal. The young emperor's face also showed a strange look when he heard it. Did he really say that? Yes, Your Majesty. I asked him twice on purpose, the referee affirmed. Commodus thought for a while. Then we should believe him. He is a person who can always create miracles. And I think this time is no exception. The young emperor gave the order. And soon, more and more people in the stands knew the opponent Zhang Heng would face in the next battle. As a result, the audience was stunned, especially when they saw Zhang Heng hand over his only weapon, the 2 Persian swords. They were even more shocked and began to whisper to each other. Although Zhang Heng had shown overwhelming strength in the previous battle, not many people were optimistic about him in the next battle. Because considering the opponent he was about to face, his advantages in fighting skills, strength, and speed would be gone, and he actually chose to fight with his bare hands, which looked like a bad omen. Of course, this is just the perspective of the audience. For Zhang Heng, the instigator, he didn't think his behavior was really suicidal. Not to mention that he was not without any equipment. Look, he had already got the rope he had requested. Zhang Heng first tested the strength of the rope, then tied a knot and made a noose. Holding the noose, Zhang Heng had an illusion in a trance. as if he had returned to the wilderness of the American West in the 19th century. And then his opponent in this battle was also released from the cage. This was a bison, and an adult bison, with a body length of more than 2 meters and a weight of about 1 ton. No wonder the audience was not optimistic about the outcome of Zhang Heng battle. Just this weight alone was unstoppable. And if it was hit, its bones would probably fall apart on the spot. Moreover, the bison has thick skin and a pair of horns that are extremely hard. A bison that is forced into a corner can even fight a group of lions. Lions often hunt bison in groups, but are gored by the bison and die on the spot. The last word is literal. I have said before that unlike in the movies, gladiators and beast fighters in reality are two completely different professions. Generally speaking, the two will not exchange opponents. Gladiators spend their entire lives honing their fighting skills against humans, and do not think about how to deal with wild beasts. Conversely, the same is true for beast fighters. There is almost no intersection between the two. Therefore, when the referee heard that Zhang Heng wanted to challenge the bison, he was stunned, especially when the latter specifically said that he could not use a sword and only needed a strong rope. The audience in the stands really couldn't imagine what other methods Zhang Heng had to deal with the bison. Fists and teeth? But just when everyone was full of doubts, the battle below had already begun. The trainer used a sharpened hard pole to poke the bison, making the latter irritable. The pair of big eyes like copper bells quickly locked onto Zhang Heng not far away. Then the angry bison lowered its head, showed its most deadly weapon on its head, and rushed towards Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng did not rush to throw the lasso in his hand. He had driven cattle many times as a cowboy before, and had dealt with many unruly cattle. But this was the first time he dealt with such a large bison, and he had no horse to ride, so he had to be much more cautious. But fortunately, the specific methods were the same, and his previous experience could also be used. Zhang Heng did not attack rashly because the bison was very powerful. Even if he could accurately lasso the opponent's neck, it was likely that he would be the one to be carried away in the end. So he chose to temporarily avoid the attack and rolled on the ground to avoid the bull's attack. But the bull had already recognized him and immediately circled back after missing the attack. He wanted to knock Zhang Heng down from behind. Seeing that the bull's horns were less than half a meter away from Zhang Heng's body, there was a cry of surprise in the stands. And Queen Crispina couldn't bear to watch any longer and threw herself into her husband's arms. Comeda's heart also skipped a beat. Although he said he would trust Zhang Heng, he was also skeptical about fighting a bull with bare hands. Seeing that Zhang Heng's life was in danger, he couldn't help but suspect that Zhang Heng was going to mess up this time. It would be a pity if this Oriental man really died here. Commodus had just started to like Zhang Heng and wanted to find an opportunity to talk to him more. Moreover, Zhang Heng's odds had risen sharply after the previous battle, which showed that everyone was optimistic about him winning the championship. If he couldn't enter the final battle because of Dalian, then his previous wonderful battle would become a joke. Pompeianus on the other side also shook his head and said to his wife, "It seems that your 5,000 gold coins are going to go down the drain. How about it? Do you have enough private money? Do you need me to help you first?" What a considerate man. Lucilla smiled when she heard this. But the battle isn't over yet. Is it? As the two were talking, Zhang Heng seemed to have eyes on his back. He didn't look back, but just moved half a step to the left to avoid this brutal sneak attack. The two sharp horns brushed his arm and almost pierced into his flesh. Then Zhang Heng made a crazy move that no one expected. Soon after he escaped from the clutches of the god of death, he took the initiative to reach out and grab a bull's horn, then lightly tapped the ground with his toes. And the next moment, he had already flown onto the bull's back. The stands immediately erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers, surrounding the wonderful and dazzling scene. However, Zhang Heng's plan failed. The bull was shaking violently on its back, and he couldn't free his hands to put a rope around the bull's neck. The bull then cunningly rushed towards the rope net at the edge of the arena, trying to throw Zhang Heng into it. Fortunately, Zhang Heng also discovered its intention, and finally chose to jump off the bull's back out of helplessness. He rolled on the ground and avoided another round of trampling. Chapter 802 Bullfighting Show. The residents of Rome will still remember this day many years later. Not only because a grand gladiatorial show was held today to celebrate the coronation of the new emperor of the empire, but also because they saw the original Western cowboy bullfighting show in the Flavian amphitheater for the first time. This may not be a rare entertainment item in later generations. After all, The 21st century has long passed the golden age of Western culture. However, in the 2nd century AD, everyone even felt as shocked as witnessing a Quidditch game or seeing a wild Pikachu in the park. Especially after seeing Zhang Heng narrowly avoid the attacks of the wild bulls again and again, and performing the wonderful scene of riding a bull. This exciting bullfighting performance has completely captured the hearts of everyone present. It seems that there is an invisible hand controlling the emotions of the audience in the stands, making them marvel, worry, and be overjoyed at the figure in the arena. His Majesty the Emperor himself is one of them. But the one who is most worried is Marcos. As the owner of Zhang Heng and the master of the gladiator school, he has been running this business for quite some time. He has seen thousands of gladiators, but none of them combined can bring him as much excitement as Zhang Heng alone. The latter's ability to find trouble has completely exceeded his imagination. In less than a day, he first provokes Adenilos, a strong enemy, for no reason, which gave Marculus a headache. As a result, half a day later, Zhang Heng gave up being a good gladiator and chose a bison as his opponent. When Marculus saw this scene, he almost collapsed. He almost yelled at Zhang Heng, "Can't you just win the damn championship? Why do you have to do so many tricks? What good will this do for you?" Zhang Heng is his most valuable asset now. Marcus asked himself, "I love Zhang Heng more than my wife and daughter." But the latter doesn't seem to appreciate it at all. After repeatedly challenging his bottom line, Marcus no longer had the confidence he had when he talked to Gabby before. He began to realize that someone like Zhang Heng would never be controlled by anyone. Not only him, but even Commodus would find it difficult to tame this beast. So his face darkened. But Mark Louis had to rely on Zhang Heng now. However, once Zhang Heng won the championship, he would be out of his control, which made Mark Louis feel complicated. After several rounds of confrontation with the wild bull, Zhang Heng gradually figured out the latter's action mode, and the viewing experience had met his expectations. So he decided to prepare to end the battle. With Zhang Heng's current skills, the process would not be so thrilling. Or it should be said that it was precisely because of his current skills that the whole process seemed thrilling and would not pose any substantial threat to him. This was like a deliberately made fight scene in a movie, the purpose of which was to stimulate the audience's nerves and give them a sense of satisfaction. Zhang Heng's finishing move also continued the drama. When the bison rushed towards him again, he jumped onto the back of the bison. The bison jumped up and down again, trying every means to throw Zhang Heng off its back. After all the conventional means failed, it rushed to the edge of the arena again. But this time it did not get what it wanted, because just when its side rubbed against the big net, Zhang Heng on its back had already moved his body to his side and firmly grasped its mane. So he did not fall off. The stand suddenly erupted in cheers, and when the bison ran back to the center of the arena, Zhang Heng also freed his hands and successfully put the rope around the bison's head. The more the bison struggled, the tighter the rope became, almost tightening its flesh. So the bison's panting became louder and louder. Although its eyes were full of unwillingness, it finally had to succumb to the cruel reality and stop. So Zhang Heng also loosened the rope a little. But then the bison broke out again, struggling and shaking with more intense steps, trying to throw the annoying human on its back away. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng had dealt with more of its kind than it had seen before, and had been on guard against this move. After a not-so-intense fight, the bison knelt down again. And this time it really knelt down, because Zhang Heng also tied its legs with a rope. In the end, the bull had no choice but to surrender. When Zhang Heng got off the bull, he received the biggest cheer since the Flavian amphitheater was built. All the audience, including Commodus, stood up. The sound waves flooded the entire arena, so that no one except Queen Crispina could hear what the emperor was saying. Flowers and copper coins fell like raindrops. This novel and exciting bullfighting performance must have become the most popular topic of conversation in Rome for a period of time. Those who were lucky enough to witness this scene felt a strong sense of satisfaction that they had made the trip worthwhile. Because of this performance, Rome had a new entertainment activity in the future, which was barehanded bullfighting. However, due to the lack of professional training, many brave slave bullfighters died under the bull's horns, which once became the performance activity with the highest mortality rate. Of course, these are all later stories. The initiator of all this, like the previous performance, did not stay in the venue for long. After bowing slightly in the direction of Commodus, he turned and walked towards the lounge. Up to now, Zhang Heng's goal has been exceeded. I believe that after these battles, Commodus' interest in him has reached its peak. After the performance, the young emperor will definitely come to contact him actively. After that, it is a question of how to find the whereabouts of Ortulus. Unlike the excitement outside, the lounge is dead silent at this moment. The expressions of the gladiators inside are different. Habitus and Satanilos are not fools. Although they did not see the bullfighting process, they know from the outrageous cheers outside that Zhang Heng has completely conquered the Flavian amphitheater. Now the gladiatorial performance has not even ended yet. They have no idea how Zhang Heng did it. Of course, the worst are the people who will appear later. Their limelight has been completely stolen by Zhang Heng. They don't know what they should do to capture the hearts of the audience and seem a little at a loss. Chapter 803 just a little bit like it? To be fair, the gladiator show on the first day was quite exciting. The gladiators who participated in this gladiator show were all very strong and well known in their respective gladiator schools or local areas. They all showed their unique skills when fighting, which was quite pleasing to the eye from the perspective of viewing. Of course, this was all before Zhang Heng appeared. Zhang Heng successfully raised the audience's viewing experience to another level with 2 performances, so those who appeared after him were unlucky, no matter how hard they fought. Even at the cost of exchanging injuries and shedding blood, they could not get the cheers and screams they should have received, because most of the audience was still immersed in the previous bullfighting performance. When they turned their attention back, they found that the battles were not as exciting as before. However, they had already asked Zhang Heng to return once, so they were embarrassed to let him fight 3 battles in one day. They could only start to frantically inquire about more things related to this mysterious oriental gladiator after the performance. So on this day, the streets and alleys of Rome were talking about a name, so that the other gladiators who went out with him were ignored. It was a pity that this was not the internet age of later generations. Otherwise Zhang Heng would have become famous throughout the Roman Empire with just these 2 explosive performances today. In addition, after the first day's performance, Zhang Heng also welcomed an unexpected guest, Commodus. Zhang Heng's original plan was that the young emperor should visit him after the performance was over 2 days later. But Commodus was so upset after watching the exciting bullfighting performance that he came to Marcullus's gladiator school that night. Commodus was visiting incognito, dressed like an ordinary person, and only brought 4 guards with him. When he showed up, he almost scared Marcullus to death. The owner of the gladiator school quickly asked people to prepare refreshments, but Commodus refused. The young emperor rubbed his hands excitedly. "I'm here to find Zhang Heng. Is he here?" "Of course. I sent someone to ask him to see you." "Your Majesty," Marcullus said respectfully. No. I'm a guest. I should go to find him. Just send someone to take me to his residence. I want to talk to him alone." Marculus' heart suddenly skipped a beat when he heard this. The thing he feared the most had happened. Zhang Heng had already connected with Commodus, so he would not be able to control Zhang Heng from now on. In fact, the reason why Marcus is still in the gladiator school and has not returned home is to see Zhang Heng. He wants to take advantage of the fact that the latter has not yet won the championship and attract the full attention of His Majesty the Emperor, and find a way to get him back under control. Marcus is no longer asking for anything. He has always treated Zhang Heng as a cash cow. 3 years. As long as Zhang Heng is willing to work for him sincerely for 3 years, he is willing to return his freedom to this Oriental man after 3 years. There is no other way. Although it is painful, Marcus has to admit, after repeated consideration, that this may be the best solution for him at this stage. As for Zhang Heng, he was not afraid that the former would not agree, because no matter what, he was Zhang Heng master in legal terms, and controlled Zhang Heng life and death. Even Commodus could not change this. If the fight ended in a fight to the death, and he insisted on killing Zhang Heng, he would win if the case was brought to the Basilica of Julia. However, this did not mean that Marculus really dared to offend Commodus for this. The emperor of the Roman Empire was not a heavyweight at all. Although Marculus had the final say in the gladiator school, he had no right to speak in front of the real dignitaries. If Commodus did not come tonight, Marculus could still pretend to be confused. But now Commodus came to visit Zhang Heng in person. No matter what the reason, the meaning was very different. Marcos also lost the last chance to threaten Zhang Heng. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. Marcos did not dare to refuse Commodus' request, and quickly found someone to take the young emperor to see Zhang Heng. When Commodus came to Zhang Heng's house, He happened to meet Zhang Hung, little slave girl coming out to collect clothes. Commodus and his guards did not wear any formal clothes that could show their status. So Zhang Hung, little slave girl, thought they were the fanatical fans who sneaked in from somewhere and wanted to see the gladiator they admired. This kind of thing has happened before. As the hottest idols of this era, gladiators are bound to encounter all kinds of harassment. Of course, the little slave girl is not qualified to watch today's gladiatorial performance, but she has heard about Zhang Hung's amazing performance. While she is proud, she also feels the burden on her shoulders more and more. The time she lived with Zhang Hung was also her happiest time. She was born in Rome. Her family was not rich, but it was not poor. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Not long after she was born, her father committed a crime. Not only did he die, but his wife and daughter became slaves. However, she did not feel how miserable her life was. It might be because she was too young at that time and could not feel the pain brought by the great changes. She had been a slave since she was sensible, so she easily accepted this and knew what her fate would be in the future. Therefore, when she was assigned to serve Zhang Hung, she had already made all kinds of preparations. But she did not expect that the new master was a very special person. Although he looked a little cold at ordinary times, and did not like to talk much when he returned home, he would ask her if she was cold when she slept on the floor. And he had time recently to help her build a low bed. The little slave girl was flattered and felt sweet for several days, which made her more determined to take good care of someone's daily life. So she stood firmly in front of Commodus and the others, and said fiercely, "Stop! Stop! Who are you and where are you from? Don't you know that outsiders are not allowed to come in here? Who are we?" Commodus raised his eyebrows, feeling a little funny, and took out a sesterce from his arms, and threw it to the little slave girl. Bribing is useless. However, the little slave girl puffed out her chest and said, as if she was not moved by money, "It's not a bribe. Look at that coin. It's a sample coin. And if nothing goes wrong, the new coin will be minted according to this sample coin." The little slave girl looked down at the copper coin in her hand, a little confused. "Why does the person on it look a bit like you?" "Just a bit like." Commodus frowned. "It seems that I have to make a few more copies for comparison." Chapter 804 Attack Me. Zhang Hung heard the quarrel outside and recognized Commodus' voice. So he walked out of the house. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" The little slave girl was startled. "Wait, you are not really. No one dares to pretend to be the emperor in Rome." Commodus waved his hand and asked the guards around him to step aside. And Zhang Hung saw this and asked the little slave girl to go back to the house first. "Your Majesty, what is the matter with you coming to see me so late?" This is a good question. Commodus himself didn't know why he wanted to see Zhang Hung so much. After watching the bullfighting show in the afternoon, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Zhang Hung's heroic figure on the bull's back appeared in his mind from time to time. In addition, he just received bad news. There seemed to be an undercurrent in the Senate. Some people greeted him with a smile on the surface, but privately they were conspiring with others. I don't know what they want to do. Commodus was a little irritated, so he left the palace and walked here. Of course, these things cannot be told to outsiders. Commodus was about to congratulate Zhang Hung on his achievements in the previous gladiatorial performance. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Zhang Hung continue. "Your Majesty seems to be troubled by something. How did you know? Can you read minds?" Commodus was surprised. Zhang Hung did not answer, but turned back to the house. After a moment, he took out 2 training swords and threw one of them to Commodus. Commodus took the wooden sword, a little surprised. "Attack me," Zhang Hung said, holding another wooden sword. I don't know how to fight." Commodus was like he had picked up something hot, and was anxious to return the wooden sword in his hand. But then he heard Zhang Hung say, "You have led troops in battles, so you should have practiced how to fight." Of course, Commodus was quite proud of this. A qualified emperor needs to be able to lead troops in battle. Although most of the time I don't need to charge into battle. My martial arts are actually quite good. I can knock down 2 ordinary soldiers by myself. My father has praised me, but I'm still not as good as you. That's all. Zhang Hung put on a defensive posture. "I don't know why you're upset, but I think I can make you forget your worries, even if it's only temporarily." No. Commodus waved his hand. "I can't. I'm the emperor. I shouldn't do this kind of thing. If other people see it, There's no one else here. As long as I don't say it, and you don't say it, no one will know. Come on. This kind of thing can't be harder than going to dinner at the home of Elder Dio. Right? The young emperor laughed when he heard this. Senator Dio is the most powerful person in the Senate. If I want to stabilize my rule, I need his support. But I really don't like him. This old fox wants more from me. But this is politics. Isn't it? Why? Was my performance not good enough that night? You saw through it at a glance. By the way, I remember there were rumors outside that you were a prince or general of the Han Empire. Is it true? This kind of thing is no longer important. Now I am just a slave in the city of Rome. John Hung said. Okay. Commodus finally made up his mind and held the wooden sword in his hand. Then let's play for a while. Let's make it clear first. I still have a lot of things to do and can't stay here for too long. That's what he said. But Commodus didn't expect that he would play for an hour. Of course, he couldn't beat John Hung. So it was better to say that this was a gladiatorial teaching than a gladiatorial game. However, Commodus didn't feel the boredom and tediousness of the previous sword practice. On the contrary, there was always an inexplicable motivation hanging on him, making him forget the passage of time. John Hung deliberately controlled his strength, and the strength he showed was a little higher than Commodus. But the young emperor could not get over this point. However, this also prompted Commodus to constantly reflect on what he did wrong before and where he could improve. When he finally made up for this defect, he would feel satisfied, and then there would be new challenges. It's a pity that Commodus has never played Sekiro. Otherwise he would find that the difficulty of the challenge he encountered is highly consistent with the difficulty curve of Sekiro. In addition, as a person who knows history, John Hung knows very well how much Commodus likes gladiatorial combat. Although Commodus finally became a gladiatorial maniac because he gave up and let himself go after being betrayed by Lucilla. This love is indeed something in his bones, and it is difficult to conceal. Even Dio could see it last night, let alone John Hung. When Commodus dropped the wooden sword in his hand and collapsed on the ground, he realized that so much time had passed. And as John Hung said before, his worries have indeed disappeared a lot now, replaced by a sense of satisfaction after discovering his progress. I just realized that it is so interesting to compete with others, Commodus said while panting. This is a bit easy to say. You have to know that most of the gladiators are slaves sold to gladiator schools. They risk their lives to fight with others in every performance. If they are not well trained, they will be eliminated and sent to mines. They try their best to survive every day. How can they enjoy the teaching treatment of Commodus? But John Hung did not refute. He could see that Commodus was in high spirits, so he certainly would not say anything to spoil the mood. In fact, during this period of time with Commodus, John Hung gradually understood the temper of this young emperor. Unlike the tyrants in history, at least when he was 20 years old, Commodus did not show any characteristics that would bring disaster to the country and the people. On the contrary, Commodus now seemed to be walking on thin ice and working diligently, because he had an overly powerful father who made him live under his father's shadow. So no matter what happened, the first thing he thought about was what his father would do if he were here. He tried to maintain the oath he made when his father was dying, wanting to become a qualified leader and continue Rome's past glory. But he didn't know how to do it. Although Aurelius had trained him, he was still under his father's wings at that time. So everything went smoothly. However, once Aurelius died, especially after Commodus returned to Rome from the front, he found that the political situation here was much more complicated than he had imagined. He needed to deal with pressure and temptation from all sides alone. What's worse is that he only had one sister left in his direct bloodline, but the latter seemed to have no interest in helping him. His mother had passed away long before his father died. There was no elder with rich political experience to provide him with advice. Commodus seemed hesitant when making decisions and would doubt himself. John Hung somewhat understood why the balanced blade wanted to attack Orthelus. In this case, the advisors and friends around Commodus had a great influence on him. John Hung himself did not believe in the oracle at all. Apparently, someone thought that Orthelus had too much influence on Commodus, so they wanted to use the balanced blade to get rid of him. Chapter 805 Conspiracy. Commodus felt much more relaxed after the battle, and then changed into John Hung clothes and left the gladiator school under the cover of night. John Hung watched his back disappear, then turned and walked back into the house, only to find the little slave girl peeking at him from the crack of the door. probably because they were getting to know each other better. The little slave girl was much more relaxed now. Not as reserved as when they first met. And was not embarrassed to be caught red-handed. But curious. Wow. Is the person who just came here really His Majesty the Emperor? Don't you have the copper coin he gave you? John Hung said. I looked again. The portrait on it is quite similar to his. The little slave girl nodded. I just can't believe it. Even the Emperor came to see you. How famous are you now? Have you caught up with Cisneros? Not yet, John Hung said. Cisneros has accumulated a reputation for several years. The little slave girl was relieved when she heard this. She knew that Marclus attached great importance to valuable ace gladiators. If John Hung became more famous, Marclus might give him more slave girls. At that time, she might be sent to serve other gladiators. However, she was not happy for long before she heard John Hung add, if I win the championship of this gladiatorial show, my popularity should surpass that of Cisneros. Ah! The little slave girl almost jumped up in shock. So fast? Well, after all, it is in the Flavian amphitheater. There are enough spectators, and the news will spread faster, John Hung said. What's wrong? Is there anything you want? No. No. The little slave girl shook her head and denied it. Of course, she didn't dare to say her little thoughts out loud. John Hung did not ask any more questions, but just reminded him, it's fine if we are together casually. But don't peek when other people come to visit you in the future. Don't take it lightly. Some people's identities are very sensitive. Especially those big shots. Maybe hearing a few words may bring you death. Is it so scary? The little slave girl didn't know why. But she felt a little sour in her heart. She didn't want John Hung to know her true thoughts. But she felt very disappointed when she saw that he really didn't care about her. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party, she is no different from other female slaves. Even if she is replaced one day, someone probably won't notice it. The little slave girl thought so. While John Hung had already gone to fetch water, he simply took a cold shower to wash off the sweat on his body, and then went to bed early, because there was a gladiatorial show the next day. Compared with the first day, the atmosphere in the arena on the second day was obviously different. Even Satanilos, the giant Telephilos, and the Thracian Danaus, who had been in the limelight on the first day, could feel that the audience's enthusiasm for them had decreased a lot. And after last night, they all knew what happened to John Hung 2 earth-shaking battles. If they were honest, they all knew they couldn't do what John Hung did. The quick victory in the first battle was fine. But in the second battle, John Hung subdued a wild bull with his bare hands. In their opinion, this was simply incredible. Even the proudest Satanilos could feel a strong sense of crisis. John Hung had obviously become the biggest obstacle on their way to winning the championship, which could be seen from the fact that the former was already at the top of the odds. This Oriental man turned a gladiatorial performance that should have been star-studded into a one-man show by himself. So it was naturally difficult for other gladiators to have any good impression of John Hung. The only exception was probably Bach, who had already experienced John Hung's strength. Perhaps because he had accepted the fact that he was no match for John Hung. The German was not disappointed. He came out of the training room and yelled at John Hung. I heard that some guys want to join forces to deal with you. You'd better be careful. Really? John Hung raised his eyelids and looked at Habitus and others on the other side. It stands to reason that they are all from the Victor Arena. If something really happens, at least they should be on the same front. But now it seems that this is not the case. John Hung saw Habitus being called out by a gladiator and then coming back. He obviously knew that a conspiracy against John Hung was taking shape. But he did not remind John Hung like Bach did. It is even very likely that he himself participated in it. However, John Hung did not care too much about it. Many things are difficult to have both. Since he wanted to show his strength to attract Commodus' interest, he would naturally think about the threat to other gladiators. Fortunately, John Hung was confident in his own strength. Now he was a completely different person from when he first entered the dungeon. At that time, he might have to consider what measures to take to reduce the hostility of other gladiators towards him. But now, even if John Hung knew that Satanilos and others wanted to join forces to deal with him, he did not need to take any action. The reason is very simple. Because he is strong enough now. Because of the extra 24 hours. After the amplification of the flow of time, John Hung's growth rate has already surpassed the increasing difficulty of the dungeon. In fact, the danger of ordinary dungeons after the Leaker's dungeon is not high for John Hung. He is more comfortable in the dungeon and can focus on learning new skills, such as his choice to join the Balance Blade. John Hung certainly knows the risks of walking as an assassin, but after weighing the risks, he still decides to take the risk, which comes from his confidence in his own strength. The same is true now. Due to the rules, the final melee can only be one-on-one. No tricks can change this. With the level 4 sword skills and the newly learned assassin steps, John Hung doesn't think anyone can be his opponent. And this is also clearly reflected in the gladiatorial performance on the second day. John Hung's 2 battles were also equally clean and neat. No matter what strategy his opponent adopted, they were all equally desperate and helpless under his 2 Persian swords. Especially as long as he appeared on the stage, the entire audience was shouting his name rhythmically, which brought an unparalleled sense of oppression to his opponents. Those who can stand in the Flavian arena are also stars in their respective gladiator schools. They have always only been cheered by the audience, and rarely seen themselves become villains. What's more difficult is that they can't give back this breath at all. Chapter 806 Peacemaker. The second day of the gladiatorial performance ended in peace, without any surprises or twists and turns. Basically, all the strong gladiators who were optimistic about the performance were included in the final battle list on the third day, which was different from the prediction before the performance that there were only 10 people. Among them, the gladiators from the gladiator schools in the city occupied the vast majority of the positions on the list. And outside the city, except for the giant Telephilos who was gifted, only a dozen people made it to the final battle list. This result was quite unexpected for the gladiators outside the city. Just like the unlucky guy who challenged Satanilos and got his nose broken, the knight said. These gladiators outside the city should have more practical experience than the pampered gladiators in the city, because they have to perform everywhere and challenge local masters. Moreover, their living environment is more difficult, which should be more challenging. But the reality is extremely cruel. The overwhelming advantage is these toys of ladies and young ladies that they originally looked down upon. But this is actually quite normal. The living conditions of the gladiators in these schools in the city are much better than those outside the city. Naturally, they have more time to train instead of wasting time on the road. They have better nutrition and stronger bodies. And there are special doctors to treat their injuries. Of course, the most important point is that the value of gladiators in the city is generally higher than that outside the city. In terms of average price, 1 gladiator in the city is worth 2 outside the city. Therefore, those slave traders are naturally willing to sell better and stronger gladiator embryos to the gladiator schools in the city. There are even gladiators outside the city who are sold to the gladiator schools in the city at a high price by their masters after they become famous. In comparison, the extra combat experience of the gladiators outside the city cannot make up for the huge gap between the 2 sides. Therefore, the current result is not surprising. After the performance, John Hung took the donkey cart of the gladiator school back to his residence as usual. He deliberately chose a later time so that most of the audience had gone home, so as to avoid harassment from some extreme admirers. Habitus and Bach and others also joined him. By the end of the second day, there were only 4 people left in the Victor Arena: John Hung, Bach, Habitus, and a veteran gladiator named Merkazan. However, although everyone was from the same arena, they didn't talk much along the way. Perhaps because they would become opponents tomorrow. The atmosphere was a little silent. John Hung didn't expect that the first person to speak was Habitus. Satanilos and Danaus are discussing how to deal with you. Bach smiled sarcastically when he heard this. Isn't it a bit too late to build relationships now? Isn't this already known to everyone? But you don't know what Satanilos and Danaus' specific plans are, Habitus said expressionlessly. Oh! John Hung leaned back again. I know you don't like me. And to be honest, I don't like you either. Habitus looked into Bach's eyes. If I have a chance, I want to punch your arrogant face. And you too. Habitus looked at John Hung again. You think you are better than everyone else and don't take us seriously. But in the end, we are all from the same gladiator school. If you win the championship, the attendance rate of Victor Arena will undoubtedly increase. Although I don't want to admit it, this is also good for me. So I pretended to accept Satanilo's invitation in the Flavian amphitheater in order to get into their inner circle, Habitus said. They plan to mix a herb that can weaken the body and secretly put it in your lunch tomorrow at noon. There is such a herb? Bach was a little surprised to hear this. This is Rome, not the remote countryside where you, a barbarian, lived before. There are many things you have not seen. Habitus laughed. Bach was also angry when he heard this. We barbarians from remote areas will not just think of using some despicable means when we can't beat others. What glory will it bring even if we win? Habitus disagreed. If you have been a gladiator for long enough and experienced enough battles, you will know that staying alive is the most important thing. And the best way to survive is to keep winning. The means are not important. No wonder I didn't like you when I saw you. Although your strength is good, you have a disgusting smell. The German spat out of the donkey cart. You'd better keep your mouth clean. Habitus's face darkened. Or you can just pray that you don't meet me tomorrow. Oh! I've been waiting for revenge for our first meeting for a long time. Bach stood up from his seat without fear. Another gladiator named Murchison saw that the situation was getting worse and had to act as a peacemaker. He stood up and blocked Bach and Habitus, saying, "Okay, everyone, stop arguing and calm down. Even if there are any grudges, we can leave them to the arena to resolve them." Bach snorted and was about to sit down. But he didn't expect that Murchison, who was acting as a peacemaker, would take out a knife from somewhere and put it on his chest. "It has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, don't move," Murchison warned. Just as Murchison took out the knife, Habitus also took out a small razor and rushed to John Hung on the other side. All this happened in a flash. Just a moment ago, Habitus had just confessed that he was with Satanilos and others in order to find out how the latter planned to deal with John Hung. But the next moment, he suddenly turned against him without any signs. He and Murchison had a clear division of labor. One of them restrained Bach, and the other rushed towards the defenseless John Hung. However, when Habitus met John Hung's eyes, he felt something was wrong, because there was no panic or fear in his eyes. He just looked at him quietly. Then Habitus saw the flash of the knife, and his 2 fingers holding the razor fell to the ground. It was not until the blood spurted out from the cut that Habitus realized the pain. Although he had imagined John Hung to be very strong, and was very cautious, first using words to try to paralyze the opponent's nerves, and then took action, he still didn't expect the opponent's knife to be so fast. Chapter 807. You'd better close your eyes later. In just a blink of an eye, Habitus lost 2 fingers. But he didn't care about the pain from the cut, gritted his teeth and flipped off the donkey cart. But when he landed, he didn't stand firmly and almost fell into a puddle. However, John Hung temporarily chased him, because Bach was still in Murchison's hands. But the latter also felt that something bad was going to happen. He didn't expect Habitus to lose his hand and then leave him alone to escape, which made him a little dilemma. He wanted to jump off the donkey cart, but Bach, who was under his control, was always eyeing him. Once he took back the knife in his hand, the latter would definitely pounce on him immediately. Not to mention that there was an even more deadly John Hung next to him. "Don't come over, or I kill him," Murchison warned John Hung. "Am I familiar with him?" John Hung said, as he slowly drew out another Persian sword. Murchison was speechless. He knew that John Hung had a good gladiator friend, but that guy was called Varro, who did not participate in the gladiatorial performance at the Flavian amphitheater. Before John Hung showed his strength, the two had been together. If he had Varro in his hand now, he might be able to threaten John Hung. As for Bach, Bach had always been with his German compatriots. Apart from fighting once, the two did not seem to have much in common. The reason why he and Habitus had to restrain Bach when they were discussing the action plan was purely because they were worried that the Germans were too stubborn and would not cooperate. As a result, the plan failed and Murchison was embarrassed. He couldn't let go of Bach because Bach would definitely beat him up. But if he kept this posture, John Hung's Persian sword would not know where on his body he would be stabbed. Murchison almost cried. But fortunately, the Germans solved this problem for him later. When Murchison was distracted, Bach suddenly jumped up and kicked Murchison in the chest. The latter subconsciously clenched the knife in his hand, and Murchison fell backwards, swinging the knife at the same time, leaving a bloody mark on Bach's chest. Fortunately, the knife did not penetrate deep into the flesh, and it just looked bloody. But it was actually not a big deal. The German didn't even care about the wound on his body, and immediately rode on Murchison, waved his fist, and began to teach him a lesson. Bach's motto is to give a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. However, he was stopped by John Hung after just a few punches. Bach frowned. "What? This guy just teamed up with that bastard Habitus to plot against you. If you don't want to dirty your hands, I can beat you up as well. I'm not saying that we shouldn't beat him. But we have more important things to do now. Raise your head and look around. John Hung said helplessly. The Germanic man raised his head upon hearing this, and found that the donkey cart had stopped at some point, and the driver had disappeared without a trace. The location they were in was a bit remote, and seemed to be behind several warehouses, with no one else nearby. Just as Bach was about to ask John Hung what was wrong, he saw a group of masked men rushing over from the path between the two warehouses. The Germanic man rolled his eyes upon seeing this. Is it interesting? Satanilos? Do you think we won't recognize you if you just cover yourself with a piece of cloth? The masked leader smiled. It doesn't matter if you recognize me or not, as long as no passerby sees my face. Bach suddenly realized. You are shameless enough. You colluded with Habitus to bring us here, but Habitus failed to take action. And then you guys came. What? Are you going to beat us up with more than a dozen people? Can you still have some shame? Aren't you the first gladiator in Rome after Cisnates retired? Wrong. Saturnilos shook his head. You are wrong. First, I am no longer the #1 gladiator in Rome, although the final result has not yet come out. All of us are going to fail here this time. The reputation accumulated over the past few years will be used as a stepping stone for others. Now everyone knows that the person next to you is the #1 gladiator in Rome? So who can you blame? Who made you weaker than him? Bach sneered. His eyes swept over the people present. In addition to Saturnilos, he saw several guys who looked like acquaintances. Bach was also secretly shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many people who were as embarrassed as Habitus. You know, there are many masters who have been famous for a long time among them. How dare they get together? There's nothing we can do. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to do something before the worst happens. Satanilos spread his hands. Besides, I think you're wrong for another reason. We're not just a bunch of people against two of you. What? Are you being polite now? But a round-robin battle is just as shameless. Bach snorted. No. 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 I mean, there are so many of us against one of him. As for you, you can just stand aside and watch. No. Don't let him go. He knocked out all my teeth. Murchison, who was under Bach, suddenly screamed. As a result, Bach punched him, and his other teeth also fell out. Murchison immediately became obedient again. Well, from what I know, your relationship with him is also ordinary. Now that the gap in strength is so obvious, there is no need to get yourself involved. Satanilos continued. Yes, but I am just like you cowards, who hide your head and show your tail. Bach grinned. Also, do you really think I'm a fool? You've all made up your mind to attack John Hung. Will you leave me alive? Satanilos laughed. Habitus is right. You just look stupid. But you're not easy to fool. There's nothing I can do. I wanted to save some energy. Then come on, Bach said, as he picked up his weapon and shield and jumped off the donkey cart. But when he looked back, he saw John Hung put away the Persian sword. Didn't you see those guys? Even if you surrender now, they won't let you go, the German reminded. I don't want to surrender. But there's no need to fight them, John Hung said. Are you scared? Bach asked back. A little bit. I don't care. But if a fight really breaks out later, I may not be able to take care of you. I'm worried that you'd be chopped up. Besides, I still have use for these people. What he said before is right. I still need them to be my stepping stones, and use their accumulated honor and reputation to help me get to the top. The last big show hasn't started yet. I can't kill all the important supporting roles now. Are you still talking big when you are about to die? Satanilos sneered. Look carefully. There is no way out. If you want to leave here, you have to kill us all. But the question is, can you do it? As a result, before he finished speaking, he heard John Hung slowly said, Who said there is no way out? As someone said this, a pair of huge wings appeared on the wall behind him, and slowly spread out. Wait a minute. You'd better close your eyes, John Hung said to the German, who was still confused. Chapter 808 Incarnation of God. The smile on Satanilos's face gradually froze. Although the worship of gods was common in Rome, with temples and believers everywhere, and people from all walks of life believed in gods, the scene before them was still completely beyond everyone's imagination. The pair of wings made entirely of shadows was like a nightmare that invaded the real world, including Satanilos. Many people even suspected that they were dreaming at this moment. However, No matter how they slapped their cheeks, they could not wake up from this nightmare. They could only watch the black wings spread out. During this period, they also saw the shadow of feathers sliding down from the sky. They opened their mouths wide and looked shocked. John Hung did not stay there for too long. He did not forget that the pair of wings behind him only worked for 12 seconds a day. So the next moment, he grabbed Bach in front of him. The German only felt his body lighten. And then he found that his feet left the ground and his body began to rise. Despite John Hung warning, Bach couldn't help but let out a strange cry. The Germanic man who was fearless before began to struggle in fear. There were no airplanes or hot air balloons in those days. Except for the unlucky guy who was equipped with candle wings to cosplay Icarus and was launched by a catapult. No one else had ever experienced the taste of flying. The insecurity of leaving the ground suddenly surged into the heart of Bach, who had lived on land all his life. It was at this time that John Hung realized that the Germans actually had such a fear. Bach seemed to prefer to fight alone with Satanilos and others, rather than leave his beloved land. So John Hung had to say, "Be honest. I put you down when we leave here." John Hung didn't know whether this sentence worked, or because the two of them were already quite high above the ground. The German finally stopped kicking and quieted down. But at this moment, his body was as stiff as a piece of wood, and his two hands were tightly grasping John Hung's arms. John Hung flew over 2 warehouses with Bach, and then found a deserted place to land. After previous practice, he was getting more and more proficient in controlling the pair of shadow wings behind him. He had also practiced load-bearing flight before. Perhaps it was different from what he felt. The load-bearing capacity of this pair of wings that seemed to have no weight was actually quite good. When John Hung took off, he could carry about 250 kilograms, which was about the weight of 2 ordinary people. But this was also the limit. Moreover, too much weight would affect his flying speed and flexibility. If the people on the ground threw their weapons together, John Hung would probably have to use the Germans as a shield. Fortunately, Satanilos and others seemed to be completely scared and stood there motionless, watching the 2 people fly over their heads. As soon as the Germans landed, they immediately found a wall and began to vomit. "You are so stupid. How far have we flown?" John Hung was also stunned when he saw this, because Bach was too heavy. Their flying speed was actually quite slow, and there was no bumps along the way. However, John Hung immediately realized that Bach might not be physically unwell, but purely a mental problem similar to fear of flying. And Bach also followed the trend unknowingly. He was probably the first person to suffer from fear of flying in the 2nd century AD. However, his physical foundation was there after all. After vomiting for a while, he immediately got better. But when he looked at John Hung again, his eyes had changed. It was a mixture of fear and admiration. "You? Which god are you the incarnation of in the world? Mars, the god of war? Or Pluto, the god of the underworld? Wait, you are not the king of gods. Jupiter?" It was not surprising for John Hung to ask such a question. After all, in ancient Greece and Rome, there were many incarnations of gods who were doing all kinds of things in the world. And history and mythology were completely mixed together. This also explained why the scene just now shocked Satanilos and others so much. Apart from witnessing the incarnation of gods in the world with their own eyes, they could not find any other reasonable explanation. This is why they have not dared to chase him until now. They have the courage to unite to fight against a powerful foreign gladiator. But even if they are given 10 more courage, they dare not unite to fight against a god. However, John Hung did not answer this question directly. Some words are more credible if they are not said to death. So he just made a gesture to silence the Germans. Shortly after landing, the 12-second time limit was completed. The wings behind John Hung had long been retracted, and his body had returned to normal. However, after personally experiencing the feeling of flying in the clouds, Bach was convinced that John Hung was the incarnation of a god. And this also gave the German an excuse for not being able to beat John Hung before. "You are a god. No wonder I can't beat you." "No. No one can beat you," the German suddenly realized, and then hurriedly said, "Oh, sorry. I forgot. I can swear that I will never reveal your true identity to others again. It doesn't matter. Today no one except you saw me use my divine power," John Hung said. "Anyway, the rise of every gladiator is accompanied by countless legends. This kind of thing is just another legend for me." This is why John Hung was confident in using his trump card, even if Satanilos and others were stupid enough to tell everyone about it afterwards. Most people would only think that they were making excuses for their incompetence. However, it is estimated that they were completely scared at this moment. Whether they dared to tell others about what happened today was still unknown. After that, Zhang Heng and Bok walked to the street in a swagger. No suspicious people attacked them or followed them. The two returned to their residence smoothly. According to the people in the school, Habitus had also returned home and asked someone to tell the school that he would go to the Flavian amphitheater by himself tomorrow. Bok sneered at this. Will this guy dare to show up tomorrow? There is nothing we can do if he doesn't show up. He has not fulfilled the contract he signed with the school, so he can't leave, Zhang Heng said. But he will be in trouble tomorrow. Huh? I cut off 2 of his fingers, which should have a significant impact on him. After all, 3 fingers can't hold a weapon tightly, Zhang Heng said lightly. Chapter 809 Final Battle. Giant Telephilos was a gladiator from outside the city, and was naturally rejected by the gladiators inside the city. However, Satanilos valued his strength and sent someone to hint to him, but gave up the idea of recruiting him after receiving no response. Therefore, Telephilos did not participate in the assassination last night. So when he walked into the lounge early in the morning, he was stunned because the atmosphere here was a bit weird. Of course, it was not to say that the atmosphere before was not weird. After all, Satanilos' small moves of forming gangs everywhere also caught his eyes. And Zhang Heng looked like a no-one-allowed person. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the whole lounge was filled with a smell of gunpowder. But today, the gunpowder smell disappeared. Telephilos was a little puzzled, and he deliberately looked at Satanilos. But the latter sat there with a dead look on his face, and seemed a little nervous, just like a rookie who was about to enter the arena for the first time, touching here and there from time to time. What the hell is going on? Telephilos frowned. After the previous rounds of elimination, the remaining players were all powerful masters, and the next part was the highlight, and it was about to be a tit-for-tat battle, ace against ace. However, instead of conserving his energy and preparing for the next battle, Satanilos looked absent-minded. He was not the only one. There were more than a dozen people like him, including the favorites to win such as Danaeus and Araxois. They all looked like they had not slept well and were exhausted. Only the Oriental man sitting in the corner was no different from before. What was going on? In Telephilos' opinion, it was true that Zhang Heng was strong now. He had also heard about his previous amazing record. In addition to the barehanded bullfight, his battles with other gladiators were often decided quickly, and no one lasted more than 10 moves. However, Satanilos and others were also long-established veteran gladiators. It made no sense that they would not even have the courage to fight. Moreover, Telephilos could sense that if Satanilos and others stayed away from Zhang Heng yesterday because they were secretly plotting something against him, then now they stayed away from Zhang Heng purely because they were afraid. It was like the instinctive fear of a mouse encountering a cat. However, the person who was in the worst situation was Habitus, who was in the same arena as Zhang Heng. The two of them were from the same school, but they sat far away from each other. Moreover, Habitus's face was pale, almost bloodless, and he kept his right hand in his arms. Telephilos couldn't understand why these people looked so different after just one night. Just then, someone bumped into his back again. Before Telephilos could say anything, the person kept apologizing as if he was frightened. Telephilos turned around and saw Merkazin with a bruised face and nose. He was surprised and asked, "What happened to your face?" I fell down myself." Merkazin insisted that it was an accident. In addition to being afraid of Zhang Heng, he also knew that if what they did yesterday was exposed, they would definitely be severely punished. After all, if they couldn't beat the opponent in the arena, they would think of using some unpresentable means to solve the problem in private, which was simply challenging the bottom line of the organizer of the gladiatorial performance. The organizer of this duel was the Emperor of the Empire. It's easy to say that Zhang Heng is dead, but the problem is that he is not dead. Moreover, Merkazin wants to cry when he thinks of what happened last night. They clearly agreed to solve the biggest threat to the championship together, but the threat was not solved, and a god was offended. This is the incarnation of the gods in the world. In ancient legends, except for the half-human and half-god heroes, no human can threaten the gods. Fall? Telephilos' eyes were full of suspicion. How many times did you fall to lose half of your teeth? Merkazin was speechless and could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not last long. Soon, the lame Slav, who was responsible for receiving the gladiators from various gladiator schools, came in again and said, "Get ready. After today's beast fighter performance, only your final battle will be left." Telephilos nodded and raised the trident in his hand. "I'm ready. I will show you my strength." Now that John Hung was here, the other gladiators at least didn't talk much about winning the championship. However, even with this kind of self-encouragement, there were only a few people in the huge lounge who agreed with him. Satanilos and others still looked half dead. Telephilos even suspected that they were so sad because their wives died yesterday. However, no matter how reluctant Satanilos and others were, the final battle still came as scheduled. John Hung stood up from where he was sitting, and the entire lounge seemed to pause for a second with his action. Then John Hung picked up his 2 Persian swords. "Everyone, see you in the arena." Bok on the other side also grinned and put on his helmet. On the elevator, all the gladiators consciously left the middle position for John Hung, because they knew who the audience came for today. John Hung was probably the first person in history to conquer the Flavian amphitheater before the gladiatorial show was over. The position next to John Hung should have been reserved for Satanilos and other people who also had the hope of winning the championship. However, now, except for Telephilos and Bok, who were still standing next to John Hung, Satanilos, Danaus and others were determined to stand on the outermost layer, and at the same time, they kept an eye on John Hung movements, as if they would jump off the elevator to escape if there was any disturbance. What's even more exaggerated is that even though they were separated by several layers of people, they still seemed to be full of anxiety. Telephilos almost wanted to ask them, could John Hung, who was hiding so far away, suddenly fly to their side? The next moment, the elevator had already started to rise. The slaves pushed the winch and sent today's protagonists from the dark underground to the sand outside. The 90,000 seats of the Flavian amphitheater were full, and the colorful satin on the hard poles fluttered in the wind, rustling. In addition, many people without tickets also came to the arena early in the morning to witness the birth of the legend at the first time. The whole city of Rome was empty that day. Even when Cisnatus was at his peak, he would never be able to create such a scene. When the figures of the 72 gladiators finally appeared in the arena, the entire Flavian amphitheater was boiling, and the huge wave of voices seemed to drown everything. Chapter 810. Isn't this a coincidence? The 3-day gladiator show has finally entered the final part, which is also the biggest climax of the whole gladiator show. 72 gladiators from different gladiator schools, with their own unique skills, gathered together in the arena today. They will compete in the same arena and fight against each other until the final champion is decided. Different from the previous 12-man melee in Victor Arena, this time there are more gladiators participating, with stronger strength. And there is no team, all single-player combat, and no resurrection group. In other words, any small mistake may lead to elimination. The audience had been looking forward to this visual feast for too long. So when the gladiators came on stage, they burst into thunderous cheers, and Satanilos and others finally came to their senses at this time, realizing that they were now standing on the highest stage of the gladiator, representing their respective gladiator schools. Although they were completely scared of John Hung after what happened yesterday, it did not mean that they could completely give up the next competition, because this gladiator performance is crucial to each gladiator school. It will determine the rise and fall of the next few years, or even more than 10 years. Therefore, the masters of each school basically issued a death order. In addition to requiring their gladiators to compete for the championship, they also set a minimum goal. Most of Satanilos and others are not free yet. If they fail to achieve their goals, they will also face great pressure. So they can't give up now. They are all powerful and famous gladiators. Even if they can't beat John Hung, they can still have the upper hand against other gladiators. So in the next battle, they just need to avoid John Hung. However, when the battle really started, the audience in the stands were surprised to find that those powerful gladiators, who had been highly expected by them, and thought they could pose some threat to John Hung, all performed abnormally. Satanilos and others were still affected. These effects were not physical, but mental. Compared with other gladiators who had been preparing for today, many of them had not slept all night and were in a bad mental state. Their reactions and sense of danger had declined to varying degrees. In addition, they would be distracted by John Hung's situation during the battle, fearing that they would face the latter in the next game, which also made them feel restrained. Of course, their level is there after all. If it is normal, They can basically control the rhythm of the battle. But now their opponents are not ordinary gladiators, but the elites left after several rounds of fighting. Even if their strength is slightly weaker than theirs, it is not much worse. So the audience saw a scene that surprised them. The famous gladiators in Rome all failed. Even some people who are familiar with Satanilos and Danaus could not help but wonder if these guys colluded with the dealer to play a fake game, wanting to lose the battle deliberately and be eliminated early. Otherwise, there is no way to explain their unbearable performance. Habitus was the best performer among the group that attacked Zhang Heng yesterday. Although he lost 2 fingers, he ran away alone after the sneak attack failed. So he missed the scene of Zhang Heng ascending to heaven. His mental state was relatively stable. His strength decline was purely physical. As Zhang Heng said, losing 2 fingers had a great impact on his mastery of weapons. However, Habitus found a solution. He used his left hand to hold the sword and his right hand, which was missing fingers, to hold the shield. In this way, his right hand did not need to do too many difficult movements. Of course, he didn't dare to use his shield to block the opponent's attack, fearing that the shield would fall out of his hand due to the strong force. Fortunately, he was originally a flexible gladiator, and he learned some tricks from the old Persian trainer. Even if it was just the basics, it was enough to deal with the current battle, and he could even gradually gain the upper hand. Habitus also fought hard this time. He didn't want to let the reputation he had accumulated over the years go to waste. He gritted his teeth and showed all his strength, even at the cost of changing some of his previous fighting styles, reducing the showmanship that enhanced the viewing experience, and began to fight steadily. In the end, he successfully defeated his opponent and won the first round. In addition, Habitus, like Satanilos and others, was paying close attention to Zhang Heng movements. Seeing that Zhang Heng was still far away from him and had just won against the opponent on the other side, Habitus also hurriedly ended the battle. But when he saw his second round opponent, he couldn't help but be stunned there. The Germanic man grinned at him, showing 2 rows of teeth. "Oh, isn't this a coincidence? It seems that the grudge between us can finally be settled." Habitus was busy paying attention to Zhang Heng before, but he missed Bach. Of course, he was almost at his limit and didn't have the energy to pay attention to 2 people at the same time. If it was before what happened yesterday, Habitus would not be afraid of meeting the Germans at all, because Bach suffered because he was too young, and he was still a little behind the old fox Habitus. Even if Habitus was not 100%, he was at least 70% sure of defeating Bach. But now it is different. He lost 2 fingers. Although he can hold the sword with both hands, his left hand is not as flexible as his right hand. Moreover, he barely won the hard battle just now, which cost him a lot of physical strength and energy, while Bach won easily. In addition, the Germans obviously had a plan in advance. They could have won long ago, but they deliberately dragged it out until now to seek revenge on him. Habitus looked at the referee on the side. "We are in the same arena. It's not reasonable for us to meet so early." As a result, the referee ignored him and just made a gesture to start the fight. Bach didn't wait for a second and rushed over with a grin. Although the 2 of them didn't like each other, Habitus still put Bach and him in a similar position in his heart. Although he won easily in the first meeting between the 2, there were many factors involved. Bach was tired from traveling, hungry and exhausted, and didn't know him well enough. He underestimated the enemy and finally suffered a big loss and was easily fooled by him. But this time the Germanic man came prepared, and he launched a fierce attack right from the start. He did not hit Habitus' weak spots, but forced him to not jump or dodge, and had to face his attack head-on. So Habitus was unlucky. He felt that his shield was about to fall out of his hand after just 2 sword strikes, and he had no other solution. The Germanic man simply beat him like a local rat, without any moves or techniques, and just a pure torrential attack that hit him head-on. Chapter 811 Legend. Habitus still failed to dodge Bach's sword, and the 3 remaining fingers could no longer hold the shield in his hand, causing it to fly out of his hand. But what shocked and angered Habitus was that Bach did not show any intention of stopping, but took another step closer and chopped towards his head. Habitus had no choice but to temporarily give up the idea of throwing away his weapon and surrendering, and took the blow with a short sword in his left hand, while slightly keeping a distance. However, just when he thought he had finally earned a chance to surrender, the German's shameless move stunned him completely. Bach threw his small round shield aside, picked up his sword and rushed forward again. Habitus' scalp tingled. And he had to continue fighting because he was worried that the audience would ask him to be executed after surrendering. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said to Bach, "Are you done yet? I have already lost. You can step on me to get to the top. And all the reputation I have accumulated before is cheap for you." "Not enough," Bach said. "Damn it. What else do you want from me? Do you want me to pay you? I have saved some money after being a gladiator for so many years. I can pay you to let me surrender." No. I am not interested in money. I just want your life," the German said sincerely. "Are you sick?" Habitus finally couldn't help cursing. "Don't forget that we are gladiators in the same arena. How will you explain to Macruz if you kill me? Why should I care what a stupid middle-aged Roman thinks?" Bach asked curiously. Habitus had no choice but to lower his posture again. "Listen, we didn't target you yesterday. You should know that. I just want to control you and prevent you from interfering in this matter. And the first time we met, it was Gabby who asked me to give you a warning so that I could discipline you. So you see, there is actually no unsolvable hatred between us." "That makes sense," the German nodded. Just as Habitus was about to turn his worry into joy, he felt a chill on his neck the next moment. Bach's sword was fast and fierce, and his nod had paralyzed Habitus to a certain extent. So the sudden sword directly cut Habitus' neck. The latter knelt on the ground, covering his neck that was constantly bleeding, his eyes full of fear and confusion. "Why are there so many nonsense? I just don't like you," the German grinned. "Especially considering that we are from the same gladiator school. I don't want to see you wandering around in front of me again in the future." Habitus seemed to want to say something, but now he could no longer speak. While Bach and Habitus were fighting fiercely, Zhang Heng had already defeated 3 opponents. His performance was similar to the audience's expectations. He was invincible as always, and every battle was clean and neat. No matter who the opponent was, no one could last more than 10 moves in his hands. In fact, Zhang Heng was just waiting for the next opponent to appear most of the time. But when he saw his 4th opponent, there was a cry of surprise in the audience. And even for the first time, some people began to worry about Zhang Heng, because his next opponent is an archer gladiator. As mentioned before, this gladiator fight does not restrict the profession of gladiators. So some buggy gladiators have mixed in, such as archer gladiators. However, the situation of archers is quite special. When facing heavy armor, they can only be slaughtered. And when facing light armor gladiators, they will turn into the god of death. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng Double Swordsman is a light armor gladiator. And what's more terrible is that he doesn't even have a shield on his body. And the only helmet he has is thrown into the lounge, which means he has no defensive equipment. Therefore, the archer gladiator opposite him also had his eyes lit up, as if he saw the hope of winning. So he became excited. You know, the one standing in front of him is the biggest favorite of this gladiatorial show, the focus of all the audience. If he can kill Zhang Heng, then he will undoubtedly become famous. Even if he fails to win the championship of this gladiatorial show, he will be famous in Rome. If you can't be a legend, it seems not bad to be a legend Terminator. So when the referee made the start gesture, he immediately drew out the arrow and put it on the bowstring. However, his opponent Zhang Heng, like in the previous battles, did not make any special preparations and just rushed over here. The archer gladiator could not believe his eyes. Is there still such an honest person in the world? However, the closer he was to victory, he told himself that he had to be patient. He did not even shoot the arrow at his hand at the first time, but waited for Zhang Heng to get closer. Now the two sides were only less than 10 steps away. In the archer gladiator's opinion, it was almost impossible to miss at this distance. So he finally released the bowstring aimed at the target. And almost at the same time Zhang Heng also moved. He also had level 2 archery skills, and he could roughly judge the landing point of the arrow just by the opponent's movements. Of course, he still relied on his level 4 swordsmanship. Zhang Heng didn't even stop, but just swung his sword casually. The next moment, his blade accurately cut the flying arrow. After a clang sound, the arrow flying in front of him was directly knocked away by Zhang Heng. The archer gladiator on the other side was completely dumbfounded. This is also possible? He didn't even seize the last chance to shoot another arrow. Just stood there stupidly, as if he had given up struggling. This was probably the most fatal mistake a gladiator had made since the war began. However, no one in the audience blamed him for fighting passively, because everyone who saw this scene was also stunned without exception. It was not until Zhang Heng rushed to the front of the archer gladiator and put the Persian sword in his hand on the latter's neck that the latter realized that he had been eliminated. However, compared with this incident, the scene just now obviously had a greater impact on him, and even destroyed his confidence and common sense. This scene, in the eyes of Satanilos and others, further confirmed their previous speculation that the Oriental man in front of them must be the incarnation of a god. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why his strength was so outrageous. Thinking of this, Satanilos and others already not very high morale fell again and again, and they almost lost their hands in the face of the ordinary enemy in front of them. Chapter 8:12 Wonderful Performance. After Zhang Heng defeated the archer, he had a relatively long rest period. This was mainly because after witnessing his amazing slash, the last bit of fantasy in the hearts of the other gladiators was shattered, and no one wanted to be his next opponent. In the end, it was the giant Telephilos who stood up. He was a heavy armored gladiator, and unlike other heavy armored gladiators, he had enough strength and did not need to worry about too much defensive equipment affecting his mobility. Therefore, he was covered with armor wherever he could be covered, and he also held a large shield in his hand. Now he is like a mobile fortress. Apart from Zhang Heng, he is also the best performer on the field. He has killed 2 opponents and no one can stop him. However, he knows that he will face the biggest challenge of his gladiator career in the next battle. Telephilos' expression also became solemn. This big guy is not stupid. He knows how difficult his opponent is, but he does not think he has no chance of winning. The audience in the stands also began to get excited at this time, because of the sudden collective decline of Satanilos and others. Telephilos is probably the first heavyweight opponent Zhang Heng has encountered. The audience is looking forward to what kind of sparks the collision between the two will create. As usual, Telephilos did not rush to attack, but took a defensive stance and asked, "What did you do to Satanilos and the others? Why are they so listless?" "I did nothing," Zhang Heng said truthfully. "I have always felt that the truly terrifying thing is never the thing that brings fear, but the human expectation of fear. This expectation will amplify your fear of fear hundreds or thousands of times." Telephilos seemed to understand what he said, but he didn't dwell on it. He half squatted down and hid his body completely behind the shield, leaving only half of his head with a helmet outside. "Come on. No matter whether we win or lose this battle, it's not in vain that I can be your opponent." Zhang Heng was always very polite to polite people, and he also replied, "The observation hole on your helmet is too big, and my sword can penetrate it. But don't worry, I won't attack your eyes. In addition, you turn too slowly, so next I will focus on attacking your back, especially the gap between your helmet and armor. You'd better be prepared." Telephilos was stunned when he heard this. He had participated in many battles, but he had never encountered a person who told his opponent his intentions before the fight started. This made Telephilos suspect that Zhang Heng was using psychological warfare to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. However, before he had time to think about it, the Oriental man rushed over. Telephilos immediately became alert, and found that Zhang Heng did not use his agility to go around behind him, as he had said before, but rushed directly to his front. Is this a head-on clash? Telephilos was a little confused. His fighting skills, agility, speed, balance, may all lag behind Zhang Heng, but he has an advantage in strength. Telephilos didn't understand why Zhang Heng would use his weaknesses to attack his strengths. Could it be that this Oriental man in front of him was particularly arrogant? Although he was full of doubts, Telephilos was still prepared. He leaned forward and prepared for the collision, and his other hand clenched the weapon, ready to attack when Zhang Heng lost his balance. Telephilos knew that the opportunity was only a moment, but as long as he could seize it, he might be able to take the initiative in the next battle. However, he felt the shield at his hand sink. Zhang Heng rushed over, but did not attack him. Instead, he jumped up from the ground, stepped on the edge of his shield, and then used the force to pass over his head, swinging the Persian sword in his hand. The opponent's bold change caught Telephilos off guard. In a flash, Zhang Heng had already circled behind him. Telephilos' heart sank, but at this critical moment, he remembered Zhang Heng's previous reminder. At this time, he had no time to distinguish whether this reminder was intentionally misleading, and quickly put the dagger behind his neck. The audience in the stands saw a scene that made them dumbfounded. Zhang Heng's body jumped over the half-crouching Telephilos, and before they had time to cheer for this imaginative charge, they saw Telephilos blocking Zhang Heng's charge with a dagger as if he had eyes behind his back. The first round of the fight between the two was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Zhang Heng missed the attack and took the initiative to distance himself from Telephilos. The giant, who was sweating coldly, quickly raised his shield and turned his body. The two sides entered the confrontation again. Although it was only a short moment, the audience in the stands applauded for this wonderful scene. Even His Majesty the Emperor did not hesitate to praise it. This praise was not only for Zhang Heng, but also for Zhang Heng's opponent Telephilos. As a result, the giant's weather-beaten face couldn't help but blush like a little girl. Telephilos knew very well that this seemingly evenly matched round was not a true reflection of his strength. If Zhang Heng hadn't reminded him, he would definitely not be able to keep up with the opponent's movements. In other words, he was defeated in just one move. Telephilos now understood why Satanilos and others were so afraid of Zhang Heng. Before, just watching Zhang Heng fight from a distance was already very stressful. However, when he faced Telephilos in person, he really understood how strong Zhang Heng was. The two sides were not at the same level at all. The funny thing is that he had a fantasy before, thinking that as long as he played perfectly and had a little luck, he would not necessarily lose. However, the cruel reality told him that this was just his dream. The honest Telephilos even didn't want to fight anymore and planned to throw away his weapon and surrender. However, Zhang Heng said at this time, "Want to admit defeat? You are not so squeamish. Are you?" "Of course not," Telephilos said angrily. "But there is no point in fighting like this. I admit that I can't beat you. But I don't need your pity to deliberately let myself lose beautifully. Do you think I'm giving you advice just to make you lose beautifully?" Zhang Heng asked. "Otherwise, are you trying to make fun of me?" Telephilos said angrily. Zhang Heng shook his head. "Look around you. Look at the audience in the stands. They have been waiting for so many days just to see a wonderful gladiatorial show. If we can't satisfy them, they won't let us go. I originally wanted to count on Satanilos and his men to have some courage. But now it seems that they have no hope. So I can only rely on you now. Come on. Let's join hands to present a wonderful gladiatorial show to the audience." Chapter 8:13 What is Drama? Zhang Heng is willing to teach this big guy, not only because he has a good impression of Telephilos and is willing to give him some fame, but also because he needs a heavyweight gladiatorial show to help him ascend to the throne of champion. Although the crushing battle looks exciting, it will make people feel bored after a long time. The audience will begin to expect a challenger to appear and threaten Zhang Heng. And Telephilos is playing this role now. What's more important is that he found that he couldn't refuse. It's not that he couldn't bear to give up these reputations, but Zhang Heng also told him very frankly that if he chose to admit defeat in a situation of equal strength, then he would probably have to bear the disappointment and anger of the audience. In other words, he might be asked to be executed by the audience. Therefore, now Telephilos has no choice but to cooperate with Zhang Heng to complete this wonderful battle. So the audience in the stands can finally feast their eyes and appreciate the duel between two superb gladiators. Among them, Zhang Heng's fighting skills are excellent and his body is agile. Although his opponent, the giant Telephilos, can't keep up with Zhang Heng's rhythm in terms of movements. He has an almost heaven-defying fighting sense. No matter how Zhang Heng's steps changed, he could always complete the defense before the opponent's weapon fell. Sometimes, even before he moved his eyes, his big shield arrived first, and the audience exclaimed that it was amazing. Of course, there were some people who felt strange, such as the owner of the gladiator school behind Telephilos, who was full of doubts, because Telephilos' strength was very clear to him. He was so angry that he slapped his thigh when he saw the giant take the initiative to challenge Zhang Heng. Since Zhang Heng showed his strength, he no longer expected to win the championship. He just wanted Telephilos to take advantage of this performance to accumulate more popularity so that he could sell tickets in the future. But he didn't know if the goddess of fate finally began to favor him. Competitors of Telephilos, such as Satanilos, suddenly had diarrhea for no apparent reason, lost their stride at the critical moment, and performed poorly. Some of them have not even defeated their opponents in the first round. Therefore, Telephilos' master hoped that Telephilos would not meet Zhang Heng so early, and defeat a few more opponents to show his strength, so that he could stand out in Rome. But unexpectedly, this big guy didn't know what was wrong with his brain, and he didn't avoid Zhang Heng like the others. So now there was trouble. Telephilos' master was worried that Telephilos would be defeated by Zhang Heng in a few moves. so that the popularity he had worked so hard to accumulate for half a day would plummet again, and he would miss this rare opportunity in vain. Unfortunately, things had come to this point, and he had no other choice but to pray that Telephilos would not be defeated so quickly. Unexpectedly, Telephilos actually brought him an unimaginable surprise. The big gladiator was now the only one who could fight Zhang Heng back and forth. But the question is this Telephilos still the Telephilos he knows? You know, he is very familiar with this ace gladiator under his command. From buying Telephilos to finding a teacher for Telephilos, and tapping Telephilos' potential bit by bit, he has spent a lot of effort and time on this. In other words, he watched Telephilos grow up little by little until he reached this height today. So no one knows Telephilos' strengths better than him. But now he actually saw a somewhat unfamiliar Telephilos in the arena. Every time he thought it was all over, and he couldn't block this move, Telephilos always shattered his pessimistic predictions with his outstanding performance, as if to prove to him what it meant to look at a man with new eyes after a long absence. Could it be that this big guy suddenly got it? Or that he had been hiding his strength before, and he was actually stronger than he showed? The question is, why did he hide his strength? Wait, was he trying to escape? Or when will he give his master a fatal blow? The more I think about this question, the more terrifying it becomes. Just as Telephilos' master was worried about the outcome in the stands, the battle below was becoming more and more intense, when the giant gladiator once again took Zhang Heng's attack with a flash of inspiration. He finally couldn't help but gasp and said, "But, is it okay? We've been fighting for quite a while. I think the audience should be satisfied." The next moment, he finally heard the words he had dreamed of. Zhang Heng nodded and said, "Well, it's almost time to stop." Telephilos felt a sense of relief when he heard this. He had never been so exhausted by a gladiatorial performance before. Although the two sides were evenly matched, he felt that he was no longer a gladiator, but an actor in a troupe, holding a script and performing step by step. He finally made it to the end of the performance, and could think about where to go to relax next. He didn't expect that his nightmare was not over yet. And then he heard Zhang Heng continue. The ending should be a little dramatic to make it memorable. What is dramatic? Telephilos has now completely transformed into an obedient student, and just wants to end this honorless battle of honor as soon as possible. I will attack you later, and you will use your shield to block my attack. About the 11th sword, an accident will happen, and my sword will cut into your shield. At this time, you have the opportunity to counterattack. What? I still have a chance to fight back? Telephilos almost cried. Yes, it's better to say it before you say it. Then how do I fight back? Telephilos humbly asked for advice. Just follow your usual fighting habits. Telephilos wanted to say that I have almost forgotten my usual fighting habits because of your guidance. But fortunately, he held back the words and said, I know. Don't worry. It will be over soon. Zhang Heng comforted. It's better this way. Telephilos now seriously doubted someone's integrity. After all, if someone could force others to act, he would not be an honest and trustworthy person. Fortunately, Zhang Heng did move and opened the final battle with a beautiful combo. Telephilos had to cheer up and use his big shield to take Zhang Heng's torrential attack. He was still a little skeptical about Zhang Heng's words, but when he counted to the 11th sword, Zhang Heng's Persian sword was indeed stuck on his shield. So Telephilos seized this opportunity. He didn't swing his sword, but directly hit him with his shield. This was the on-the-spot judgment of a top gladiator, because it would take a long time to swing the sword, and the shield was closer to Zhang Heng. It would be better to hit him with the shield first to make him lose his balance, and then swing and chop him. And the actual situation was indeed so. Zhang Heng staggered after being hit, and there was a cry of worry in the stands. But then Zhang Heng let go of the Persian sword that was stuck, and then fell to the ground, avoiding Telephilos' next sword. Telephilos also reacted quickly, and immediately smashed Zhang Heng on the ground with his shield. But before smashing, he politely reminded him, I smashed it. As a result, he waved his shield, which was equivalent to opening his arms. The next moment, Zhang Heng stood up quickly from the ground, not only dodged the smashed shield, but also approached Telephilos. This time Telephilos was really scared, and subconsciously chopped at Zhang Heng, but his action was still half a beat slower. In the end, when his short sword was still a few centimeters away from Zhang Heng's arm, Zhang Heng had already put another Persian sword against Telephilos' neck. The referee looked at the postures of the two and finally confirmed that Zhang Heng won. A long-suppressed cheer suddenly broke out in the stands. As the loser, Telephilos was not disappointed or sad, but also showed a long-lost smile, as if he was the winner. Chapter 814. Do you know what I like most about you? The competition between Zhang Heng and Telephilos was undoubtedly the most exciting performance today. Both of them were top gladiators. The battle was exciting and full of twists and turns, which fully satisfied the audience's strong desire to watch a shocking battle. In the end, Zhang Heng relied on the advantage of half a move to turn defeat into victory, which completely ignited the jubilant atmosphere of the arena. Although the performance has not yet ended, in the eyes of the audience, the champion has been no suspense. If even Telephilos, who had been hiding his strength, could not defeat Zhang Heng, could they expect Satanilos and others, who were now in a state of depression, to suddenly explode? And the final result was indeed as they expected. After solving the only difficult rival, Zhang Heng fighting became quick and neat again, defeating his opponents one after another, and finally easily won the championship of this gladiatorial performance. After the referee announced Zhang Heng as the final winner, people, including the young emperor, stood up from their seats and cheered and blessed the champion. Rose petals rained down from the sky, and then a referee brought the palm branches and laurel wreaths that symbolized victory to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng put on the laurel wreath under the gaze of more than 90,000 spectators, and then raised the palm leaf in his hand and walked around the field. Congratulations. You made a lot of money this time, which made me a little jealous. Pompeianus leaned over and said to Lucilla beside him, because the latter placed the bet the earliest. Zhang Heng odds were still relatively high at that time. In this way, Lucilla could earn almost twice the income, and it only took 3 days. So sometimes people have to take risks. Lucilla smiled. Pompeianus smiled and nodded. You're right. Do you know what I like most about you? Even if you disagree with someone's point of view, as long as it does not affect your interests, you will not refute the other party, but will agree with the other party's words. But in your heart, you probably think that the other party is a fool. What made my beautiful wife misunderstand me like this? Pompeianus smiled bitterly and said, I really envy you. You have a unique vision and are full of courage. This courage even surpasses those men around you. You just made an income that even I would be jealous of. How could I? Pompeianus was only halfway through his words when Lucilla pressed his lips, and then Lucilla kissed him without warning. Unlike other women Pompeianus had seen, Lucilla's kiss was quite aggressive, just like her, bold and unrestrained. And she did not hide her charm. The two of them kissed in the stands without paying attention to anyone around. During this time, Lucilla kept one eye on Zhang Heng in the arena, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, just like a little girl who suddenly found a new toy. When the cheers died down a little, the young emperor cleared his throat. Brave gladiator, come forward. Let me take a good look at you. Commodus said. Yes, your majesty. Zhang Heng acted as if the one-on-one training last night had never happened, and walked to the young emperor's stand. The more Commodus looked at Zhang Heng, the more he liked him. This oriental man was strong, and more importantly, he was very smart. He could always accurately understand what he meant. And now, he was in need of such a person. Of course, to be more precise, Commodus was in need of all kinds of talents. Although his father left a group of old people to assist him in the administration, these old people were not as easy to use as his own people. Moreover, Commodus could feel that although they were very respectful to him, they did not really recognize his ability to govern. In fact, those old guys were basically following the traditions and rules left over from the Aurelius era. Rather than protecting Commodus, they were ensuring that Aurelius's last wishes could be carried out smoothly, and they even often gave instructions to the young emperor. Previously, Commodus's decision to cease fire with the Germanic tribes had been strongly obstructed by the military's top brass, who felt that such a thing was an insult to the honor of the empire. It was obvious that they could defeat the Germanic tribes in just a few more years. So why negotiate peace, and even pay money to those barbarian tribes? But Commodus felt that the empire had used too much military force in recent years. Since he was born, he had witnessed his father wars in the south and the north. But after each war, there would be another war. Those barbarians were like weeds in the fields. After one batch was cut, another batch would emerge, endlessly. So what if we defeated those Germans? They would go to another place to recuperate for a while, and then come back again. It would be better to end the war now. In addition, Commodus felt that the military had earned a lot of military merits after fighting for so long. But the people's war weariness was gradually heating up. His approach was to comply with public opinion. But the military brought up Aurelius's will to pressure him. If Aurelius was still alive, Commodus could still tolerate it. But the problem is that he has now ascended the throne and tasted the sweetness of power, but found that it was difficult to issue his decrees. What's the point of being an emperor? So forming a team that is willing to obey him, loyal and useful, is his top priority now. And there is a good talent right now. My people, please tell me, how can I reward him for his wonderful performance? Commodus pointed at Zhang Heng in the arena. At first, some people talked about bounties. Some talked about women. And everyone was talking nonsense. But in the end, their voices were finally unified and gathered into one word, which was also a word that made Marculus shudder. Freedom. This is what slave gladiators dream of most. Because without freedom, everything they have is just a mirage. However, according to normal rules, ordinary gladiators will only be asked by the audience to grant them the status of free men after they have served in the arena for a considerable period of time and experienced dozens of wonderful fights. However, perhaps because Zhang Heng's previous performance was too amazing, the majority of people in the audience now demanded his freedom. Of course, the most important reason was that Zhang Heng was not their property anyway, so it was quite pleasant to talk about him. But the problem was that Marculus was in trouble. Although Zhang Heng won the championship on behalf of the Victor Arena and captured the hearts of the entire Roman city, the problem was that Marculus had not had time to cash in on these honors and attention. And the hen that laid his golden eggs ran away first. Chapter 8:15 Winner. Although Marculus was shocked and angry, he had no ability to stop those people in the stands from making trouble. And he didn't dare to interfere with Commodus's decision. He could only sit in the stands and glare. He could only hope that Commodus would be fair and consider his losses. After all, he still owned Zhang Heng and just borrowed his gladiators to perform in the Flavian amphitheater. Although the organizer of the gladiatorial show had the right to decide the life and death of the gladiators and whether to grant them freedom, he had to compensate the school behind the gladiators after doing so. The question is how to price Zhang Heng now. In Marcus's eyes, Zhang Heng is priceless now. He is the strongest gladiator in the entire Roman history. After Cisnates, how much is he worth? But the problem is that this is just his opinion. Generally, the compensation standard is determined by the price when the gladiator is purchased and the number of years of performance of the gladiator. But Zhang Heng has very few of these two items. According to Gabi, it only cost an average price to buy Zhang Heng. And this is because the other party has an oriental identity. And the number of years of performance is even worse. Zhang Heng rises too fast. He almost became a household name overnight from an unknown person. According to this standard, even if Commodus is kind, he only needs to compensate him with a few thousand sesterces to let Zhang Heng go. But this is a huge loss for Marculus. Even if we make a conservative estimate, Zhang Heng can bring more than 30,000 gold coins to the arena in a year. Even if he only works for 3 years, it is 90,000 gold coins. With only a few thousand copper coins left from such a large sum of money, it is simply cutting Marculus's flesh. So Marculus is now the most nervous person in the entire Flavian amphitheater. But the little extravagant hope in his heart was shattered with Commodus's next move. The young emperor held this gladiatorial performance to win the hearts of the people. How could he go against the people's call? Moreover, Commodus himself was also worried about how to take Zhang Heng away from Marculus. It was rare to have such a good opportunity now. As long as Zhang Heng became a free man, he could naturally take this oriental man into his pocket. Of course, if he allowed a gladiator to become his confidant, it would definitely cause protests and dissatisfaction from the old antiques in the Senate. But this was not the first time he had done such a ridiculous thing. Aren't his two current advisors of poor origin? And he was recruiting new people in order to counter those old guys and old forces. The empire is like an old man in his twilight years, and it needs fresh blood to revitalize it. Commodus has always believed in this. So he doesn't care about the feelings of the poor gladiator schoolmaster. The young emperor took the training sword that symbolized freedom from his attendant's hand, threw it in front of Zhang Heng, and announced loudly, "You won this for yourself." His action also triggered a new round of cheers. The people seemed to be happy that their voices were taken seriously. The empire welcomed a good emperor who loved the people like his own children. However, this good emperor who loved the people like his own children made Marcros faint with just one sentence. When he opened his eyes again, John Hung had already picked up the wooden sword. This also means that the latter has been freed and has nothing to do with the Victor Arena from now on. So Marcus, who had just opened his eyes, fainted again. He was the biggest winner of this gladiatorial show the second before, looking forward to the new future of the Victor Arena with great ambition. But the next second he fell from the clouds and became the biggest loser in an instant. Even Satanilos and others who performed poorly for some reason. At least most of them survived. After this battle, their reputation will definitely be severely damaged. But there is a way to repair it. What's more, the mountain pressing on their heads has disappeared, and they still have a chance to regain the throne in the future. Marcus was in a bad situation. He won the show but lost the show. Life has its ups and downs. Perhaps the only thing that could comfort him was that the German Bach also performed well in this gladiatorial show. And his performance was stable, second only to John Hung and Telephilos. But how could Bach be as popular as John Hung? John Hung was also a little surprised when he picked up the wooden sword, because he also knew the rules of the arena. And there were almost no gladiators like him who got free after only a few fights, because the audience would also want to watch more performances of their beloved gladiators. Moreover, the time when the voices demanding his freedom appeared was also very clever. Just as everyone was discussing what to reward him, the amount of the rewards continued to increase, and the crowd fell into a state of frenzy. At this time, the most valuable freedom was thrown out. So the crowd also subconsciously followed and shouted together. In other words, this was actually a premeditated guidance and use of public opinion. The question was who was behind this. John Hung first looked at Commodus. Of course, he knew that Commodus wanted to pull him into his team. This was also what John Hung had been deliberately guiding Commodus to do. So he was undoubtedly a beneficiary of this matter. However, through the previous interactions, John Hung's understanding of the young emperor was also deepening. Commodus's level should not have reached such a high level. This was done very cleverly, almost without leaving any traces. The planner behind it had quite a high level of political skill, and was good at leveraging the power of others and making a big difference with a small effort. Such a person should obviously not be a political newcomer like Commodus. John Hung thought about it, and the only possible possibility was the political power behind the balance blade. According to the agreement between the two parties, John Hung helped the balance blade do things, and the balance blade had to guarantee his freedom in the end. Although it was after the work was completed, it was not ruled out that the balance blade saw the current opportunity and paid part of the reward in advance, which also made it easier for him to get closer to Commodus. If this is true, it may also confirm some of John Hung's previous conjectures. The blade of balance is not as pure as it claims to be, and is for maintaining the balance of the world. It is a tool in the hands of a certain political force. It's just that the members of the organization did not realize this. Or some members like the old Persian trainer did not realize this, thinking that this political force is their help. But they don't know that the service relationship between the two parties is actually reversed. In addition, John Hung also received 2 long-lost system prompts. One of them is a 100-point game point reward for winning the gladiatorial performance, and another 50-point game point reward for regaining the status of a free man. Chapter 8:16 Not that bad. Although John Hung won the gladiatorial show, he had more things to do next. Although he was awarded the training sword symbolizing freedom by the Roman emperor in front of more than 90,000 people, he still had to go to the House of Freedom in Trajan's Forum with Marculus to change his slave status to Roman citizenship on the household census list. In this way, he could be considered to have completely obtained the status of Roman citizenship. After that, he had to go back to his previous residence to pack up his things, say goodbye to a few acquaintances, and move out of the gladiator school. During this period, he had to negotiate with Marculus. In addition, Commodus also winked at him when he left. The young emperor's intention to recruit him was obvious. He obviously wanted him to come to see him as soon as he finished the work at hand. In addition, John Hung also had to meet with the old Persian trainer to find out whether this incident was planned by the balance blade. Because if not, it might mean that he was targeted by other forces again. From this point of view, he still has a lot of work to do next. Fortunately, things can be done one by one. After the performance, John Hung returned to the lounge first, where most of the other gladiators had left, leaving only Bach and Telephilos. Probably because of the nervous breakdown caused by the previous performance with a prepared script. Telephilos seemed a little afraid to see John Hung, but after hesitating for a long time, the big man stayed and decided to express his gratitude. He was not a fool. Of course he knew how much he had gained this time. With a previous wonderful performance, he also left a deep impression in the hearts of the audience. And his status was second only to Zhang Heng. Especially when Zhang Heng was free. Which meant that he was actually the most popular gladiator after this gladiatorial performance. Although until now, Telephilos still felt that his ranking was a bit unworthy. And Zhang Heng seemed to see what he was thinking, and took the initiative to say, "What are you entangled about? You are the best gladiator except me." Telephilos was stunned when he heard this. It seemed to be true. He himself was one of the favorites to win the first echelon. And it happened that Satanilos and others performed very poorly. And some of them did not even pass the first round and were asked to be executed by the angry audience. The rest of the people also had bleak results. Telephilos counted on his fingers and probably, except for the Germans around him, no one else could pose a threat to him. Bach and he have similar styles. Both of them use power. But their power is obviously not as good as his. If the two of them face off, Bach has little chance of winning. So looking at it this way, there is nothing wrong with Telephilos' ranking. But the process is a bit exaggerated. But why was he so awkward before? Telephilos thought about it carefully again. It was probably because Zhang Heng shocked him too much. The difference in strength between the two was too great. And even Telephilos began to doubt himself. "You are too strong. Just like a monster." Telephilos sighed. "But you don't look old. I can't imagine how you practiced all your martial arts. Fortunately, I won't meet you again. My master has been complaining about the high accommodation fees in the city. I guess we will leave Rome tonight." Telephilos stretched out his two strong arms and hugged Zhang Heng. Then he heard the Oriental man in front of him say, "That's not necessarily true." As long as your boss is not stupid, he should consider how to sell you after this performance." Telephilos widened his eyes and seemed a little surprised. No. We are very close. We are not like ordinary masters and slaves. We are more like old friends. We have been relying on each other and touring around. What's more, I performed well this time. So he has no reason to sell me. Zhang Heng did not comment on the relationship between the two. He just said, "No matter how close you are, selling you is the best choice for him. Or even for both of you. After this gladiatorial performance, you have become famous in Rome and should have gained a lot of audiences who like you. Therefore, you could only maximize your value and make the most money by staying here. However, your master probably does not have the financial resources to move his gladiator school here. Besides, the other gladiator schools in the city are not vegetarians. You alone cannot support the school. So selling you is his only choice." After hearing what Zhang Heng said, Telephilos subconsciously wanted to refute. But he suddenly couldn't say anything. The big man knew that Zhang Heng was telling the truth. Although it was a bit cruel. "Don't worry. You should be able to sell it for a good price. With this money, he can go home and retire. And you can get much more by staying in Rome than wandering around outside," Zhang Heng said, although he had accepted what was about to happen in his heart. Telephilos still wanted to talk to his master first. So he said goodbye in a hurry without saying anything else. After that, only Zhang Heng and Bach were left in the lounge. They were the only two gladiators left in the Victor Arena. In addition to the one who was eliminated before. Habitus was killed by Bach. And the other gladiator named Merkazan was asked to be executed by the audience because of his poor performance. But before Bach could say anything, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. The person who came in seemed to be very flustered and anxious, which could be heard from his messy footsteps. When Zhang Heng and Bach saw the person rushing in, it was the first time they knew that Marcus, who usually needed slaves to support him when walking, could actually run by himself. And he ran quite fast. "How could they do this to me?" The middle-aged Roman burst into tears as soon as he saw Zhang Heng. "Is it easy for me? I spent a lot of money to buy you. And then I worked hard for such a long time to cultivate an ace. I was about to make a comeback. No. To create new glory and history for Victor Arena. Why is this road suddenly blocked again? You said I treated you well before. I gave you whatever you wanted. And I turned down all those invitations when you said I didn't want to date. I even offended a lot of people for this. And in the end, this is what I got in return." Marcus became more and more sad as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Heng had to remind him. This decision was made by His Majesty the Emperor. If someone with ulterior motives hears you saying this, they might think you are dissatisfied with His Majesty the Emperor. Marcus finally stopped crying after hearing this. But he couldn't hide his sad face. It's not that bad. Even if I'm gone, there's still Bach. His performance in this gladiatorial show was second only to me and to Telephilos. Chapter 817 What Luggage to Carry. Speaking of Bach, Marcus was also quite angry. Although the Germanic man was not as uncontrollable as John Hung, he was obviously not an easy person to deal with. In the previous duel with Black Scythe Rufus, he was willing to kill his opponent even if he was injured. This time, he did the same thing again, killing Habitus, who was from the same gladiator school. These two were gladiators who could sell tickets in Victor Arena. Especially Habitus, whose ticket-selling ability was even better than Bach. Now they were lost in vain. But Marculus couldn't open his mouth to scold Bach, because the latter had achieved good results in this gladiatorial performance. With the death of Habitus and John Hung freedom, Marculus found that he seemed to have no choice but to rely on the Germans. So Marculus stared at Bach for a while, and finally sighed helplessly. Although his strength is good, he can't compare with you. You are the champion of this gladiatorial performance. If you really want to reproduce the glory of Cisnatus, there may be someone who can help you. John Hung heard this. Who? Marcros was stunned. But there was a reason why he could make the gladiator school the second largest in Rome. He quickly reacted. Oh! Telephilos, your freedom will make him the most powerful gladiator in this gladiatorial show. Indeed, the gladiator school behind him is not in Rome, so his value cannot be maximized. But the problem is that he is not easy to take down. I guess there are many gladiator schools eyeing him. If I were his owner, I would definitely wait for a good price. The relationship between Telephilos and his master seems to be good. Not just as simple as master and slave. You can try to start with him, John Hung added. Well, is that so? This is a useful clue. Marcus touched his chin and sighed. Even so, it still costs a lot of money. As he spoke, he looked at John Hung with reluctance. Forget it. Let's go and do the formalities first. Marcus was unwilling to challenge the emperor. Unlike others, he was one of the few who knew that Commodus had secretly run to the gladiator school to see John Hung. From then on, Marcus had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. He had a premonition of the arrival of this day, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. However, he was no match for John Hung. So he finally went to the House of Freedom in Trajan's Forum with John Hung and asked the clerk to change John Hung's status from a slave to a Roman citizen. When he signed his name, applause broke out in the House of Freedom. John Hung was now very famous in Rome, and many people in the House of Freedom watched his performance. Seeing that he finally got his wish and became a free man, they all congratulated him. Only Marcus was more sad after seeing this scene. No matter Bach or Telephilos, the two together were not as popular as John Hung. After that, as long as he made some efforts, his gladiator school would be the best in Rome. And now all this has vanished. But at this moment, John Hung patted him on the shoulder. I remember that there seems to be a rule in Rome. Right? Freed slaves need to take some time out every year to work for their former masters. Marcus was a little surprised to hear this. This is not a law, but a custom at most. Moreover, the master does not unilaterally enjoy the labor of the slaves, but also has to be the latter's protector. Once the slaves who have regained their freedom encounter any troubles in life, they can seek help from the protector. If there is no Commodus, it would be normal for John Hung to let him be the protector after he is free. But now that he has the emperor's big leg, why does John Hung need his protection? And then he really heard John Hung say, I don't need you to be my protector. Oh, don't get me wrong. I just don't want to cause you any trouble. Marcos was speechless. He looked at John Hung with a sad look, as if to say, why did you bring this up? Are you making fun of me? But then he heard John Hung continue. But I can take time out every month to help you perform a show. But the opponent must tell me in advance and get my consent. What? Marcos suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. So John Hung had to repeat what he said before. The next moment, Marcus was completely in ecstasy. Although he had imagined that John Hung would be willing to perform in the Victor Arena after regaining his freedom. If nothing unexpected happened, this Oriental man would follow Commodus in the future. Even if it was for making money, there was no need to return to the Victor Arena. So when Marcus heard the news, he subconsciously asked, Why? Why are you willing to come back? But he regretted it as soon as he asked. Fortunately, John Hung did not have any intention of regretting. He just smiled and said, "Of course I have conditions." John Hung won the championship in the Flavian Amphitheater, and the news spread throughout the city soon. So the little slave girl naturally knew it. But while she was proud of John Hung and happy, she also realized that the time for them to part was coming. Like Marcus, the little slave girl did not expect John Hung to be free so soon, calculating that he had only been in the Victor Arena for more than 2 months. He was probably the fastest gladiator to be freed in history. But this also meant that he had to move out. And the little slave girl, as Marcus's property, naturally could not leave with John Hung. So when John Hung comes back, this might be the last time they meet. So the little slave girl, who was originally excited about John Hung's victory, became depressed again. But it was useless to be unhappy. After all, she was just a little slave girl that no one would notice. Ordinary. No different from other little slave girls. Just thinking about this, she finally heard the familiar footsteps coming from outside. But the little slave girl suddenly didn't want to see that figure again. But it was too late to run out of the house. So she could only find a place to hide herself. She listened to the footsteps as they walked into the house. The other party did not seem to notice that the little slave girl she had been with day and night was gone. She just walked around and packed her things. The little slave girl sighed in her heart. Was it really like this? However, she began to regret it again. Was it meaningless for her to be angry like this? And you know, this is likely to be the last time they meet. And in the end, there is no chance to even say goodbye. However, the next moment, she heard the footsteps stop outside the cabinet where she was hiding. Then the person outside knocked on the door and said, "Hey, we are leaving. Why don't you come out and carry my luggage?" After a while, the door quietly opened halfway, and the little slave girl poked her head out. Her eyes were still red, sniffing, and said, "What luggage? What do you think? You should have heard the news. We are moving." But I'm not your slave," the little slave girl said stupidly. "Well, congratulations. You are free now. Mark Cruz decided to give you freedom because of your hard work for so many years. But I remember you said that your parents are gone and you have nowhere to go. In this case, you should move out and live with me first. And move out when you find a job. But before that, you have to do housework and pay the rent," John Hung said lightly. Chapter 8:18 Farewell. After John Hung packed up his things, he brought the little slave girl to Vero's residence. In the negotiation between him and Mark Roth, in addition to 1/5 of the profit from each performance, he also added the freedom of the little slave girl and Vero. Now that the little slave girl's problem has been solved, only Vero's is left. However, Vero was not at his residence. John Hung heard from Vero's roommate that Vero should be at the training ground. So he grabbed the little slave girl, who was peeking out from behind, and said to her, "Vero and I have something to discuss. You go out and wait for us outside the door." "Oh." The little slave girl agreed obediently. She knew that John Hung said this because he didn't want her to hear it. But now she would not complain about herself. Instead, she remembered what someone had said to her before. Some things were not allowed to be heard for her safety. So she left happily. After that, John Hung came to the training ground alone. Unlike the joy when he agreed to give the little slave girl freedom, Mark Raza seemed a little hesitant about letting Vero go. But considering the huge income that John Hung could bring from his monthly performances, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. This was not unexpected for John Hung. John Hung had already found out the mastermind behind Vero's fall from antique dealer to slave through the gangsters. They probably thought that Vero would not be able to come out of the gladiator school alive. So they did not do this perfectly and rigorously. Anyone who was interested could basically figure out the whole story. However, John Hung was somewhat surprised to learn the truth. Vero was sweating profusely on the training ground. He didn't even know that John Hung had won the championship. Now he only had one thing in mind. That was training. Training. And continuous training. Vero knew that his talent and strength were in the middle and lower ranks among the gladiators. And he was not outstanding. Before this, he had relied on John Hung's secret help to repeatedly pass the dangerous tests. But he could not rely on John Hung for his whole life. Not to mention that the two of them were separated now. If he wanted to leave here and complete his revenge, he would need to work harder than others. John Hung saw this and did not mean to disturb Vero. So he stood aside and watched Vero's training quietly. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that Vero's practice came to an end and he noticed John Hung on the other side. He put away his wooden sword and walked over here. Is the gladiatorial show over? Zhang Heng nodded. Who won the final championship? The person standing in front of you now. I knew it. Vero was sincerely happy for Zhang Heng. No one can defeat you, my Eastern friend. Now Markless will worry about what kind of reward to give you. You have brought glory and fame to Victor Arena. In fact, Markless and I are no longer in a master and slave relationship. What do you mean? Vero was startled when he heard this. Did he sell you out? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't he always wanted to find a successor to Cisneus? No. I'm free now. After the performance, His Majesty the Emperor gave me the training sword. Is this true? Vero's face was full of surprise. But you've only fought a few games. Has there ever been a newcomer who got free so quickly? Who knows? But I guess there's a first time for everything. Zhang Heng certainly wouldn't tell Vero about his previous guess. He just said to the former antique dealer, after I was free, Markless and I reached a new agreement. I come back every month to help him fight a game. In addition to the reward, he also agreed to let you be free. You brought me along? Vero blushed when he heard this. He remembered that when they first met, he had tactfully told Zhang Heng that he couldn't take him with him to do business. However, Zhang Heng looked indifferent. Don't think too much. We were not familiar with each other at that time. Your reaction is also normal. I want to remind you that your opponent may not only be your wife, but also your best friend. Do you know Peregrino? Vero frowned when he heard this. This name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember. He is a senator of the Senate. His servant once came to me with 2 antique vases and said that Peregrino wanted to sell these 2 valuable gadgets for money. Then what happened? After a detailed inspection, I told him that his master might have been cheated because the 2 vases were not antiques at all. But his servant said that I was cheating him. He also falsely accused me of swapping the vases during the appraisal. But he was by my side during the appraisal, Vero said. Later, several old customers came forward to prove my credibility, and the matter was dropped. After that, I didn't take it too seriously. Why did you mention Peregrino? Wait, do you mean that he was also related to my frame-up? In fact, to be more precise, he is the one who is in charge of all this. As for your best friend and your wife, the relationship between them has indeed lasted for a while. They are afraid of being discovered by you. But with their abilities, they can't make such a plan. This is also what I have always been puzzled about. Vero smiled bitterly. I said before that I never thought that my best friend would lie to me. In addition to our friendship, I also know his ability. So you mean that Peregrino wanted to deal with me and then bribe my best friend and wife? But why? Why did Peregrino target me like this? I'm just a small antique dealer. Is it just because I didn't accept his 2 fake vases? The bigger reason is probably because he was jealous of your family's accumulated wealth. I asked someone to help investigate Peregrino. This is not the first time this old guy has done this. Many people have been targeted by him. Either they honestly accept his blackmail, or many disobedient people end up like you, Zhang Heng said. So I'm being targeted by a senator? After hearing this, Vero's eyes flashed with fear. After all, the full name of the Roman Empire is the Senate and the Roman people, with clear class divisions. The senators in the Senate are huge monsters for ordinary people. Vero thought that his enemies were just his friends and wife, but he didn't expect it to be a high-ranking senator. However, after experiencing this incident, Vero's heart did become much stronger. His expression quickly returned to normal, and he said to Zhang Heng, I have a request. I don't want to regain my freedom. Oh, why? Haven't you been working hard for freedom? Vero clenched his fists. That was when I didn't know who my opponent was. Since Peregrino was the mastermind, he must have informed Marquez. This is why Marquez ignored me when I recommended myself before. If I leave the gladiator school, maybe it won't be long before this matter gets to Peregrino. No, it is very likely that Marquez will tell Peregrino directly. He doesn't want to offend Peregrino. Yes, I want freedom, and I dream of breathing the air outside again. But now is not the time. Before I become stronger and find a way to deal with Peregrino, I will not leave here. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that you have grown a lot during this period of time. Yes, this is indeed your best choice now. You have helped me a lot since we met. Valo looked into Zhang Heng's eyes and said sincerely, I don't know how to repay your kindness. But in the final analysis, this is my business. So next, I hope to solve it myself. I will find a way. Chapter 819 Goodbye. John Hung earned some money from his previous performances, and he also received a lot of gifts and copper coins from enthusiastic audiences when he won the championship at the Flavian Amphitheater. Although most of these things went to Marcus, he still had enough money to pay for the rent. Strictly speaking, John Hung did not quit his job. After all, Commodus could not wait to provide him with the next offer, and he was still working at the balance blade. So he took the little slave girl to look at several houses, and finally chose the most comfortable one, but the most expensive one. The room for the two of them is located south of Plato Square. When you open the window, you can see the Tiber River, in addition to the beautiful scenery and wide view. This also reduces the risk of flooding. However, John Hung originally wanted to rent 2 rooms, but the little slave girl insisted that 1 room was enough. There was no need to waste money. She said she could sleep on the floor. Anyway, she had been sleeping like this before John Hung put together a bed for her. And most slaves slept like this. But you are not a slave now, John Hung said. But you still want me to take care of your daily life. How can I take care of you if we are not in the same room? Besides, haven't we always lived like this before? Is there any problem? The little slave girl blinked her eyes. Well, let me ask you this. Have you thought about what kind of job you will do to make a living after you are free? John Hung said helplessly. However, what surprised him was that the little slave girl nodded repeatedly after hearing it. Yes. Yes. I have seriously considered it. Oh, this is unexpected. What do you want to do in the future? Cleaning for you and taking care of your daily life. The little slave girl said without hesitation. You need someone to clean and take care of your daily life? The little slave girl asked. Well, it seems so. John Hung couldn't refute it. Rome in the 2nd century AD was not modern. It was very convenient for a person living alone to do anything. There was no toilet, no washing machine, no running water, no convenience store downstairs, and even the kitchen was shared by many people. Of course, John Hung could survive on his own even on a deserted island. But he would have to spend too much energy on maintaining basic survival. So it was necessary to hire someone to take care of his daily life. So I took care of you for a while before. And I did a good job. Right? The little slave girl asked. Well, that's not wrong. John Hung had to nod. So did I find a job? The little slave girl completed a perfect deduction. Forget it. Let's do this for now. And I find you some decent jobs to support yourself later. John Hung had to compromise. So the house deal was settled. John Hung asked the landlord to add another bed, and then gave the slave girl some money to buy some necessary daily necessities. When the two of them finished cleaning up, it was already late. The slave girl, who was the main laborer, collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. But John Hung didn't sleep. He was still waiting for someone. When the moon rose high, the streets became quieter and quieter. The few bars and entertainment venues closed one after another, except for some drunkards, who were drunk in the gutter of the alley. Everyone else had fallen asleep one after another. The person John Hung was waiting for finally arrived. Is this your new residence? The old Persian trainer came in through the window like a ghost. Yeah. John Hung nodded, glanced at the street downstairs, and then closed the window. It looks good. The old Persian trainer looked around and took a closer look at the little slave girl on the bed. You brought her out too? You are not as ruthless as you appear. I never said I was cold-blooded, John Hung replied. But your emotions do not fluctuate much, the old Persian trainer said. Very good. This is a trait that all assassins dream of. He paused and continued. You performed very well before. Not only did you win the championship, but you also successfully aroused Commodus' interest in you. If nothing unexpected happens, he will give you 1 or 2 small tasks to do next. If you complete them well, he should plan to reuse you. And you can also successfully join the small power circle next to him and find out the whereabouts of Ortolus. Before these things happen, can I ask, were those sudden calls for my freedom earlier today arranged by you? The blade of balance? John Hung interrupted. Have you noticed it? The old Persian trainer was a little surprised. But this part is not my responsibility. If you want to know about this, someone may be able to help you. Who? The priestess. She wants to see you. John Hung was surprised. According to Dodotus, the organizational structure of the blade of balance is not complicated. In addition to a group of peripheral personnel providing services, the core is a group of top assassins and a priest. There is no nominal leader. Among them, Dadatis and other assassins are the sharpest weapons of the Blade of Balance. Usually, they form something like a parliament to maintain the operation of the organization. But the priests of Krias can mobilize all the power of the Blade of Balance through oracles. To some extent, she can even be regarded as the actual controller of the Balance Blade. However, John Hung guessed that the Balance Blade should belong to a powerful political force. If so, the priestess of the Balance Blade is likely to be just a mouthpiece for the political force. Regardless of the true situation, the other party is undoubtedly a very key figure. John Hung did not expect that the other party would ask to see him before he passed the test of the Balance Blade to prove his loyalty. Could it be because the progress between him and Commodus was smoother than expected? John Hung couldn't guess what the other party was thinking for the time being. And he didn't know whether this meeting between the two would be a blessing or a curse. So he didn't agree immediately, but asked, "Do other core members of the organization know about this meeting?" "Probably not." The old Persian trainer shook his head. "I was also suddenly notified that the priestess wanted to see you. Under normal circumstances, even the core members of the organization find it difficult to see the priestess. She won't show up without an oracle. So her appearance now means that a new oracle has appeared." John Hung frowned. "No, don't be nervous. This time is different. She just wants to see you," the old Persian trainer said. "Also, don't you want to enter the library in the secret base? Normally, this requires the consent of more than 2/3 of the assassins. But if the priest is willing to help you, she can take you directly into the library." Chapter 820 Priest. In order to avoid being seen by the apartment manager, John Hung and Dadatis left through the window. There was a small boat left by Dadatis in the Tiber River downstairs, which was about the size that could accommodate 2 people. When John Hung got into the boat, he found that there were no oars in it. So he asked the old Persian trainer opposite, "How should we go?" "Relax. We just need to go down the river." The old trainer untied the rope while speaking. The next moment, the boat began to drift downstream under the influence of the current. John Hung and Dadatis sat at the bow and stern of the boat respectively. The Tiber River at night, although you can't see the prosperity and noise of the 2 banks during the day, has a different scenery. The starry sky is reflected in the river, like a transparent ribbon inlaid with agate. The reflection of the moon ripples with the ripples of the boat, and then reunite after being broken. "You are right not to come to me during the day," the old Persian trainer at the stern suddenly said. "It's not too safe outside these days. We'd better reduce unnecessary meetings, especially in front of outsiders. Remember to pretend you don't know me." "Do you remember the enemy of the Balance Blade I told you about before?" "Oh, the traitor who joined forces with Octavian 200 years ago? I remember you said before that he formed an assassin organization with a similar structure to the Balance Blade, specifically to deal with the Balance Blade." "Yes. Its name is the Hound," Dadatis said. "We have fought many times in the past 200 years. But about 60 years ago, our people once severely damaged the Hound and successfully assassinated most of the Hound's core members. So your people did a good job." "And then what?" "Then the few survivors of the Hound disappeared and did not appear for a long time. It was not until about half a year ago that we found traces of the Hound." "Do you think they are coming back?" John Hung asked. "Not coming back, but already back." The old trainer looked serious. "We just received news that a core member was assassinated while investigating a target suspected to be the Hound in Britannia. Unfortunately, he died, and we have no clues about the murderer. Was it done by the Hound? We don't know yet, but we can't think of any other possibilities besides the Hound. The assassin who was killed was codenamed Blackfish. He may not be the most powerful assassin in the organization, but he can definitely be regarded as one of the most cautious people. Moreover, he was born in Britannia and was considered a local snake there. In addition to the power of the organization, he also had many personal friends there. So his death also shocked other members of the organization. You are worried about this?" John Hung looked into the old trainer's eyes. "Yes. The reappearance of the Hound shows that the survivors of the war 60 years ago did not give up revenge, but quietly accumulated strength in secret. They have been preparing for such a long time. And when they reappear, they will definitely not just want to kill 1 or 2 people. This may mean that a new war is coming. A war between the Balance Blade and the Hounds." Dadatis expressed his concerns. Although the Balance Blade won the battle 60 years ago, We have lived too comfortably in the past 60 years. We don't know anything about the newly appeared hounds. But our enemies must have been studying us. Once they decide to take action, they will definitely hit our vital points. But didn't you tell me that you were planning to retire? Zhang Heng said. If that's the case, why not retire early? Then you won't have anything to do with the things that happen later. Am I the kind of person who runs away from the battlefield? The old trainer was dissatisfied. And you are not willing to learn the way of balance from me honestly. It's not good to be only interested in the fighting part. You must know that no matter what kind of fighting skills, they are just means. Our mission is to maintain the balance of all things in the world for Kleist. You need to keep this in mind at all times, because it is this point that distinguishes us from other assassins. Zhang Heng responded casually. Seeing this, Dadatis couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. His student was good in everything, and could be called a perfect template for an assassin. The only problem was that he could never accept the belief of the balanced blade. If it was before, Dadatis thought it didn't matter if he took it slowly. As long as Zhang Heng was willing to join the balanced blade, he would be able to gradually integrate into it. But when he received the news of Blackfish's death, Dadatis realized that he might not have so much time. While the two were talking, the boat had already drifted under an arch bridge. Dadatis withdrew his thoughts, stretched out a hand, and knocked twice rhythmically somewhere on the bridge pier. The next moment, a soft ladder fell from the bridge. The old trainer made a gesture of invitation. So Zhang Heng climbed up the ladder to the bridge. There was a carriage parked there, and the black carriage was wrapped tightly. Don't think too much. Now is a special period. The priest is very important to the blade of balance, so we need to ensure her safety as much as possible. I understand. Zhang Heng took the black cloth covering his eyes, and climbed into the carriage. Although it was called a carriage, it was very different from the carriages used for riding in later generations. It only had 2 wheels, and was far less comfortable than those in later generations. There were no doors or windows. Zhang Heng climbed in through a small opening, and felt like he was lying in a coffin. Especially when the only small opening was also sealed by Dadatis. I can only take you here. Someone will take you on the rest of the way. Remember to show respect when you see the priest. She hates people who are disrespectful to Kleist the most. That's not hard to guess. Zhang Heng snorted, feeling the cramped and cold surroundings. Fortunately, the journey was not long. After about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. But no one called Zhang Heng out of the carriage. Instead, 4 slaves directly carried the carriage. Zhang Heng counted silently in his mind. After about 100 steps, he was put down again. After that, there was no sound around. Those slaves seemed to have left, and he seemed to have been forgotten. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that a voice that was almost emotionless and as cold as marble sounded from his ears. You are quite patient. Aren't you afraid that I will have someone throw you into the river? Chapter 821. Is this an oracle? Why did you throw me into the river? Your teacher told you. I am a priest of Kleist, and I don't like people who disrespect Kleist. The voice as cold as marble said. Then you may have to kill all the people in Rome, because there are few people in this city who believe in Kleist. Don't quibble. They are not our people. But you are? Or you may be in the future. Your teacher chose you to be his successor. You must not only inherit his skills, but also his mission to maintain the balance of all things in the world. The priestess' fingers stroked the edge of the carriage. Why do you think I went to such great lengths to get close to Commodus? To contribute to the prosperity and stability of Rome? Zhang Heng in the carriage asked back. Don't try to deceive me. I know you joined the Balance Blade just for the assassin books in the library. People like you, no matter how powerful they are, will sooner or later become a disaster without faith. Maybe I should nip the danger in the bud before it's too late. Maybe you should do that. But then no one will be able to tell you where Ordalis is. Zhang Heng said calmly. Are you threatening me? No. It was you who threatened me first. Faced with the strong pressure from the priestess, Zhang Heng did not retreat, but instead confronted her head-on, not giving in at all, seemingly not considering the consequences of angering her. If the old trainer was here, he would probably roll his eyes in anger, because Zhang Heng seemed to have not heard a word he said on the bridge. But after Zhang Heng finished speaking, there was a long silence outside the carriage. The priestess outside seemed to be considering whether to ask someone to throw Zhang Heng into the river. But after a while, the baffle above Zhang Heng's head was removed again. The voice outside, as cold as marble, said, You can come out now. Jong Hung climbed out of the cramped carriage after hearing this, and then pointed at the black cloth on his face. Where is this thing? Don't push your luck. If you don't want to die, you better keep wearing it. It seems that you haven't had a good time recently. Otherwise, it would be too meaningless to live so cautiously all the time. The black cloth was not completely sealed. The light from outside could penetrate. Jong Hung could also see a vague outline. It should be the priestess herself. However, she should still be wearing a mask on her face. In other words, even if he suddenly took off the cloth on her face, he couldn't see her true face. The greater significance of the cloth strip is just to test his loyalty. The priestess did not comment on this, but said, "We don't need to live an interesting life, as long as we remember the meaning of everyone's existence. This is really pure faith. Admirable." Jong Hung paused. "But, forgive me, if this is true, why did you meet me privately without telling others?" The priestess smiled. Her laughter was as cold as her voice when she spoke. "You think you know everything, right? I have never said that myself," Jong Hung said calmly. "You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. You think that you won the championship in the Flavian amphitheater and gained freedom by accident. So you don't intend to take the blade of balance seriously anymore. I don't think that my freedom is an accident," Jong Hung said frankly. "Then you are not stupid enough. Since we can give you freedom, we can naturally take this freedom away from you, regardless of whether you have clung to Commodus Thigh or not," the priestess said coldly. "It sounds like your political allies are quite powerful, so I feel relieved. In that case, what else do you want me to do?" The priestess snorted. "I have something for you to do. Is this an oracle?" "No." The priestess was silent for a while and said, "Is it an order from the Assassin Council, with the consent of more than half of the assassins?" "No." "Oh, why should I listen to you if that's the case?" Jong Hung said. On the way, Jong Hung had been thinking about the reason why the priestess suddenly met him. With her identity, there was no need for her to take such a risky thing, and she had to hide it from other assassins of the balanced blade. As soon as the two met, she seemed full of hostility, which was also a bit abnormal. Jong Hung recalled carefully that he should not have done anything to offend her before, so there was only one possibility for the other party to take such an attitude. The other party had something to ask of him, but did not want him to get hold of her. So she adopted this method, intimidating him right away and trying to take the initiative. This was a very clever political tactic. However, this trick is usually good for dealing with those assassins who are relatively simple and have little political experience. It is a bit too much to use it against Jong Hung. Jong Hung was able to cope with the complicated political environment on Nassau Island, so how could he be scared by her so easily? Therefore, the conversation between the two, when they first met, was full of gunpowder. Both sides were arguing, and neither of them was willing to back down. And finally they were evenly matched. But this result was a failure for the priestess, because she was the one who had something to ask for. Once she lost the initiative, it meant that she would not have much bargaining power in the subsequent negotiations. But Jong Hung didn't push too hard. After all, negotiations also need to listen to the other party's offer first. So he said, "Tell me what you want me to do first. I hope you don't kill Otreus when you find him." The priestess said something shocking. Jong Hung raised his eyebrows when he heard it. "Wait, did I hear it wrong? You, the priest of Creus, are asking me not to kill the target of the oracle?" "No, I didn't ask you to spare Otreus. I just asked you not to kill him so quickly when you find him," the priestess emphasized. "The situation has changed during this period. I need to learn some things from him first. So I hope you can tell me after you find his whereabouts. I will send someone to talk to him first. But don't worry. I will still leave him to you later, so that you can complete the test. And you will not lose anything. It seems that the god you believe in is a bit lacking in foresight." "And then what? Then don't you want to enter the library? Because of your belief position. Other assassins in the organization may not agree to let you enter the library. But I can take you in directly and bypass the vote of the Assassin Council. You help me and I help you. And we can each get what we need. What do you think?" The priestess finally threw out her chips. Chapter 822 Visitors. Perhaps because the previous strategy did not work, the attitude of the priestess has changed drastically from before. And even her tone has softened a lot. Although she still sounds emotionless, she is no longer aggressive. It seems more like she is discussing with Jong Hung. And the conditions she offers are also very generous. However, Jong Hung did not agree immediately. Negotiations always require bargaining. So Zhang Heng paused for a moment and said, "One more thing. After executing this oracle, I will not be selected as the executor of the oracle again. This is impossible." The priestess shook her head. "First, it is against the rules. Second, even if I am willing to agree to you, I can't do it. Although the oracle is issued by me, the executor is selected by the Assassin Council. If everyone thinks you are suitable to execute the oracle, then you will be selected to execute the oracle. Generally speaking, the same person will not be allowed to execute the oracle twice in a row." However, this answer did not satisfy Zhang Heng. So he continued, "Then you can choose not to issue the oracle. I heard from Dadatis that there was a period of more than 40 years without an oracle." The priestess was speechless. "What do you think of me? I am just the spokesperson of Cleus in the world. I cannot decide whether Cleus will issue an oracle or when. Besides, Dadatis has also told you about the Hound. It has not been peaceful recently. Even if there is no oracle, you may not be able to rest. What else can you provide for me?" Zhang Heng asked. The priestess bit her lip. "If you must take advantage of this deal, how about adding me?" Zhang Heng was quite surprised. He didn't expect this woman who was as cold as marble to suddenly say such a thing. "Aren't you a priestess?" "I'm not a saint of Vesta. The priests of Cleus don't need to remain pure. In fact, our doctrine also involves things between men and women. Cleus encourages such things. This is part of the balance." "Thank you for your kindness. Really. But I have no interest in marble," Zhang Heng said, because of the black cloth covering his eyes. He could not see the flash of anger in the eyes of the priestess opposite him. This was probably the greatest insult to a woman. However, the latter's expression quickly returned to normal, and she said coldly, "Then it's your turn to make an offer." "Forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. In addition to letting me enter the library, I also want Dadatis to retire early." Zhang Heng changed the conditions. This time, the priestess was the unexpected person. She didn't expect that Zhang Heng's second condition was actually related to Dadatis. That guy is old. Although he has always denied it. His skills are as slow as a frozen earthworm. He can only rely on his little tricks to get by. So he is no longer of much use to the balance blade. Besides, you have me now. So you can let that guy go home and retire," Zhang Heng said. "You are worried that the war between us and the Hounds will affect him." The priestess suddenly realized. "I didn't expect that he still has a lot of weight in your heart. However, unless he asks to retire and pass the position to you, no one can force him to leave the balance blade. How about this? I have a good relationship with him. I can find an excuse to trick him to a remote place and wait for him to come back. At least a year later. By then, you should have taken over his position. What do you think?" "Deal," Zhang Heng said. The priestess finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. This meeting was completely different from what she had imagined. It was out of her control from the beginning. Neither the prison-like carriage nor her subsequent threats allowed her to take the initiative. So she had to spend a greater price to get Zhang Heng cooperation. "How should I inform your people when I find Ordalis?" Zhang Heng then asked. "Go to the perfume shop street and find a perfume shop with irises outside. Tell them that you want to buy a bottle of perfume without any smell. Then pay 1 sesterce to the person who receives you, and he will take you to my people." After saying this, the priestess' attitude turned cold again, as if she had completely lost interest in Zhang Heng. So Zhang Heng was also very tactful, and did not stay any longer. He lay back in the carriage. Then the priestess lowered the baffle, called the slaves outside to come in, and sent Zhang Heng back to the small bridge where he came from. However, the old Persian trainer and the boat without oars were gone. The other party seemed very cautious during this meeting, and did not reveal any information about the location from beginning to end. Zhang Heng could only judge from the blurry scene through the black cloth at the end that he was in a room, and he spent most of his time in that small and humid carriage. However, if the other party thought that he could completely hide it from him, then he was underestimating him. Zhang Heng glanced at the starfish on his hand. This watch accompanied him through various copies. And the magical thing was that no matter what era, no matter how cautious the opponent was, he would ignore the existence of this watch. It was like a blind spot in the world, although the time on it was still the time in the real world, as long as it was multiplied by the speed of the copy. The time in the copy could also be obtained. Zhang Heng had put it next to his ear in the carriage before, and divided the route into several equal parts from the ticking intervals of the second hand. He memorized the turns of each part of the carriage in his mind, and then recorded the road conditions during the journey by the degree of bumps. However, considering that the priestess might hide somewhere to observe him after sending him to the bridge, Zhang Heng did not immediately turn around to find the room where he was a guest, but returned to his own residence first. Zhang Heng slept until the morning. The slave girl got up early and prepared the meal. However, the person had no intention of opening his eyes, so she could only put the breakfast on the table and then sat at the table in a daze with her chin down. As a result, the breakfast turned into lunch. Zhang Heng got up from the bed and yawned. The slave girl expressed her concern about his current situation. Although we still have half of the money on hand, if we don't work, we can't support it for less than 2 months. Otherwise, I'd better go to the laundry room to work. Do you remember that there are other jobs now? Don't worry. Money is not a problem. Someone will send us money soon, Zhang Heng said while picking up a loaf of bread. As if to respond to what he just said, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 823 New Job. The little slave girl opened the door, but instead of the person delivering the money, she saw 4 fully armed guards, which made her a little nervous. Who are you looking for? Oh, does the champion of the Flavian Round Theater, Zhang Heng, live here? A young man who looked not much older than Zhang Heng squeezed in from behind the 4 guards. Yes, that's right. Zhang Heng's voice came from behind the little slave girl. And then, he also walked over. Seeing that the other party did not seem to be looking for trouble, the little slave girl quickly made way for the door and retreated to a corner. Zhang Heng shook hands with the young man and then led him into the house. The young man smiled. Hello. I also watched your gladiatorial performance before. It was very exciting. Especially the battle between you and the giant, which has surpassed the description of words. It is definitely the greatest battle I have ever seen. Maybe in 30 years, I can still tell my grandchildren about it. Oh, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. Right. I am Klein, the advisor to His Majesty the Emperor. Zhang Heng's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He knew Klein. According to the information given by the old Persian trainer, Klein and his target Orlis were Commodus' most trusted advisors. They could even be called Commodus' right-hand men and left-hand men. One was in the open, and the other was in the dark. They helped Commodus govern the country and deal with threats from all sides. Zhang Heng guessed that Commodus was eager to recruit him, but he didn't expect that Klein would come forward. You know, with Klein's current position beside Commodus, he must have a lot of things to do. He could have sent someone to find him, but the other party insisted on coming by himself, which was obviously sending a signal of goodwill. Zhang Heng asked Klein to sit at the table, which was the only place in the house where guests could be entertained, and then asked the little slave girl to pour 2 glasses of water. I think you already know why I came. Yes, our emperor admires you very much and hopes that you can consider working for us. Klein did not waste words and told his purpose as soon as he sat down. However, Zhang Heng did not agree immediately, but said, Of course, I also hope to share the worries of the emperor. But as you can see, I am just a gladiator who has just gained freedom, and I come from a distant foreign country. I don't know much about politics. I am worried. I understand your worries, but don't worry, my friend. This is not a place like the Senate that exudes a decadent atmosphere, full of greedy old guys. I am just a commoner, mingling in the market. But fortunately, we have an open-minded leader who is not bound by origin and is willing to use people like you and me, giving us opportunities to grow. Klein patted Zhang Heng's shoulder. So you don't need to worry at all. As long as you have the ability, there will always be a place for you here. Then where should I start? Zhang Heng asked. Very good. It seems that you are ready for the new job. Then I will tell you what you are going to do. Klein was still polite and enthusiastic. He spent a full quarter of an hour explaining to Zhang Heng what he was going to do in detail, and he answered every question with great patience. Considering that it was Zhang Heng's first time to do something, his work was not complicated, and it was not completely disconnected from his previous identity as a gladiator. In the 2nd century AD, cameras and other high-tech criminal investigation equipment had not yet appeared. How to maintain public order in the city became a headache for every ruler, especially since the population of Rome had exceeded 1 million, most of whom were low-class people, thieves, liars, killers, active in every street, and crimes were happening almost every moment. The job of the patrol team was to stop crimes in time and catch fugitives as quickly as possible after the crimes occurred. The first job John Hung received from Commodus was to assist the patrol team in maintaining public order. Of course, you can't take care of such a big city by yourself. So you just need to pick an area, Klein said as he took out a map of Rome and spread it on the table. But at this moment, a man dressed as a servant came in from outside and whispered something in Klein's ear. Klein's face changed slightly, and when he looked at John Hung again, he showed a hint of embarrassment. John Hung took the initiative to speak. Everything has been explained clearly. If you have any urgent matters, you can go and take care of them first. Klein seemed a little apologetic when he heard this. Your Majesty is very concerned about your situation. I postponed my morning schedule. I wanted to take you to the workplace in person, but there was an emergency just now, and I had to deal with it. So, how about this? Klein seemed to think about it, and waved a guard outside the door to come in. This is Pananax from the Royal Guard. He has dealt with the patrol team before. You can ask him to help you with the selection of areas. Don't worry. Klein lowered his voice a little. It doesn't matter if you don't make much progress, as long as you don't make any big mistakes. I will speak for you to His Majesty. Thank you very much. John Hung also replied. Welcome to join us. It is always exciting to see the team grow. The corners of Klein's mouth rose again. This sunny and cheerful young man seemed to like to laugh. Let's join forces and show those old antiques in the Senate who only care about their origins a little color. After that, he and his servant left in a hurry. 3 of the 4 guards he brought with him continued to follow him, while a man with a knife wound between his eyebrows stayed behind. He should be Pananax from the Royal Guards mentioned by Klein. As a result, before John Hung greeted him, Pananax's face fell first. He walked directly to the table and pointed to a place on it and said rudely, "The area you are responsible for is here. Report before dark." Wait, but the master just said that we can choose the area ourselves? Before John Hung spoke, the little slave girl in the corner started to defend him. Pananax showed a sneer on his face and looked at John Hung like a vulture staring at its prey. Are you here to work or to recruit workers? How about letting you guard the palace? John Hung waved his hand to stop the little slave girl from talking, nodded and said, I know. Let's go here. Pananax was a little surprised to hear this. In his opinion, John Hung should be furious at this moment, and he might even fight. You know, the other party is the champion of the Flavian amphitheater. Although he didn't see the performance, he thought John Hung's strength should be very outstanding. Such people can't help but want to take action when they encounter trouble, because this is the easiest way for them to solve the trouble. But John Hung doesn't seem to have any plans in this regard. Pananax couldn't even tell that John Hung was forcing himself to endure. The latter looked very calm, as if he had known that such a thing would happen. This made Pananax a little uncomfortable, but it didn't matter. He had dug a trap for John Hung more than just this one. The other party could escape this time, but he couldn't escape the next time. Chapter 824, Working for the Emperor is so dangerous. After Pananax left, the little slave girl was still angry. Who is this guy? We don't owe him any money. Why do we have to put on such a bad face? Look at that Klein before. He was so polite. Yeah. Klein clearly told you that you can choose the area by yourself. Why did Pananax arrange it for you on his own? Yeah. I think he must have bad intentions. He didn't find a good place for you. This guy doesn't look like a good person. Don't let him give you. Give you. The little slave girl racked her brains. Plotted against? Yes. Plotted against. He must want to plot against you. I heard that the people in the palace are not simple. They think a lot and like to plot against others. The little slave girl felt that she had performed beyond her level this time. She saw through Pananax's trick at a glance. She couldn't help but feel that everyone was drunk, and she was the only one who was sober. At least at this moment. She was standing on the top of the truth. Besides, don't you have anything else to say? The little slave girl was speechless. Then what do you think I should do? John Hung asked. At least go find Klein and tell him what Pananax did. Klein will definitely not let him go. What do you mean by him? Do you think Klein doesn't know what Pananax did? What do you mean? The little slave girl was a little confused when she heard this. But wasn't Klein there at the time? He left for something urgent. What you said is quite right. We have no grudges against Pananax. And we don't owe him any money. Why does he treat me so badly? And even risk being beaten to deliberately provoke me? Especially considering that I may become a favorite of the Emperor in the future. Yes, Why? The little slave girl was puzzled. Because Klein asked him to do it. John Hung smiled. Ah? The little slave girl always felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, she finally grasped the key point. But we don't have any grudges against Klein. And we don't owe him any money. But I might get in his way, John Hung said calmly. Our small group has all the power from His Majesty the Emperor. Although His Majesty the Emperor is the supreme ruler of the empire, his power is not unlimited. In other words, if one more person joins, he will take away more power. Of course, if that's the case, Klein may not have to be so anxious to target me. But it's probably because His Majesty the Emperor once visited me incognito and personally, which made Klein feel threatened. The little slave girl opened her mouth wide, feeling like she was listening to a story from another world. Now that it was here, John Hung simply explained it clearly. If he personally went down to fight me, it would be fine if he won. But if he lost, he would become very passive. And he would have one more enemy, which is not cost-effective for a mature politician. So he chose to treat me with a smile and let Pananax be the bad guy who targeted me everywhere. So that if the situation was not right, he could abandon Pananax. And I would not cause trouble for him after I won. On the contrary, I might have a good impression of him because he had helped me in times of difficulty. In this way, the worst guy would just be a political ally for him. Is that so? The little slave girl stuttered. Then Pananax? Pananax is willing to be a shield? Of course he is not willing. But if he wants to climb up, it is normal for him to take the blame for the boss. If he helps Klein solve my problem, Klein will naturally give him benefits in his future. This is a matter of mutual consent. For people of his level, there are always risks to get benefits. John Hung said, while picking up the bread that he had not finished before. He was deliberately provoking me before. He probably wanted me to do it, so that he could create a stain on me. Commodus had a good first impression of me. But I was just a gladiator before. And he didn't know if I could take on the responsibility. The first job was actually his test of me. The little slave girl couldn't help but shudder. She never thought that people's hearts could be so complicated. Someone who smiles at you on the surface may want to kill you behind your back. But what she didn't expect was that someone was in the mood to eat the breakfast he hadn't finished before. It turns out that working for the Emperor is so dangerous. You better not do it. At worst, I can work in the laundry room, and we can still make money, the little slave girl said worriedly. Or we can leave Rome and live somewhere else. How about Syria? When I was in the gladiator school, I knew a friend who was from Syria. She described the scenery there to me. If it's just about making money, I can make more performing in the Victor Arena. John Hung finished the bread and peeled a figure. Don't worry. It's just a small matter. I can handle it. We are in Rome, and we are not going anywhere. But according to what you said, the guy named Klein has already attacked you. Even if he failed this time, he will cause trouble for you next time. Of course, the area he asked Pananax to choose for me must be not simple. What should I do? The little slave girl looked worried. Let's go and have a look first. John Hung finally finished his breakfast and wiped his mouth. He did not wait until dark to report to the patrol team. The main reason was that John Hung was not familiar with Rome and needed to do some homework in advance, so as to effectively prevent the patrol team from being controlled by Klein and providing him with wrong information. However, John Hung was a little too worried this time, because the patrol team responsible for this area wanted to improve the public security here more than anyone else. But the problem was that they really did not have the ability to do so, because this is almost the most chaotic place in Rome. Most of the residents are Jews, and there are many other ethnic minorities. They look very different in appearance, but they have one thing in common. That is, poverty. Because of poverty, this is also the place where crime occurs most frequently. There are murders almost every night, and more than one. Those crisscrossing alleys become pitch dark at night, which is the perfect place for killing. After committing the crime, the murderer just finds a place to hide and cannot be found at all. With the limited manpower of the patrol team, it is simply a fantasy to want to check this place clearly. In fact, once it is night, the patrol team members dare not go out alone. Chapter 825 Let the Skinny Monkey Go. Just by following John Hung out to investigate, the little slave girl experienced firsthand how chaotic this place was. She was walking on the street when someone snatched the purse she was holding tightly in her hand. Then the guy rushed directly into the crowd. And no matter how the little slave girl shouted behind her, the passers-by around were indifferent. as if they didn't see the crime happening in front of them. And everyone's face was full of numbness and indifference. Finally, the little slave girl had to stop shouting and stood on the street angrily. Then she asked Zhang Heng, who was watching the fun. "Why didn't you stop him?" Zhang Heng said. "Isn't there not much money in it?" The two of them had a division of labor when they went out. Zhang Heng of course put the valuables and gold coins on himself, while the little slave girl's purse was filled with change. About 30 sesterces. "But that's our money too," the little slave girl said gloomily. In addition to losing money, she was also worried about Zhang Heng's next job. It was still broad daylight, and the public security here was so bad. It was even worse at night. But then Zhang Heng said leisurely, "You can get your money back if you want." "How can you get it back if the person has run away?" The little slave girl opened her eyes wide. "Although the person who stole your money has run away, his accomplice is still here," Zhang Heng said. "Generally, this kind of robbery is committed by a gang, with a clear division of labor. Some people choose the target, some people rob the money, and some people pretend to be passers-by but can come to support at any time if needed." As Zhang Heng spoke, he pointed to a short boy in the crowd, only about 11 or 12 years old, and said, "Hey, you, don't run." When the latter saw Zhang Heng pointing at him, a panic appeared on his face, especially when he heard the words "don't run." He turned around and ran without any hesitation. But he was still a step too late. He didn't know how the other party suddenly appeared behind him in such a short time. He had just taken half a step forward when his back foot was lifted up from the ground. However, he did not give in. He wanted to take off his clothes and run away with his upper body naked. But his little trick could not be hidden from Zhang Heng. The latter tied a knot around his neck with the clothes he took off. He wanted to run again, but he felt that his throat was getting tighter and tighter, and it became more and more difficult to breathe. "Where are your accomplices? Take us to see them," Zhang Heng said calmly. However, he soon realized that his question seemed to be in vain, perhaps because he saw his companions responsible for support being arrested. The guy who had robbed the little slave girl's purse came back again, and brought two other accomplices with him, standing not far away. The oldest of them was estimated to be around 16 years old, and the youngest looked only 10 years old. At this moment, they all held weapons in their hands, which made the little slave girl a little frightened. "Let the skinny monkey go," the young man who robbed the money said loudly. He was also the oldest in the group. "Sure. Return the money you stole from us first," Zhang Heng said calmly. "What are you thinking? We are not negotiating with you. If you don't do it, we will make you look bad." The young man who robbed the money raised the dagger in his hand and said viciously. The little slave girl hid behind Zhang Heng and poked her head out after hearing the words. "You are too bold. You actually robbed in the street and threatened the victim after being discovered. Aren't you afraid that we will tell the patrol team?" "It's no use telling the patrol team. They don't care about this area," the robbed teenager sneered. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the person and get out. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude." "Oh, really? What are you going to do?" As Zhang Heng spoke, he kicked the captured teenager's calf, making the latter kneel on the ground. The robbed teenager regarded it as a provocation to them. Seeing this, he could no longer bear it, and rushed up with a dagger and roared. Unfortunately, their fighting skills were not as skilled as robbing money. In addition, their age was there, and their fighting power was really limited, and they picked the wrong opponent. Zhang Heng almost didn't spend any effort to knock them all to the ground, and he didn't even use his weapons in the process. After that, he squatted down, searched the body of the young man who stole the money, and took out the slave girl's purse from the latter's arms and returned it to its original owner. "Count it. Is there anything missing?" The slave girl took the purse happily, and made a face at the group of boys who were beaten to the ground, counted the copper coins in it, and nodded to Zhang Heng. "It's all here." However, the smile on her face did not last long, and soon froze there, because another group of figures appeared on the street next. Before, those numb passers-by had no reaction to her shouting, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. But this time, they moved quickly. Seeing the group of people coming this way, they hurriedly dodged to the side. Those who walked slowly were pushed to the ground, but they didn't dare to complain. They quickly stood up and left with their heads down. Zhang Heng noticed that the boy who robbed the money also had a flash of fear in his eyes when he saw this group of people. "What's going on? Is there anyone here who needs help?" The tall Jewish man with a slightly feminine appearance, asked. His drawn-out voice was frivolous. No. Nothing. The thief who robbed the money lowered his head and said, We are just joking. Joking? The feminine Jewish man smiled. Tell me about you guys. You don't do any work all day long. You just play around. Have you collected the money for this week? Tonight is the deadline. We are trying to find a way. Are you trying to collect the money? Or are you trying to lie and fool around? The feminine Jewish man asked. Don't say I didn't warn you. I heard that you have robbed several fat sheep recently. I hope that the amount you can come up with will satisfy the iron handcuffs. Otherwise, you know what will happen. As for you, Blacktail Snake moved his eyes to Zhang Heng and said with a smile. You injured our people. You decide what to do. Unlike the group of teenagers who robbed money, the 7 people in front of him were all adults. And the weapons in their hands looked more fierce, including gloves and hammers full of iron nails. Some of them even had some combat experience and had worked as underground gladiators or bodyguards. Seeing this, the little slave girl couldn't help but ask nervously, What should we do? Will those who ran away go back and inform the patrol team? It's unlikely. Besides, I'm a member of the patrol team. Although I haven't reported yet, there's no problem in joining the team a few hours earlier. Zhang Heng was still unhurried. He patted the cheek of the money-stealing boy and told him, Stay still. I have some questions for you, but I have to deal with the matter over there first. Chapter 826 Bad Guys. 7 against 1. In Blacktail Snake's opinion, this is a matter of course. For street people like them, bullying the weak and fearing the strong is a basic survival skill. When they have an advantage, they will try their best to expand their victory. And when the situation is unfavorable, they will keep their tails between their legs. Only those who fully adapt to the environment and decide their actions according to the environment can survive in this land full of chaos and sin. If the area from Trajan Square to the Imperial Palace symbolizes the bright and prosperous side of Rome, then this place represents the dark and dilapidated side of Rome, with poor people struggling to make ends meet everywhere. Cruel and ruthless is not a derogatory term, but a necessary quality for survival. Therefore, the first guy with a hammer who rushed up had a clear target, which was Zhang Heng's arm. As long as he crippled his 2 hands, he would have no room for resistance and would be at their mercy. The guy with the hammer thought he was quite merciful and even deliberately avoided several of Zhang Heng's vital points. Of course, the main reason was that it was daytime after all. Although this area lacked effective security forces, they would still be in trouble if they killed someone. As a result, he saw the guy in front of him rushing into his arms instead of retreating. The man with the hammer didn't know why. But when the two collided, the difference in size was not that big. But the next moment, his body flew out directly. Since joining this magical game, Zhang Heng has been actively exercising, and his time in reality is calculated twice. By now, his foundation has been very good. Although his strength is not as good as Bach and Telephilo's, it can be regarded as excellent compared to most people. It is definitely not comparable to a random gangster. In addition, he has undergone Gabi's devilish special training in this copy. Zhang Heng head-on collision directly knocked his opponent out and fell on the fruit stall next to him, smashing the stall there. But then the second person rushed over, and he was followed by his partner. Both of them were underground gladiators before. The so-called underground gladiators refer to gladiators who do not perform in the arena. Generally, they are people who are not strong enough to become formal gladiators, such as free men who did not pass the final assessment and could not continue to stay in the gladiator school, or gladiators who had to retire because of their age. For example, if they had been injured before and their strength was no longer there, but they wanted to continue to make money in this industry, they would become underground gladiators. The venues where they performed were more casual. They could just set up a stage or find an alley to hold an underground gladiator show. The audiences were mostly poorer civilians or even slaves. Like formal gladiator shows, the organizers usually supported betting, and the rules were more open to satisfy the requirements of viewing pleasure. For example, there were no professional requirements. Weapons were much more relaxed, and there were even bloody performances like death battles. Therefore, those who had been underground gladiators and could get away with it were generally quite skilled. These two were the best fighters in the Blacktail Snake group. They had won many tough battles before, and Blacktail Snake had high hopes for them. However, the next scene slapped him in the face. The two underground gladiators, who usually fought 2 against 4 or even 2 against 5, were no longer as fierce as before. One of them was hit by a dagger on his arm as soon as he came up, and he could no longer hold the dagger in his hand. At this moment, a hand thoughtfully helped him catch the dagger that was about to fall to the ground. Then John Hung used the dagger to block the attack of another person, and kicked the person in the chest, making him roll to the side. Seeing this, Blacktail Snake finally got anxious and waved his hand to let the rest of the people rush up together. As a result, they were obviously acting collectively, but they didn't know how the other party moved their feet and easily separated them, and then dealt with them one by one. In the end, the 7 people were just like Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Not only did they fail to complete the encirclement, but they were all knocked to the ground, and everyone was more or less injured. Blacktail Snake knew that his group had kicked the iron plate today. There was really no suspense in the 7-on-1 fight, but there was no suspense in the defeat of his group. They almost didn't hold out for a single move. Even the 2 most capable ones among them couldn't cause any trouble to the other side. After the fight, John Hung didn't have any injuries on his body. "Who are you?" Blacktail Snake looked at John Hung with a look of doubt and uncertainty. John Hung. John Hung did not hide it. Blacktail Snake felt that the name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. His 2 underground gladiators reacted much faster than him, and their faces immediately showed fear when they heard the name. You are the Oriental man who won the championship in the Flavian Amphitheater?" "Yes." John Hung nodded. "It's you?" Blacktail Snake took a breath of cold air. Although they were not slaves, most people living in this area were not eligible to watch performances at the Flavian Amphitheater. He had not seen John Hung fight in person, but the legend about this Oriental man was circulating throughout Rome during this period. It was difficult for him not to know his name. Whether it was defeating those famous gladiators within 10 moves or taming a bison with bare hands, it was unheard of. Not to mention the rumors that he was the incarnation of a god. Black-tailed Snake now only regretted why he didn't recognize the other party earlier. John Hung's appearance was quite distinctive, but this was a multi-ethnic area with many foreigners, so Black-tailed Snake didn't think too much about it for a while. Besides, how unlucky it was to bump into the champion of the Flavian Amphitheater. After knowing the other party's identity, Black-tailed Snake had given up all thoughts of resistance. He still had some self-knowledge, although they had an advantage in numbers. They couldn't beat a bison together, so it was more sensible to lie on the ground honestly. As expected, John Hung did not embarrass him further. He just asked him for his address and let them go. Black-tailed Snake breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked people to help those who were unable to walk by themselves. And then they fled. The little slave girl who was watching the fight seemed a little dissatisfied and asked John Hung, "Why did you let the bad guys go like this?" "Bad guys?" "Oh, according to the normal definition of bad guys, the people living here are basically bad guys. If they are all arrested, the Empire's prisons will not be able to hold them all, and no one will be able to do those low-reward, high-intensity jobs." John Hung shook his head. Although there are objective standards for evaluating a person, we should also refer to the environment he lives in. The situation here is more complicated, and it is difficult for good people in the traditional sense to survive. But isn't the patrol team's job to eliminate crime? The little slave girl was puzzled. John Hung laughed dumbly. The patrol team's job is not to eliminate crime, but to make criminal activities more controllable. Don't worry. I have done this kind of thing once before, and now I am just doing it again. Not to mention that this time I have an official background. Okay, let's stop strolling here. Next, you can go home first. I have something to ask him. John Hung pointed at the boy who robbed the money. Chapter 827 Patrol Station. When John Hung finished questioning the group of money-stealing teenagers, the sky began to darken. John Hung did not rush to report to the patrol team, but took advantage of the time to find a small restaurant and have dinner first. He ordered a pickled anchovy, a grilled meat, a small piece of goat cheese, and a bowl of coarse oatmeal. All these things cost less than 6 sesterces. John Hung also took the opportunity to understand the consumption level of this place during this meal. The prices here are about half of those outside, but the portions and taste are so. And the ingredients used in the barbecue John Hung ordered are also a bit suspicious. It doesn't taste like chicken or rabbit. Of course, considering the cost-effectiveness, this is not a problem for those who save money. The main thing that really prevents people from outside from eating here is the safety issue, especially after dark. Being robbed or stolen is just a small matter, but if you are not careful, you may even lose your life. When Zhang Heng was eating, he saw two diners fighting for a waitress. The winner went upstairs with the pretty waitress, while the loser staggered out of the restaurant, holding the back of his head. Similar things were everywhere, and Zhang Heng had no interest in watching any more. After dinner, he came to the patrol station. It was called a station, but it was actually a dangerous building. The previous owner was beaten to death by the tenant on the top floor when collecting rent. The body was hidden under the bed, and was not discovered until half a month later. The murderer was finally caught by the patrol, and sent to the arena to feed the lions. But how to deal with this building became a problem, because the deceased landlord lived alone without a wife and children. The dangerous building was eventually taken over by the patrol team, and became the patrol team's base in this area. Not only did the patrol team members live here, but their families also moved into this rent-free apartment with them. When Zhang Heng first arrived at the door, he thought he had gone to the wrong place, because there were no signs related to the patrol team, nor any facilities such as training grounds. The only small open space was filled with clothes drying, and there were also 2 large jars of pickled vegetables, and a half-repaired table. Stand still. I shoot your eyes out if you come any closer. The person who spoke was a little boy. At least that's how he dressed. He had short hair, wore a short-sleeved shirt that was a little too big for him, and had bruises on his face, probably from a fight. At this moment, he was holding a slingshot in his hand, and aiming at Zhang Heng vigilantly. And there was an old dog beside him. Zhang Heng raised his hand to indicate that he was not carrying any weapons, and asked politely, "Excuse me, is this the patrol station?" "Yes." "What happened to you? Were you beaten up? Or your money was stolen? Or were you beaten up and your money was stolen? Or did you come here to report a crime?" The little boy continued to ask, but he did not relax his vigilance. "You don't look like a local. Why are you here?" Before Zhang Heng could speak, a voice came from behind the little boy. "He is a newcomer to the patrol team. Put away your slingshot. Wei ya. Girls should not play with this kind of things all day long. But if I don't have a slingshot, who will protect this place when you leave the patrol?" Wei ya said dissatisfiedly. "This is the patrol's base. No bad guys dare to come here." "Who said that? We lost 2 pieces of clothes last week. And we lost half a bag of wheat the week before. And theft can't be solved." The man who appeared later said helplessly. "Half of the thieves in Rome live here." Although Pananax hardly introduced any information about the patrol to Zhang Heng, the latter had already learned about the basic situation of the patrol members in the afternoon. He knew that the man in front of him, who looked like a typical Roman soldier, was Aris. He had a burly figure and bronze skin. He had fought bravely with Aurelius against the Marcomanni. But unfortunately, he was shot in the calf soon after the battle began. Although his life was not in danger, he could not stay in the army to accumulate military merits. So he had to return to Rome and join the patrol team to maintain public order in the city. It was said that he was quite strong, but because of his leg injury, it was difficult for him to fight with others now. Zhang Heng took the initiative to extend his hand. "Zhang Heng. Aris." Aris also shook hands with Zhang Heng. This time it was Wei Ya's turn to interrupt. She exclaimed, "Zhang Heng? Are you the Oriental who won the championship in the Flavian Amphitheater? Wait, are you a newcomer to the patrol team?" She turned her head and looked at Aris. "Dad, why didn't you tell me that the most legendary gladiator in Rome is going to join you? Because this matter has nothing to do with children. Do I need to report every official business to you? Don't be like your mother, asking questions all day long," Aris said impatiently. "But this is a big deal. Didn't you always complain that the patrol team didn't have anyone who could fight, making it difficult for you to enforce the law every time?" Via was full of excitement. "Now you have the champion of the Flavian Amphitheater, and no one can beat you. The situation here is not so simple, and it can't be solved by one person," Aris said. "Your mother is making dinner. Why don't you go and help her? Also, go and ask the people who are going to patrol at night to gather downstairs. We are about to set off. You always have a bad excuse to get rid of me." Although she said this, the girl still took the old dog upstairs. But before leaving, she deliberately looked at Zhang Heng twice more, as if she was looking at a monkey in a zoo. "I'm sorry. My daughter has no manners at all. Of course, this place probably doesn't need that kind of thing," Aris said. "It's okay. I've gotten used to being looked at like this since I won the championship," Zhang Heng said. "It's good that you won't lose a piece of flesh." "That's good. To be honest, I didn't expect that a big shot like you would be willing to join the patrol team in this area. I'm just a gladiator who has just gained freedom. I'm not a big shot. John Hung shook his head. But I heard that you are valued by His Majesty the Emperor. Right? I heard from the people above that you want to come here to accumulate some political capital and gild yourself. But I have to tell you with regret that you may have chosen the wrong place. Why do you say that? You heard what I said to my daughter just now. Although this damn place is in Rome, it is completely different from other places. It is a huge stinking ditch. Thieves, robbers, villains, all the scum you can imagine basically live here. This place is not something that one person can change. Even if you are the champion of the Flavian Amphitheater. Chapter 828 A Principle. Zhang Hung smiled and didn't dwell on this issue. 5 minutes later, all the people who had patrol missions tonight came downstairs. The patrol team had 12 people in total, and they were usually divided into 2 groups. One group was responsible for daytime security, and the other group was responsible for night patrols, so that both groups could get some rest. However, a patrol team of 12 people was already insignificant for such a large area, not to mention that it had to be divided into 2. In total, it was not even as many as the black-tailed snake group. Moreover, these people are old and young, except for Eris, the captain who injured his leg and had been on the battlefield. The others don't even have much real combat experience. In fact, those who are assigned to this area have been abandoned, either because they made mistakes or offended some big shots. In addition, it is not ruled out that some unlucky people with no connections were sent here to fill the vacancies. Once you get here, it will be difficult to leave. In fact, Eris and others did try hard. After all, no one wants to stay in this place full of criminals and chaos. Even if they don't think about themselves, they will think about their families. However, due to some well-known reasons, all their efforts have proved to be in vain. Eris is a relatively responsible captain. When he first came here, he also thought about changing the environment here. He wrote countless letters to the top management to reflect the problems here, hoping to send more people and allocate funds. But these letters eventually fell into the sea. He also tried to start from his own side, doing what he could to influence the people around him little by little and bring order back to this neighborhood. However, this place is like a huge quagmire. No matter who stands in it, it is extremely difficult to move forward. In the end, they will only sink deeper and deeper until they are swallowed by it. Eris doesn't know how long he can hold on. In his eyes, this place is simply hopeless. Your situation doesn't look good. Zhang Hung spoke up. He saw Eris take out his armor and put it on before the patrol. This armor was what he wore when he went to the battlefield before, and it accompanied him to the patrol team afterwards. It was well maintained. However, his 5 men were not so lucky. Some of them had rusted armor or something was missing, and some simply did not wear armor, because we are always the last in the evaluation. The funds given to us by the higher-ups are very small, barely enough to make a living, and we have to find ways to get weapons and armor ourselves. Eris said. Do you have armor? I don't need that kind of thing. Zhang Hung said. Believe me, if you have it, you'd better wear it, because you will need it. Eris insisted. I know you are very powerful, although I didn't see your heroic appearance in the arena. I guess you must have beaten your opponent to a pulp, and you can even fight 2 at a time. But this is different from the opponents you met in the gladiatorial performance. Gladiators will pay attention to honor, and will not do things that make the audience despise them. But the people here are different. The battle may not be face to face. It can happen at any time and anywhere. Maybe the person next to you will suddenly draw a knife, and you don't know who he is, and why he wants to assassinate you. Thank you, but I can handle assassinations even without armor. Zhang Hung raised his eyebrows. He has been learning and familiarizing himself with the assassin's fighting style for a while. If he can be stabbed, then Dodotus has taught him for nothing. Seeing this, Eris did not persuade him anymore. After all, it was the first time they met. Eris just reminded Zhang Hung based on the relationship between colleagues. He would not force him if the latter did not do as he asked. However, this Oriental man has been labeled as arrogant in his eyes. Fortunately, Eris himself did not place any hope on Zhang Hung, although there were rumors that the Emperor valued this Oriental man. The fact that he was assigned here could explain a lot. Eris kindly reminded him. Have you offended anyone recently? I guess so. Zhang Hung smiled again, but he didn't seem to want to dwell on this issue, and quickly changed the subject. You mentioned the evaluation before. Can you tell me the specific rules of the evaluation? This part could be information that he had not been able to find out before. And it was also information that only the patrol team members could grasp. Of course. This is something you should know. Eris nodded and said, as you can see, each of our patrol teams has its own area of responsibility. Every 2 months, the higher-ups will send people to conduct a statistical inspection, mainly to see the crime situation in each area, how many cases there are, how many homicides there are, how many thefts there are, whether they have increased or decreased, and what the cracking rate is. In addition, they will randomly select residents in the area to ask about their satisfaction with public security. Eris paused here and continued. The area we are in is quite special. I believe you saw it when you came here. There are a large number of Jews living here, as well as some guys from the eastern provinces, as well as immigrants from Egypt or Mauritania, and some other sneaky guys who don't know where they came from. In short, it is very complicated. So many people from different places gather together, all crowded in such a small area, and conflicts occur between them almost every day. This is not surprising, John Hung said. Either one robbed the other, or the other beat the other. Even conflicts often broke out among the same people. In order to avoid being bullied, many people chose to stick together, and eventually many armed gangs emerged, with dozens of people at the least and hundreds of people at the most. Many of them simply embarked on the road of crime after mastering enough force. Even those small thieves and gangsters on the road have groups and backers behind them. Sometimes you don't know what trouble you will get into when you catch someone. The patrol team can't do anything. After all, we are just a cripple, leading a group of marginalized people who are exiled in disguise. And we can't even get the full salary. Eris used to worry about the worsening of the security situation here, and he was tossing and turning. But after living here for so many years, he has become numb. In his opinion, no one can solve the problems in this place, unless the army comes in and kills everyone. Otherwise, this place will always be a paradise for thieves, villains and murderers. Fortunately, we are a patrol team, and we don't have much money. Generally speaking, the criminal forces here will not target us. But if you want to live here long enough, you have to remember one principle. That is, don't meddle in other people's business. Eris warned. Chapter 829. Let's make money together. The first rule that the patrol team must follow is to mind one's own business. This sounds a bit absurd, but considering the dire situation that Eris and his team are facing, it seems understandable. Unfortunately, Eris didn't know that the Oriental man in front of him appeared outside the patrol team's gate just to cause trouble. The reason why Zhang Heng hadn't taken action before was just to collect intelligence from all parties and wait for the right entry point to appear. Now that the intelligence has been collected and the entry point has been found, the next step is to take action. Eris was also having a headache about how to treat this new Oriental who joined the patrol team. It only said that Zhang Heng would assist him in maintaining the law and order in this area, but it did not explain Zhang Heng's identity and position in detail. Normally, Eris should just treat him as a newcomer in this situation. But Zhang Heng happened to be a man in the palace, and it was rumored that Commodus valued him very much. The two met for the first time. Although Zhang Heng was polite, Eris could see that he was not a person who liked to obey orders. I wonder what your plan is for joining the patrol team. Do you want to be responsible for night patrols with us? Or do you want to maintain daytime law and order with Deputy Captain Sparata? This question was something Eris had planned to ask Zhang Heng even if he hadn't asked it. Since the captain spoke first, Zhang Heng just continued. Actually, I want to borrow your team for a while. Borrow my team? Eris was stunned when he heard it. Do you mean you want to be the captain? Zhang Heng's request was undoubtedly very rude. If he had just returned from the army a few years ago, Eris might have immediately let the other party know who was the boss of the patrol team. But his temper had been worn out in this stagnant place over the years. The position of patrol team captain was no longer so important to him. Anyone could sit in it. But sitting in this position was a great responsibility. There were not only 12 people behind him, but also 12 families. Eris couldn't hand it over easily. No. You are the captain. You should do what you are supposed to do at ordinary times, as long as you are willing to listen to my command at critical moments. That's all, Zhang Heng said. What do you mean by critical moments? Eris frowned. For example, tonight, I need you to accompany me to the tavern. Zhang Heng said. Go to the tavern. What for? To discuss some business. Didn't you say that the funds given by the higher authorities are very small because of the poor evaluation results? Zhang Heng looked around. I noticed that many of your men don't have suitable armor. According to you, this is quite dangerous when patrolling. One of the main reasons for your current predicament is that you have no money. In this case, let's make money first. How do you make money in a pub? Be a waiter? Someone couldn't help but interrupt. No. Just stand still. Zhang Heng said. I can take care of the rest. Can you make money just by standing still? Another person expressed doubts. And in fact, his words also represented the voice of most people. They have been here for at least half a year, and they know how difficult it is to make money in this hellhole. Even if you wash dishes, the local forces will take a cut, and it is likely that there will be more than one. Zhang Heng's solemn promise that you can make money just by standing still sounds like a fantasy. There's no point in lying to you. I'd be exposed soon. How about it? Are you willing to go with me tonight? Zhang Heng's eyes swept through the crowd. But everyone looked at Eris, the captain, when they heard this. Obviously, compared to Zhang Heng, an outsider, they were more willing to trust Eris, the old captain. Eris knew his people too well. They had been poor for too long and had been living a tight life. When they heard about the opportunity to make money, they were actually tempted. It was only out of respect that he let the captain make the decision. But even if he disagreed, it would not make much sense for him to use his prestige to suppress the matter. Because he could suppress it once. Could he suppress it a second time? Or a third time? Zhang Heng didn't have to do anything. Just ask once a day. Someone would eventually give up. It was just a matter of time. After understanding this, it was not difficult to understand why Zhang Heng on the other side looked so relaxed. As if he was not worried that he would refuse. So Eris didn't stop him. Okay. Then we will be under your command tonight. In addition to the team patrolling during the day. Let's go together. We can rest and make up for it when we come back. Zhang Heng said. Eris knew that they could make money together. Since he did not stop the first team, he would not stop the second team either. He nodded and said, Sparata and the others should be back soon. In fact, just when Eris said this, the 5 people led by Sparata came back from the street outside. One of them was holding wood in his hand and waiting to repair the half-finished table. As a result, he heard his colleagues talking about going to the tavern to make money. Their reactions were similar to Eris and others when they first heard the news. They all looked a little unbelievable. But since being cheated meant just one more trip, everyone was willing to join in. So Zhang Heng finally gathered all 12 members of the patrol team. And together with him, they walked towards a tavern called Blackwater Bay. However, Zhang Heng did not enter Blackwater Bay immediately, but waited for a while until the money-stealing boy he met in the afternoon and his 3 companions also ran over from the alley. Zhang Heng now knew that the money-stealing boy was named Psycheus, nicknamed Soap. Zhang Heng didn't know why he had such a nickname. It was probably because he was very slippery and didn't hold back. So it was not easy to be caught when he robbed money. But it didn't matter. This kind of thing was not important anyway. Zhang Heng asked Zhao Zhao, Are Tai Xiao and his people in there now? Zhao Zhao nodded. Yes. On the last day of every week, thieves from the 3 nearby streets have to report to Tai Xiao and hand in the bulk of the money they robbed that week. Those who robbed more will get rewards. And those who robbed less will be punished. When he talked about being punished, a trace of fear appeared on his face again. The 7 people you killed before. The leader was called Blacktail Snake, who was the right-hand man of Tai Cho. He also had a very powerful thug called Broken Finger. All the thieves in the 3 nearby streets had to listen to them. Huh. Then it seems that he is the person I am looking for. Zhang Heng patted Soap's shoulder and smiled. Let's go. Let's go in and meet Tai Cho and his men. Don't be afraid. From now on you are ours. No one dares to touch you. Chapter 830 Big Business. It is impossible to say that he is not afraid. Because Soap did not bring a single copper this time. Blacktail Snake was right. Their group had a good harvest this week. But then Skinny Monkey's sister happened to be sick. So they spent all the money they robbed on her medical treatment. Not only their own part, but also the part that should be given to Iron Claw. In the afternoon, they tried to rob the little slave girl but failed. So Soap and his group had to come to Iron Claw empty-handed. They could already foresee what tragic fate was waiting for them ahead. However, just when they were about to fall into despair, Zhang Heng expressed his willingness to point out a way out for them. Soap didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a curse to go down this road. but they seemed to have no other choice but to bite the bullet and walk into the tavern. Tonight, the Blackwater Bay was basically occupied by Tais Ho and his men. In addition, there were thieves from the 3 nearby streets, most of whom were little devils like Soap and Skinny Monkey. They came to report their work for the week to Tais Ho, and also gave most of the money they stole with great effort to Tais Ho. Although they complained about this in private, no one dared to disobey, because they all knew the consequences of angering the iron handcuffs. The poor person never showed up again, so the rest of the people had to pay the money honestly no matter how dissatisfied they were. Fortunately, they had lived here since they were young and had long been accustomed to similar things. This was originally a cruel world where the big fish eat the small fish. Whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak, and the people at the bottom could only accept it. Before tonight, the 4 of them were also members of the bottom class, and many thieves knew that Skinny Monkey's sister was sick. They saw a hint of sympathy in the eyes of the 4 of them, but this sympathy did not last long and disappeared. Many people even couldn't help but gloat over their misfortune. After all, these thieves usually make a living on these 3 streets. Sometimes they cooperate with each other, but more often they are in a competitive relationship. Moreover, fat sheep are rare in this place. Often, a target is targeted by several groups at the same time. It is impossible to have no conflicts. But it seems that after tonight, they will have one less opponent. Oh, you are finally here. I thought you ran away. So we can only visit you after we finish the work at hand. The speaker was a dwarf who managed the property for Tychus. When Soap and the other 4 came in, he was sitting in the arms of a waitress and telling her some jokes. As a result, the waitress laughed out loud, and the dwarfs also had a feast for the eyes. He kissed the waitress on the cheek, then jumped off her body, walked to Soap, and stretched out a hand. Great. Since you are here, then pay the money. We don't have any money. Soap trembled as he said this, and he could hear his teeth chattering. No money? The smile on the dwarf's face gradually disappeared. It shouldn't be. I heard that you guys made a lot of money this week. Yes, but the money was all used for my sister's medical treatment. The Skinny Monkey didn't want to see Soap bear this pressure alone, so he swallowed his saliva. The dwarf sighed. You have been in this business for quite a while. You are considered old. You should know the rules and regulations. Your sister's illness is of course a big deal, but you can't use other people's money to pay for her medical treatment. You are in the wrong no matter where you put it. We will find a way to pay it back later, the Skinny Monkey said hurriedly. Since we have made so much money for Boss Tychus, please give us another chance. Okay. The dwarf nodded readily. We are not unreasonable people. Even if you deceived us first, Boss Tychus is still willing to trust you again. After all, you are the best thieves in the 3 streets nearby. The Skinny Monkey and others showed their joy when they heard this. They didn't expect that the iron cuffs, which were always known for their cruelty and harshness, would become reasonable this time. The thieves around them were also surprised when they heard this. However, they saw the dwarf take out a dagger from his arms and stick it on the wooden table. But there is a small problem. We only have 3 places to forgive this time, so it seems that you may have to make a choice. A vicious smile flashed in the dwarf's small eyes. The 4 Soaps were shocked when they heard this, and the other thieves were relieved when they saw this. Sure enough, this was the familiar Taicho. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Now, everyone in the tavern focused on Zapeo and his group, wanting to see what they would choose in the end. But then they heard Zapeo say, Wait, although we don't have the money, I still have a big business to discuss with Taicho boss. Until now, he finally made up his mind and stopped wavering. He knew that when he said this, it meant that he had completely broken with Taicho and his group. Although Zapeo doubted whether Zhang Heng could negotiate this business. But at this point, he could only honestly play the role that Zhang Heng asked him to play. Business? The dwarf showed a playful look on his face. What kind of business can you 4 thieves have? Or are you just trying to delay time? The next moment, a strange voice rang in his ears. What he said is true. He really has business to discuss with your boss. The dwarf was a little surprised. He didn't know where this oriental man in front of him came from. In fact, he couldn't even remember how he walked into the door of the tavern. And he didn't know him. So he didn't know why this guy wanted to interfere in their internal affairs. On the other side, Blacktail Snake and his men, who were drinking alone, looked very different when they saw Zhang Heng. They blurted out, Why you again? Why? Do you know each other? The dwarf was stunned when he heard this and looked in the direction of Blacktail Snake. What happened this afternoon was really too embarrassing for Blacktail Snake. 7 people were beaten up by the opponent alone. They naturally didn't want to tell others about it. Moreover, considering that Zhang Heng was not from here and they really couldn't beat him, they also gave up the idea of retaliating. They decided to make peace and swallow their anger. Unexpectedly, the other party was still lingering around and actually chased all the way to this tavern. Black-tailed Snake was immediately filled with grievances. He didn't know Zhang Heng's purpose tonight, but he just thought that the other party was coming for him. He wondered why this man was so untrustworthy. He had clearly said before that he would let them go, but he changed his mind halfway through the journey. Even if he was a gladiator champion, he couldn't be so treacherous. Moreover, he was too petty. The people who were beaten didn't have any complaints, but the one who beat them came to him first. Chapter 831. It's none of our business after work. We had a good memory before, but I'm not here to see him tonight. So relax, Zhang Heng said to the black-tailed snake, who was facing a formidable enemy. And then his eyes turned around the tavern and finally fell on a black man in the corner. The other party looked like an ordinary drinker. Not like the black-tailed snake, who was surrounded by his men, nor like the dwarf beauty in his arms. And the food on his table looked very shabby, with only half a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine. And he didn't look like a big shot at all. However, Zhang Heng then said, "It seems that you are the Iron Handcuffs. Why do you say that? We haven't seen each other before." The black man asked back. "You are the only one sitting farthest from others in the tavern. Or in other words, others don't dare to approach you. Obviously, they are afraid of you. In addition, the dwarf just subconsciously wanted to look in the direction where you were sitting. Of course, the main reason is that Soap told me your appearance and other relevant information." Zhang Heng paused and continued, "You were a slave before. You escaped several times, but you were caught and put in iron shackles every time. You also suffered a lot of torture. That's how you got this nickname. As a result, one day your former master was found dead in his own barn, with a pitchfork piercing his back. They suspected you, but because there was no evidence, the case was eventually dropped. The son of the former master sold you to another family. 2 years later, your new master also met with an accident, but he made a will before his death, deciding to give 20 slaves freedom. You were lucky to be one of them. After you were freed, you moved here. At first, you worked as an apprentice in a blacksmith shop, but it was difficult to make money. So you soon gathered a group of people and controlled the thieves in the 3 nearby streets. In the name of providing protection, they made them pay you regularly. Am I right? Since you know who I am, why do you dare to stand up for them?" Tiecho's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at the 4 people beside him. Under the years of accumulated power, the 4 people suddenly felt difficulty breathing and could hardly stand. "I'm not standing up for them. As he said before, we came to you just to discuss a business." Zhang Heng walked straight to Taicho, pulled open the chair opposite him, and sat down. Taicho got the point. "Yes, my 12 brothers and I. For the sake of courtesy, let me greet them first. They are still standing outside. If you have no objection, I will let them in." Zhang Heng found an empty cup and blew away the ashes inside, then picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass of wine. 12 people. I'm afraid it's not enough." Taiclaw snorted. "No, it's enough. After all, we are just here to discuss business." Zhang Heng smiled and said to Skinny Monkey, "Let them in." Skinny Monkey stole a glance at Taicho. He could see that he was in a bad mood and was thinking about killing someone again. But Skinny Monkey had no choice. He knew that it would further anger Taicho, and he could only run out to inform Eris and others. Eris, who was waiting outside, was also very nervous. He had been in charge of the security of this area for so long, and was very clear about the big and small forces here. When he saw the sign of Blackwater Bay, he knew that it was Taicho and his people inside. Eris didn't understand why Zhang Heng came here to make money. If there was any money to be made in this place, it would have been made by Taishao and his men long ago. Fortunately, there was no sound of fighting during the time Zhang Heng was in there. But when the Skinny Monkey came out to let them in, the other members of the patrol team couldn't help but feel nervous. In the end, it was Eris who made the decision. "Since we are here, we can't just turn around and leave now. After all, we are also the patrol team here, and we can't be afraid of the gang forces here. The others couldn't help but murmur in their hearts when they heard this. If we weren't afraid, why did we put not interfering first? But even though they complained, they still followed Eris into the tavern. When they appeared at the door, the atmosphere in the tavern was suffocated. The patrol team had always had a low presence in this area. Eris knew that the patrol team could not handle the complicated situation here, so he wisely chose to keep a low profile. However, their identities were there after all. They were the only armed force in the vicinity that only maintained public order, so everyone present knew them. Taicho was surprised. Did you report the case? No. I am from the patrol team. Zhang Heng smiled. Are you from the patrol team? But I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Then what business do you want to talk to me about? After the initial shock, Taicho quickly calmed down. After all, this is his territory. Although he is engaged in criminal business, he is not afraid of the patrol team. No one in this place is afraid of the patrol team like a mascot. Without the help of local forces, these patrol teams cannot conduct investigations even if they receive reports, because no one will cooperate with them. For so long, they have not caught even a thief. There are even thieves who swagger into their base to steal things, which is simply a shame for the patrol team. Big business. Zhang Heng finished the wine in his hand and put down the glass. It's 30% of your current income. Then he looked at Soap. You should tell him the details. Soap had been praying that Zhang Heng and Taicho could forget him since he sat opposite them. But now it seemed that his prayers did not work. Seeing Taicho's eyes return to him, Soap could only bite the bullet and say, business. It's very simple. The patrol team can help maintain the law and order of these 3 streets. And you, as local residents, only need to give 30% of your income as a thank you in the future. Are you kidding me? You're asking for 30% of my income. Taicho laughed in anger. He really wanted to hear what the big business Zhang Heng kept talking about was. It turned out that the other party was not lying. It was indeed a big business that was as high as 30% of their current income. But they paid it to others. Open your eyes and take a good look. Do you still need to maintain the security of these 3 streets? You have less than half of my manpower. And look at you. You don't even have a decent armor. What's the difference between you and the beggars on the street? So thank you. We appreciate the kindness of the patrol team. We can manage our territory ourselves. You should continue to circle around this place. Taicho's words also triggered a burst of happy laughter in the tavern. There was no other way. The patrol team had a bad image here. In the past 2 months, they had not even solved a case. They even watched the criminals walk away in front of them. No one, whether passers-by or victims, was willing to testify, and the evidence was destroyed. Taicho's words also made many patrol members blush. Although they had been living in a cowardly way here, they were law enforcers after all, and they still had some dignity as law enforcers. Of course, they were angry when they were insulted like this, but they couldn't refute it. Some people even started to blame Zhang Heng. He talked about making a lot of money before, but the result was that the patrol team came over and humiliated themselves. Zhang Heng didn't say anything until the laughter in the tavern died down a little. Then he spoke again slowly. Okay, although you scolded us, as law enforcers, we don't care about these things. We still have to do what we should do. We will help you maintain the law and order in this area. Are you so cheap? I just said that I won't give you a penny. Taicho sneered. I heard you, but I believe you will change your mind. Because starting tomorrow, our patrol area will only be these 3 streets nearby. You are right. This place is too big, and we have too few people. I think it is time to pick out the key points. 12 people, 3 streets, and only work during the day. Don't worry. We will definitely take care of it this time. I can guarantee that all crimes on these 3 streets will be uncovered. Of course, it will be none of our business after work. Chapter 832. Don't go too far. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, the tavern fell silent, and the previous laughter disappeared. Blacktail Snake, Dwarf and others took a deep breath. The patrol team's move was too cruel. They couldn't handle the cases that had already happened because no one cooperated with their investigation. But they were still able to stop the crimes that were happening. At least it was like this in the territory of Taikas. After all, the actual people responsible for earning income were just some underage kids. And just as Zhang Heng said, if they are determined to patrol the 3 streets, the 12 people in the patrol team can completely make all the thieves in the 3 streets have no business to do. And Taizo and his men will naturally get nothing. But Why does this matter always feel weird? Yes, the group of people in front of Tai's Ho are obviously patrol teams, law enforcers of this area. But now they don't follow any laws. No, it should be that they talk about the law. But in fact, they use the power granted by the law to seek personal gain. Their current behavior is no longer like the guardians of the law. And they are no different from other gangs in this place. This is not a business at all. It is simply blatant extortion. No matter what word Zhang Heng used to describe their behavior, he could not hide their true purpose. The patrol team was going to rob the thieves. Logically speaking, Taicho and the dwarf had been living here for a long time, and they were no strangers to such intrigues. In order to survive and not be swallowed up by other forces, they often had to pay some protection fees and donations. But the problem was that the people who came to them this time were actually the patrol team. For a moment, Taicho, the dwarf, and the others had a thought in their minds. Has the neighborhood we live in really fallen to this level? Even the patrol team has started extortion. And as criminals, they have even rarely begun to care about the spiritual and cultural construction of the surrounding area. Everyone in the tavern had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a long time. When they came to their senses, everyone's eyes gradually focused on Tiecho's face, and it was obvious that he, as the boss, needed to speak. However, Taicho was also hesitant now. The patrol team had been the mascot for a long time. No one paid any attention to them before, and no one took them seriously. However, now this group of guys with little presence suddenly showed their fangs and wanted to turn over and ride on the heads of Taicho and his group. This made it difficult for Taicho and the dwarf to accept emotionally and face saving. But Taicho knew that what Zhang Heng said was true. His business was special. Once the patrol team targeted him, it would be difficult for those thieves to steal any money. Not to mention that the patrol team deliberately targeted them. Even if they just walked around 3 streets, it would make theft difficult, and their income would definitely be greatly reduced. What to do? Should we fight? They have the advantage in numbers. Even if we don't count the thieves, the number of Tiecho's men is twice that of the patrol team, and there are some good fighters among them. Besides Eris, the patrol team needs to pay attention to this ignorant oriental man in front of them. If they fight, it shouldn't be a problem to win. But the question is what happens next. No matter how shabby and useless the patrol team led by Eris is, they are the law enforcers of this place. If they are beaten up, they will be embarrassed. But will they attract more powerful guys? After all, there is not only one patrol team, but they are scattered in various places in the city. If they gather together, it is hard to say whether they can capture this place. But it is obvious that there is no problem for small characters like Tangping Taishao and others. After all, Taishao and others are just bad guys living in the slums. Their vision and thinking are limited. How can they know the filth in the patrol team? Eris and his group are equivalent to exiled marginal people. Besides, even if he knows, he is not sure about the reaction of other patrol teams after beating Eris and his group. Even Eris himself does not know this problem. And he does not want to know. Because if that happens, most of them will be dismissed. Although their current life is miserable enough, at least they still have a meager salary to support themselves and their families. If they lose this job, they will probably be completely integrated into this place. Therefore, when Taicho hesitated, Eris and his men were also very nervous, with one hand on their weapons. And Tiecho's men around them were also ready to move, just waiting for the boss's order to deal with this group of ignorant patrol members. The situation in the tavern became tense, but Zhang Heng was the only one who remained calm. He even leaned back, waiting for Tiecho's answer. Taicho noticed that Blacktail Snake was winking at him, as if he wanted to tell him something. However, Taicho didn't have the time to discuss anything with his most trusted subordinates at the moment, because he had been silent for a long time and had to speak now. Otherwise the other party and his subordinates would see his hesitation. 30% is too much. Taicho finally chose to solve the matter through peaceful means. After all, they were a small force and did not want to confront the patrol team head-on. Taicho felt that he had made a lot of concessions and should enter into negotiations next. However, what he did not expect was that the oriental man sitting opposite shook his head when he heard it. 30%. Not a single copper penny less. That's impossible. The money did not all fall into our pockets. Taicho almost jumped up in anger, but he finally suppressed his anger and explained. I have to hand over almost half of it to the higher-ups. We can only take half. And I have so many subordinates to support. I can only give you 10% at most. As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the patrol team couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Looking at the life of Tai Xiao and his subordinates, it was obvious that they lived a much better life than the patrol team. Even if they took out 10%, it would probably be more than their current income. The patrol team wanted to agree on the spot, but they didn't expect Zhang Heng to still say, 30%. This matter is not negotiable. Don't go too far. The Iron Cuffs finally couldn't stand it anymore and said grimly, too far? We are the patrol team, helping to maintain the law and order on the street. What's too far to catch a few thieves? Zhang Heng shook his head and said, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation. From now on, without our permission, you can't do business anymore, and you won't make a single sesterce. It doesn't matter if you don't want to cooperate with us. I believe there are many people under your command who are willing to cooperate with us. Chapter 833. Please ask. Oh, I can't believe it. This is amazing. It was just one night. No, just such a short time. We did nothing. Just stood in the tavern, and actually earned 6 ores. You should really see the expression on Tietcho's face at that time. When Zhang Heng and the patrol team walked out of the tavern, a young patrol member named Babel couldn't help but shouted excitedly. This was probably the most impressive night since he joined the patrol team. Especially when Zhang Heng said to Tietcho, 30%. Not a single copper penny less. When Zhang Heng said this, everyone present heard an unquestionable majesty from the words of this oriental man. It was as if the patrol team had ambushed hundreds of people outside the tavern. As long as Zhang Heng gave an order, they would rush in and chop everyone inside clean. Tietcho and his men looked at each other. When did those guys in the patrol team become so tough? Especially Tietcho, who was the first to bear the brunt. Because he was sitting opposite Zhang Heng. He felt the strongest. How could this be a patrol team? He felt that the person in front of him was clearly the boss of one of the 3 major forces in this area. Such a big shot could decide his life or death with just one word. Sweat even oozed from the forehead of the iron handcuffs. He found that he could not refuse the other party's proposal at all. It was not that he could not, but that he had no way. It was not until Zhang Heng and his group left that he woke up from this nightmare, and noticed that his right hand under the table was trembling slightly. Zhang Heng did not walk far. He stopped shortly after leaving the tavern and opened the purse worth 6 gold coins. He divided the money into 14 parts, and then distributed 12 of them directly to the members of the patrol team. Each person could get about 42 sesterces. This is a huge sum of money for the patrol team members, who live on a meager salary. You have to know that this is only 1 week's income. According to the agreement between Zhang Heng and Tai Xiao, Tai Xiao will pay 30% of the income to the patrol team every week as a thank you for the patrol team's efforts to maintain public order. And everyone has no objection to Zhang Heng taking 2 shares, because this money is almost earned by Zhang Heng alone. Before this, no one thought that it was possible to make money in this way. Everyone even thinks that Zhang Heng took too little, and no one would complain even if he took the lion's share. However, Zhang Heng himself did not have any particular need for money. He also had income from performances at the Victor Arena. He took 2 shares more to set rules for future money distribution. After all, since he was going to take over the patrol team, he must handle the issue of interest distribution. Otherwise the team would not be able to lead far. After everyone happily took the money, their eyes on Zhang Heng changed. They no longer regarded him as a new outsider as before, but showed more respect and kindness. However, the Captain Heiress looked at Zhang Heng with a complicated look. He did not take his share at the first time. Instead, he said, I actually wanted to ask you this question just now, but you were still negotiating with Tai Xiao at that time. You are a member of the patrol team, and I can't ruin your position. But now, I think I can ask that question. Excuse me, Zhang Heng said. What's the difference between us and those bastards in there? Heiress said seriously. His words were like a bucket of cold water, which cooled the originally lively and cheerful atmosphere. The patrol team members who received the money looked a little embarrassed, especially the 2 young men who had just joined the patrol team. Probably because their ideals had not been worn away by the bad reality here. They lowered their heads in shame after hearing this. Indeed, no matter how cautious Zhang Heng's words were, no matter how high-sounding his words were, it could not change the fact that this was a blackmail. They used their patrol team status to blackmail Tai Xiao and his people, and took the money just like Tai Xiao and his people took money from those thieves. But Tai Xiao and his people were villains and bad guys. and they could feel at ease when doing such things. While the patrol team was the law enforcer of this area. After all, they are different from the local criminal organizations. Everyone subconsciously put this issue behind their minds because they can get money. But now that this matter has been brought up by Eris, everyone has to re-examine their role in it. However, John Hung, the person involved, remained calm and nodded when he heard it. Good question. Then can I ask you, what do you think is the most important responsibility of the patrol team? Maintaining the law and order of this place and arresting criminals. Eris answered without hesitation. As the captain of the patrol team, he was certainly familiar with his duties. No offense. But how did you do before I came? Eris was silent after hearing this. After a while, he spoke again. We didn't do very well. Ironcuffs was right about one thing. We were just circling around in this area before. Those guys were not afraid of us at all. In fact, no one was afraid of us. Because no one here would cooperate with us. The entire patrol team seemed to be in name only. We were short of manpower and funds. And we could do nothing. We could only watch the situation here getting worse and worse. As the captain, I have a great responsibility, and even told the new members not to meddle in other people's business. Eris said self-deprecatingly. I know you think I'm a coward. Eris' words made all the members of the patrol team look sad. They knew the days of the patrol team very well. It can be said that Eris was not exaggerating at all. However, although life is a little hard, we can still get by. We didn't do anything illegal. It's admirable. I'm serious. Considering the environment you are in. It's amazing to be able to do this. John Hung said. But, if you really want to fulfill your duties, I'm afraid you need to sacrifice some of your self-esteem and pride. You can't make things better here by maintaining your moral superiority. You've been here for so long. I believe you understand the meaning of this sentence better than me. I'm not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. Eris frowned. But extorting handcuffs can only make our own pockets fatter. I don't see how to make things better here. In fact, with so much money lost, handcuffs will definitely make the thieves under his command commit crimes more crazily. In other words, the public security of the 3 streets nearby will further deteriorate. For the time being, this is the case. But you don't think I came here just to help the patrol earn some pocket money, do you? This is just the beginning, John Hung said lightly. Once we integrate all the forces here, we can formulate new order and rules. Chapter 834, Common Goals. You want to integrate the big and small forces here? Eris was frightened by John Hung's plan. In fact, not only him, but also the other members of the patrol team were frightened. After all, extorting Taicho and re-establishing the rules and order of the Black World are 2 completely different things. There are many people in this place who are more ruthless than Taicho. Taicho may be fierce enough in front of those thieves, but in this area, he can only be regarded as a small role at best. He and his people can't even make a splash in front of other big forces. Even so, their manpower is twice that of the patrol team. If they really fought in the tavern just now, the patrol team would probably be in trouble. It is so difficult to swallow a handcuff. It is hard to imagine what the patrol team will end up like against those powerful forces. Therefore, not only Eris, but other people in the patrol team also doubted the truthfulness of John Hung's words. But unlike Eris, they probably hoped that John Hung was lying. Because although what Eris said made sense, most of the patrol members still hoped to make money with John Hung. But the premise was not to give up their lives for the sake of making money. That's right. But we have to do it step by step, John Hung said. Our patrol team is very suitable for collecting security fees, but it is not suitable for directly intervening in the fight between gangs. At least not now. It is easy to arouse the vigilance of other forces, and then unite to resist us. So we need to take down Taizo and his gang first, and use them as a stepping stone to absorb and cultivate small forces that can be loyal to us, accumulate strength, and then attack the medium-sized forces in this area, and finally the large forces. John Hung tried to explain the next action plan in the simplest language. However, everyone still looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, Barbier said, "Can you tell us what to do next in a simple way?" I just said, "Take down Taicho and his gang." But haven't we already taken down Taicho and his gang? Barbel asked in confusion. Oh, you seem to have misunderstood something. We just made some pocket money. You don't think Taicho and his people will give in so easily, do you? 30% of the income is too painful for them. Enough for them to take risks. What? The patrol team members were stunned when they heard this. Don't worry. He doesn't want to make a big fuss. Otherwise he would have taken action in the tavern before. So he will only target me next time, Zhang Heng said. If he is not stupid, he should know that I am the one who planned all this. After all, the patrol team has been well behaved before I arrived. As long as he gets rid of me, he will get rid of his own troubles. He wants to kill you. Babel's expression tightened. That's not necessarily true. After all, I'm also a member of the patrol team. If you can teach me a lesson and get me out of here, that would be the best solution, Zhang Heng said calmly. Not long after he finished speaking, a patrol member named Marcus suddenly said, I go with you. Marcus has been in the patrol team for 2 years. He usually doesn't talk much and seems to prefer to be alone. He looks like he's thinking about his own things. He doesn't have many friends in the patrol team. Although he doesn't reject group activities, he's not very active either. No one expected him to be so righteous, willing to stand up for someone he had only known for less than a day. It seemed that he was going to deal with the upcoming troubles with Zhang Heng. Marcus explained, I did this not entirely for justice. You performed very well in the tavern before, and you were smarter than all of us. Since you knew that insisting on asking for 30% of the income would force the Taichou gang into a corner, you must have thought about how to deal with their revenge next. I think you are a more qualified leader than Eris. So it's better to say that I want to follow you rather than to say that I want to help you. Zhang Heng was a little surprised. He had learned about the patrol team before. He didn't care much about other people except Eris. Nor did he care whether they were willing to cooperate, because he had the ability to drag everyone into the water. Strictly speaking, Zhang Heng only cared about the identity of the patrol team, not the people in it. He didn't expect that he could find a treasure among them. Although this young man named Marcus didn't talk much, he had clear thinking and acted calmly. At the same time, he was not indecisive. He didn't hesitate when he made up his mind, and he didn't hide his true intentions. As long as he was polished a little, he would be of great use. Zhang Heng wanted to integrate the big and small forces here, but he could not do it by himself. He needed help. Zhang Heng's original plan was to select suitable talents from the major forces, but it would be better if the patrol team could find them. After all, the people here are more consistent with his ultimate goal. With Marcus taking the lead, several people on the patrol team expressed their willingness to stand on Zhang Heng's side and fight against the iron handcuffs with him. This actually means that the patrol team has begun to split. This seems incredible at first glance. Eris spent many years to build his prestige as a captain, but Zhang Heng broke it in less than half a night. But if you think about it carefully, you won't be surprised by this result. After all, Zhang Heng's performance in the tavern was so outstanding that he shocked everyone. Of course, the most important thing is that he proved that everyone who followed him would have meat to eat. In fact, even in the patrol team, most people don't have such high moral standards as Eris. Especially since they have been here for a long time. There will be some impact to some extent. When Eris questioned Zhang Heng before, some people were just embarrassed to speak up because of Eris's identity as the captain. In their opinion, the money was not robbed from the street. So what was unacceptable? Anyway, the group of iron cuffs were not good people. So why did they expose this matter so that no one could get the money? But what surprised everyone was that Eris also spoke up afterwards. Don't argue. Zhang Heng is a member of the patrol team. His affairs are the patrol team's affairs. How can we stand aside and watch when someone comes to him? After saying that, he even held out his hand. What? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. My share of the money? Eris said. You wouldn't feel comfortable if I didn't take it. Zhang Heng knew what Eris had guessed. And it was nothing strange. He was assigned here because someone above was deliberately making things difficult for him. Therefore, Zhang Heng not only had to solve the current problem, but also had to guard against possible hidden arrows. Strictly speaking, what he was doing now was not very compliant. Of course, Zhang Heng himself paid attention to this, including the wording, so that he would not leave any excuses, and he would not come forward himself and many things later. But no matter what, Eris was willing to convey his goodwill to him, and he certainly would not refuse. But I will always keep one eye on you to see if you can fulfill your promise in the end. After taking the money, Eris said seriously. Welcome, Zhang Heng said. In fact, it should be said that my ultimate goal is the most difficult to change among all people, because I don't plan to stay here for too long. Chapter 835 Growth and Test. Late at night, 2 days and 1 night had passed since Zhang Heng led the patrol team to collect security fees from Tieko. Tieko also found out Zhang Heng's identity and background. In fact, this matter would not take so long. The gladiatorial champion of the Fladian Amphitheater is the hottest topic in the whole city of Rome recently. This Oriental man has captured the hearts of countless girls and ladies. Everyone now regrets giving Zhang Heng freedom so early, which means that they will never see the latter's heroic figure again. Fortunately, Mark Roth's Gladiator School put out an advertisement at the right time, saying that Zhang Heng will have a performance every month in Victor Arena, and it is now accepting ticket reservations. Ticket sales at Victor Arena suddenly became popular, making Mark Roth walk with a breeze recently. Zhang Heng's return not only greatly increased the exposure of Victor Arena, but also allowed him to gradually take the initiative in the negotiation of the giant Telephilos. Yes, Telephilos has not been sold yet, and his owner has received dozens of offers. Basically, all gladiator schools that have the ability to develop Telephilos value have made offers, and each one has more than one offer, and each one is higher than the other. The more this happens, the more hesitant Telephilos' owner is, because if he waits a little longer, there may be a higher price. After all, it is a seller's market now. After Zhang Heng was freed and performed brilliantly in the final battle, Telephilos became the most popular gladiator in Rome. However, after the news of Zhang Heng's imminent return was released in the Victor Arena, Telephilos' trading finally began to cool down. The gladiator schools did not make new offers. Obviously, it was their turn to hesitate. After all, it was risky to bet too much on gladiator. Moreover, once Zhang Heng came back, Telephilos would lose the title of the strongest gladiator. Don't underestimate the difference between the first and the second. Just look at the past between Cisneros and Satanilos. Although Satanilos also had many followers, there was a fundamental difference in the ability to sell tickets between the two. It seems that there is no suspense about the championship of the Victor Arena. In order to compete for the second place, how much are the gladiator schools willing to pay? At this time, the only one who raised the price again was Marculus. But Marculus also said that he would only give Telephilos' master 1 night to think about it. Once the time is over, he will withdraw the bid and no longer participate in the competition. Finally, after a night of repeated consideration, coupled with the persuasion of Telephilos himself, his master finally accepted Marculus' offer and left Rome with the money before dawn. Other schools did not know until the afternoon that Telephilos had been taken down by the Victor Arena. Marculus had taken the top 3 places in this gladiatorial show alone, and his appetite made all his peers gasp. On the other side, Taicho was also shocked after learning about Zhang Heng's identity. Especially Blacktail Snake later confessed that they had run into Zhang Heng and got beaten up, proving that Zhang Heng's fighting ability was basically as strong as the legend. But this did not dispel Taicho's idea of revenge. There was no way. Losing 30% of their income was too painful for them. After all, they were just a small force, and they had to take care of everything, so they didn't have much money left. The sudden loss of 30% of the income can still support him in the short term, but in the long run, he will definitely have to reduce the number of his subordinates, which will further deteriorate the situation. They will either be replaced or swallowed up by other forces. Therefore, Taizo must drive Zhang Heng out of here. Now he has found the reason why the patrol team has become abnormal. As long as Zhang Heng is driven away, the patrol team can return to the mascot state before. In the past 2 days, they have been preparing for this, considering Zhang Heng's terrible fighting power. Although he has a considerable advantage in numbers, Taizo still decided to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. He found Zhang Heng's residence. For some reason, Zhang Heng did not live in the patrol team station, but rented a room on the next street. He stayed there alone for the past 2 days, which gave Tiechuang and his gang an opportunity to attack. Of course, some people had doubts, such as Blacktail Snake. He was already scared by Zhang Heng's beating. He always felt that this matter was a bit too coincidental. Why did they immediately have such a good opportunity when they decided to retaliate against Zhang Heng? Isn't it too coincidental? But the arrow was already on the string and had to be shot. Taicho arranged 2 people to keep an eye on the patrol team. Eris and his men were the only ones who could come to protect Zhang Heng. As long as there was no movement over there, Taicho would not worry about any accidents. Moreover, they deliberately chose to do it late at night, when most people were asleep. No matter how powerful the Oriental man was, He could not know their movements in his sleep. At the same time, Taicho also found a guy who was very good at unlocking. As long as they could sneak into Zhang Heng's room quietly, several people would rush over together, and the matter would basically be done. Taicho's plan was well made. The group also reached the downstairs where Zhang Heng was. Taiho asked most people to stay downstairs and surrounded all the entrances and exits, leaving them to the dwarf for command. Then he personally went upstairs with 8 people including Blacktail Snake, and the guy who was proficient in picking locks quietly pried open Zhang Heng's door. The 8 people held their breath together and looked at the figure lying on the bed. Seeing that the other party did not react at all, and was still sleeping soundly, Taicho's eyes showed a hint of joy. He took the lead and led the 7 people to the bedside. On the roof of the apartment building, Zhang Heng was looking down at his cuffed men who were on alert, and a ghostly figure quietly passed through their seemingly indestructible defense line. The cuffed men who stayed downstairs were like blind people, and they didn't notice the masked ghost who was completely integrated into the darkness, and let the ghost climb up the building. Zhang Heng made a silent applause gesture and praised. "Not bad. Your skills are still good. Stop talking nonsense. I have killed the people who were following the patrol team as you requested." The ghost spoke, and it was the voice of the old Persian trainer. "But these are just small fish and shrimps, and they are so scattered. The 2 of us can handle it in a few minutes. Do we need help from outsiders? Besides, those people in the patrol team don't seem to be of any use. People need to grow up. How can they grow without opportunities? Just because they are useless now doesn't mean they won't be useful in the future. After all, I won't stay here for too long," Zhang Heng said. "I ignored the patrol team before, but I didn't expect that there are still some useful people in it. It just so happens that I also want to see which of them are more worthy of training." Chapter 836 A Good Start. The old Persian trainer stared at Zhang Heng for a long time, and let the latter touch his face. "What's wrong? You know that many people in the organization disagreed with my selection of you as the successor, but I still insisted on this point. But now I am a little confused, whether it is right or wrong to do this. I find that I don't seem to know you at all, and every time I meet you, you will show a new side. A side I have never seen before. I never knew that your political skills were so powerful. To be honest, I am a little scared. What are you afraid of? You're going to retire anyway, and what happens next has nothing to do with you," Zhang Heng said leisurely. "That's true." The old Persian trainer seemed relieved, but then his expression became serious again. "But if you really do something to let down the balance blade in the future, no matter where I am or how old I am, I will rush back. You'd better be alert every time you eat and sleep, because you don't know when my dagger will cut your throat." "Old man, don't be so angry." Zhang Heng remained calm after hearing this. "You know me. I joined the balance blade just for the books in the library." The old Persian trainer was speechless. "I was blinded by your talent at the beginning. If I had known this, I should have found someone else." "Forget it. How long will it take to deal with your affairs here? If you are asking about the iron handcuffs, it can be solved tonight. If you are asking about solving the security situation here, it will take about 2 months to be noticed by Commodus again." Zhang Heng calculated. The old Persian trainer was shocked. "You can integrate all the forces here in 2 months? How can it be so fast? The situation here is very complicated. Even I have to spend some time. But the power I master in 2 months should be enough to cope with the assessment," Zhang Heng said. "I have to thank the poor foundation here. It is not easy to improve from 0 to 60 points. But it is definitely easier to improve from 0 to 30 points than from 60 points to 90 points. Although he still failed. You can't deny that going from 0 to 30 is not an improvement." Zhang Heng didn't forget his purpose. He came here to prove that he had the ability to help the young emperor and successfully get into Commodus's team. Of course, he didn't lie to Eris and others. Zhang Heng would do what he promised them, and complete the integration of the big and small forces here, in addition to giving himself another chance to advance. He also needed a force that he could use. This power needs to be independent of the blade of balance and the control of the young emperor. So there is no better place than here. Therefore, when Zhang Heng found himself being thrown here by Klein, he was really happy. The 10 years of Black Sail made him very comfortable with this mixed environment. Moreover, Zhang Heng also had a cheating device, which he accidentally discovered when dealing with Satanilos and others. It can help him skip the most troublesome link and speed up the whole process. "I don't care what you do next, but you better take 2 weeks out. Just at night. An old friend has asked me to do something. So I guess I'd be away for quite a while. I teach you everything I can before I leave. John Hung knew that it was the priestess who was fulfilling her previous agreement with him, and sent the old Persian trainer away. So he nodded and said, "Okay, we can start tomorrow night." The Iron Cuffs and others who were lurking in the building finally found that the person sleeping on the bed was not Zhang Hung. The guy who was pinned to the ground by them and couldn't move and was terrified was a complete stranger. According to him, he was just a tenant in this building. He didn't know why he was here, nor why he was strangled by fate. Taizo and others also had a bad feeling in their hearts. It seemed that their plan tonight would fail. So Taizo made a quick decision and prepared to evacuate. But at this time, the people on guard outside also sent a signal. They saw the fully armed patrol team led by Eris approaching here. And the two companions they had sent out before to keep an eye on the patrol team station disappeared. Taishao was not afraid of the patrol team. After all, he knew the patrol team's strength inside out. And they also had the advantage in numbers. What really worried him was Zhang Hung, who had no idea where he was. He looked down from upstairs and didn't seem to see Zhang Hung in the patrol team. This made Taishao, who had already come up empty-handed, a little nervous. As the saying goes, what you fear will come true. When he led his men out of the room, he saw the figure of the Oriental man again at the end of the corridor. Zhang Hung held two Persian swords and quietly stood on the road that Taicho and others had to take to leave, as if he was waiting for them to arrive. Taicho had never seen Zhang Hung take action, and at this moment he was still hoping for luck, thinking that 8 against 1. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. However, Blacktail Snake and others, who had seen the power, couldn't help but feel a little weak in their legs. But before they could warn Taicho, they saw the latter rushing over with weapons in hand. Taicho had no choice but to show his bravery, because he knew that Blacktail Snake had lost miserably with 7 against 1. And at this time, as the boss, if he couldn't set an example, then everyone might as well surrender. Fortunately, his other capable general, Broken Finger, was still with him at this time. Blacktail Snake's status in the gang is slightly higher than Broken Finger's, because he is better at getting along with his subordinates and can blend in with everyone. But in terms of strength alone, Broken Finger is the best in their group. Iron Scratch has spent a lot of effort to subdue Broken Finger before, but fortunately Broken Finger has repeatedly proved that his efforts were not in vain in critical moments. Therefore, Iron Scratch has firmly believed that Broken Finger could still meet his expectations this time. The two of them attacked Zhang Hung at almost the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and cooperated tacitly. Then, the two knelt in sync. Zhang Hung was not prepared to spare their lives, because Taikos and Broken Finger had grievances with him, and even if he could barely subdue them, their reliability was questionable. It would be better to choose someone else to take over. No matter who Zhang Hung chose to take over, he had to kill Taikos and Broken Finger. Otherwise the new boss would be at risk of being sidelined. Therefore, Zhang Hung was not polite and directly cut the throats of the two people with a knife. The morale of Black-tailed Snake and others was already low. And seeing this scene, even the courage to fight for the last time disappeared, and they turned around and ran away, preferring to risk breaking their legs and jumping off the building rather than delivering food to Zhang Hung. Zhang Hung was not in a hurry to chase them. He went downstairs to take a look at the battle outside. In fact, the patrol team was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and their combat effectiveness was not necessarily stronger than the opponent. However, perhaps because Taicho had miscalculated tonight, his men's morale was low, and the preparations made before were not used. The sudden appearance of the patrol team made the opponent panic. In addition, Taicho brought all the elites upstairs to deal with Zhang Hung. There was only a dwarf downstairs commanding the battle, and he himself had no combat effectiveness. But what really crushed them was the Blacktail Snake and others who jumped down directly from the upstairs. They were more terrified than each other, and they shouted that Taicho and Broken Finger were dead, so that the people who were still resisting below no longer had the heart to fight, and they all put down their weapons and chose to surrender. So the patrol team also got off to a good start in the first battle. Chapter 837. I joined the gang. Eris was actually somewhat worried before the battle tonight, because as the captain, he was very clear about the combat effectiveness of the patrol team. Although they trained every day, they had very little combat experience and might not be the opponents of these guys who hung out on the streets all day and picked fights. Not to mention that the opponents had more people than them. However, the course of the battle was beyond his expectations. The patrol team did suffer some losses at the beginning of the fight. But because Taicho's men did not expect the patrol team to appear suddenly, they were caught off guard and seemed very cautious, and did not take the opportunity to expand the victory. So when the patrol team gradually got used to the rhythm of the battle, their past training came in handy. Of course, everyone's performance was different. Some people just rigidly followed Eris's orders and moved step by step. Some people had obvious discomfort after seeing the blood and their movements slowed down, while others seemed to have turned on a switch in their bodies and became more and more courageous. Among them, Marcus was the leader. He and two other young people who had just joined the patrol team recently formed a team spontaneously to protect each other's backs. They even threw Eris's orders behind their heads and left the main force at a considerable distance. After killing, they simply rushed to where there were more people. Marcus took the lead, wielding two short swords and charging directly at the leading dwarf, who was so frightened that he quickly called for people to surround Marcus and the other two. Marcus chopped down one, but more people surrounded him during the delay. Marcus wiped the blood on his face and stood back to back with the other two patrol members, forming a triangle to deal with the enemies rushing up. The dwarf was also ruthless at this time, throwing away all his scruples, and vowed to teach the three patrol members who dared to cause trouble to him a lesson they would never forget. But just when the three were about to collapse, Blacktail Snake and others jumped down from the building. The people downstairs realized that Taicho and Broken Finger were dead, so their morale collapsed in an instant. Marcus and others got a rare chance to catch their breath. And on the other side, Eris finally brought people to kill them. After the two sides met, they began to chase and kill Taicho's men who were fleeing everywhere. Among them, the dwarf was killed by Marcus. Blacktail Snake sprained his foot when he landed, but he was lucky. He was lifted up by one of his men and hurriedly ran into an alley. But what Blacktail Snake didn't expect was that footsteps sounded behind him soon. Soap and the others seemed to be more nervous than the Blacktail Snake being chased. After all, before tonight, the status of the two sides was incomparable. A word from the Blacktail Snake could decide the life and death of Soap and the others. However, now it seemed like a cruel joke played by fate, and Blacktail Snake was being chased by Soap and the others instead. Looking at the teenagers in front of him, Blacktail Snake's men angrily said, "What? Are you guys tired of living? Get out of here quickly." Soap and the others were startled, but they did not leave. Instead, they moved a few steps closer, and at the same time drew the daggers from their waists. "Boss Blacktail Snake, I'm sorry," Soap confessed honestly. "Our mission tonight is to kill you." After saying this, he seemed to have regained some courage, and looked up at another person. As for the others, as long as they surrender, they can be forgiven, and they can continue to receive income from now on. Receive income? The iron handcuffs are gone. Who else can we ask for income? Blacktail Snake's men said angrily. I. Soap pointed to his nose and said weakly, "I will take over the business left by Boss Iron Handle and manage the thieves on these 3 streets." "Just you?" Blacktail Snake's men were so angry that they laughed. "Of course I can't do it alone, but the patrol team will help me," Soap said. "The premise is that I have to kill Blacktail Snake Boss first. You are a puppet of the patrol team." Blacktail Snake's men suddenly realized it after hearing this. The patrol team's identity is of course not easy to directly manage those thieves. So if they still want to make this money, they must support someone to take over the business left by Taicho after killing Taicho. And now it seems that this person is Soap. Soap Thief was born young, had average strength, no foundation, and was difficult to convince. He didn't look like a suitable candidate for succession. But on the other hand, he was easier to control. In addition, the most important reason why Zhang Heng valued him was because he had a small appetite and was easier to be fed. At least now. So it was not surprising to choose him as the successor of Taicho. Of course, Soap was strictly speaking just a puppet, and Zhang Heng still planned to give the actual management rights to Marcus. Black-tailed Snake also realized at this time that this was actually a bloody annexation. This kind of thing is not surprising in this place. Especially among small forces. People are annexed and eliminated almost every day. They were able to take over the thief business in these 3 blocks because they defeated the original owner of this business. It's just that the people who targeted them this time are special. It's actually the patrol team. Black-tailed Snake grinned and smiled bitterly. "I lost. I don't want to deny this. But you don't have to kill me. I am different from broken finger and iron cuffs. I have always been a very peaceful person. Instead of killing me, why not let me assist you? With my help, it will be easier for you to control the business left by Iron Cuffs. And I also know where Iron Cuffs hid his income over the years. How about using this money to buy my life? You can keep this money for yourself. I will cooperate with you to keep it secret. Soap and others were all excited when they heard this. They were thieves. Of course, their families were not very rich. Before, Skinny Monkey's sister was sick, and they had no money to see a doctor. Now such a large sum of money is in front of them. Taizo has been running the gang for so long. And the wealth he has accumulated must be a lot. With this money, they can even consider moving out and completely get out of this quagmire. Soap and others looked at each other. Black-tailed Snake added at the right time. If you want to know, come over here. I can tell you. Don't worry. I don't have a weapon. Black-tailed Snake raised his hands while speaking. Soap knew that the other party might be lying. But he couldn't resist the temptation of money. So he couldn't help but walk in front of Black-tailed Snake. Black-tailed Snake bent down and whispered in Soap's ear. Listen. The money for the handcuffs is hidden in. Halfway through his speech, a short knife came out from his sleeve. Black-tailed Snake knew that the only one with some fighting power in Soap's group was Soap, who was almost an adult. As long as Soap was dealt with, the remaining 3 people would be no problem. Not to mention that he had a subordinate. Although he sprained his foot and couldn't catch up with them, he could still drive the remaining 3 away. But what Black-tailed Snake didn't expect was that a dagger stabbed into his back the next moment. Sorry, boss. Black-tailed Snake used the last bit of his strength to turn his neck and saw his apologetic subordinates standing beside him. Although you are good to me, I am really short of money. Since the new boss is willing to pay us, I can only change the boss. Then he pulled out the dagger and nodded to the frightened Soap. He is cheating. He gambled away all the money from the iron handcuffs. There is nothing left. And I'm joining the gang. Boss. Chapter 838 changes. With the death of Black-tailed Snake, the post-battle cleanup work was also completed. Zhang Heng appointed Soap as the new boss as agreed, taking over the power left by Iron Claw, and then asked Marcus to be responsible for the connection with Soap. Both knew that Zhang Heng's intention was to make Marcus the actual manager of the gang. But Marcus was not suitable to be the boss of any power because of his patrol identity. So Zhang Heng pushed Soap to the front, which could also guarantee Marcus' safety to a certain extent. Neither of them had any objection to this. Soap had transformed from a low-level thief to a gang leader, and had escaped from the life of stealing, which was considered a class transition. However, Marcus valued Zhang Heng's favor more than the power in his hands. He seemed to have made up his mind to bet everything on Zhang Heng, and even said that if necessary, he could quit the patrol team and directly take charge of the gang. However, Zhang Heng did not agree to his request. At least not now. After finishing the work at hand, Zhang Heng looked up again, and the old Persian trainer was no longer upstairs. Zhang Heng retracted his gaze, clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and then said, I am very grateful for the help you provided tonight. You defeated the enemies who outnumbered you, and I saw that many people fought bravely. I am proud of you. To express my gratitude, I would like to buy everyone a drink. I wonder if anyone is interested. Now? Eris was a little surprised to hear this. Although we won, many people are still injured. Before he finished speaking, he heard someone say, What's the big deal about these injuries? How can there be no wine in such a hearty battle? Don't blame us for drinking you out of money when the time comes. His words immediately attracted the approval of many people. After this battle, the patrol team's confidence soared. As if they were reborn, they swept away the previous depression, and everyone's face was filled with confidence and pride. Not only were they not exhausted, but their excess energy seemed to have nowhere to vent. Zhang Heng proposed to drink in order to let them use up all the strength they had not used up. Eris didn't say the words, but we still have to patrol tomorrow after all. He didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. However, Eris looked around at his teammates, and suddenly found that those faces had become a little unfamiliar to him. Especially Marcus and others. They looked at Zhang Heng with admiration. After all, anyone who is not stupid can see that although the patrol team performed well tonight, the key to victory was that Zhang Heng got rid of the iron handcuffs and severed fingers in the first place, and at the same time frightened Black-tailed Snake and others, and only cared about escaping. Moreover, Zhang Heng had predicted almost every step of Tai's Ho and others, and formulated corresponding response plans. Coupled with his outstanding performance in the tavern before, he soon gained his first batch of loyal followers. Eris knew that although Marcus's small group of people still respected him, if his orders conflicted with John Hung orders, Marcus and others would definitely choose to obey John Hung orders. If they were like this, what about others? Maybe they were willing to listen to him now. But Eris was sure that as long as things continued to develop like this, it would not be long before he would be sidelined as the captain. But Eris knew this. But he still said nothing, because he had neither the ability nor the intention to stop all this from happening. When he was the captain, the patrol team's predicament was obvious to all. Although there were external factors, he, the captain, was actually to blame. Now that a more capable leader has appeared, he is willing to step down. But Eris doesn't know where this Oriental man will eventually lead the patrol team, and what their future fate will be. But no matter what, the change has already started tonight. Eris saw that John Hung, after promising to let the patrolman drink tonight, pulled Soap, who had just taken office as the new boss, aside and gave him instructions. Soap showed a hint of surprise on his face, but then nodded repeatedly. Soap didn't expect that John Hung had no intention of stopping after taking over the power of the iron handcuffs, and immediately gave the next target, which only left Soap 2 days to reorganize his subordinates. So Soap, who hadn't even warmed up his stool, suddenly felt a huge pressure. Only then did he realize that being a puppet was not so easy. He would have to face swords and sabers in the future, and he didn't know how long he could live. Soap remembered the black-tailed snake that slowly fell down in front of him with an unbelievable look on its face, and he actually felt a sense of grief. Is this his future fate? But since he has entered this line of work, he must bear the dangers that come with it. Only by constantly climbing up again, and never stopping can he perhaps gain a sense of security. After realizing this, Soap felt that he had changed. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that after he dodged the knife of Blacktail Snake, some of his thoughts changed silently. For example, he was very close to Skinny Monkey and others before. Although they were not blood relatives, they were like brothers. In order to save Skinny Monkey's sister, they even disobeyed the order of iron cuffs and embezzled the stolen money. But now when Soap looks at Skinny Monkey again, he will think, if one day he also reaches the dead end that Blacktail Snake has taken, and Skinny Monkey is by his side, will Skinny Monkey stab him with that knife? Soap thought that if it was just for money, Skinny Monkey would not do that. But what if the chips on the scale were increased? Soap shuddered and found that he didn't want to think about it anymore. On the other side, Skinny Monkey was still happy about the serf's liberation. When he saw Soap looking over, he smiled and called him boss, then winked at him. Boss, what are we going to do next? Maka. He and his men run the flesh trade in the 2 nearby streets. Our next goal is to eat them. Soap tried to recall the way Taicho walked and talked before, and he began to imitate him unconsciously. He actually wanted to imitate John Hung more, but John Hung aura was too special. So Soap thought it would be more reliable to imitate Taicho. Maka. His thugs are very powerful, and they are more powerful than us. Skinny Monkey was startled when he heard this, and said with some worry, it doesn't matter if they are powerful. We can start from other aspects, and we will always find a way, Soap said. And then, as if to cheer himself up, he repeated it again with a firm tone. We will definitely find a way. Taicho and his gang of thieves were just a small and insignificant force in the neighborhood, so the change of regime did not attract much attention. After Sung Zhao took office, he did all the work, so the others did not care who was the boss. However, many residents noticed the changes in the patrol team. The main change was their mental state. When patrolling, they were no longer listless and timid. Instead, they held their heads high and replaced their weapons and armor. They finally looked like a patrol team. Chapter 839 Farewell. Recently, John Hung was the busiest. During the day, he had to deal with the expansion of his power. When he first took over the Iron Cuffs gang, they were just a small and insignificant force. But then the new Soap changed his previous timid appearance and started to provoke and declare war like a mad dog. At the most exaggerated time, he provoked 2 gangs with more people and strength than is in one day. When Soap went to have lunch, he was almost chopped to death. Fortunately, the patrol team that had been waiting on the side intervened in time and rescued him. At the same time, the group of people who came to retaliate against him were all arrested on the charge of murder. As a result, at night, Someone immediately attacked the patrol team station. If it was the previous patrol team, they would have to let them go by now. And Eris might have to apologize to the boss behind the scenes. But now the patrol team just gathered their families in a room on the top floor. And then the rest of the people all put on armor, picked up weapons, and silently guarded behind the gate. After a while, Zeop, who got the news, rushed over with his men and greeted the leader on the opposite side with a smile. Before that guy could figure out what was going on, Zeop's group had already taken out their weapons, and the patrol team's door on the other side was also wide open. Eris and his men rushed out and attacked from the front and back with Zeop's men, directly beating the confused team on the opposite side to tears. And they all dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. This scene was like a replica of the night when they dealt with the iron cuffs. Although the number of people on the other side was large, they had never seen anything like this. The patrol team and the local forces joined forces and colluded with each other. It was not enough to trick them once, but they also came up with a one-stop service that made them lose everything. In just 2 weeks, the power of Soap expanded 6 times. But this was almost their limit. Soap's power was congenitally deficient, like a deformed child that had been born with fangs before learning to walk and started to hunt. Although they had overcome all the difficulties under the care of the patrol team, the early bonuses had been almost eaten up. Now almost everyone knows that the patrol team and Soap have 1,000 connections, so they will naturally be careful to guard against the two parties joining forces. The situation like before, where they were extremely stubborn and sent one wave here and then sent another wave there, basically will not happen again. But Soap also needs some time to digest what he has eaten, whether it is territory or manpower. He can't even call all the names of his subordinates now, so there is naturally no cohesion. If he hadn't been paying salaries all the time, and the salary was getting more and more, the people below would have run away long ago. In addition, he just killed the boss of the other party, and who knows what the people below really think. Therefore, when he learned that Zhang Heng decided to give him a 2-week vacation to let him reorganize the internal affairs, Zhao Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Heng himself was also a little surprised. Zhao Zhao's performance was much better than he expected, considering the latter's previous background. Zhang Heng originally thought that he could expand his power by 2 or 3 times, but he didn't expect that he actually exceeded the task. However, Zhang Heng did not change his plan because of this. He had called a gang of hooligans who helped him investigate Vero's enemies before, and prepared to build a new power. Zhang Heng did not plan to expand Zhao Zhao for the time being, because their scale was close to that of a medium-sized power, and they joined forces with the patrol team, which began to attract the attention of some people. So Zhang Heng planned to quietly create a new force. This time, the patrol team would not help blatantly, but the new force also had advantages. Zhang Heng had just completed his first performance after his return at the Victor Arena. That day, the entire stand was packed with people. Marcus, the greedy owner of the Gladiator School, sold half of the tickets, which made people worry that the full stand would collapse. Fortunately, the performance was undoubtedly a success. Zhang Heng once again proved his popularity as the #1 gladiator in Rome. And according to the agreement between him and Marcus, he also received a large sum of money. Zhang Heng used half of it to form a new force. In addition, he also planned to use the threats brought by the patrol team and the crazy dog Soap to directly unite some small forces, and then push his people to the position of boss. Now the embryonic form of this alliance has begun to take shape. Zhang Heng has always been very sensible. He has chosen the forces at the bottom and tried not to alarm the people above. When those big forces react, they will find that their bottom ecology has been completely turned upside down. In addition, after getting the money, the patrol team also began to recruit soldiers. Of course, the new recruits did not have the official status of patrol members. They could only be considered informants to assist patrol members in arresting criminals. However, informants could also become thugs when necessary. This place is full of poverty and crime. But poverty also has its advantages. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can recruit enough people to work for you. Zhang Heng's plan to integrate large and small forces is progressing steadily. But his own focus is not here. The old Persian trainer spent 2 weeks to complete all the lessons. And Zhang Heng now has an additional level 1 assassin skill. Of course, this is because he just memorized these things. After fully understanding and mastering them, he should be able to upgrade to level 2. But this is probably 2 months later, and the time to say goodbye has come. The old Persian trainer said frankly that he had basically taught Zhang Heng everything he could teach. He had been procrastinating for quite a while, and it was time to go on the road to complete the task entrusted to him by the priestess. So when the last night of training was over, the two said goodbye by the Tiber River, and Zhang Heng even brought a bottle of wine. The old Persian trainer took the wine and asked, "How is Commodus? Has he come to see you again? Given his interest in you, he shouldn't have not seen you for so long after you won the championship." "Right?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "It should be the people around him who are stopping him from paying attention to me again. But it doesn't matter. Once I solve the problem here, I will return to Commodus's site." "That's good. Get rid of Orla sooner, and you can become a core member of the Balance Blade sooner." Since Zhang Heng said so, the old Persian trainer no longer had any doubts. He pulled out the cork of the wine and smelled it. "This wine is good. At least worth 3 gold coins. As long as you like it." Zhang Heng is not short of money now. The old Persian trainer then put the cork back into the bottle, but sighed. "Do you remember what I said before? That the hounds appeared and killed one of us? They have disappeared for some time. This is not a good sign. I have been a little uneasy recently, and I always feel that something big is going to happen." "Didn't your god tell you the answer?" Zhang Heng asked. "Watch your attitude. The priest has told me many times that you have no manners or respect," the old Persian trainer said dissatisfiedly. "Did she tell you that she was going to throw me directly into the river? Anyway, you will become one of us. Try to get along well with your companions. Since other members of the organization don't trust you, you can only ask her if you have any questions after I leave. I will tell you how to contact her," the old Persian trainer said. Zhang Heng shrugged. "You have the final say. I thought I could stay with you for a while longer and arrange everything, but now it seems that you can only rely on yourself." The old Persian trainer sighed again. "Don't worry. I can handle it. Don't talk too much. Let's get going. You are so old. It will take a long time to walk there," Zhang Heng said. "In that case, let's say goodbye here." The old Persian trainer finally stopped and said, "I left a gift for you. But because of your bad attitude, I decided not to tell you where the gift is. You can guess it yourself." After the old Persian trainer said the last sentence, he felt much more relaxed. He winked at Zhang Heng again and jumped into the boat by the river. Chapter 840. Your heartbeat is too fast. Although Dodotus did not tell Zhang Heng where the gift he left was, fortunately this problem is not difficult to guess. The old Persian trainer is very cautious. The two usually meet at night and have not been to many places. It can be found by elimination. So after seeing Dodotus off, Zhang Heng turned directly to a small bathhouse. This small bathhouse is very close to where he lives and is only open during the day. Therefore, it was chosen by the old trainer as a temporary training ground for the two. It is also the most likely place for Zhang Heng to hide the gift after calculation. Zhang Heng was already familiar with this place. He climbed over the wall and went directly around the guard's sleeping place. The bathhouse was not large, but there were still many places to hide things. However, considering that he might not be able to find them in a short time, the things must not be placed in places where ordinary people would find them. Therefore, Zhang Heng directly eliminated the places that the guests who came to take a bath might reach and touch. The first thing he thought of was the locker. Ordinary guests put their clothes in the locker, but the storage time was generally only 1 day. When the bathhouse closed, the things would definitely be cleared out. However, if you are a frequent visitor and have enough money, you can rent a long-term locker yourself. Zhang Heng walked to the long-term locker and checked the names on it. However, he did not find Dodotus or his own name. To be on the safe side, he opened the locker door and checked again. Finally, he confirmed that Dodotus's gift was not placed here. So Zhang Heng could only continue to consider other possibilities. He walked around the bathhouse, and when he walked to the cold water bath, he noticed the 12 pillars there, 8 of which supported the roof, and the other 4 served as decoration. Zhang Heng tried to move his feet, and found a crack on the top of a decorative pillar. "Heh, you are not so stubborn at such an age, are you?" Zhang Heng tested the firmness of the pillar, and then climbed up with his hands and feet. He put his hand into the crack, and the next moment he heard a system prompt in his ear. Found the game prop Heart of Creus, unidentified. After Zhang Heng got the item, he slid down the pillar, and then looked at the sapphire the size of a fingernail in his palm. Although it had not been identified, Zhang Heng actually knew the purpose of this prop when he landed. because with his keen five senses, he could clearly perceive that the sound of his landing was much lighter than before, and his breathing was almost inaudible. If nothing unexpected happens, the function of this thing should be to conceal the noise made by the wearer when moving and hiding. It is worthy of being called the god of assassins. This equipment is a perfect match for assassins. Then John Hung unfolded the papyrus note wrapped in the heart of Creus. There was only one sentence on it. Now you believe it. John Hung smiled. After so many rounds of games, he understood the nature of gods more and more. Rather than saying that gods created humans, it is better to say that humans created gods to meet their various needs. In the early days when productivity was not so developed, many people worshipped gods to strengthen the kingship, or out of fear of death and disease, and to ensure the stability of the social structure. The existence of gods can explain many unknown phenomena. With the development of productivity and the spread of popular culture, more and more mysterious things in the past can be explained by science. Humans no longer rely on prayers to win a war or get a good harvest. So a group of ancient gods began to weaken. In contrast, new gods rose, such as the god of technology that John Hung suspected to meet in the Apollo copy, and the Lego god behind the Lego copy. However, John Hung did not expect that such an unpopular existence as Cleus could be successfully deified. It can only be said that there seemed to be more assassins in ancient Rome than imagined. John Hung put away the gift given to him by the old Persian trainer and then left the small bathhouse. The patrol team continued to integrate the grassroots forces, while Soap stopped to repair. The anti-patrol team alliance on the other side was developing in full swing. As a result, the small forces in this area began to take sides, either actively or passively. During this period of time, the result was that the public security situation worsened. Sometimes two groups of people inexplicably fought on the street. However, John Hung did not control this situation. Instead, he took advantage of the conflict between the two sides to secretly eliminate some unstable factors that needed to be eliminated, so that his people could better control their own forces. His plan had been going smoothly, even faster than expected, but an accident still happened in the second week. John Hung and Marcus were patrolling the street when they suddenly received news that a patrol member who was on vacation was blocked by a group of masked men when he was buying bread in a bakery. However, the patrol member was no longer a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. Seeing this, he immediately threw away the bread and drew his weapon. However, despite his heroic performance, the opponent had an absolute advantage in numbers. Several people rushed forward and quickly took away his weapon. After that, several people started to beat up the patrol member. John Hung and Marcus put down their work and rushed there as soon as possible after receiving the news. When they arrived at the scene, John Hung and Marcus found that the bakery had been surrounded by onlookers. So Marcus went in front and John Hung went behind to get into the crowd and squeeze forward. At this moment, a dagger stabbed John Hung back silently. At this moment, John Hung was surrounded by people. Their bodies were close to each other, and the surrounding environment was also very noisy. Logically, he would neither be aware of nor be able to defend against this fatal blow. The assassin was obviously very satisfied with his blow. In his opinion, the target was already dead. He had been an assassin for so many years, and had almost never failed. He was confident enough in his own strength. He originally wanted to attack the target directly, but his employer repeatedly emphasized that he should be careful. So he finally made this plan. The control of the environment and the target's psychology was perfect. However, what he didn't expect was that this perfect knife would eventually miss. John Hung was in front of him 1 second, and the next second he lost his sight. Then his wrist hurt, and the dagger was transferred to John Hung's hand. "Who is your teacher? Didn't he teach you not to stare at the target before taking action? Your intentions are all exposed, and your heartbeat is too fast when you draw the knife." Chapter 841 Uninvited. The assassin obviously didn't expect that he would fail, especially after planning for so long. Fortunately, he was not a rookie, and knew that now was not the time to show off his ability. Although Marcus, who was traveling with John Hung, had been squeezed away to who knows where. But John Hung's identity as the champion of the Flavian theater alone made the assassin know that he had no chance of winning in a head-on battle. So he didn't hesitate and turned around and ran away immediately after missing the target. He was quite confident in his stealth ability. Almost every assassin had put a lot of effort into stealth, not only to approach the target quietly, but also to deal with the current situation. Moreover, The assassin was creating greater chaos in the crowd while running, pushing this one or kicking that one from time to time. He picked those who looked like they had a bad temper. When he provoked them, they immediately got angry. However, the assassin's tricks were very secretive. They couldn't find the instigator, and had to vent their anger on the people around them. Soon, there were many people fighting in the crowd, and the scene became more chaotic. The assassin turned his head, and saw that Zhang Heng did not catch up with him. He just stood there and looked at him quietly, which made him feel a little relieved. However, he did not relax his vigilance and stop. After leaving the crowd, he plunged into the nearby alleys, and crossed 4 alleys in one breath. Then he slowed down a little. After that, he quickly changed his clothes and walked out of the alley, pretending to be a customer picking and choosing in front of a small stall. At the same time, he paid attention to the movements around him, and stood up after confirming that there were no more suspicious people around. However, what he didn't notice was that on the roof on the other side, there was a pair of eyes looking at him. Zhang Heng didn't rush to act, because the guy below was obviously just a hired professional assassin, and he knew limited things. But to be fair, his level was pretty good, and he could be considered quasi-first class among all the assassins. In terms of assassin skills alone, he was better than Zhang Heng now. Of course, the potential of the two was incomparable. Zhang Heng Master was an old Persian trainer, one of the top assassins in the world. Zhang Heng just hadn't fully digested and mastered what Dadatis gave him. But his advantage was that he not only had assassin skills, but he also had the heart of Cleus, which was quite useful when tracking, and it made almost no noise. Zhang Heng just hung behind the assassin all the way, wanting to see who he would contact next. The other party prepared for such a long time, but failed in the end. Obviously, he needed to give an explanation to his employer. As a result, Zhang Heng saw the assassin walked into a laundry. Zhang Heng knew that it belonged to a small force. The other party also joined the Anti-Patrol Alliance, and was a more radical faction, advocating the use of violence to curb the development of the patrol. However, Zhang Heng did not take any action when he saw this. After that, he waited for about a quarter of an hour before the assassin came out, and it was the boss of the small force who personally sent him out. Zhang Heng waited for the target to walk a considerable distance before he caught up again from a distance. If it were someone else, they might have been deceived by the move just now, thinking that the mastermind behind the assassination was the boss of the laundry shop. But Zhang Heng was at least half of his peer, and he had learned about the working mode of assassins in Rome from the old Persian trainer. Except for those low-ranking guys, assassins generally have a contact person who helps them solicit business, negotiate with employers, and agree on prices. After that, the contact person tells the target to the assassins under his command. After the task is completed, the contact person can take a portion of the assassin's reward as his own reward, which is about 10% to 20%. This was done to protect the employer. Even if the assassin was caught, he would not be able to reveal who the mastermind was. It could also protect the assassin and prevent the employer from killing him after using him. The guy who dared to attack him was quite powerful. He was obviously not a random small fish or shrimp. It was unreasonable for him to contact the employer in person, especially after he failed. Therefore, Zhang Heng also showed great patience and followed the target around for almost half an hour before the assassin walked into a butcher's shop. The butcher shop owner obviously knew him. When he saw him coming, he didn't ask him what he wanted to buy. After confirming that there was no suspicious person behind him, he opened the side door and let him in. It was not until the assassin walked into the backyard that he let down all his guard and vigilance and complained. "What kind of job did you take for me?" There, a Samaritan with one eye blind was shaking a bag of gold coins. Hearing the beautiful voice coming from inside, he looked up and said, "Champion of the Flavian Amphitheater, didn't you say there was no problem? I want 300 gold coins for this order. After the job is done, you can probably retire, and I can make a lot of money. How about it? Tell me you have completed the task." The Samaritan single eye showed a hint of eagerness. "I'm sorry. I bring you bad news this time. I failed." The assassin shook his head. "How is that possible? You are the best assassin under my command. And didn't you say that gladiator champions are only good at frontal combat? They are no different from ordinary people in front of you." The Samaritan seemed to find it difficult to accept this bad news. "I don't know. I don't know how he dodged my fatal blow. And he took the dagger from my hand afterwards. This makes me feel bad." The assassin hesitated. I seem to smell a kindred spirit from him. What? You are also from the distant and mysterious East? The one-eyed Samaritan asked. I'm not talking about his origin. But for a moment, I thought he was also an assassin. You think he is also an assassin? And then he gave up being an assassin and became a gladiator? The Samaritan widened his one eye. I know this sounds a little unbelievable. Never mind. Maybe it's just my illusion, the assassin said. And I got rid of him when I came back. And I even put on a show for him before that. Before he finished speaking, he saw the Samaritan's one eye widened even wider, as if he had seen a ghost. So the assassin turned around and followed his gaze, and saw Zhang Heng standing by the wall. I heard you guys seem to be talking about me, and I just happened to have a few questions to ask. So please forgive me for coming here uninvited. Chapter 842 Assassination Suspicion. The assassin was shocked when he saw Zhang Heng. He was a master of stealth, but he didn't realize that someone was following him. Moreover, the other party followed him for so long, all the way to the laundry shop, and he could endure not showing up until he entered the butcher shop and met the contact. Considering the strange sense of similarity before, the assassin couldn't help but blurt out, Are you also an assassin? I'm sorry. Now is my time to ask questions. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze to the one-eyed Samaritan. It seems that you are his contact person, so you should know who paid to assassinate me this time. Right? The Samaritan quickly calmed down after the initial panic and shook his head. I don't know what you are talking about. I am just the owner of the butcher shop. How can I know about assassination or not? Really? Zhang Heng did not urge him, but drew out the 2 Persian swords from his waist. What do you want to do? Catch me back to the patrol team? The one-eyed Samaritan raised his voice. Do you have any evidence to prove that I am his contact person? Catch you back? You think too much. It seems that you don't know the patrol team style of work recently, Zhang Heng said. I was very careful when I came here. No one on the street noticed me entering your butcher's shop. So in other words, even if I kill you, no one will know it was me. The one-eyed Samaritan was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't expect that the other party, as a member of the patrol team, was responsible for maintaining the law and order in this area. But he didn't intend to abide by the law at all. What kind of patrol team is this? It's just robbery. So he looked for help at the assassin on the other side. But the latter was also looking around, and it seemed that he was planning to run away. What a joke. He was just an assassin, good at sneak attacks and assassinations. How could he be a match for the Roman gladiatorial champion in a head-on battle? Fortunately, the next moment, the sturdy butcher outside the butcher shop walked in. He was the bodyguard of the Samaritan. Selling meat was just a side job, and his real job was to protect the safety of the Samaritan. It seems that the Samaritan's intentional raising of the volume did work, and he summoned his bodyguards. The butcher rushed over with a sharp knife immediately after discovering Zhang Heng, while the assassin on the other side was caught in a fierce ideological struggle. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to escape, but given Zhang Heng's elusive tracking ability, he didn't know if he could escape. Moreover, he and the one-eyed Samaritan had a pleasant cooperation. The latter had been his contact for 4 or 5 years, and he couldn't just sell him out. Therefore, the assassin finally gritted his teeth and rushed forward. With the butcher in front, he could adopt the guerrilla strategy he was best at. He thought that the 2 of them had a certain chance of winning. On the other side, the Samaritan was not polite. Seeing that the assassin and the butcher were entangled with Zhang Heng, he immediately jumped up from the chair and ran into the house. He knew how dangerous and hated his business was, so he was naturally prepared. Not only did he have a bodyguard, the butcher, but he also had a secret passage hidden under his bed that led directly to the alley outside. As a result, the Samaritan had just stepped halfway into the door when his right foot felt a pain. Zhang Heng directly nailed his foot to the ground with a Persian sword, and said, "Where do you want to go? Are you in a hurry to leave before answering my question? You'd better stay here for a while." After that, Zhang Heng used another Persian sword to block the butcher's knife, and then shook his body to avoid the assassin's sneak attack. As a result, the assassin was half a beat slower when retreating, and was almost ripped open by Zhang Heng's sword. The Samaritan saw that the 3 men had finally fought, and wanted to run away again, but he tried twice and failed to pull out the Persian sword stuck in his foot. Instead, he screamed in pain and sweated profusely. On the other side, the butcher, who was highly expected by him, was not in a good situation either. He had seen the true strength of the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian amphitheater. If there were no assassins harassing him, he would have been defeated long ago. Although he has not been defeated yet, he has fallen into a dilemma. It is only a matter of time before he loses. At the same time, the assassin who was working with him also realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were obviously no match for the Oriental man in front of them. However, it was not so easy for him to leave this time, because Zhang Heng had no effort to deal with the butcher, and his main attention was on him. The assassin found that it was not a question of whether he wanted to leave or not, but a question of whether he could leave, because no matter which direction he moved, Zhang Heng would use his sword in advance to block his retreat. So the assassin, sweating profusely and feeling more and more guilty, could only use his trump card. He suddenly threw away the weapon in his hand, then took a half step back, raised his hand and said, "I surrender." Then Zhang Heng's next sword stopped in front of his nose, and the Samaritan on the other side almost cried when he heard it. He had just pulled out the Persian sword stuck in his foot with great pain, and he couldn't help cursing when he heard the assassin's words. "You should have surrendered earlier, so I wouldn't have to work so hard to pull out the sword." Then he looked at the butcher and shouted at him, "No more fighting. No more fighting. We can't win. We surrender and admit defeat this time." The butcher hesitated and finally threw away the sharp knife in his hand. And Zhang Heng didn't mean to kill them all. He took his other Persian sword from the Samaritan. The latter asked the butcher to find a bandage and wrapped up the wound on his foot. The Samaritan really suffered this time. He was carried back to the chair by the butcher and the assassin, and he was still groaning all the way. "You want to know who contacted me about this order? I'm afraid I disappoint you, because I don't know the person who contacted me. He's a stranger. Not from here." "Then what?" "Then, that's it." The Samaritan seemed innocent. "In our line of work, we shouldn't ask questions. I agreed on the price with him, and I took the money to do the work. We didn't talk much. I don't even know how he came to me. By the way, he also specifically told me to try to make it look like a local force after I killed you. You may be able to infer from this that it wasn't the local force that wanted to kill you. Don't force me to stab your left foot." Zhang Heng warned. "I have a way to test whether you are lying. If this is all you know, why did you run away so happily before?" The Samaritan's face showed a trace of entanglement. After a moment, he said, "Okay, the following is just my speculation. Although he hid well, there are still some small habits that betray him. I feel that he is very much a member of the Royal Guards. I always feel that the water here is very muddy. A small person like me does not want to get involved in any political events." "Then why did you accept this order?" "Because the other party paid too much," the Samaritan said honestly. "Your hunch is right. For your safety, you'd better not tell others that you talked to me about this," Zhang Heng said calmly. "Also, find someone to draw the portrait for me." Chapter 843 let him in. Zhang Heng was a little surprised that the assassin came from the Imperial Guard, considering that he had been messing around here for a while. It was not surprising that a big force had set its sights on him in advance and wanted to solve this trouble. But as for the Imperial Guard, the biggest suspect is of course Klein. After all, Klein has a direct conflict of interest with Zhang Heng. Commodus is now very fond of him. If he is recruited to work by his side, it will undoubtedly affect Klein's status. If he dies here, it will certainly be a good thing for Klein. Moreover, Klein himself had a criminal record. Pananax, who was sent to harass him before, was from the Royal Guards. So this time, it seemed that after seeing that he had made progress in the patrol team, Klein decided to get rid of him once and for all and completely eliminate him as a threat. However, Zhang Heng himself still had reservations about this. Assassination was certainly the simplest and most direct method. But in political struggles, generally no one would take this approach unless it was the final stage of a life and death struggle. Because once this was done, it would mean a fight to the death. And if the other party survived, he would also bear the same risk. Zhang Heng also profiled Klein after he met him. He was indeed full of jealousy and desire for power. Once the situation developed to a certain extent, he might not refuse to use assassination. But before that he was still a relatively cautious and conservative politician. This can also be seen from the way he dealt with Zhang Heng. He was more accustomed to hiding himself behind the scenes and using some means within the rules to play this game of power. Assassination did not fit his style of doing things. And once such a thing was done, It was easy to leave a handle. Considering the threat level of Zhang Heng to him now, it was not worth taking such a big risk. Later, Zhang Heng also got the portrait given by the Samaritan, and found that the person in the portrait was not Pan and X, but a guy he had never seen before. At this point, the matter could no longer be investigated. Zhang Heng could only ask the Samaritan to pay attention to whether the other party would come to see him again. But Zhang Heng actually did not have much hope for this line. No matter who the mastermind behind the scenes was, he obviously wanted to try his best to distance himself from the matter. After discovering that the assassin failed, he probably would not contact the Samaritan again. If he wanted to investigate further, he would have to wait until he got to Kameda's side, when he would have more opportunities to contact the guards. Although the assassination did not bring any danger to Zhang Heng, it reminded him that it was very likely that someone else was targeting him. However, this incident did not change his next plan. Zhang Heng's plan to integrate large and small forces is still progressing steadily. After the lower-level forces had all taken sides, Zhang Heng quickly provoked a new round of war. This time, he used the excuse of investigating the previous patrol team members being beaten in the street to directly lead people to raid a medium-sized force. Of course, Zhang Heng knew that it was not that force that did it, because the previous assassin had confessed how he planned the assassination. And after the assassination failed, the bakery's accomplices also fled, and the patrol team members only had some flesh wounds. Nothing serious. However, it would be a pity if this matter was not used, especially after Zhang Heng noticed that one of the accomplices belonged to that medium-sized force. He directly found the other party and planned the subsequent revenge drama. After the patrol team failed to ask for the handover, they directly attacked the territory of the medium-sized force. The latter was still thinking about how to figure out the situation, but they didn't expect that the patrol team on the other side had already come to the door. The patrol team now is no longer the mascot of half a month ago. Not only has almost everyone seen blood, but they have also been recruiting soldiers. Counting those who paid for it, there are more than 50 people, and Zhang Heng is leading the way. So the combat effectiveness is quite strong. The number of people in that medium-sized force is not small. More than 100. But basically everyone has their own work and is scattered everywhere. So it is difficult to gather everyone at once. At the same time, Zhang Heng had already stated that it was a feud between the two parties, and he did not call the soap man. Therefore, according to the rules, it was difficult for other forces outside to intervene. In the end, they could only watch the medium-sized force being defeated by the patrol team. Fortunately, Zhang Heng did not go too far this time and saved the life of the other party's boss. However, even so, he still received an invitation later, asking him to go to a pub for a drink in 5 days. Zhang Heng could not refuse this invitation, because behind it was one of the top 3 forces in the nearby area, and Zhang Heng estimated that the other 2 forces were also there, which also meant that the other party's tolerance for his troubles during this period had reached its limit, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would be time to show his hand tonight. Whether or not they can pass this test means whether the patrol team can continue to develop in the future. Strictly speaking, he has already achieved most of his current goals. With the current patrol team and the small forces under his control, he can already cope with the evaluation in 2 weeks. But if he wants to complete his entire plan, he still needs to do some other work. Zhang Heng went to visit Klein unexpectedly. The two talked in Klein's study for about an hour, which surprised Klein's wife a little, because she rarely saw Klein, who was known for his efficiency, talking to someone for so long. And he personally sent Zhang Heng to the door. Then Klein asked an old servant who had been serving the 2 men in the room, "What do you think of this? Haven't you decided to suppress him?" The old servant asked. "In that case, why do you still help him?" "Because I just found out that he is such an interesting person." Klein smiled. "And it's hard for me to refuse the chips he offers." "Why? Isn't he asking for your help now?" "Yes, but not entirely. I believe he has alternative options," Klein said. "People like him won't put all their chips on one person. But you suppressed him before, and there was that incident. Aren't you worried that he would retaliate against you after he gained power? In addition, you have always said how much the Emperor values him. Didn't he ask you about his recent situation before? There are no absolute friends in politics. And naturally there are no absolute enemies." Klein smiled and said, "I am beginning to think that it is not a bad thing to have another competitor. After all, we have the same opponent. Otters. The person His Majesty trusts the most now is actually Otters." He even gave his ring to others. My position has not been easy to sit in the past 2 years. Instead of struggling to support it, it is better to let in a newcomer to muddy the water. He looks like a smart man, and should know who his real opponent is. Chapter 844 Trial. The agreed date soon arrived. It was not just Zhang Heng who received the invitation. On this day, the top leaders of all the big and small forces were basically present. In the morning, there were no people wandering around the streets nearby. Instead, there was a group of fierce-looking strong men who not only guarded the door of the tavern, but also basically controlled the 2 surrounding streets. And the invited people, no matter how big the forces behind them were, could only bring 2 men to the appointment. This is obviously to prevent someone from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. The mixed settlement of Jews and other foreigners in the southeast of Rome has been a lawless place since the time of Hadrian. Thieves, assassins, robbers, villains, gather here and are not subject to the control of the law. Most of the time, they are more accustomed to speaking with fists. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. But sometimes when it is not worthwhile to go to war, they will sit down to negotiate. Of course, most of the time, the negotiations are limited to the 2 or 3 parties involved. Such a situation where one of the 3 major forces takes the lead and invites everyone basically happens once every 6 or 7 years. This usually means that something big has happened recently that can affect most forces. And this time is no exception. Everyone who received the invitation knows what this gathering is for. Therefore, many people are waiting to see the good show of Zhang Heng and his patrol team. Especially those small forces that have been bullied by the patrol team during this period are looking forward to returning to the good days before. They hope that those big forces can do justice for them. Restrain the patrol team. Prevent the patrol team from doing whatever they want. And continue to play the role of their mascot. Among them, there was one person who was the most enthusiastic. His eyes were obviously filled with strong hatred. Everyone present was familiar with him. He was the boss of the medium-sized force that was previously dispersed by the patrol team's revenge raid. He was nicknamed the unlucky guy with the bronze arm. After being defeated, he immediately ran to the territory of the Jewish gang. As the area with the largest number of Jews in the southeast, the Jewish gang was also the largest force here, with the largest number of people, and controlled almost half of the business in this area. However, under normal circumstances, the Jewish gang would not interfere too much with the actions of the people below. Because considering the criminal environment here, there is no shortage of brave people. The replacement of the lower-level forces and the battles for territory are commonplace. As long as the new successors can still pay the full amount of income they should pay, the top forces don't care who is helping them manage their business. However, the situation of Tombi is quite special. He is a member of the Jewish gang. Before, he helped lend money in an underground arena of the Jewish gang. He used this relationship to get to know many capable underground gladiators. Later, when the opportunity came, he circled a territory outside and did it himself. Because he was backed by the Jewish gang, the largest gang, his power developed very quickly. In 2 years, he became a well-known medium-sized force. But his good days came to an end 5 days ago. Before he could figure out what had happened and how he was inexplicably involved in the beating of patrol members, Zhang Heng raided his territory with his men on the pretext of being refused to hand over the person. Moreover, when Tombi saw that the situation was not good and decided to hand over the person first, he found that the person was missing as well. In the end, he failed to even surrender. Not only did he lose his territory, but Tombi also managed to recruit less than 20 people afterwards. This was like returning him to the time before liberation. So Tombi had to ask for help from the Jewish gang behind him. And this afternoon's party, in his opinion, was almost a trial of what Zhang Heng and his patrol had done during this period. Except that this was not the Basilica of Julia, and the laws followed were not Roman laws, but the rules set by the 3 major forces. Therefore, in Tombi's opinion, Zhang Heng would never be able to walk out of the tavern alive this time. It was very close to the time for the party to start. But no one from Zhang Heng's side showed up. Soap and his gang were almost the last to arrive. He did not bring his best brother, Skinny Monkey, this time, but brought 2 big and strong guys who looked very capable. But even so, Soap still felt a little guilty. How could he, who had lived here since childhood, not have heard of the Jewish gang? His previous dream was to join the Jewish gang and become one of them, so that he would no longer be exploited by handcuffs. However, At that time, he could never have imagined that although he failed to become a member of the Jewish gang, he actually became the enemy of the Jewish gang. I can only say that fate is really amazing. When he led people in, the eyes around him were generally full of hostility. It was no secret that Soap and the patrol team were close. When the two sides first cooperated, they used this relationship to deceive many people. This newly rising small force would develop so fast. Of course, the price is that he is not very popular with other forces now. When Soap entered the door, he had heard words like traitor or running dog more than once. Some people even cursed him to his face without hesitation. After all, Soap was just a thief. Although he performed very well some time ago and began to feel like a boss. Many people here have more power and territory than him. Being watched by them together, it would be a lie to say that he is not afraid. Moreover, the patrol team, his biggest support, has not arrived yet. Even if they arrived, they probably can't protect themselves. After receiving the invitation, Zhao rushed to Zhang Heng to ask him how he planned to deal with it. But Zhang Heng just told him not to worry. But how could he not worry? They were now facing all the forces in the Southeast City area, who were united and ready to attack them. No matter how hard he tried, Zhao didn't know how to get through this time. But fortunately, the expression on his face didn't betray his true thoughts. Zhao couldn't keep his composure, but he could still keep a straight face. Facing the endless abuse, he didn't have the courage to curse back. So he took his two men to find a corner where there were not many people, and sat down. After waiting for a while, almost all the people from all the forces were present, except Zhang Heng and the patrol team he represented. So Zhao saw a middle-aged Jew coming down from the upstairs. The latter had a high status in the Jewish gang, and was also the person in charge of hosting this party. He walked directly in front of Zhao and said, "Is it so difficult to invite the patrol team? All the people who are older and more powerful than them have already arrived in advance. But they haven't shown up yet. Do they want Mr. Lockie to wait for them?" Chapter 845, Unruly. Lockie is the leader of the Jewish gang, and at least in the Southeast City, not many people dare to make him wait. Except for his most beloved woman and his own children. No one dares to make him wait. So after hearing this, Soap had to stand up from his seat and admit his mistake. "Sorry. Maybe the patrol team was delayed by something. How about I ask someone to urge them? Is there anything more important than what happened this afternoon?" The middle-aged Jew said bluntly. "We notified them 5 days in advance. Even if there is something wrong, it should be done in 5 days. This, Soap didn't know how to respond, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "You have done so many things recently. Do you really think that everyone else is blind? We invited him here to give him a chance to explain in person. If he doesn't want this opportunity to explain, we are of course happy to move directly to the next step." The threat in the middle-aged Jew's words was obvious. Soap was in deep pain now. He didn't know what Zhang Heng was up to, so he didn't know how to help him get over it. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Heng, the main person in charge of the party, finally appeared outside the tavern. The people in the tavern had been waiting for a long time, and were ready to let Zhang Heng and his people experience the hostile treatment that Soap had felt before. That is, being treated by everyone together. However, when Zhang Heng and his 3 companions showed up, they found that they could not utter the insults they had prepared, because the 3 people outside the door were all wearing patrol uniforms, brand new armor, and sharp weapons, armed to the teeth, especially Zhang Heng, the leader. His eyes swept over the people in the tavern, and no one dared to look at him. They subconsciously lowered their heads, and the unpleasant things that happened before involuntarily emerged in their minds. The patrol team is now really a real evil god in the eyes of small and medium-sized forces. Everyone wanted to give the patrol a warning, but when they thought that if Zhang Heng got through the checkpoint this afternoon, he would probably come to retaliate against them, they swallowed the words that were on their lips. The atmosphere in the tavern was a little cold for a while, and only Tongbi was still staring at Zhang Heng and the other 2. He had nothing anyway, so he was no longer afraid of the patrol's revenge. According to the rules of the Jewish gang, even if the Jewish gang stood up for him this time, Tongbi could not get his territory back. So the best outcome he could expect now was that the patrol was punished and Zhang Heng was driven out of the Southeast City. The middle-aged Jew frowned. He didn't expect Zhang Heng and his party to be so strong as soon as they appeared. He asked, "Are you here to fight or to attend the party?" "Of course we were invited to attend the party. But we are a patrol team with the mission of maintaining public security in this area. We cannot forget our duties. In fact, we just finished patrolling the nearby streets and rushed here immediately. John Hung took off his helmet while speaking. The leaders of the forces in the tavern almost cursed when they heard this. This is a lie. If it weren't for the patrol team and the Soap Gang's recent mess, how could the Southeast City area be so chaotic now? Not to mention improving public security. The public security is far worse than before. Fights are happening everywhere on the streets now. And with what happened to the Bronze Arm, the bosses of various forces now need to bring enough guards when they go out. And they are even on guard in their own territories. Think about it. Even those who are engaged in criminal activities feel unsafe. So it's a miracle that the public security can be improved. The middle-aged Jew was also stunned when he heard this. There was nothing wrong with every word of John Hung's words. But it shouldn't come from his mouth. However, the middle-aged Jew now represents the Jewish gang and has no intention of getting entangled with John Hung over such a small matter. Anyway, there is plenty of time to hold them accountable later. So he just nodded when he heard it. Since you are here, please take a seat. John Hung thanked him politely and sat at the table next to the soap with Eris and Marcus behind him. Then a waitress immediately poured wine for the three of them. At this time, the middle-aged Jew also came to the center of the tavern. First glanced at the leaders of the forces present, and then said, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend this party. I won't say any more nonsense. Everyone has seen the situation in recent times, and I believe it has affected the business of many people present. Some people have called for Mr. Lockie to preside over justice. But the principle of the Jewish gang has always been that everyone handles the matters at hand. You should not want the Jewish gang to interfere too much. But now, the situation is obviously getting more and more out of control because of the unruly behavior of a small number of people. So the Jewish gang also has the obligation to get things back on track." His words immediately won the support and applause of everyone present. While Soap felt a little uncomfortable, everyone knew who the small group of people in the middle-aged Jewish man's words referred to. And then he really looked at the patrol team. "We are not unreasonable people, as the parties involved. Do you have anything to explain or add?" As expected, the middle-aged Jews did not talk nonsense at all and went straight to the point. Now the atmosphere in the tavern was like a trial, and the subjects of the trial were John Hung and the patrol team behind him. "What do you mean by breaking the rules and getting out of control?" John Hung seemed not to feel the tense atmosphere and asked calmly, "As a patrol team, isn't it normal for us to arrest criminals and crack down on criminal activities? Since Mr. Lockie invited me to this party, it seems that he also regards the patrol team as a part of the Southeast City District. According to the rules of your Jewish gang, you should not care about the normal development of the forces below. The problem is that you are not normal now, especially compared to a month and a half ago," the middle-aged Jew said coldly. "I think we are much more normal than a month and a half ago. At that time, we had no strength, so we couldn't perform the duties of the security team. Everyone treated us as if we didn't exist. Now that we have developed, of course, we have to shoulder our own responsibilities." "So you mean that what you did before was just fulfilling your duties?" The middle-aged Jew pointed at the soap. "But as far as I know, you are openly under the banner of hunting down criminals. But in fact you are secretly colluding with his forces to deal with other forces together. After getting rid of the leaders of those forces, he will swallow up all the territories and personnel of those forces." "What? Is this also your responsibility?" John Hung was surprised to hear this. "So you want us to arrest everyone and send them to jail, and then wipe out all the criminal activities in that territory? We do this out of respect for the Jewish gang. We only arrest the main criminals. Don't care about other people. Don't touch the business in the territory, and even take the initiative to find a suitable recipient, so that the income of the Jewish gang will not decrease. So when you describe us as out of control, I hope you can take into account the concessions we made to maintain order here." Chapter 846 Showdown. The middle-aged Jew was speechless. He obviously didn't expect that John Hung, who was born as a gladiator, could be so eloquent. It was obvious that the patrol team joined hands with the Soap Gang to expand and annex, and to provoke wars everywhere. But he could make it sound so righteous. According to John Hung, the Jewish gang should be grateful for the efforts made by the patrol team to protect their interests. The key problem is that John Hung insisted that the patrol team's job is to fight crime. In this way, their motivation for behavior is completely different from that of other forces present. If the Jewish gang wants to use the previous set of rules on the patrol team, It is obviously inappropriate. The middle-aged Jew also realized this at this time. Although he had prepared a lot of other materials to prove that the patrol team and the soap group had financial transactions, and that the two sides had deep connections, and even found out the secret relationship between the patrol team and the anti-patrol team alliance. As long as Zhang Heng insisted that the starting point of all things was to help the patrol team better complete their duties, then these problems would be unsolvable. So he made a prompt decision and did not continue to delve into this topic, but directly said, "No matter how you argue, you can't deny that the security situation in the Southeast City has further deteriorated due to your actions during this period, and everyone's business is now affected. About this, sometimes in order to realize a beautiful vision, we have to pay a little price in the present," Zhang Heng said. As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted a lot of boos, mainly because this sentence sounded a bit too shameless. Everyone's life was originally good, and they lived well without a beautiful vision. So why should they welcome a beautiful vision? Not to mention whose beautiful vision this is, which is still a question worth discussing in depth. Bronze Arm shouted directly, "Don't waste your time talking to them. Let them pay for their shameless behavior," seeing that everyone around him was indignant, and some even drew their weapons. Soap's nerves became tense again. One of his hands touched the dagger at his waist, and his palm was full of sweat. The middle-aged Jew waited until the booing died down before speaking again. "Look, no one here is willing to buy into your nonsense. How long have you been in this neighborhood? You don't know the people who live here at all, their beliefs, living habits, and what they want. Naturally, you are not qualified to talk about their future. Then what do they want?" Zhang Heng asked. "It's simple. We just want to live our own lives peacefully and undisturbed," the middle-aged Jew said. "You know how our ancestors came to Rome. They were enslaved, discriminated against, and killed by crazy emperors. They endured everything silently, and went through untold hardships to gain precious freedom, and this neighborhood where they can settle down. We know that in the eyes of outsiders, this is a paradise for criminals. Poverty and crime are everywhere. But this is also the place we call home. Most of the people here grew up in this neighborhood. We have our own set of rules for doing things and doing things. Maybe they don't conform to Roman law, but this is the way of survival here. It is the lifestyle we choose ourselves. Outsiders are not qualified to make decisions for us." His words were also unanimously agreed by all the forces present. With the power of the Jewish gang, we could have driven you out of here directly, or even gone a little further. But in the end, we chose to resolve this matter in the most peaceful way possible, because this is Mr. Lockie's way of hospitality. Of course, provided that you are willing to be our guests," the middle-aged Jew warned. "I will give you a week to lay off the people who have been added to the patrol team and spit out all the territory you have swallowed up during this period. After that, you will resign from the patrol team and never set foot in this neighborhood again. If you do these 3 things, we will forgive you for what you did before." Tombi was obviously not satisfied with this decision. He was tormented by the patrol team and his family was destroyed. He still hoped that the Jewish gang would impose more severe sanctions on Zhang Heng and others. However, he also knew that with his current status, he had no right to interrupt. So he could only stare at Zhang Heng fiercely. He believed that he would still have a chance when the other party left the patrol team. Since the Jewish gang could not help him get revenge, he could only do it himself. As long as Zhang Heng lost his identity as a patrol team, he could do more things. On the other side, Soap's heart was hanging in the air. Is it coming? The Jewish gang finally showed their hand. Indeed, this was a dilemma they could not overcome. No matter how eloquent Zhang Heng was, and how he explained the motives of the patrol team's actions, this was not the Basilica of Julia after all. There was no need to abide by any laws or so-called rules. In the end, the 3 major forces headed by the Jewish gang made the final decision. This decision was actually made before the invitation to the party was sent out. Explanations were just a formality. The Jewish gang was determined to restore the situation to a month and a half ago. If it was a month and a half ago, it would not be unacceptable for Soap to accept this result, because he was just an ordinary thief on the street and had never thought of becoming a boss. But now he has tasted the power. Although there are Marcus and the patrol team behind him, he still has a lot of initiative in his hands because of his outstanding performance during this period. He is still unwilling to give it up. Of course, the bigger problem is that during this period, he followed Zhang Heng requirements and caused trouble everywhere, which offended many people. However, His power is developing well now, and he has the patrol team behind him, so he can thrive. But once he falls from his current position, I believe that there will be a long line of people waiting to retaliate against him. Therefore, when the middle-aged Jew finished speaking, Soap and the others turned their eyes to Zhang Heng, and Zhang Heng's expression remained unchanged. He listened to the middle-aged Jew's words calmly, and then said, "Very good. Since you are obviously a robber, don't learn from others' reasoning. It would be better to just show your cards like this. If you must understand it this way, it's fine," the middle-aged Jew said lightly. "Then I won't beat around the bush. I appreciate all the efforts you have made to maintain your life and traditions. Really." Zhang Heng looked around again. "But, unfortunately, I can't agree to any of the 3 requests you made. In fact, you should thank me for everything I have done, because the old order has collapsed. You can either welcome the new world with me, or you can only be buried with it." Chapter 847. This matter is not up to you. Are you threatening us? The middle-aged Jew seemed to have heard an extremely funny joke. With the current number of people in your patrol team, even if you had those forces that have turned to you or are secretly controlled by you, how many people can you gather? Do you know how many people the Jewish gang has? If necessary, we can even turn the 30,000 Jews living here into our people. What capital do you have to threaten us? The threat I'm talking about doesn't come from us," Zhang Heng said. "I believe some of you have heard some rumors during this period. Our young emperor has just returned from the battlefield and ascended the throne. He is eager to do something that can win the praise and support of the people. Holding a gladiatorial show is just the first step. Next, he plans to shift his attention to public security issues. His Majesty has noticed that the southeast city has always been lawless and expressed concern for the people of the empire living here. No matter what you think, in his eyes, you are all citizens of the empire after all, and the situation here has indeed affected the surrounding areas. Otherwise, why do you think I would join the patrol here?" Zhang Heng paused here, and then continued, "My arrival is just the first step. If I fail to improve the security environment here, then 1,000 guards will move in to take over the security and defense work here. At that time, you will have to face the long spears and short swords of the guards. So are you sure you want to drive me away?" Zhang Heng's words immediately caused an uproar. All the big and small forces did not expect that this matter would involve the guards, especially when they heard that the newly appointed emperor was going to take action against the southeast city. Everyone's heart tightened. They could bully the patrol team that had no money and no people before. But if the opponent was the guards, and a guard of 1,000 people, at least all the small and medium forces would be in trouble. As for the top forces like the Jewish gang, they can indeed mobilize 30,000 Jews. But let's not talk about whether these civilians can beat the guards. Even if they can, what's the problem? Do they want to rebel? Although they are all criminals. They are engaged in criminal activities in Rome. But they are just to make money and have a living. And they have no intention of treason. Spartacus and his gang are living examples. Moreover, Rome is now at its peak and has ended the war with the Germans. A group of veterans have returned to Rome. Even if they cannot defeat the Germans, it is still no problem to suppress a civilian uprising. However, everyone was skeptical about this matter. The public security problem in the southeastern city has existed since the first group of Jews settled in Rome, and it has a much longer history than the Jewish gang. However, successive emperors have not been able to solve it. It is not because they are incapable of solving it, but because it is a laborious and unpleasant task. The southeastern city is certainly a chronic disease of Rome, but it also provides Rome with a steady stream of cheap labor. Sometimes their labor price is even cheaper than that of slaves. After all, if a slave dies, the owner loses a fortune, and no one cares if the civilians here die. For example, the laborers who clean the sewers and unload and dredge the Tiber River are basically from the southeastern city. Many of them are businesses of criminal forces such as the Jewish gang. If all the criminals here are caught, not to mention whether it can be done and how many people will be left. It is estimated that the cost of labor in Rome will rise in the future, which is a situation that all merchants and nobles with property do not want to see. Therefore, this issue has been shelved. But now Commodus has just come to power, and most people still don't understand the temper of this young emperor. No one knows what he is thinking, whether he will suddenly have a brain twitch and want to attack the southeast city. They had been investigating Zhang Heng for a long time, and knew that he was indeed a person that Commodus valued. It was strange that he was assigned to the patrol team here. If Commodus wanted to deal with a crime problem in the southeast city, it could explain why Zhang Heng came here. 1,000 guards. If there were really 1,000 guards stationed here, everyone's business would not be affected. But whether it could continue. Therefore, after hearing the news of the explosion, all the forces in the tavern started to whisper to each other. Seeing this, the middle-aged Jew coughed lightly to silence everyone, then shook his head and said, "You think too simply to scare us with such groundless news. We have seen all kinds of storms over the years. But this place has always belonged to us, whether it is groundless or not. You know it very well." Zhang Heng responded calmly. "I believe you have some connections in the Senate, and it seems that you have spent a lot of money. This is the main reason why the southeast city has maintained its status quo. If so, your people must have passed the news to you. It's not even a proposal. It was just the Emperor's fantasy a few days ago. How could the Senate pass such a ridiculous thing? It's probably just a gesture by you to scare people. Didn't you go to Klein's house after being invited? This news came out after that," the middle-aged Jew said angrily. But he realized that he had spoken out of turn as soon as he blurted out this sentence, because he helped to prove Zhang Heng's previous threat. After he said this, everyone in the tavern showed different degrees of worry on their faces. Although they have been living very uncomfortably recently, they certainly don't want to see the Imperial Guards move in, compared to letting Zhang Heng lead the patrol team to do things here and there, because that will be devastating to the power environment here. Although the stalemate will last until the end, the young emperor will probably not get anything good, and will realize that if he wants cheap labor, he needs to return this place to the local forces here. But how many of them will still be there at that time? Even if it is just a possibility, it is worrying. This is the significance of Zhang Heng's visit to Klein some time ago. He proposed a plan to Klein that would benefit both parties. Zhang Heng had been making trouble in the southeast city before. It was only a matter of time before the three major forces headed by the Jewish gang would target him. Zhang Heng's solution to the problem was also very simple, which was to create external pressure and divert conflicts. The reason why the patrol team was difficult to expand in the southeast city seemed to be that there was a lack of people and money. And there were also big forces that could not be provoked. But in essence, it was because the interests of the patrol team and all the forces in the southeast city were inconsistent, which was the fundamental reason why the patrol team was not tolerated in the southeast city. Without solving this problem, the patrol team cannot expand. So Zhang Heng needs Klein's help to create the news that 1,000 guards will be stationed in the southeast city. Zhang Heng does not mind giving some credit to Klein, or even most of the credit to Klein. Anyway, he just completed his first test job perfectly and returned to Commodus smoothly. And Klein got a political achievement for nothing from this incident. Together with Zhang Heng, he solved the long-standing public security problem in the southeast city. Of course, he could also choose to stand by and stab his potential competitor. But as Klein said, he believed that people like Zhang Heng would not only have him as a solution. Zhang Heng knew that there was a political force behind the balance blade. If Klein did not intend to help him, he could also go to the priestess of the balance blade. But in this case, he would probably have to pay a price. It would be better to get what he needs from Klein. Zhang Heng looked at the middle-aged Jewish man. "This matter is not up to you. Why don't you ask Mr. Lockie and other important people to come down and talk to me? Or I can take people upstairs?" Chapter 848 The Master of Southeast City. Today, all the big and small forces in Southeast City gathered in this tavern. It was crowded and looked very lively. However, Zhang Heng knew that the person who could really make the decision was not here, but sitting on the second floor. They asked the middle-aged Jewish man to host the party and listen quietly to the quarrels and noises downstairs. He would only speak when necessary, and their voices were the real voices, and the voices Zhang Heng hoped to hear. The middle-aged Jew sneered. "Mr. Lockheed, can you meet him whenever you want?" However, just as he finished speaking, a young girl came down from the second floor, looked at Zhang Heng, and asked curiously, "Are you the champion of the Flavian Amphitheater? The mysterious Oriental man from the distant empire?" "It sounds like I am right." Zhang Heng nodded. "It is rumored that you are the incarnation of a god in the world, with wings on your back, and you can fly in the sky. But you seem to be no different from ordinary people." The girl seemed a little disappointed. "I folded my wings to avoid scaring my friends." The girl laughed. "You men like to tell lies. But since you treat us as friends, come up. Grandpa wants to see you. Obedience is worse than respect." Zhang Heng stood up from his seat and followed the girl to the second floor. The middle-aged Jew showed a look of reluctance on his face. But he knew the girl and knew that this was Loki's decision. And the most important rule for a member of the Jewish gang was never to question Loki's decision. So he closed his mouth and said nothing, just respectfully watching the two people go upstairs. As she walked, the girl leaned close to Jong Hung's ear and whispered, "My grandfather hates dishonest people the most. So don't lie when you see him later. Thank you for the reminder. But I always like to tell the truth." Jong Hung replied, "Well, I think we will know soon." The girl smiled. The two of them quickly went up to the second floor. To Jong Hung's surprise, there were only 4 people on the huge second floor. 3 of them sat at a long table. The one sitting at the head was an old man in his early 60s, with a typical Jewish appearance. Short brown-black hair, but most of it had turned white. A broad forehead, a hooked nose, deep eye sockets, and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to be able to see through everyone's heart. Needless to say, he should be Loki, the current boss of the Jewish gang, and the most important figure in the entire Southeast city. Loki's rise is a living legend. He was born in an ordinary Jewish civilian family. His father died very early, and his mother had to engage in sex trade to support the 3 children in the family. As the eldest son, Loki also started to make money early. He was a thief, an apprentice in a blacksmith shop, went from street to street to collect urine for the laundry, and clean the sewers. In short, he did everything that could make money. It was not until he joined the Jewish gang at the age of 16 that his life gradually got better. But at this time, fate played a cruel joke on him. His mother and sister died one after another because of the plague, and then his only remaining brother also died in a gang conflict. Until he was 30, Loki was just an insignificant little character in the Jewish gang, with only 5 men at most. Then came the legendary battle, when the leader of the Jewish gang was betrayed by his own men and was assassinated. He fled all the way to the temple, with no one around him. At that time, Loki took his 2 brothers to collect money at the market in front of the temple. The 3 of them protected the boss, who was desperate. No one knew how they withstood the enemy that was several times their number. When the follow-up help arrived, they were all bloody. Loki's 2 men couldn't even hold on until the doctor arrived. Only Loki survived. After that, he was appreciated by the Jewish gang leader at the time, rose all the way, and finally successfully took over the first force in the Southeast city after the latter's death. All the street kids in the Southeast district regard Loki as their idol, hoping that they can fight for their own career like Loki one day. On Loki's left is a man named Wes Capri, who is about the same age as him, and is resting with his eyes closed. He is the boss of the second largest force in the Southwest district, Golden Crown. His main income is lending and rent collection. Although he is not as many as the Jewish gang, he is richer than them. Moreover, more than half of the real estate and shops in the Southwest district belong to Golden Crown. Sitting on Loki's right was a young man. Unlike the 2 people around him, he looked very young, almost the same age as Jong Hung. He had an innocent smile on his face, which made people suspect that he was just a family member of someone present. But in fact, he was the mouthpiece of the 3rd largest force in the Southwest district, the Beehive. No one knew who the boss of the Beehive was, how many people there were in the Beehive, and what businesses they had. The only thing that was certain was that the Beehive was the oldest force in the Southwest district. They were everywhere, and anyone around you could be a member of the Beehive. Even the Golden Crown and the Jewish gang had many people from the Beehive, so nothing in the Southwest district could be hidden from the Beehive. In addition, it was rumored that all the assassins in the Southwest district were related to the Beehive. The young man present was one of the few visible members of the Hive, responsible for communication and negotiation with various forces. He called himself a megaphone. As for the 4th person, he did not sit at the table, but stood aside to pour wine for the 3 people present. He looked like a waiter in a tavern, but Jong Hung's eyes stayed on him the longest, because Jong Hung found that he could not see his strength. No wonder the 3 of them sat on the second floor so carelessly, and did not arrange any additional guards. Jong Hung. Recently the Southeast city, no, the whole city of Rome has been discussing your name everywhere. The first person to speak was the mouthpiece of the Beehive. He smiled and said, 2 months ago, you were still a gladiator in the Victor Arena. After you were freed, you immediately began to serve His Majesty the Emperor. It is said that His Majesty thinks highly of you. When you were still a gladiator, he went to see you incognito. Naturally, you didn't want to mess up this first job. So when you joined the patrol team, You immediately started to make trouble. First, you forced Taishao and his men to attack you. And then you supported the thief named Soap to be your puppet. You were very smart, because the patrol team couldn't directly swallow up those territories. Otherwise it would have attracted our attention long ago. Moreover, you were very cautious. You also found 5 gangsters you knew before, and formed an anti-patrol alliance. On the one hand, you could check and balance Soap. And on the other hand, you could take the opportunity to eliminate the unstable factors in the two forces. After that, you expanded the patrol team. Your series of actions successfully attracted the attention of Mr. Lockie. We invited you, but unfortunately, you went to find your political ally Klein. Then, there were rumors from the Senate that the Emperor wanted to take action against the Southeast City. Am I right? By the way, you had focacciavo and honey with bread for breakfast. You don't like bread because it's a little too old. Chapter 849 The Real Purpose. It must be admitted that among the 4 people on the second floor, John Hung paid the least attention to the young man called the megaphone, because he was also the one with the lowest presence among the 4. But as soon as the megaphone opened his mouth, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. John Hung had also heard a lot about the hive from Soap and Ollie before, and knew that this most mysterious force in the Southeast City had a strong ability to collect intelligence. Therefore, what surprised John Hung was not that the other party knew what he had for breakfast, but that he did not expect that the hive would speak for him. Yes, on the surface, it seemed that the megaphone was showing off that the top forces in the Southeast City were able to see his every move, and at the same time it was warning him not to try to lie next time. But John Hung also noticed that the megaphone emphasized the close relationship between John Hung and Commodus in all its words, and also included Commodus in the category of John Hung political ally. If there is any flaw in John Hung plan, it is that the alliance between him and Klein is not solid. Although he provided a win-win solution to Klein and believed that Klein would be willing to accept it, he could use this method, which means that the major forces in the Southeast City district, led by the Jewish gang, can also use the same method to pull Klein to their side. John Hung had analyzed before that there are political forces behind the Southeast City district. The Jewish gang, Golden Crown, and Beehive rule here not only by violence, but they spend a lot of money every year to the fat nobles in the Senate in order to maintain the semi-self-control here. This is probably why Lockie and the others were not as panicked as the people below when they heard that 1,000 guards were about to enter here. However, even though he knew that the megaphone was well-intentioned, John Hung still had to fight back in order to complete the trick. After the megaphone finished speaking, he also spoke. You were busy hanging out with women last night. You drank all night, so you got up very late in the morning and had lunch directly. You had olives and grilled fish for lunch. You also had a fight with someone during the meal. In addition, there is reason to believe that you don't seem to be very satisfied with your performance last night, so you have been looking for ways to prolong the time. After John Hung finished speaking, the face of the speaker turned pale and blue, and then he hurriedly said to the girl beside John Hung, "Don't believe him. He is talking nonsense, just to get revenge on me and expose his past. Don't worry. Of course I believe you more." The girl smiled sweetly. At this time, Lockie had also finished the last piece of venison. He put down his fork, pointed to the seat below, and said, "Sit down." John Hung sat down after hearing that, and the girl who came up with him sat next to Lockie again, but she quietly moved her body and kept a distance from the microphone on the other side. Lockie did not use the tablecloth to wipe the oil stains from his mouth. This was also his eating habit all these years. When he was young, there was nothing to eat at home. He was reluctant to eat the food he stole outside. He often just licked it twice, leaving some residue on his mouth, pretending that he had eaten it, and shared the food with his hungry brother and sister when he returned home. Over time, he developed the habit of not wiping his mouth after eating, although his life has gradually improved since then, and he has become the boss of the Jewish gang. He has not changed this habit, and has been complained by his wife and children for this. "What do you want?" Lockie looked at John Hung opposite and said directly, "The 3 major forces and the patrol team will join forces to establish a new order for the Southeast City." John Hung replied, "That's impossible." Lockie shook his head when he heard it. However, he did not explain the reason why it was impossible, but just waved his hand and asked the waiter to pour wine for John Hung, and then continued, "You can't wait to do your first job well. I can understand that although I am not very satisfied with the way you have taken during this period of time, I don't want to entangle with you over these trivial matters. How about this? You disband the people hired by the patrol team. And I promise that the security of the Southeast City will improve until you leave here. You get the political achievements you need. And we can end this farce as soon as possible. To be fair, Lockie's offer was pretty good. He didn't mention what Zhang Heng had done before. Nor did he intend to investigate the damage Zhang Heng had caused to the order of the Southeast City. He was even willing to send Zhang Heng away in style. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhang Heng still insisted after hearing this. Sorry. I don't intend to give up my request. Lockie frowned. Do you know that even if you and Klein can persuade His Majesty the Emperor to send the guards here, you still need the approval of the Senate? I am willing to treat you with courtesy. Not because I am afraid of the 1,000 guards, but because I don't want to give money to the greedy senators in the Senate. If we continue to fight, it will only benefit those senators in the end. And even if you win in the end and get the Senate's permission, what will happen next? You are not the first person who wants to destroy us, and you will not be the last. However, dynasties have changed, and the Emperor's portraits on gold coins have changed again and again. We are still here. Of course, you can use the army to arrest us, or even kill me and destroy the Jewish gang. But as long as you give the people here a little time, they will rebuild everything we have built. Lockie paused and said seriously, we are all old people. Old people always hope to solve problems with relatively peaceful means. But old people also mean that we are not afraid of death. Interrupt me. I am still quite young and I am also afraid of death, the microphone said. But you don't have to worry about me. I am just a small role responsible for passing messages. After listening to Lockie's words, Zhang Heng also said, you misunderstood. I respect you very much. And I have no intention of eliminating you or the Jewish gang. Nor will I change your lifestyle. I just hope that from now on, the patrol team can participate in the management of the Southeast City instead of being a spectator like before. So that's it. You want more than just political achievements. You also want to build your own power in this neighborhood. Lockie pointed out Zhang Heng's real purpose in one sentence. And Zhang Heng did not hide it, and admitted generously. I have heard your story about how you started from scratch and eventually became the uncrowned king of the Southeast City. Like other young people in this neighborhood, I am also deeply inspired. I also want to create my own career here. You are quite honest. Lockie nodded. It's good for young people to be ambitious. But the problem is your identity. You are not from here. And you are backed by the patrol team. It's not fair competition. I can't just watch you grow stronger. This time it was Zhang Heng's turn to frown. He didn't expect Lockie's attitude to be so tough. This old man can obviously make peace with the nobles in the Senate. So why can't he tolerate a new force that will not shake the Jewish gang? As a result, at this moment, the boss of the Golden Crown, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, Mr. Lockie means that if you want to establish your power here, you first need to prove that you are also from here, so that we can consider accepting you. How can I prove it? It's very simple. When you return to the Emperor, we want you to help us kill a man. At this point, Lockie finally revealed the real purpose of asking Zhang Heng to go upstairs. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and almost thought that his relationship with the balanced blade was exposed. Fortunately, the old man opposite added, Venerable Divable, we need you to find a way to end his political career and deprive him of his status as an elder. His appetite is too big, and we can no longer satisfy him. In exchange, we can allow you and your patrol team to develop here, but you can't go too far like before. If you agree, we can talk about the division of power in the patrol team next. Chapter 850. The dust has settled. No one expected that this gang gathering initiated by the Jewish gang, which united the three major forces in the Southeast City, aimed at judging and punishing the patrol team led by Zhang Heng for their recent actions, would be so bad that it would just let them go. All those who were waiting to see the patrol team laugh were dumbfounded. It was unknown what kind of magic potion Zhang Heng had given Lockie and others on the second floor. In the end, the three major forces completely recognized the current sphere of influence of the patrol team, including the Soap Gang and the Anti-Patrol Alliance. The three major forces headed by the Jewish gang also acquiesced to their existence, which made Soap and others feel relieved. In addition, the three major forces did not stop the patrol team from continuing to expand in the Southeast City, but agreed on the upper limit of the patrol team's number, 120 people. This number also made many people gasp. although this is only the number of a medium-sized gang. Considering the special nature of the patrol team, expanding to 140 people will definitely become a nightmare for all gangs except the three major forces. Fortunately, Lockie later took into account the emotions of most small and medium-sized gangs and reached a series of agreements with John Hung, strictly limiting the rights of the patrol team. Things like finding an excuse to break up a force as before should not happen again. After that, the patrol team will return to their original job and maintain the security of the neighborhood. Of course, considering the special situation in the Southeast City, almost every gang is engaged in criminal activities, and the patrol team cannot catch them all at once. So to be precise, the patrol team handles some sudden or more vicious criminal incidents, and the forces in the corresponding territory also need to provide assistance during the investigation. In addition, from now on, all forces must ensure order in their respective territories. Once the chaos reaches a certain level and affects the lives of ordinary people around, the patrol team will intervene to deal with it. This one is of course for John Hung to use to improve his political achievements. But no one knows whether Lockie's intention is also in this. As everyone knows, Lockie comes from the lower class, and no one knows better than him what the life of the lower class people in this neighborhood is like. For a long time, he has always wanted to do something for the lower class people living here. But sitting in his position, he needs to consider all aspects of things, and some things are not easy to do by himself. So now he may want to use the patrol team to do something. In just half an hour, John Hung and Lockie fought over a series of important issues, testing each other's bottom line, showing their cards and compromising with each other. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a scene would be somewhat boring because there was no eye-catching battle. But for those involved, this negotiation was much more exciting than the battle on the street. Lockie, the uncrowned king of the Southeast City, has been firmly in control of the initiative on the field since he spoke the first word. He doesn't say much, but every word is meaningful, and he has been constantly putting pressure on John Hung. The boss of the Golden Crown has known him for a long time and cooperates with him very well. Their biggest advantage is that they are very familiar with the Southeast City district. In addition, a beehive provides them with information, which also gives the two old men a considerable advantage in the negotiation. But what surprised Lockie was that despite this, the Oriental man across the table was almost not at a disadvantage in this negotiation, both in terms of the scene and the actual content. He was alone in an environment surrounded by enemies, but he was still able to remain calm from beginning to end, and talked freely in front of the three most powerful forces in the Southeast City district. His sophistication made Lockie even suspect that this was not the first time he had experienced such a situation. But considering his age, this seemed a bit ridiculous. Lockie remembered that when he was John Hung's age, he was just an unknown nobody in the Jewish gang. He would tremble when he saw the leader of the Jewish gang from a distance. But the young man opposite him could respond calmly under the gaze of the three people. However, John Hung on the other side was also not at ease. Although he had made a lot of preparations before, he found that he had underestimated the legend of the Southeast City district. Lockie was much more difficult to deal with than he expected. So John Hung also realized that his previous plan to integrate all the forces in the Southeast City district might have to be changed. Although he could still replace Lockie if he wanted, it meant that he would spend more energy and time in the Southeast City district. This time, the situation was different from that of Black Sail. At that time, John Hung was trying to survive by seizing the Jackdaw or becoming the king of Nassau. But this time, he put more energy into learning skills. John Hung's main goal was the library full of assassin books in the Blade of Balance. The Southeast City was just a transition, even if it was to cultivate his own power. John Hung did not want to invest too much in this matter. Therefore, he was willing to accept Lockie's proposal and seek a situation of stable coexistence among multiple parties. However, John Hung would not reveal his bottom line too early in the negotiation. On the contrary, he remained quite aggressive, especially when he realized that Lockie was willing to meet him in the hope of finding new political allies and helping the Jewish gang get rid of the blood-sucking nobles in the Southeast City. John Hung found that he had more bargaining chips than before. So the subsequent negotiations between the two became more intense. When Lockie and John Hung reached an agreement on the last important issue with difficulty, the old man picked up the wine glass on the side. Although you are from outside, I have to say that you also have some of the inherent characteristics of people living here. Competitive and grabbing everything you can. John Hung raised his glass after hearing this. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's both a good thing and a bad thing. It depends on how you look at it. If I were 20 years younger, I might want to have a few good fights with you. Not just at the negotiation table. Lockie drank his glass of wine and stood up from his seat with the help of his granddaughter. On the other side, the boss of the Golden Crown, the West Capri man, also stood up. Lockie put down his empty glass. Next, let's give the time to the young people. You can talk to my granddaughter about the specific details. We old people won't bother you. Lockie walked towards the stairs with the boss of the Golden Crown and the waiter next to him. After all, he was old. Although he was domineering in the negotiation just now, he also showed a bit of old age at the end. After finalizing the main issues, he didn't have the energy to argue with John Hung on the details. Chapter 851. What does this sentence mean? It was already evening when John Hung and Lockie's granddaughter finished discussing all the details. The patrol team finally overcame the biggest crisis at the moment, while other forces that had already received the news were in mixed feelings. In the eyes of outsiders, John Hung's side undoubtedly won a great victory in this negotiation. As an outsider, and a member of the patrol team, he actually got the permission of the three major forces to develop and cultivate his own power here. It must be said to be a miracle. But the good news is that they don't have to worry about the patrol team suddenly coming to trouble them. Someone put a shackle on the neck of this out-of-control beast, so that they can finally sleep peacefully at night. There was news that 1,000 guards might enter the southeast city, except for people like Tongbi who hated the patrol team. Most people were not satisfied with this result, but they could accept it. In their opinion, Zhang Hung obviously took advantage of everyone's fear of the guards to successfully get the opportunity for development from the three major forces. However, Zhang Hung, as the person involved, knew very well what he had paid for this development opportunity. Zhang Hung even suspected that Lockie came here specifically to use him to solve the problems encountered by the Jewish gang. Of course, in the final result, both parties should be regarded as using each other and getting what they need. Through this negotiation, Zhang Hung also understood why Lockie had so many children, but why he brought this granddaughter with him. This girl looked innocent and innocent, but if someone really thought she was just a vase, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Although her performance during the negotiation was not as good as her grandfather, she was obviously carefully trained by Lockie and was very clear about her advantages, and she played them to the extreme. However, after the negotiation, she returned to her previous girlish appearance and enthusiastically invited Zhang Hung to her home for dinner, but was eventually rejected by Zhang Hung. Zhang Hung had negotiated for a whole afternoon, and the round-robin battle adopted by the other party also made him look a little tired. In addition, the most important thing was that he had someone to meet. Afterwards, Zhang Hung asked Marcus and Eris, who came with him, to go back first, while he randomly chose a direction and walked into the street under the night. He did not walk too far, and saw the megaphone, who had left the tavern earlier than him, in an alley in front of him. The latter was playing in the mud with a group of kids, and they were having a lot of fun. But when he heard the footsteps, he drove the kids back home, then clapped his hands and stood up, and said in surprise, "What a coincidence! Since the famous beehive knows what I eat for breakfast, it shouldn't be surprising to meet you no matter which direction I go." "Right?" Zhang Hung asked. The megaphone smiled and said, "You are as difficult to deal with as the legend says. It seems that I was a little too self-indulgent before. Even if I don't speak for you, you should be able to get through it smoothly. No. The information you gave me when we met did help me a lot in the subsequent negotiations. But you were really cruel when you insulted me." The microphone smiled bitterly. "I was pursuing Lockie's granddaughter, and your words directly eliminated me. I believe that a love veteran like you should have a way to save the situation." Zhang Hung said calmly. "Well, I still have some tricks. But this is my secret weapon, which I originally planned to use after I was caught cheating." The microphone smiled and said, "By the way, you must be curious about why I helped you upstairs before? Do you want an explanation?" "Of course, because you and I come from the same place," the microphone said mysteriously. "Oh, are you also from the mysterious and distant East?" Zhang Hung asked. "No. You know where I'm talking about." The microphone looked around and confirmed that there was no third person present, then suddenly leaned close to Zhang Hung's ear and lowered his voice. "May all things in the world return to balance. And you and I are both sharp blades in the hands of Krias." "What does this sentence mean?" The megaphone looked at John Hung, as if trying to find signs of lying on his face, but failed in the end. John Hung looked as if he had just heard this, with a frown and a look of doubt in his eyes. The megaphone then smiled and said, "It's nothing. Forget it. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. To be honest, the Hive is quite interested in you. Although you are in some trouble now, we believe that you will be able to return to Commodus soon. The Hive thinks you will become a rising star in Roman politics, and is willing to bet on you and pay some goodwill in advance. You are quite generous then." John Hung also replied, "What do you want to get from me? The future rising star? For now, there is nothing about you that interests us. But when you take a step further, I think there are still many things we can talk about." Didn't expect that the Hive would also care about politics outside the Southeast City? John Hung raised his eyebrows. "We are different from the Jewish gang and the Golden Crown. Our focus will not be limited to the Southeast City," the megaphone said. But he didn't seem to want to explain further, and then smiled. "Anyway, it's nice to meet you. I believe we will meet again soon." After saying that, he squatted down again and continued to rub the mud. It seems that he wanted to finish the mud palace he built with a group of little ghosts before. John Hung said goodbye to the megaphone and continued to walk along the street. The troubles of the patrol team have been basically solved, and he can also give himself a little vacation. He has an appointment with a little slave girl to go home for dinner tonight, so he plans to temporarily leave the Southeast City for one night. Soon after John Hung disappeared, another figure walked to the microphone and asked, "How is it? Is he from there?" "No. I tried to test him with the teachings of the balance blade, but he had almost no reaction," the microphone said truthfully. "It's as if he had never heard of it. What should we do? Should we continue to keep an eye on him? Forget it. Let's withdraw the people first. Don't make things complicated. No matter what. He is the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian Amphitheater, who can arm wrestle with Loki. Now is the critical period of the plan. If it succeeds, we can catch all the people of the balance blade. There is no need to dwell on one person. Let him go first," the figure said. Chapter 852 Assessment arrives. From the moment Dadatis became John Hung teacher, the first request the old man made was that John Hung hide his relationship with the balance blade. In Dadatis' words, "This is the way of survival for assassins. Especially 200 years ago. The appearance of the traitor not only caused the balance blade's plan to assassinate Octavian to fail, but also the core members of the organization were exposed one after another. They were all the top assassins in the world, with extraordinary assassination skills. However, once they were exposed to the sun, there were state machines in front of them and hounds in the back, and only a few people could survive by chance. Therefore, the balance blade learned a lesson from this, and the core members no longer revealed their identities to each other. The only two people who knew the identities of all members were the speaker of the Assassin Council and the priest of Creus. Of course, the organization did not prevent members from interacting with each other privately. If you find someone who is compatible and trustworthy, you can tell him your true identity. You have already met the priest. The speaker of the Assassin Council is my old friend, the Faceless Man. The two of them know your true identity. And there is also Hyacinth." "Hyacinth? Who is he?" John Hung asked. "You should ask who she is. You haven't passed the test yet and officially become one of us, so I can't tell you too much about her." When mentioning Hyacinth, Dadatis' expression seemed a little strange, with warmth and caution, and a hint of guilt. "We don't have much contact, but she came to see you in person not long ago, because I need more people to support you to join the Balance Blade. Hyacinth has a wide network of contacts in the organization. She holds at least 3 votes from her and her admirers." "Huh. Anyway, you don't have to worry about her. She doesn't like me, so she probably won't like you too much. But you can rest assured that she won't sell your identity to others," Dadatis said. "Except for the 3 people I mentioned above. No one else in the organization knows your identity. The only information I have made public about you is your potential and lack of faith, especially your attitude towards balance, which I can't and shouldn't hide." Although Dadatis had left Rome for a while, John Hung had not forgotten the old trainer's advice. Therefore, although the speaker on the second floor of the tavern unexpectedly chose to stand on his side, John Hung also guessed that the speaker might also come from the Balance Blade. However, when the speaker tried to test John Hung with the teachings of the Balance Blade, John Hung denied it immediately. This was mainly because Zhang Heng did not want to be too deeply involved with the Balance Blade, especially when the two old enemies, the Balance Blade and the Hound, were about to go to war. For Zhang Heng, he did not want to intervene in this war that did not belong to him. Dadadas had been sent away and left Rome, which also meant that there was no one in the Balance Blade that Zhang Heng cared about. Therefore, Zhang Heng had no intention of investigating the identity of the speaker. He did not even ask the priestess to verify the identity of the speaker. This was why the people of the speaker basically concluded that Zhang Heng was not a member of the Balance Blade a week later. In the past, the Balance Blade had always had high requirements for faith and sense of belonging in recruiting members. They did not expect that there were still people slacking off. However, Zhang Heng, who was slacking off in the war between the Balance Blade and the Hound, was quite concerned about another matter. It has been almost 2 months since he came to the Southeast City. In other words, the next round of assessment is coming. In the following week, Zhang Heng has been preparing for this matter, because the result of this assessment will be related to whether he can return to Commodus quickly. Although there are still many things to do for the new force he has established in the Southeast City to develop, Zhang Heng has cleared the most important obstacles for the development of the new force. He believes that Soap, Marcus and others should be able to deal with the situation that is coming, and he can also withdraw from it and start investigating the whereabouts of Ordalis. Therefore, Zhang Heng needs to get as good a score as possible in this assessment. The person responsible for assessing the patrol team's work is a young nobleman in the Senate named Fabino, who is famous for his integrity and impartiality, which is why he was unanimously nominated as the assessor. Firstly, everyone thinks that only he can do this job without fear of offending others. And secondly, this bad guy is sent to harm the patrol team to prevent him from finding faults in the Senate. Fabino started to evaluate the work of patrol teams in each neighborhood half a month ago. He has basically visited most of Rome, and only the Southeastern District is left as the last stop. The reason why the Southeastern District was put last is because Fabino felt that there was nothing to see here. As for the Southeastern District, everyone in Rome knows what a hell of a place it is. It is full of criminals and villains. Try not to set foot there if you can avoid it. However, when Fabino first became an assessor, although he heard a lot of rumors about this place, he didn't know how serious it was, so he only took 2 guards to inspect the work. As a result, he was robbed before he even reached the patrol team's door. The 2 guards were no match for the ferocious group of people on the opposite side. Not only did Fabino lose all his valuables, but he was also punched twice in the stomach. Until now, the East and West patrols have not been able to help him catch the criminals and get his things back. It is not surprising that Fabino always gives the Southeast City patrol team the lowest score. And to be fair, he can't even say that this is a personal revenge, because every time Fabino gives the lowest score, he feels that he has neglected his duties. He finds that he can't find a lower score to accurately describe the scene he saw with his own eyes. That place is finished, beyond repair, and the Senate is indifferent to it. I bet someone here accepted bribes, so they turned a blind eye to this situation. Fabino complained to his last friend, "I really don't want to see that damn place again." But having said that, the dedicated Fabino still has to let his eyes be polluted once every 2 months. However, after the first lesson, he also learned his lesson. Now when he comes to the Southeast City for inspection, in addition to the 2 guards assigned to him by the patrol team, he will also bring a team of family guards armed to the teeth, so as to ensure that the previous tragedy will not happen again. So this morning, Fabino appeared on the streets of the Southeast City with his luxurious guards. Chapter 853. Do you want to go and see? The streets of the Southeast City still look as bad as ever. The muddy and dirty road surface, mixed with urine and human and animal feces, stinks to high heaven. Ragged children run around barefoot, while their fathers work in some worse environment, and their mothers stand on the street after finishing their housework to see if they can get any business. Fabino took out a handkerchief that he had prepared long ago and covered his mouth and nose to avoid being knocked over by the fumes. The imperial decree prohibiting the dumping of excrement was obviously not enforced here. Fabino remembered that about 5 or 6 years ago, a serious plague had just broken out here, taking away about 1/3 of the lives. Fabino originally thought that the population here would become less, and some places did look a bit lifeless at the time. But he did not expect that soon after, with the influx of new immigrants and the birth of a group of newborns, this place became more lively than before. Fabino also had to admit that in terms of vitality, This ghost place was still quite tenacious. But when he looked at the street in the distance, his mood became worse. Because that was where he was robbed and beaten when he first came to the Southeast City. Fabino was the only son in the family, and he had always been pampered. He had never heard a harsh word since he was a child, let alone being beaten by someone. In his panic, he seemed to have eaten a few mouthfuls of mud. It took Fabino a full 6 months to convince himself not to worry about what exactly was in that mouthful of mud. However, every time he revisited the old place, some shadows would inevitably emerge in his heart. But fortunately, when he felt uncomfortable, he only needed to turn around and look at the guards behind him, and he could regain the lost sense of security. However, the next moment when he turned around, the sense of security that he had just found and had not had time to warm up was thrown out of the sky again. What's going on? Fabino's expression changed drastically. Has the security in the Southeast City deteriorated to this extent? Highway robbery has been upgraded to the army. Is it necessary? Just to rob me? A group of people wearing armor and armed to the teeth appeared from the other side of the street, approaching Fabino steadily. Following Fabino's words, the guards around him also became nervous and drew their weapons one after another, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. They were able to become the guards of the Fabino family, so they were naturally not mediocre. Many of them had military experience. But because of this, they could see how difficult it was to mess with the group on the opposite side. The other side not only had excellent weapons and equipment, but also had an extraordinary temperament. Obviously, they were all people who had seen blood. Although the number of people was similar to theirs, it was still unknown who would win if they really fought. The captain of the escort team was very responsible. He lowered his voice and said to the 2 patrol guards, "You two take the adults away first, and we will help you hold back the rest." So Fabino, who was confused, was sandwiched between the 2 guards and was about to escape. Fabino even started to make a plan in his mind. He didn't want to go home and planned to go directly to the Senate to complain, saying that the big and small forces in the Southeast City were ready to rebel. But then he saw a man from the group of ill-intentioned guys walk out and respectfully said, "Master Fabino, where are you going?" "Ah, Eris?" Fabino was stunned when he heard this, and finally recognized the person. The main reason was that the sunlight was too dazzling on the armor, so he couldn't see the faces of the people opposite him. Moreover, Fabino didn't even think about the patrol team. He was very familiar with Eris's group. Each of them looked more bitter and resentful than him. They had no people and no money. They couldn't even get enough armor. They looked like a group of beggars. They had nothing to do with the team in front of them, which was obviously very elite. But I didn't expect that after 2 months of not seeing him, the man who was helpless about the situation in the Southeast City and could only sigh and groan had actually regained his demeanor in the army. What surprised Fabino even more was that the other people in the patrol team had also changed a lot. They were no longer timid, but full of confidence. Fabino actually felt that they looked very reliable. Fabino shook his head and quickly drove this absurd idea out of his mind. No. 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 This was an illusion. It must be an illusion. It's not that he looked down on Eris and his gang, but because as an assessor, he was also very clear about the difficulties Eris and his gang faced. In Fabino's eyes, Eris couldn't be blamed for this. No one could do anything about such a bad situation. The Southeast City had been in chaos for a long time, and several emperors had no solution. It was not realistic to expect Eris and his gang to save the world. However, sympathy was sympathy, and Fabino still gave the patrol team a score according to the actual situation. As for the allocation of funds and manpower to the patrol team, it was not his responsibility, and he had no control over it. Therefore, Fabino was very confused. After recognizing the person, he did not intend to run away, but could not help asking, "What are you doing? Where did you steal this armor? Why don't you return it quickly? This is not the way to deal with the inspection. I know your situation." Master Fabino misunderstood. "This is our own armor." Zhang Heng also walked out of the crowd at this time. "Oh, you are the gladiator who came to help the patrol team. I have seen your performance. You are really amazing." Fabino was generous in his praise of Zhang Heng, especially when you were dealing with that crazy bull. You were able to win the final victory with just a rope. You are better than any gladiator I have ever seen. But did you offend someone? Otherwise, why was your first job assigned to you here? No. I took the initiative to ask to come here because I learned about the situation in the Southeast City from Klein and wanted to do something for it. John Hung said. You want to do something for this place? Anything. Burn it all down? Fabino said curiously. That would purify the evil in this place. No. I want to bring order back to this neighborhood. Ha ha ha. I want to build a pyramid for myself. Fabino laughed halfway, and then retracted his grin. Wait. Are you serious? Yes. I'm sure. John Hung took out a wooden box from his arms, and handed it to Fabino. The latter's face darkened, and he waved his hand, saying, No. 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 I am different from the others in the Senate. Didn't Eris tell you that I don't buy this? Since this is your first time, I won't pursue you. But if you dare to bribe again next time, I will definitely have you arrested. No. You misunderstood. This is not a bribe. I am just returning something that originally belonged to you, John Hung said. Fabino raised his eyebrows, and took the wooden box doubtfully. After opening it, he was stunned because he actually saw his engagement ring that he had lost 6 years ago in the wooden box, as well as some miscellaneous small items, all of which he had lost in that robbery that was a shadow of his life. In addition, we also caught the group of robbers who robbed you that year, but unfortunately 3 of them are dead. But the main culprit is still there, imprisoned in the prison of the patrol station. John Hung added, Do you want to take a look? Chapter 854, Face the Nightmare. When Fabino heard John Hung's last words, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Was this still the Southeast City? Is it still the chaotic place full of criminals and thugs, and without any rule of law? In Fabino's impression, the streets of the Southeast City were basically full of criminal activities every moment, and very few of them were solved. Even for murder cases, most of them could only be left unsolved. As for the robbery case, it was a robbery case 6 years ago, and there was only one confession from Fabino. At that time, Fabino was already mad. He still remembered that he was busy swearing for more than half of the time instead of describing what happened. It was even more unrealistic to want to catch the person. If it weren't for the wooden box in his hand, Fabino would have patted John Hung on the shoulder and laughed, saying that your joke was good, but it would not help your subsequent assessment. However, Fabino now looked at the ring in the box, and was sure that this was the one he lost 6 years ago, and he almost ruined his marriage because of it. Afterwards, he spent a lot of effort to find it back. Of course, he didn't rely on the patrol team, but mobilized the family guards, and with the help of the sheriff, he dispatched nearly 200 people, which could almost be called a small army. However, unfortunately, he still got nothing in the end. It turns out that neither the guards sent by the sheriff nor his family guards can conduct an investigation here. They can't get any help. This place has its own rules of operation, and the people here are obviously very xenophobic. Otherwise, the patrol team wouldn't have become a mascot for so many years. Even if Fabino was unhappy, he could only blame himself for his bad luck in the end, considering that the family background of his marriage was also quite prominent. He had to spend a lot of time to appease his future wife, and he also became a laughing stock in the upper class for a while. Fabino never thought that he would be able to find his lost engagement ring one day. He closed the wooden box in his hand and took a deep breath. Of course, I have been looking forward to this reunion for a long time. Fabino then followed John Hung and others to the patrol team station. It was at this time that the assessor discovered that the patrol team had moved out of the previous ownerless dangerous building and moved to a new house that had just been built. Not only was the area larger, but it also looked much more solid. However, considering the special environment of the Southeast City, the family members still lived with the patrol team to ensure safety to the greatest extent. Eris's daughter, Vaya, was still patrolling outside her new home, but this time she was not carrying a slingshot, but a bow and arrow. The short bow on her back was given to her by John Hung, who also taught her the technique of two-handed archery. Moreover, the tense situation had eased since John Hung met Lockie. Strictly speaking, Vaya was not patrolling now, but just practicing archery at the door. Master Fabino. Vaya saw the assessor from a distance, collected the bow and arrow, and said politely, "Ha, you are Vaya. Is it my illusion or something else? You seem to have something more than 2 months ago." Fabino naturally knew Eris's fierce daughter, who always dressed like a boy, ambushed at the patrol station, and suddenly jumped out of nowhere, shouting and threatening to shoot strangers' eyes blind. This was certainly not a good thing for the people who came to report the case. But fortunately, in Fabino's opinion, If they were not blind, they would not touch the patrol to report the case. So in summary, Fabino had no bad opinion of Wei Ya, who wanted to shoot others' eyes blind. However, he noticed that although Wei Ya was still full of energy, every time she looked at Zhang Heng, her eyes always showed admiration and respect. Fabino finally knew what was new in Wei Ya. This wild monkey would actually be so convinced of someone. Fabino certainly knew who had brought about the changes in the patrol team. Eris had been the captain of the patrol team in the Southeast City for so long. And Fabino, as the assessor, knew exactly how capable he was. It was less likely that Eris would catch the man who robbed him 6 years ago and get his engagement ring back than that Fabino would build a pyramid for himself. So there was no doubt that the changes in the patrol team were brought about by the Oriental man next to him. Fabino found himself becoming more and more interested in the gladiatorial champion of the Palladian amphitheater. But before he could get to know him better, Fabino had to meet an old friend first. Is he imprisoned here? Fabino followed Zhang Heng into the backyard of the patrol station, where there was a row of bamboo poles for drying clothes. The house behind the bamboo poles was originally the lynching room of Tongbi and his men. After being returned to the patrol team, it was simply renovated and used as a temporary prison. Yes. Zhang Heng pushed open the door of one of the prisons. The light in the room was a little dim, and 6 years had passed since the incident. But Fabino still recognized the man imprisoned in the room at a glance. It was the guy who brutally robbed and beat him on the street 6 years ago. It was this bastard who first pried open his fingers and snatched his ring when he was screaming in pain that the ring could not be snatched, and then punched him twice in the stomach. The physical pain was secondary, but the feeling of humiliation and helplessness became a psychological shadow in Fabino's life. And now he finally stood in front of his own nightmare again. Just like Batman walking into the Batcave for the first time, he could face his fear and crush it fiercely. Your name is Sosby, right? Do you remember me, bastard? Fabino took 2 steps forward and sneered. The man named Sosby curled up in the corner, like a frightened old dog. He looked up when he heard the words, but a look of confusion appeared on his face when he saw Fabino. Fabino frowned and turned to ask Zhang Heng behind him. Did you torture him? No. He was already like this when we found him. About 2 years ago. In a gang fight. He was chopped on both legs. He couldn't stay in the gang anymore, and couldn't find another job. His wife and children left him. So he ended up on the street, living on picking up leftovers. But you know, there aren't many leftovers in places like this. Zhang Heng said calmly. How could this happen? Fabino was also a little distracted for a moment. He had imagined countless times how to deal with his enemy when he found him in the future, so as to wash away the humiliation he suffered in the past. But now seeing the other party's horrible appearance, he felt that his clenched fist hit a ball of cotton. Chapter 855 Belated Justice. In Fabino's imagination, his second meeting with Sosby should be full of drama. Sosby's gang should still be thinking about which unlucky guy to rob. But just when they were about to succeed, they were pinned to the ground by law enforcers who came out of nowhere. It would be best if Fabino led his own people to do it. But if not, it didn't matter. He could also walk up to the imprisoned Sosby like today, look into Sosby's eyes, and ask him in a low voice whether he still remembered him. Sosby's eyes should be a little confused at first. And then when he remembered him, he began to become afraid, worried that the other party would use the power in his hands to retaliate against him. However, Fabino would walk in front of Sosby and stand face to face with the latter, so that Sosby could fully experience the fear and humiliation he felt that day. This is called tooth for tooth. But then Fabino would look Sosby in the eyes and tell Sosby that no, he was wrong. The men of the Brutus family never liked to abuse their power and hurt the weak. And this is the difference between Sosby and him. It is also the difference between a real good person and a bastard. But now, Fabino didn't know what the point of doing this was. Sosby was already so miserable, and he couldn't bring any shame to the other party by doing this. Sosby couldn't even recognize him. So when Fabino walked out of the cell, he had completely transformed into Xianglin Sa, repeating in his mouth, how could this happen? How could this happen? And Zhang Heng beside him had to speak up. I don't know what you were thinking, but situations like his are quite common in this place. It's quite common. Fabino repeated Zhang Heng's words blankly. Yes, this place lacks everything except young people who want to climb up. As long as you have money, you can recruit soldiers and expand your territory. Everyone in this neighborhood has heard the legendary story of Loki. But for so many years, There has only been one lucky in the Southeast City. There are more unlucky people like Sosby. They firmly believe that they will become the next Locky, actively participate in gang struggles, and are used as cannon fodder by the big guys above. When they can no longer fight for the gang behind them will abandon them and use cheaper prices to recruit new young people. Like I said, this place lacks everything except young people who want to climb up. Jiang Hung paused, then continued. When you were robbed, Sosby had already robbed 60 or 70 people on the street and participated in no less than 10 gang conflicts. It was only a matter of time before he became like this. But I haven't been able to make the bastard feel the fear and humiliation that I have felt, Fabino said dissatisfiedly. Sorry. What did you say? Jiang Hung raised his eyebrows. Forget it. Forget it. Fabino waved his hand in a bored manner. He was not stupid, but he had been entangled in this matter before and couldn't get out of it. Now after listening to Jiang Hung's words, he also figured it out. Sosby and he were completely from two different worlds. Sosby was born in a world full of crime and sin. Sosby had seen so many bad things. But robbing a noble, and then the noble coming back for revenge was definitely not what he was most worried about. Which was why Sosby had completely forgotten about him when they met again. In Fabino's view, losing the engagement ring and getting beaten up would be a lifelong shadow. But if the two positions were reversed, Sosby would probably curse a few words, then pat his butt and get up and forget about it. He had more important things to worry about, such as how to fill his stomach, please his boss, and how to survive tomorrow. Damn it. I was so upset about such a fool for so long. Fabino kicked a small stone away. Rather than being upset that Sosby was completely different from what he remembered, he was upset about his own immaturity. His previous so-called revenge plans now seemed like a joke. After venting, Fabino raised his head again and looked at Jiang Hung. Anyway, I have to thank you for helping me find the engagement ring, especially considering that it has been so long since this happened. You must have spent a lot of effort. That's not the case, Jiang Hung said truthfully. Although, as Fabino said, 6 years have passed since the incident, and the normal investigation process will indeed take some time. But with the cooperation of the Jewish gang, it is not too difficult to retrieve the ring and find the murderer. The three major forces in the Southeast City district now have common interests with Jiang Hung, and they need to help him get promoted as soon as possible to deal with the elder Daiwabre. So strictly speaking, Jiang Hung was not the only one who was preparing for this assessment, but the entire Southeast City district was helping him prepare for the homework. Personally, I am deeply grateful for this, and I have decided to invite you to my house for dinner one day. To be honest, my sisters and an aunt are quite interested in you. But, after expressing his gratitude, Fabino changed the subject and became serious again. You should have heard some rumors about me, and know what kind of person I am. I will not let private relationships affect my work. Since the Senate has chosen me as an assessor, I will strictly perform my duties as an assessor and truthfully convert what I see and hear into objective scores. Of course, solving cases and arresting criminals are our job. Jiang Hung nodded. The patrol team should take the main responsibility for this justice that was delayed for 6 years. You don't have to be so modest. Fabino waved his hand. I know the general situation here. It's great that you can help me find the ring. Even if I don't mix any personal feelings, I have to give you extra points for this. If you are ready, let's get started. After receiving Jiang Hung's order, Eris gathered all the members of the patrol team in the open space outside the door. The assessor walked past them and carefully checked the weapons and armor on them that almost blinded him before. Then nodded and said, Your appearance and equipment maintenance are good. No, it should be said that they are very good. I think they can be given full marks for these 2 items. This is the right way. They look like the Imperial Army. Why did they act like beggars before? Eris and other veteran patrolmen felt their noses sore when they heard this, and they almost cried. They had never heard such simple compliments since they were transferred to the patrol team in the Southeast City. Although Fabino knew the situation here and had never said anything too harsh to them, the contemptuous look on his face every time he came to inspect, such as why don't you find a place to wipe your neck, still deeply hurt their remaining self-esteem. They were used to being at the bottom and getting the lowest score, and had almost forgotten what it felt like to be praised. Afterwards, Eris showed the results of the training during this period. Although Fabino's martial arts skills were not very good, his eyes were sharp. He saw that the patrol team had gained a lot of practical experience in recent times. which made Fabino secretly amazed. It was strange. Could these useless people in the patrol team fight? Could their opponents be children on the street? No one knew who would win or lose. Chapter 856 Damn Lucky Orientals. Although he saw with his own eyes that the equipment and morale of the patrol team had changed a lot, Fabino still found it hard to believe that the security situation in the southeast city had really improved. However, when he walked onto the street, all the passers-by, regardless of gender, age or age, stopped when they saw him and the patrol team around him, and greeted Fabino, Zhang Heng and others in different accents. When an old fishmonger stopped in front of Fabino and greeted him expressionlessly, the assessment officer's surprise finally reached its peak. Well, what on earth is going on? Are they trying to make us relax our vigilance, so that they can secretly assassinate us later? No. They just want to say hello. Out of courtesy. Zhang Heng said. That's strange. Fabino touched his chin. If I remember correctly, the people here have a bad attitude towards outsiders. They always feel that outsiders just want to take advantage of them. Although this city has indeed taken a lot of advantage from them, I believe they are more willing to spit when they see us than say hello. Prejudice is hard to change in a short time, but at least they are trying now. Anyway, saying hello is a good start, isn't it? Huh. I think we will know the answer to this question soon. Fabino did not comment. The assessor had an instinctive suspicion of everything in the southeast city. He always felt that what he saw was just a false appearance on the surface. But Fabino also firmly believed that as long as his eyes were sharp enough, he could always find the truth. Although he didn't know how Zhang Heng got the natives of the southeast city to cooperate with him and build the current harmonious scene together. The southeast city was so large that Fabino didn't believe Zhang Heng could take care of every corner. However, after half a day, Fabino, with his eyes wide open, not only did he not find any evidence that Zhang Heng had made any move, but he also found more signs that the public security in the southeast city was indeed improving. Although this place was still poor and dirty, at least in terms of the streets, criminal activities had indeed decreased a lot, and some order had been restored, especially wherever the patrol team went. It had a considerable deterrent effect on criminals, and from the records that Eris gave him, it can be seen that the number of cases solved by the patrol team and the number of criminals arrested had increased dramatically. This was not just a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The number of cases solved in the southeast city was already the highest among all regions. Of course, considering the special environment here in the southeast city, the number of criminals arrested by the patrol team was still a drop in the bucket compared to the number of criminals in the entire criminal group. But you have to know that the patrol team, including Zhang Heng, has only 13 people, the fewest in all areas, and they are responsible for the largest and most complicated block. Even if Fabino is picky, he finds that he can't find a reason not to give Zhang Heng and others high scores in this assessment. The changes in the patrol team and this area are obvious to all, and anyone who is not blind can see it. And I believe that all this started with the arrival of the former gladiator champion named Zhang Heng. The next morning, Fabino's assessment report appeared in Comeda's hands. After the young emperor read it word by word, he put down the report and asked Klein beside him, "What do you think?" Although he tried his best to maintain the dignity of an emperor, the excitement in his heart still betrayed his current thoughts. Klein bowed. It seems that our gladiator champion is not only extraordinary, but he has also proved that he can really help your majesty solve problems. I think your majesty can consider recruiting him to work by your side. This shows that your majesty has a very accurate vision of people. I knew it. Commodus slapped the table. I knew he was the person I was looking for. Klein's eyes flashed with jealousy when he heard this. But he hid it well. When Commodus looked at him again, his face was full of relief, as if he had found a companion to work with. The security problem in the southeast city has troubled successive emperors for a long time. Even my father couldn't solve it. But he did what all his predecessors couldn't do. And it only took 2 months. Without applying for funds or additional staff. Commodus said excitedly. Yes. He is alone. Brave and resourceful. Which is very rare. Klein did not hesitate to praise him. Don't praise him too much. Commodus smiled when he heard it. Forget about the single-handedness. It was you who released the news that 1,000 guards were stationed in the southeast city. Without this news, he could not scare those difficult bones in the southeast city. And I heard that you participated a lot in the whole plan. But you didn't mention it at all. This is probably what I like most about you. Klein, the young emperor patted the advisor's shoulder. Many people are blinded by power. Before they come into contact with power, they are good people who want to do good things for the people. But gradually, their mentality changes, and they want more and more, until their hearts are filled with jealousy. I have seen many such people around my father. But I can be sure that you are not such a person. The Empire is lucky to have such an upright and humble person like you. Your Majesty's praise makes me feel uneasy. I am just fulfilling the oath I made when I first met you. To be your Majesty's other pair of eyes, and help you see more of the truth. Yes, you are my eyes. Otreus is my hand. And Zhang Hung? Let me see what I can get from him. Commodus rubbed his hands excitedly while speaking. Go. Bring him to see me. As you command. Your Majesty. Klein bowed, and turned to leave Commodus' study. When he came to the corridor, the smile on his face disappeared. Although Zhang Hung was now his political ally, Klein felt uncomfortable when he heard Commodus praising someone so much. He knew Commodus too well. When Zhang Hung proposed that he participate in the Southeast City Security Restoration Plan and even take the lead, Klein agreed, but did not adopt Zhang Hung's original plan. Instead, he took himself out of it and only leaked a little news to the Senate. He believed that Commodus would see the role he played in it, and at the same time, he could consolidate his image of being humble and not seeking credit. Klein knew very well that the latter was the key to his stable position beside Commodus. And it was indeed the case. But compared to the part Zhang Hung got from it, Klein still had the suspicion of making wedding clothes for others. But now, he couldn't care so much. The competition between him and Otreus had become more and more intense. And Commodus obviously preferred Otreus. Even if bringing Zhang Hung closer could not solve Otreus, it could at least distract Commodus' attention and give him more time to prepare. Damn. Lucky Oriental. Klein muttered in a low voice and left the palace. Chapter 857 Klein's Whisper. Zhang Hung didn't expect Commodus to come to him so soon. It stands to reason that after Fabinho's evaluation report was handed in, it would reach Commodus at least 2 days later. So during this period of time, Zhang Hung also gave himself a holiday and wandered around Rome with a little slave girl. They went to the perfume street first. The little slave girl was a little curious. She saw Zhang Hung open the bottles of perfume on the shelf one by one, and then put them back after smelling them. Why? Don't you like any of them? The little slave girl blinked and asked. Oh, no. I just want to smell them. As Zhang Hung said this, he picked up a bottle and paid for it, then threw the bottle of perfume to the little slave girl. For you. Really? The little slave girl happily took the perfume, opened it, and applied some on her hair while Zhang Hung was not paying attention. After that, the two walked out of the perfume shop. First walked around the Martius Square, and then went to the Octavia Portico. This area is far away from the city center. There are no markets and apartment buildings. Instead, there are large areas of green, temples, and sculptures, which are very suitable for outdoor tours and leisure. The vast porch surrounded the verdant atrium. In the center was the temple of Jupiter and Juno. The frescoes and stucco portraits on the porch told the ancient myths and legends. In the distance was a bronze statue of Alexander the Great. Visitors and believers walked under the porch or stopped in front of the sculpture, full of tranquility and solemnity. The little slave girl found a patch of grass to sit down, took out the lunch she had carefully prepared, and chatted with Zhang Hung while eating lunch. Before in Victor Arena, the little slave girl had never thought about what happiness was. But at this moment she felt that she had indeed reached out and grasped happiness. Is the patrol going well? The little slave girl asked after taking a bite of bread. Well, although there were some deviations, it was basically in line with my previous plan, Zhang Hung said. Perhaps it should be said that it was smoother than planned. Then are you going to work for His Majesty the Emperor next? If nothing unexpected happens, it will be like this. Zhang Hung nodded. That's great. You can reveal Klein's true face to His Majesty the Emperor. The little slave girl was obviously still thinking about Klein, the two-faced villain. Zhang Hung laughed dumbly. How can it be that simple? If I tell the Emperor, will he believe me? Because I believe you, the little slave girl said confidently. You are much more trustworthy than Klein. No, I shouldn't compare you two. You are not comparable at all. That's because you and I have lived together for a long time. Zhang Hung shook his head and said, You don't have to worry about me. I'm not afraid of guys like Klein. And his main target is not me. We may even have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. The little slave girl was confused and pouted her lips as she was about to say something. But the next moment she saw that the person she was talking about just now actually appeared in front of her alive, and was walking towards her with guards. The little slave girl was frightened and thought that Klein had some kind of witchcraft and heard all the bad things she said just now from a distance. And now he was going to bring people to arrest her. So she quickly ran behind John Hung. Your life is very leisurely, which is really enviable. But I'm afraid you will have to say goodbye to such days from now on, Klein said to John Hung with a smile. The Emperor was very satisfied with your performance in the Southeast City area and asked me to bring you to the palace for an audience. But it was really hard to find you. I went to your residence, but couldn't find you. I went to the patrol team and heard that you went on an outing. I thought you might be here. It seems that I am lucky. Come with me, and don't let His Majesty wait anxiously, Klein said. John Hung stood up from the grass and said to the little slave girl behind him, There's no other way. Let's stop here today. You go home first. Then you have to be careful. The little slave girl looked at Klein with some concern and whispered. John Hung followed Klein in a carriage and went straight to the palace. But before entering the palace, Klein stopped the carriage and asked the coachman to park the carriage in a place where no one noticed. Then Klein cleared his throat and said, I know you have heard some rumors. What rumors? John Hung raised his eyebrows. For example, only those who have offended someone or have no background will be assigned to patrol the Southeast City. That place is like a penal colony in Rome. Oh, John Hung just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Klein before he could say anything. This is true. Although this statement is not accurate, it is not far off. The problems in the Southeast City have been around for a long time. To be honest, neither I nor His Majesty the Emperor thought that anyone could solve the trouble there. I didn't either. I just reached an agreement with the big forces there to slightly restrict the criminal activities in public, John Hung said. You are too modest. Anyway, I wanted to arrange you to the area on the north bank of the Tiber River before, because the public security there is the best, and you can easily complete the tasks assigned by His Majesty the Emperor. But as you know, we only talked halfway that day because I encountered some urgent matters. So I had to let Pananax take charge of your district. As a result, I was very shocked when I learned that you were assigned to the Southeast District a few days later. Klein showed a trace of guilt on his face. Forgive me. I didn't find you right away because I didn't know how to face you. What I mean is that His Majesty let me take charge of this matter out of trust in me. But you were finally assigned to the Southeast region. I undoubtedly have to take a lot of responsibility for this matter. But I was not idle in the days that followed. And I did some things for you. Really? Yes. I investigated Pananax. Guess what happened? What? Klein lowered his voice and put his mouth close to John Hung's ear. I found out that he is Otreus's man. He hid himself very deeply. The two of them only communicated through letters, and they would burn them every time they read them. My people tried their best to get a letter that Pananax had written, but had not yet sent out. You can read it yourself. Klein then stuffed a piece of papyrus full of words into John Hung's hand. In addition, he also handed a letter written by Pananax to John Hung so that the latter could compare the handwriting on it. Then he asked with concern, May I ask, is there any grudge between you and Otreus? Because I have no idea why he is targeting you. I have no idea about this either, John Hung said. I heard that Orthus is a very mysterious person, who has always been elusive. I don't even know what he looks like or where he is. So how can I be his enemy? That's true, Klein nodded. But it's better to be careful. Although everyone is working for His Majesty, it is inevitable that some people will have other thoughts. You should also pay attention to safety. I heard that Orthus has a group of people who hide in the dark and do some shameful things for him. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me, and I also hope to give you some compensation for what happened before. Chapter 858 Goodbye Commodus. No matter his tone or facial expression, Klein seemed very sincere, and there were 2 letters in John Hung's hand as evidence. If it was someone else here, even if he couldn't completely believe Klein's words, he should at least believe 70%. But unfortunately, the person sitting in the carriage now was John Hung. John Hung knew what Klein was planning from the first time he appeared. And from what Klein said just now, John Hung could also be sure that the relationship between the 2 advisors, who Commodus regarded as his left and right arms, and relied on the most, was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, even if there were common interests, Klein might not be willing to help him through the difficulties so readily before. In addition, Klein's intentions were also very clear. He obviously hoped to win over Zhang Heng to deal with Ordolis. To be fair, Klein's methods were quite powerful. Through the 2 letters, he not only quietly cleared himself of suspicion, but also directed the spearhead to his political enemy Ordolis, and at the same time dug a pit for Zhang Heng. However, the smile on his face did not last long, and it froze there the next moment, because he saw Zhang Heng took out a flint from his pocket and slowly lit the 2 papyrus. What are you doing? Let the past be the past. There is an old saying in my country that it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. I think it makes sense, Zhang Heng said calmly. In a sense, Klein's goals and Zhang Heng's goals overlap. This is why Zhang Heng told the little slave girl that he and Klein still have room for cooperation in the future. However, this does not mean that Zhang Heng will choose sides so quickly. In fact, Klein's intention of handing this evidence to Zhang Heng is quite sinister. If Zhang Heng couldn't help but hand the 2 letters to Commodus, it would mean that the war between him and Ordolis officially began. Although Commodus had a good impression of him now, and he valued him because of the Southeast City district, Zhang Heng believed that Commodus would still be more inclined to Ordolis, who had always followed him. Moreover, with the political resources Ordolis now had, he would never be overthrown by just 2 letters. If this matter continued, the person who would suffer the most would definitely be Zhang Heng. Moreover, as soon as he was promoted, the first thing he did was to report his colleagues. Whether true or false, this would undoubtedly give the young emperor the impression that he liked internal fighting. As an advisory group around Commodus, political achievements and abilities were secondary. What really mattered was Commodus' attitude towards you. The emperor's attitude would change. He might like you very much one second, but it would take a sharp turn for the worse the next second because of something. There were so many such things in history, and even the favored ministers were not many who had a good end. When Commodus's impression of Zhang Heng deteriorates, Klein can come out and say a few good words to Zhang Heng, which may allow Zhang Heng to stay with Commodus. But from now on, Zhang Heng may have to live by Klein's face. Just like Pananax. If Zhang Heng just puts the letter away after receiving it and does not give it to Commodus, then he has passed the first level. But it is still not a good decision, because Klein will definitely find a way to leak this matter to Orthus. And then whether Zhang Heng is willing or not, he will become Orthus' enemy because of these 2 letters. Klein had a good plan, but he didn't expect that Zhang Heng would burn the 2 letters in front of him. This was a result he never expected. Didn't you say that His Majesty the Emperor was anxious to see me? Then we should not let him wait too long. Zhang Heng extinguished the last spark with his shoe sole and smiled. Commodus did wait for Zhang Heng for a long time. But he didn't just sit there and do nothing. As the Emperor of the Empire, ruling a vast territory and tens of millions of people, this also meant that Commodus would never be idle. Especially when he succeeded to the throne when he was still very young, facing the huge political legacy left by Aurelius. Not everyone wanted to assist the young emperor wholeheartedly. This is why Commodus was so anxious to expand his manpower, because he found that when he returned to Rome, the situation he faced was no easier than when he fought against those Germanic tribes on the banks of the Rhine. Before Zhang Heng entered Commodus' study, he heard the roar of the young emperor in the corridor. What did Dio promise me? He told me that the Senate would handle this matter. But this is how they handled it. They kicked me, the emperor, aside in the matter of rewarding the army, and then counted all the gifts on the Senate. Now, my soldiers think that their emperor doesn't value them at all. My God. Because of the peace talks with those Germans, many senior military officials have already pointed at my nose and scolded me. And now the Senate has given them an excuse to cut my neck while I was sleeping. Klein and Zhang Heng knew that Commodus was angry, so they chose not to offend Commodus at this time. It was not until the conversation in the study came to an end that Klein reached out and knocked on the door. Commodus's angry voice came from inside. Come in. Klein pushed the door open, took Zhang Heng in, and bowed. Your Majesty, Zhang Heng is here. Commodus's face improved a little after seeing Zhang Heng, and he forced a smile. Long time no see. You really never disappoint me. Right? Zhang Heng took in the scene as soon as he entered the room. However, to his surprise, Commodus was the only one in the room. In other words, if the young emperor had no mental problems and was angry at the air, it meant that there was another person in the room not long ago. However, that person left the study room between the knock on the door and Commodus allowing them to enter. Was it through the window? John Hung noticed that the window of Commodus' study was open, and the curtains moved with the wind. However, John Hung did not think that the person who had stayed in the room before left through the window, because there was a small garden under the study room. When John Hung came in before, he saw two gardeners cutting flowers and trees, since the other party chose to avoid them. He also probably didn't want to be seen by the gardener in the garden. Therefore, John Hung was more inclined to believe that there was a secret passage in Commodus' study that could allow a second person to enter and exit. Considering the suspicious character of all previous emperors, this trust could explain a lot of problems. Chapter 859 New Mission. Klein was obviously not surprised by such a situation. He didn't even look at other places. After bringing John Hung in, he consciously stepped aside. I have already received Fabino's evaluation report. You have done a very good job in the Southeast City. Although there are many foreigners in that place, they are also the people of the Empire, and deserve the protection of the Empire. When my father was still in power, I suggested to him to govern the Southeast City. But at that time, the nobles of the Senate had always strongly opposed this matter. They said that the place has always been like this, and no one can change it. But now you have proved them wrong with practical actions. Very good. The Empire has been following the rules for too long. We need some fresh blood to do those things that others say are impossible to accomplish. Commodus was talking excitedly. The anger and depression caused by the betrayal of the Senate seemed to be swept away. He didn't know why. But every time he saw Zhang Hung, he felt better. This was probably because the few times they met happened to be when Commodus was in a low mood. In view of your outstanding performance, I would like to appoint you as my advisor to give me advice and suggestions. I wonder if you are willing to accept this job, Commodus said, while looking at Zhang Hung with a sharp gaze. The Oriental man in front of him did not disappoint him. He bowed and said, "If you need me, I certainly hope to contribute my little bit of strength to you. But I am just a foreigner. Just over 2 months ago, I was just a gladiator in the arena. I don't have a noble birth." "Forget about birth." Commodus came over and patted Zhang Hung on the shoulder. "Don't worry about this kind of thing. Look around you. Klein and Ortalis are not from famous families. Although they have some royal blood, they are my distant cousins." Klein on the other side also said, "Yes, our family has fallen into decline a long time ago. Our generation is no different from ordinary people. We all grew up in the market, eating and wearing like ordinary children. If it weren't for meeting your majesty, we would probably still be guarding the border or doing some manual labor for a meager income. But it is precisely because of our origins that we can better understand what the lower world is like. A world that those high-handed old stubborn people in the Senate cannot see. Have you heard me? I am not the kind of emperor who discriminates against anyone's origin. Nor do I care about what others think of you. So you don't have to take this matter to heart," Commodus said. "Besides, hasn't someone always said that you are also a noble in your country? That's just a rumor." "Your Majesty," Zhang Hung said, "you can say anything. But a person's demeanor, manners, and upbringing are hard to fake. After meeting you, I believe those rumors even more." Commodus returned to the table and signed his name on a piece of parchment that had been prepared long ago. Then he threw the parchment to Zhang Hung. "This is your appointment letter. Welcome to join us. From now on, you will be my advisor, responsible for assisting me in handling various government affairs and making suggestions. I believe you are capable enough for this job. Congratulations, brother. You have just got the most tiring job in the world. Believe me, you will miss the leisure time before when you are busy." Klein on the other side also smiled and congratulated, but his fists behind him clenched secretly. At this moment, Commodus was not like the emperor who had experienced his sister's assassination and changed his temperament and completely abandoned his responsibilities. Especially not long after Aurelius' death. Commodus was still conscientiously performing his duties under the influence of inertia. After appointing Zhang Hung, he quickly turned the topic back to the main topic and began to discuss the next work with Klein. At the same time, he did not avoid Zhang Hung, and obviously regarded the latter as his advisor. "I don't know if you've heard, but the Senate has set us up. Every emperor needs to give a gift to the army when he ascends the throne in order to gain the support of the soldiers. Our soldiers have been fighting for many years and have just returned home. I can't let them down. However, the Senate told me that we don't need to worry about this matter. After all, I just ascended the throne and have a lot of things on hand. The Senate said they are willing to help me share the worry of choosing gifts. Yes, I saw those notices on the road just now. It said that the gift came from the Senate. But it didn't mention your name. Your Majesty, Klein said. Damn. Those guys deceived me. Now all my soldiers will feel that their emperor doesn't care about them. As if only the Senate cares about them. Commodus seemed a little angry. Was it done by Senator Dio? Fortunately, Klein, the advisor, remained calm. I will go to the Senate in the afternoon to question him in person, Commodus said. But no matter what, the impact has already occurred. And we need to fight back. This is a battle for public opinion, Klein said. We need to let the people and the army know who the ruler of this country is. Autolus said the same thing. Commodus nodded and said, dealing with the Senate can be postponed. But fighting for public opinion is urgent. Holding gladiatorial performances is just the beginning. And it is far from enough. How is the minting of new copper coins going? It's going well. The first batch of copper coins should be put into use next month. And your portrait will be printed on them. Very good. This matter is of utmost importance. You are responsible for it. And you must ensure that everything goes well. You'd better live nearby these days, and keep an eye on the craftsmen. Commodus paused, and looked at John Hung on the other side. As for you, my Eastern friend, I have another job for you. I have someone cast a batch of copper statues for me and prepare to send them to various cities. But I heard that the progress of the construction is far less than expected. Can you go there on my behalf and help me solve this problem? Of course. I will make sure that the statues are completed on schedule. John Hung nodded. Great, Commodus said. Since you have joined us, I should have held a banquet to welcome you. But now is a special period. It seems that I can only hold a welcome banquet for you after this matter is over. At that time, I will call all the consultants together and introduce you to them. From now on, you are all colleagues. And you can communicate and help each other if you have any problems, Commodus said. Chapter 860 Necklace. Klein and John Hung left Commodus' study one after another. John Hung walked down the steps along the way he came. And as he was walking through the garden in the front yard, he heard a burst of giggles coming from not far away. John Hung stopped and saw Queen Crispina and Commodus' sister Lucilla walking out from behind a flower bed arm in arm, talking and laughing. After seeing him, the two women also stopped, and Lucilla's eyes flashed with a playful look. Oh, what a good day today is. We are lucky enough to meet the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian amphitheater. Crispina was obviously impressed by the Oriental man in front of her. But she was much more reserved than Lucilla. She just encouraged John Hung a few words, and then planned to move forward. But the next moment Lucilla pulled her arm, and pulled Crispina back. Didn't you always complain to me that life in the palace was boring? Yes. Commodus was as hard-working as his father. He was a good emperor, and was always worried about all kinds of things. He was worried that his people would starve, and that the soldiers who fought for the empire would not get enough rewards. So he didn't spend much time with me after we got married. Although Crispina tried her best to speak well of her husband, a hint of resentment could still be heard in her tone. Well, men are like this. They only care about power and politics. That's why we women have to learn to find fun on our own, Lucilla said. What fun? Crispina was a little puzzled. We have the gladiator champion of the Flavian amphitheater in front of us. Are we afraid that we can't find some fun? Lucilla's eyes moved across John Hung's face and chest. Sorry, I'm not a gladiator anymore, John Hung said. Yes, my brother gave you freedom. But I heard that you performed at the Victor Arena 2 weeks ago, Lucy said slowly. I have an agreement with Marcus. In order to make up for his losses, I will hold a performance at the Victor Arena every month. If you want to see my performance, I can give you 2 box tickets before the next performance. I believe that the Victor Arena will be prosperous because of your presence. John Hung said neither servilely nor arrogantly. Oh, that's thoughtful. But what if we want to see it now? Lucilla had no intention of going down the stairs, but instead took another half step forward with her chest held high, shortening the distance between herself and John Hung. Today? Not today. I still have work to do, John Hung said without changing his expression. What work is more important than performing for us? Lucilla wanted to move forward again, but before John Hung could speak, Queen Crispina on the other side answered. I know. My husband has mentioned you to me more than once, and he wants you to be his advisor. So have you got your appointment letter? Yes, Queen. Congratulations. It seems that you really have something important to do, Crispina said, then turned to Lucilla. Commodus has assigned him a task. It should be very important. Let's let him go today. Wow. You are really a good wife to my brother. And you follow your husband? Lucilla raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Heng. Well, since the queen has spoken for you, it would be me who doesn't know the importance of things if I stop you. But when you finish the things at hand, remember to come to us. Lucilla took off her necklace from her neck and threw it to Zhang Heng. Look, I bet on you to win the previous gladiatorial show and made a lot of money from you. This necklace is your share. In addition, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can also bring the necklace to me. Zhang Heng took the necklace that was still warm, and when he looked up again, Lucilla and Crispina had already walked past him. Zhang Heng did not stay any longer, put away the necklace and left the palace. After solving the problem in the southeast city, Zhang Heng came to Commodus as he wished and obtained the status of consultant. However, he did not see his target. Otreus was more cautious than he thought. Before, Zhang Heng and Klein heard Commodus roaring at someone and cursing the Senate outside the study. If nothing unexpected happened, that person was Otreus. But when Zhang Heng entered the house, he did not even see the shadow of Otreus. Zhang Heng judged that there should be a secret passage in Commodus' study for Otreus to enter and exit. In other words, Commodus allowed Otreus to enter and exit his study freely, which obviously exceeded the trust that a consultant could get. You know, the study is a forbidden place for all men. Even Queen Crispina cannot enter the study without Commodus' consent. No wonder Klein has such a strong sense of crisis, and can't wait to drag him into the competition to fight against Orthelus. On the other hand, the Balance Blade also wants Orthelus' life. But Orthelus has been by Commodus' side for many years. He has done a lot of things for Commodus both openly and secretly, and has offended many people. He obviously knows that he is in danger all the time. So he has been so secretive. Even his subordinates don't know where he will go. It is not easy to find him. Zhang Heng didn't have much idea for the time being. He could only find a chance after finishing the work of the bronze statue. Commodus had mentioned before that he would hold a welcome dinner for him after finishing this period of work. All the consultants would attend. Zhang Heng could only hope that Orthelus would be included. The place where the bronze statue was cast was in the suburbs, which was quite far from here. So Zhang Heng called a carriage. After receiving the task, he also did some homework and knew that the person in charge of this matter was named Decius, who was from the Colradia family. Colradia was a new noble who had entered the Roman power layer by relying on military exploits. Decius' father was able to enter the Senate thanks to Aurelius. Therefore, the Colradia family has always been a staunch supporter of the royal family. Otherwise Commodus would not have given them the task of casting the bronze statue. However, the person Zhang Heng was going to meet next, Decius, was not an important figure in the Colradia family. He was not a legitimate child, and his mother was just a maid. In addition, the Colradia family rose too fast and lacked a solid foundation and heritage. Therefore, Decius's background was actually not much better than that of a commoner. Therefore, this mission was also very important to him. Zhang Heng analyzed that as long as Decius was not mentally ill, he should not have any subjective intention to sabotage. Chapter 861 by Notamine. When Zhang Heng was looking at Decius, Decius was also stealing glances at Zhang Heng. He had already read Zhang Heng's appointment letter, and knew that the Oriental man in front of him was Commodus' newly appointed consultant, who came here specifically to deal with the unfavorable schedule of the bronze statue. Decius wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took the initiative to speak. There is actually no problem with the craftsman. We have already cast the models. We just need to pour the bronze solution into it, and then wait for the solution to cool down and break the outer layer. However, the Binota mine, which has been supplying us with copper ore, has had an accident recently. The mine collapsed, burying about 20 slaves. The remaining slaves are still cleaning the mine. We don't know when they can resume work. Without ore, we can't proceed. What about changing to another mine? Do you have a backup option? Zhang Heng asked. Yes. There are 4 mines in the suburbs of Rome. Binota is just a small mine. We have also signed an agreement with another mine. If Binota cannot satisfy us, then the other mine will deliver copper ore to us. But, Decius hesitated. But what? But recently His Majesty the Emperor is minting new copper coins, and the ore produced by other mines is given priority to that mine. They don't have any extra ore to give us. Decius spread his hands. What about the copper ore produced in other cities? With the transportation cost, the price is nearly twice as expensive, and it takes time to transport it here. so I'm afraid it's too late. Decius also seemed very helpless. He was not a legitimate son, and could not inherit his father's seat in the Senate. So his father had worked hard to get him this job in order to prevent him from starving to death. He originally thought that if he worked hard, he would be appreciated by Commodus and get a stable job in the future. The result is that this job, which seemed impossible to fail, now seems to be failed by him. Decius was also very aggrieved. He did not take kickbacks, nor did he treat his subordinates harshly. He was always trembling with fear, but he just capsized inexplicably. He could only say that his luck was a bit too bad. However, the new consultant in front of him did not seem to think so. After hearing that the delivery of the bronze statue could not be delayed, Zhang Heng asked Decius, "You said that there was an accident at the Binota mine. Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Ah?" Decius was a little dumbfounded. "Do I have to go through this? According to the contract between us, if you fail to deliver the goods on time, you have to pay a penalty." "How much?" About 20 aulas a day. It's not a small amount. After so many days, I'm afraid they won't make any profit this time. If it goes on, the mine will probably lose a lot of money. 20 aulas a day. Even if the mine can't afford it, there are many people in this city who can afford it, Zhang Heng said calmly. But he didn't say anything more. The struggle between Commodus and the Senate was obviously not something that a small character like Decius could know. Zhang Heng just said, "You know where the Binota mine is, right? Let's go there together." Now? Decius was a little embarrassed when he heard this. "But it's not time to go home yet. Are you working now?" No, Decius said truthfully. "Then prepare the carriage." Zhang Heng finally made the decision. Although Decius didn't understand why Zhang Heng had to go to the mine, he still dutifully introduced the Binota mine to Zhang Heng and its owner. From the information provided by Decius, the owner of the Binota mine was a large landowner named Cobb. He was born in an ordinary family, just a powerless civilian. But he unexpectedly fell in love with a girl named Munya, whose father was very rich and owned a large piece of land and 2 mines, Binota being one of them. Munya's father looked down on Cobb and always opposed his daughter's relationship with this poor boy. But he died of illness before he could choose a satisfactory son-in-law. Later, Mania married Cobb as she wished, and since her father had no other children, Cobb became the new owner of the large farmland and 2 mines. And he was nicknamed Lucky Cobb. "I have known Lucky Cobb for a while," Decius said. "I bought a batch of grain from him before for my family. He doesn't talk much, but he is quite reliable. I don't think he would lie about the mine accident, and it wouldn't do him any good." Zhang Heng did not comment, but continued to ask, "Do you know who he usually interacts with? Or who his biggest buyer is?" "Well, Cobb basically spends most of his time inspecting the farmland, or wandering around the 2 mines. Although he is not a bad person, he is not the kind of person who likes to make friends. As for his biggest buyer, I heard that he sold all the wheat he grew to the elder Divobre. More than half of the grain stores in Rome are opened by Divobre." "Who? Divobre? What? Do you know him?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to hear a familiar name. Divobre was the person that the Jewish gang in Jingguan asked him to deal with. It was because Zhang Heng agreed to this request that he got the patrol team's development rights in the Southeast City. Later, the 3 major forces in the Southeast City even helped him pass the assessment perfectly. However, Zhang Heng didn't know whether this incident was related to Divobre for the time being. If it was related, how deeply Divobre was involved. But Zhang Heng's intuition told him at the first time that he might be able to use this incident to drag Divobre into the water. On the other side, Decius was still envious. Zhang Heng was simply his idol. He was born a gladiator, but he actually climbed all the way to the position of consultant. Moreover, he seemed to have met many big figures in the short time since he entered the political arena. Although Divobre was not as influential as Dio in the Senate, he should not be underestimated. Moreover, Divobre, this old fox, would not take sides unless it was absolutely necessary. So he did not offend anyone and had many friends in the Senate. Decius was thinking about how to get Zhang Heng to introduce him to Divobre, so that he would have a way out after he failed in this job, and would not really become a civilian. But before he could speak, the carriage had already driven out of the path in the woods, and in front of them was their destination, the Binota mine. Chapter 862 details. Based on what Zhang Heng saw, the Binota mine was undoubtedly in trouble. The gate of the mine was locked. No carts were transporting or in or out. And even the guards, who had been patrolling around the mine to prevent nearby farmers from stealing, or were gone. Decius looked as if he had known this would happen, and said, "I told you. Cobb has no reason to deceive us, and it won't do him any good to do so. Which side are you on, my friend?" Zhang Heng looked back at Decius and asked, Because if you still want to complete your work on time and have those bronze statues delivered on schedule, you'd better pray that Cobb lied to you about this matter." "But if he really didn't lie?" Decius asked weakly. "Then congratulations on screwing up the first job entrusted to you by His Majesty the Emperor," Zhang Heng said lightly. Decius's expression tightened when he heard this. He knew that the Oriental man in front of him was threatening him, but he had to admit that the other party's words were indeed irrefutable. "If you understand your situation, let's get started," Zhang Heng said. After he said this, he climbed over the fence on the side of the mine. Daikawusi hesitated for a moment and hurriedly followed him. The two walked along a muddy path, then climbed over a dirt slope and finally saw the mine on the back. A group of slave miners were going in and out of the mine, carrying baskets of stones and sand out and dumping them outside the cave. A guy who looked like an overseer saw Zhang Heng and Daikawusi and took the initiative to come up. He seemed to know Daikawusi and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Decius introduced the two men, and Zhang Heng knew that the young man in front of him was Cobb's eldest son, Krasai. Krasai stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhang Heng. "I went to see your performance before. It was very exciting. You are the strongest man I have ever seen." Although his tone was polite, his manners and actions were a little wary. "Oh, Zhang Heng is now an advisor to His Majesty the Emperor, specializing in matters related to the construction of the bronze statue," Decius then added. "Really? Why don't you just make bronze statues instead of running to my mine?" While Krasai was talking, another group of slaves came out of the mine. After dumping the sand and gravel, they did not return to the mine immediately. Instead, they stood there. There were about a dozen of them. All of them were strong, and they were holding iron pickaxes for quarrying. "Well, because there is not enough or supply, we have stopped working for a while. So we came to see the situation on your side and how long it will take to resume mining." Daikawusi tried to smooth things over. "As you can see, there was a landslide in the mine tunnel, and we are still cleaning it up. Karatrack. I can't say exactly how long it will take to resume mining, but I remember I told you that I would tell you as soon as it resumes. Of course, we don't distrust you. We just want to see if there is anything we can do to help and breathe in the fresh air of the countryside." Daikawusi nodded repeatedly, then looked at Zhang Heng on the side, and the meaning of his eyes seemed to say that it was okay. "You should be satisfied now. Let's stop here. There's no fresh air in this damn place. Only groups of stinking slaves and a pile of broken stones." Cross-Eye snorted. "No one wants to stay here. When things are over here, I'm going to find a brothel in the city and take a long vacation. Yes, we can have a drink together, but I guess I won't have a job by then." Decius sighed, and then looked at Zhang Heng again. The latter raised his eyebrows, indicating that he had nothing to ask, and Decius breathed a sigh of relief. Krasai and the dozen slaves watched Zhang Heng and Decius leave the mine. After walking a distance, Decius finally couldn't help but speak. "I don't want to say this, but you should believe that the mine is really in trouble now, and Cobb is not intentionally delaying the construction period. It's hard to say whether the mine will encounter trouble, but you are really in trouble, my friend," Zhang Heng said. Decius was indeed worried when he heard this. "I know, but this is an unexpected disaster. I hope you can report the situation here to His Majesty truthfully." "This is not an unexpected disaster." Zhang Heng shook his head. "How is it possible? We saw it with our own eyes." Decius' eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that someone was lying with his eyes open. "Was it because he didn't give us money when they met? What you saw were just slaves picking sand out of the mine, and Krasai had people block the entrance to prevent us from entering. In addition, I heard that the miners in the Binota mine were not only slaves, but also some poor people from the lower class who came here to ask for work. But we only saw slaves this time, not those poor people. Well, what does this show? Slaves are the property of their masters, and it is difficult for them to betray their masters. But those poor people are not. So if you want to do something, you can't let those poor people stay," Zhang Heng said. "And what else?" Did you notice that the slaves who cleaned the mines didn't have much sweat on their bodies? Which means they just started working not long ago. Also, remember the muddy road we passed before going uphill? I don't know if you noticed that there was wet dirt on Krasai's shoes and trouser legs. Which means he had just walked the same road we walked. This guy arrived not long before us. Just to show us. In addition, when I went to find you, I found a few sneaky guys outside your door. If nothing unexpected happened, they were the people sent by Cobb to follow you. They saw me looking for you. And I guess someone had come back to inform the people in the mine in advance. And then they prepared everything. John Hung turned around and looked at Dikias, who opened her mouth in disbelief. Oh my God! Who are you? How can you see so many details that others would never notice? You know me. I was a gladiator before, but I just happened to have better observation skills. John Hung had no intention of explaining more. As one of the tenants of 221B Baker Street, this level of reasoning was not worth making a fuss about. Okay, what should we do next? Dikias asked. I mean, even if we know that the Binota mine is lying and deliberately stopping work, strictly speaking they have not violated the contract, and are still paying us liquidated damages. In addition, I still don't know why Cobb would do this. And it won't do him any good. Of course Cobb doesn't have the courage to do this. So next we need to find the person who is behind him doing this. John Hung said lightly. Chapter 863 Messenger. Dikias had never been to Dongcheng District before, but he had heard of this place a long time ago. Even the driver was a little reluctant when he heard that the two were going to this place. John Hung had to pay extra money to let the carriage take him and Dikias here. Dikias had been holding it in all the way. And after getting off the carriage, he couldn't help but say, Didn't you say you wanted to find out who was behind Cobb? Why did you come here? As far as I know, the people living here are all criminals. Villains and poor people. They should not be able to make Cobb obedient. Yes, you are right. But our target is them. What? Our target is those criminals and villains? Decius was puzzled. No. Our target is the latter. The poor? Yes. I told you before. Like those mines will need a lot of manpower. Only slaves cannot meet their labor needs. And sometimes a strong and capable slave is not cheap. If he dies, it will lose a lot of money. If you hire the poor, you don't have this trouble. This time, Dikias finally reacted and suddenly realized. You want to find the poor people who worked in the mine before. That's right. John Hung nodded. But soon Dikias became sad again. But this place is so big and so chaotic. How can we find the people who work in the Binota mine? You don't have to worry about this. John Hung waved his hand while speaking, calling a kid who was playing with his friends on the street. The kid wanted to run away from the moment he saw John Hung. But unfortunately, he couldn't run away. Seeing this, he could only come over obediently. John Hung whispered a few words in his ear, and then put a copper coin in his palm. As a result, the latter grabbed the copper coin and ran away. I don't think he will come back. Dikias watched the back of the kid running away. Yes, he won't come back. John Hung nodded in agreement. What should we do next? You can walk around and have some fun. I visit a friend to see if there is any other place to get the copper you need. I'm used to making preparations for everything. Then we meet at the Blackwater Bay Tavern and meet the people working in the mine together. John Hung said. I don't think we should split up. Decius broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He didn't even have time to ask John Hung how to find the people working in the mine in the Blackwater Bay Tavern. Instead, he said hurriedly, You are not a Roman, so you may not know how powerful this place is. Fabino from the Runia family was hired as the assessor of the patrol team. He came here to inspect on his first day in office. He also brought 2 guards. As a result, he was robbed on the street and beaten. His engagement ring was lost. You are the gladiator champion of the Flavian Amphitheater. You may not be afraid. But now that we are separated, I am not sure if you can see me again. Relax, my friend. You came with me. Many people here have seen you. No one will attack you. I promise. John Hung said. How can you promise? Dikias didn't believe John Hung's words at all and held his purse tightly. He was suspicious of everything now. He felt that thugs would rush out of the crowd at any time, kick him to the ground, and then rush over to strip him naked. John Hung had no choice. Fortunately, they happened to meet a patrol passing by here. Now the patrol team is usually equipped with 2 patrol members, leading a group of hired hands. John Hung stopped the two patrol members and asked them to accompany Daikawusi. Only then did Daikawusi agree to act separately. But even so, Daikius didn't dare to go anywhere to play. He asked two patrol members to take him directly to the patrol station. Then, thinking that the time was almost up, he asked the patrol to escort him to the Blackwater Bay Tavern. Daikius was trembling with fear throughout the whole process. He lowered his head and stared at his shoes, fearing that a wrong look would bring him a fatal disaster. When he arrived at the Blackwater Bay Tavern, Daikius saw many tough guys who were not easy to mess with at first glance, making him feel like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a pack of weasels. Daikius hurriedly ordered a glass of wine, and then found a corner to hide. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long, and John Hung appeared at the door of the tavern. Daikius didn't know if it was his illusion, but when John Hung appeared, the Blackwater Bay Tavern seemed to be quiet for a moment, and no one made a sound until John Hung made a gesture, and the tavern became lively again. Then John Hung came to Daikius' table and sat down. "Have you finished your work?" John Hung said. "How is it? Can you find other sources of ore?" Decius was obviously also concerned about this matter. After all, the opening of the Binota mine was still a long way off, which was related to whether he could complete the task assigned by Commodus on schedule. It's not easy. Recently, someone has been secretly buying copper ore in Rome. The price of copper ore has soared a lot. This is secondary. The main problem is that there seems to be no stock in various places. Does that mean we can only hope that the Binota mine will reopen? Daikius looked a little frustrated. It seemed so. John Hung took the wine he ordered from the waitress, but he didn't look anxious. The next moment, two men in shabby clothes and with a reserved look walked into the tavern and walked towards John Hung and his friends. The older one said, "Are you looking for us?" "Yes. Please sit down." John Hung pointed to the seat opposite, then took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and flicked them to the two people. "Don't be nervous. I just asked you a few questions. Just answer them truthfully. This is your reward." "Wait. Who are they?" Daikius asked in surprise. "We are workers at the Binota mine." The older miner received the gold coins with a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. After thanking John Hung, he answered that this was a huge sum of money for him. No, it was a huge sum of money for most people living in the Southeast City. He received such a large sum of money in public, and he was about to worry about whether he could keep it. However, this money was given to him by John Hung, which meant that no one dared to snatch the money from him. However, Daikius on the other side was really nervous. He quickly asked the two to put away the shining gold coins. At the same time, he looked around and confirmed that no one noticed what was happening here before speaking. "Are you miners from the Binota mine? But how is this possible?" Daikius turned his head and looked at John Hung. "You only spent 1 copper coin to find them." "Of course not. I didn't spend a copper coin. It's my token." As John Hung spoke, he took the copper coin he had given to the little ghost from the old miner's hand. This was the copper coin with his portrait printed on it that Commodus had given to the little slave girl before. But later this version was discarded by him, and the remaining copper coins were melted and recast. So John Hung used this only remaining one as his token. Basically, whoever holds this copper coin is equivalent to his messenger. And in the entire Southeast City area, no one dared to ignore what he said. Chapter 864 The Man with the Red Birthmark. "How long have you been working at the Binota mine?" John Hung then asked the waiter to bring 2 more glasses of wine to the miners across from him. "I have been working at the Binota mine for 5 years. But I changed jobs for 2 years, loading and unloading goods at the dock. The work was a little easier than at the mine, but the income was also less. 2 years later, I had my 4th daughter and needed more money. So I returned to the mine," the older miner said, then pointed to the younger miner next to him. "He is my nephew, who just started working with me this year. He is a good boy, working hard and never complaining." "Well, when did you stop working this time?" John Hung asked. "It was about half a month ago." The old miner tried to recall. "To be exact, it was 16 days ago," his nephew added. "We went to the mine to work as usual in the morning, but the supervisor told us that there was an accident. The mine collapsed and we couldn't start working until it was cleaned up. Everyone had to go home and wait for news." "Did you go to the mine after the incident?" The old miner and his nephew looked at each other. "We said we could help clean up. After all, our wages are paid daily, and there are many mouths to feed at home. We don't know how long the suspension of work will last. So we'd like to resume work as soon as possible. But the supervisor wouldn't let us in. Even though we said we didn't need to be paid. He told us that the slaves could handle it, and we didn't have to worry. But now, we've been suspended for 2 weeks. And we can only do odd jobs here and there to make a living. If it weren't for the gold coins you gave us, we would have gone out to borrow money. Did anything unusual happen before you stopped working? Or did anyone you didn't usually see come to the mine? John Hung leaned back and changed to a more comfortable position. Cobb's eldest son, Krasai, didn't like the mine and us. But a few days before the incident, he suddenly ran to the mine for inspection. We saw him talking to the supervisor for a long time, avoiding other people. The night before the landslide, nothing happened in the mine tunnel. And it didn't rain that night. So everyone was surprised by the landslide the next day. The old miner said. Then, is there anything else worth noting? Up to now, the old miner's story only proved from the side that the collapse in the Binota mine was indeed very likely caused by human beings. But it did not provide any clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. In this case, John Hung would have to go back and visit Krasai or Cobb. The old miner shook his head. But then John Hung noticed that the young miner showed a hint of hesitation on his face when he heard it. If you think the money is not enough, I can pay you 3 more gold coins. John Hung added. Oh no. You misunderstood. You gave us 2 gold coins just for asking questions. We can't ask for more. The reason I didn't tell you before was because I didn't want to cause trouble to the person who told me this. The young miner said. Huh? I have a friend who is a servant of the Cobb family. The young miner stammered. Slave? Yes. In fact, she heard something a few days before the shutdown and told me. But I didn't tell anyone else. And I also told her not to tell anyone else. Don't worry. You can give my guarantee. We won't leak what you told us to anyone else. Right? John Hung looked at Daichiosi, who immediately nodded repeatedly with a serious face. I have always been very tight-lipped and never talk nonsense. Well, I believe you. The young miner finally made up his mind and said. A week before the incident, someone visited Cobb late at night. The 2 of them stayed in the study for almost the whole night, plotting something. In the middle, they called someone to pour water. It was at that time that my friend heard Cobb say that this matter was too dangerous and you had to pay a higher price. The visitor replied that it would only delay the casting time of the bronze statues and no one would know. Then my friend left. Did your friend see the visitor's face? John Hung raised his eyebrows. Yes, she told me. The impression was too deep. She said that there was a red birthmark on the left side of the man's face. Like a flame. Oh, this narrows the scope, John Hung said. There are not many people with red birthmarks on their faces in Rome. And there are not many people who dare to touch the bronze statue. I believe it is not difficult to find out. Then he took out 2 gold coins and threw them to the young miner. Your reward. Don't refuse it. You helped me a lot. This is what you deserve. I have nothing else to ask. You can go. The young miner collected the money, thanked John Hung again, and then left the tavern with his uncle. On the other side, Daichiosi showed a nervous and awkward smile on his face. He put down the wine glass in his hand with some uneasiness and asked John Hung, Are we involved in something? What do you think? John Hung asked back. I'm just a small character. Why did this happen to me? Daichiosi complained with a bitter face. Why would someone target those bronze statues? What benefits does the delay in delivery have other than cheating me? Besides, this is a statue of the emperor. Who dares to mess with the emperor? John Hung did not comment. It's too late to talk about this now. If you don't want to take the blame, come with me to solve the problem. You heard what he said. You should know some people in the Senate. Do you know anyone with a red birthmark on his face, or a subordinate with a red birthmark on his face? In the Senate, no one should have a red birthmark on their face. As for the subordinates, Decius frowned. With my status, the number of elders I can contact is limited. But I have a friend who is a lobbyist who specializes in contacting various parties for the passage or rejection of a proposal. He has basically met everyone. If this visitor with a red birthmark really exists, my friend should know who he works for. Very good. Then let's go visit your friend next, John Hung said. Finished the wine in the glass, and threw down 6 copper coins as wine money. Hearing that he could finally leave the southeast district, Decius breathed a sigh of relief. However, he also felt a little strange because after such a long time, No one had come to trouble them. Was this still the Southeast District that had snatched Fabino's engagement ring and beat someone down? Chapter 865. Do you mind if we go in and sit down? When Decius stood outside the door of his lobbyist friend, he felt something was amiss. He didn't know how things had come to this. He had just taken a good job that didn't require much effort. He could get the Emperor's appreciation just by lying still. But now he and Zhang Heng were looking for someone with a red birthmark all over the city. But as Zhang Heng said, now that things had come to this, he could only try to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, if Commodus got angry, he would not only lose his job, but it would also affect the Emperor's trust in his family. However, unlike his nervousness, Zhang Heng beside him seemed very relaxed from beginning to end, and even had the mood to look at the tenants coming and going in the corridor. Decius was a little unclear about the situation on Zhang Heng's side. Did he, as a consultant, not have to bear any responsibility if the bronze statue was not delivered as scheduled? Or was he already prepared to put the blame on him? If so, he would be too miserable. Decius knocked on the door of his lobbyist friend with a nervous mood. The latter was still taking a nap at this moment, and was awakened by the knock on the door. He climbed out of bed, spent some time fumbling to get dressed, stepped on the floor and creaked, then hurriedly opened the door and stuck his head out. It's you. Aren't you busy casting the bronze statue? How come you have time to come to me? Decius's lobbyist friend was a little surprised when he saw the person outside the door. We are in some trouble and need your help. Decius glanced at Zhang Heng while speaking. He didn't know how much to say about this matter, and Zhang Heng didn't say anything. So in the end, Decius just said, we are looking for someone with a red birthmark on his face. A person with a red birthmark on his face? Decius' lobbyist friend shrugged. I haven't heard of such a person. Is there anything else? Decius was stunned when he heard it. No, nothing else. Then, I wish you can find the person you are looking for soon. Decius' lobbyist friend was about to close the door while speaking. But the next moment a hand blocked the door he was about to close. Do you mind if we go in and sit down? Zhang Heng spoke up. To be honest, I do mind it. It's a mess inside. Decius' lobbyist friend rubbed his messy hair and said, it doesn't matter. We're not here to talk about love with you anyway. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he had already stepped in. Decius' lobbyist friend wanted to stop him, but his small body was quickly pushed aside. Who are you? I don't know you at all. Why did you break into my apartment? Decius' lobbyist friend screamed excitedly. Zhang Heng ignored him and looked around the small apartment. As its owner said, it was indeed quite messy. Wine bottles and dirty clothes were thrown everywhere. There were 2 drunk women on the bed. In addition, this was a room on the second floor with a balcony. The rent was not cheap. Zhang Heng apartment by the Tiber River was also a similar house. This is Zhang Heng, the gladiator champion of the Flavian Amphitheater, and now an advisor to His Majesty the Emperor. Decius tried to smooth things over. This is my friend, Klaus. He is a lobbyist for the elders in the Senate. Gladiator? No wonder you like to rely on brute force. I'm different. I make a living with my brain and mouth. Klaus snorted and sneered. If you are really smart, you should be more polite. Otherwise, if I get upset, I might throw you off here. Zhang Heng said leisurely. Klaus's face changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't dare to look at Zhang Heng, but turned his eyes to his friend, Decius, and said indignantly, What's going on? Can you explain it to me? This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Decius explained quickly. We are tracking down a man with a red birthmark on his face. Advisor Zhang Heng thinks he should be working for someone in a high position in the Senate. I know you know a lot of people in the Senate, so I came to find you. You really know how to make trouble for your friends. Klaus pulled the sheets over the 2 women on the bed. I made it very clear when you were outside the door. I didn't know there was such a person. Well, think about it carefully. This is very important to us, Decius said with a smile. At this time, Zhang Heng on the other side also said, I heard from Decius that when a bill is submitted to the Senate, you will thread the needle and persuade those who originally agreed or disagreed to change their positions. What's wrong? Klaus' attitude towards Zhang Heng was still bad, but because he was worried that the other party would really throw him off the building, he didn't dare to say anything provocative. I believe there must be a lot of shady deals involved. How about I send 2 guards to follow you? How can you do that? Klaus said angrily. Because I am the Emperor's advisor. Investigating the corruption of the Senate and making the Empire develop better is also my job. You want to investigate the corruption of the Senate, even if you are the Emperor's advisor. I don't believe you dare to offend so many nobles. Klaus sneered. Who said I want to offend so many nobles? I just want to find a suitable reason to send someone to keep an eye on you. Zhang Heng said calmly. I don't care how corrupt the Senate is, or what your colleagues do every day. Klaus was shocked and angry this time. He finally knew what Zhang Heng was going to do. For people like them, who work privately to reach agreements on behalf of their employers, keeping a low profile is their way of survival. If there are 2 guards behind him, he can't do anything. The competition in this industry is also fierce. He will be replaced by other lobbyists in a month or 2. If I were you, I would answer his questions honestly. Zhang Heng pointed at Decius. Klaus's face changed several times. Then he walked to the table and poured himself a glass of water. He drank it to ease his mood, and then asked, What do you want to do with him? But this time before Zhang Heng opened his mouth, Klaus continued, Forget it. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. You are worthy of being the ace lobbyist of the Senate. A wise choice. Zhang Heng praised. Klaus quickly wrote down an address on the papyrus and handed it to Decius. The person you are looking for is also a lobbyist like me. Forgive me for not telling you where he lives before. In our line of work, the most taboo is to meddle in other people's business. It's better to have less trouble than more. I understand. Decius accepted the note and apologized. I'm sorry this time. I buy you a drink when things are over. No. As long as you forget that you still have a friend like me. Thank God. Klaus said with a gloomy face. Chapter 866. Not much time. Half a day had passed since Zhang Heng and Decius first met. The 2 of them had also traveled around Rome. From the Binota mine to the southeast city, and then to Klaus's apartment, without stopping. As the investigation continued to deepen, the truth behind the mine's suspension was gradually coming to light. The most critical person was of course Amedeo, the man with a red birthmark on his face. As a middleman, he met with Cobb and eventually facilitated the whole thing. Finding him meant finding the mastermind behind it. Now Zhang Heng and Decius were standing downstairs of Amedeo's apartment. The sun was about to set. Amedeo's residence was much more remote than Klaus's. Although it was not as chaotic as the southeast city, it was also a slum. Most of the people who lived here were short-term tenants. The rent was paid once a week, and those who could not pay would be evicted. As a lobbyist of the Senate, Amedeo was not as famous as Klaus. But he would not fall to this point. With his income, he could afford a better residence. The only reason he chose to live here was to keep a low profile. Obviously, he also knew that what he usually did was not allowed to be seen in public, and he wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible. Moreover, Zhang Heng estimated that he would not live here permanently, and would probably move to another place after a while. Decius didn't like the atmosphere on the street very much, and at the same time, his stomach was growling, reminding him that it was time for dinner. In the past, he should have finished work at this time, returned home, sat at the dining table, and waited for the servants to bring the steaming hot food. However, he knew that it was the critical moment of the investigation, and now it was not a matter of losing his job or not, but the future of his family. He didn't complain about anything, but asked Zhang Heng on the side with some concern. Should we call some guards over? That guy is unlikely to cooperate with us. With the previous experience of Klaus, Decius has realized that it is not easy to get these lobbyists to cooperate honestly, especially to let them betray their employers. To tell you the truth, I have just been a consultant for a short time, and I haven't figured out how to dispatch guards and other things. But it doesn't matter. I have you by my side. You are like my Watson, Zhang Heng said. What am I like to you? Decius didn't understand. Watson, don't take it to heart. I was just saying it casually, Zhang Heng said. Standing downstairs, he craned his neck to look at the approximate location of Amedeo's room. The house here was obviously for the poor. Even on the second floor there was no balcony, only a small window, which was tightly closed, so you couldn't see the scene inside, and the wall was bumpy. Obviously it hadn't been maintained for a long time. Zhang Heng patted Decius on the shoulder. Let's go upstairs to meet Mr. Amedeo. Oh! Decius tried to recall again, and confirmed that he had never heard of Watson. Then he took a step and followed Zhang Heng up the stairs. The two walked through the dark corridor and came to Amedeo's house. Decius reached out and knocked on the door. According to Zhang Hung instructions, he said, "We are the landlord's people, and we are here to collect the rent." As a result, there was no movement in Amadeo's house. But the door of the room next to him was open first. A man came out and said in surprise, "Collecting rent again? Didn't you collect it 2 days ago?" Hearing this, Decius looked at Zhang Hung with embarrassment. And the latter said calmly, "The rent has increased, and it is now paid. But it just increased last month." The man looked incredulous. "It's only been a few days?" The man's voice was loud, and people in other rooms also poked their heads out. The rent increase was something that everyone was concerned about. Zhang Hung knew that he could not hide it. In addition, Amadeo's room was a little too quiet. There was no movement until now. So he winked at Decius on the side, asking the latter to step aside, and then kicked the door. "Oh my God. It's not that serious. It's just that I didn't pay the rent once. And the rent has increased. You guys." The man in the next room suddenly stopped talking here. His eyes widened. The scene in front of him made him gasp. He saw a thin man lying motionless on a round table. His clothes were covered with blood, which was still dripping onto the floor. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Only Zhang Hung remained calm. Instead, he took a step forward and walked into the room. He had seen countless similar scenes when he was working as an assistant to Sherlock Holmes, and he no longer felt anything. Zhang Hung walked directly to the round table, reached out, and touched the man's nose, confirming that he was no longer breathing. Then he turned the body over. First looked at the dagger stuck in his chest, then looked up and saw the red birthmark on the face of the corpse. "Ha! It seems that this is the person we are looking for," Zhang Hung said to Decius. Is he dead?" Decius's face turned pale. "Yes, and the time of death should be a few minutes ago." Zhang Hung looked at the bloodstains, and there was almost no coagulated part. "It seems that someone came to visit the person we are looking for before us, and we may have passed by the murderer on the stairs before." "Ah?" Decius tried hard to recall the person he met on the stairs, but he couldn't remember anything. Now his mind was blank, and the only thought was that he was really involved in something big. But what he couldn't understand was that he was just a small figure in charge of casting bronze statues for the emperor. Why would someone want to do this to him? And even kill someone? At this time, the man in the next room finally woke up and shouted, "A murder has occurred. We should go find the patrol team." "Good idea. Then trouble you." Zhang Hung nodded, and then said to others, "I am the emperor's advisor. In order to prevent the murderer from staying upstairs, I suggest that everyone go back to their rooms and wait for the patrol team to come and investigate." Everyone dispersed after hearing this, leaving only Decius standing at the door. Zhang Hung waved at him. "Why are you still standing there? Come in. We don't have much time. The patrol should be here soon." "What do you mean by little time?" Decius asked in confusion. "Amadeo is already dead. What else can we ask? A person like Amadeo has been working in the dark and has mastered too many secrets. He must be on guard against assassinations. The murderer was obviously not prepared this time. I checked the body, and it was killed by a single blow. There were no other scars. This means that the murderer should not have had time to find and interrogate Amadeo. If we are lucky, we can know what we want to know without Amadeo speaking." Chapter 867 Clues and Ambition. Decius in the 2nd century AD didn't know who Watson was, but he had been playing the role of Watson conscientiously, although he felt quite uncomfortable with the corpse in front of the round table. After hearing Zhang Hung's words, Decius still walked into the room and quietly closed the door. There was no such thing as protecting the crime scene these days, so Decius had no objection to what he was going to do next. However, he looked around and did not move immediately. Instead, he turned around and asked Zhang Hung, "Although I understand what you mean, what exactly are we looking for?" "Pay attention to all corners where things may be hidden, mainly to see if there are any notes or other things, and also to see if there are any things that are obviously inconsistent with Amadeo's identity." As Zhang Hung spoke, he came to a cabinet and opened the door. He pulled out all the clothes inside, then bent down to look under the cabinet. Then, Decius followed suit and began to search Amadeo's residence with Zhang Hung. Unfortunately, until the patrol arrived, the two of them could not find what Zhang Hung said. "Did he leave it with a friend?" Zhang Hung said. He and Decius had already walked out of the room. leaving the messy crime scene behind them to the stunned patrol. That's terrible. We don't know Amadeo. And we don't know if he has any trustworthy friends, Dikia said with a bitter face. And Klaus will definitely not help us anymore. It doesn't matter. The one who should be anxious now is the other party. Although they killed Amadeo to silence him. If the thing is really in the hands of Amadeo's friend, after hearing the news of Amadeo's death, they will definitely find a way to send the thing to the hands of the person who can take revenge on the other party. Who can take revenge on the other party? Dikius asked. Me, Zhang Heng said. They don't want me to meet Amadeo so much. They definitely don't want me to know who is behind the mine. So what I have to do now is to tell Amadeo's friend to send the thing to me. As he spoke, he waved to a painter who was painting a small advertisement on the wall not far away. The painter put down his brush and paint and walked over. Zhang Heng asked the painter, "How much do you charge for a painting?" 1 ace. Sir, I give you 1 denarius. Zhang Heng threw a silver coin to the painter. Please write on this apartment building for me that the Emperor's advisor Zhang Heng is investigating the murder of Amadeo. If you have any clues, please go to the Tiber River. Is that all? If it's just words, the fee isn't that expensive. The painter received the silver coin and said, "It's just words. But you have to write all over the walls of the building, making sure everyone who passes by can see it at a glance." No problem. The painter took the big money and immediately started working. He stopped painting the half-painted advertisement and focused on writing the clues for Zhang Heng. Will this work? Daichios looked at the big words on the wall with doubt. Well, I think we should know tomorrow. Zhang Heng patted Daichi's shoulder again. Let's stop here today. Watson, go home and eat. I've been running around all day, and I need to rest. We continue tomorrow. Zhang Heng reminded Daichi that he was already hungry. But because of the series of things that happened afterwards, he even forgot to eat. In fact, he found that he had no appetite now, and said with a worried look, "Do we really have to continue investigating this matter? We have already found that someone has died. Who knows what will happen next? Will we become a target too?" Zhang Heng nodded. "I can't rule out this possibility. But I'm the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian Amphitheater and an advisor to the Emperor. Not a small character like Amadeo. It would be difficult to kill me, and there would be a lot of trouble afterwards. So strictly speaking, only you will be in danger next. But you don't have to worry. You're just my Watson. As long as I'm alive, there's no point in killing you." Zhang Heng comforted. Desha sighed again, but didn't say anything else, and went home with a heavy heart. By the time he got home, it was already past dinner time. Decius was not the legitimate son, so of course he didn't expect everyone to wait for him to come back for dinner. However, when he walked to the kitchen with a hungry stomach, he was told that the kitchen had not left any dinner for him. Decius had been busy all day and was very angry. He was about to settle accounts with the servant who cooked, but when he saw another person in the kitchen, he lost his temper. That person was the old servant who served his younger brother Nino. Decius immediately knew who was targeting him tonight. His mother was just a slave, and he was the product of his father's one-night stand. So his position in the family had always been awkward, and he was not liked by his legitimate brother and the latter's mother. Decius knew that he would be the one who would suffer in the end. So he didn't say anything more and went back to his residence, where his wife bought him dinner. Decius asked his wife while eating dinner, "Did Nino bother you again today?" Decius' wife hesitated, but finally nodded. "No big deal. He just took advantage of me with his mouth. That bastard. His good days won't last long." Dikius sneered. Dikius' wife seemed to be worried that his words would be heard by others. She looked around and said softly, "He is your brother after all? And if the matter gets out of hand, who do you think your father will side with?" "I don't care what the old man thinks. Anyway, I will never be a member of this family," Dikius said. "Don't say that. He pays for our living expenses. And he also found a job for you. It's just temporary." Decius hugged his wife. "But don't worry. I have found a way. I will be able to enter the Senate soon. Then we won't have to rely on others." "Senate? But you are not the legitimate son." "I don't rely on the old man. I have my own way," Decius said mysteriously. He hugged his wife to the bed. "But before that, I will continue to play the role of the incompetent brother who is bullied here. I'm sorry for you." "Then how are you going to compensate me?" Decius' wife bit her lip and looked at her husband with affectionate eyes. "I will give myself to you tonight. Decius smiled. Chapter 868 Return my things first. Decius waited until his wife fell asleep before getting up from the bed, putting on his clothes again, and then looked at his lover on the bed. As if he had made up his mind, he walked out of the room lightly. He walked through the dark antechamber, trying not to wake up the slaves sleeping there. He waited until he walked out of his own domus before he breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he looked around to make sure that he was not being followed. Then Decius walked south along the street. He did not walk too far because the people living in the nearby area were basically all upper-class Roman nobles. This area is almost the most expensive area in Rome. And you can't buy a house here just by being rich. You also need status. Decius' family moved here after they rose to prominence, and their domus is relatively small. In comparison, the place where Decius is now is much more luxurious, which means that its owner is quite famous even in the Senate. So Decius tidied his clothes before visiting. However, before he could knock on the door of the domus, a familiar voice sounded behind him. From a friend's perspective, I really don't recommend you do this. Decius was startled, especially when he realized whose voice it was. He almost lost his soul. You? When did you come here? I've been here for a while, Zhang Heng said. I have to say that the environment here is quite good. I like the small fountain outside your house. It's quite cute. But why didn't I see you? Although Decius tried to act as calm as possible, his heart was beating wildly. Because I didn't want to scare you. Although it seems that I did scare you in the end, Zhang Heng said with some regret. It's so late. Why are you not sleeping at home and running out? I can't sleep. You know, a lot of things happened today. And that guy named Amedeo died in front of us. Have you never seen the execution of prisoners in the arena before? Zhang Heng asked curiously. I have seen it before, but it's completely different from this, Decius said. Besides, if Amedeo dies, we might be in danger. So you went out for a walk with a lot on your mind, and accidentally wandered outside the residence of Alderman Andrea, Zhang Heng said. This explanation sounds very reasonable. Decius was silent after hearing this. Then he raised his head and asked Zhang Heng. Then why are you here? I am here, of course, to prevent you from doing stupid things. And by the way, to solve the problem of the bronze statue. How to solve it? Decius was surprised. Do you know who is behind this? Zhang Heng did not answer Decius' question, but stretched out a hand and said, Give me back my things first. What? Decius' heart tightened. But he still didn't let go. The necklace you stole from Amadeo's room tonight. I didn't steal anything. Wait. Decius seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened. Where did you put the necklace? Yes. So you can understand why I stopped you from meeting Andrea? If you take this necklace to negotiate with Andrea, I'm worried that you will really follow in Amadeo's footsteps. Zhang Heng blinked and said, The necklace is not any evidence left by Amedeo, but a gift from someone else. I threw it into the gap between the bed boards, mainly because Zhang Heng didn't have any better choice at the time. If he didn't throw away the necklace that Lucilla gave him, he could only throw away his own props. You framed me? Decius looked incredulous. But when did you suspect me? I didn't frame you because there are 3 possibilities. The first is that you didn't fulfill your Watson's duties, and were careless, and didn't find the necklace. Of course, nothing happened. The second is that you found the necklace, and then informed me. I really hope you do this because I will praise you for it. The third is this situation. You took the necklace without telling me. And I need to stop you from doing stupid things in time, Zhang Heng said. As for when I suspected you, to be honest, I did believe you at the beginning. Your family became aristocrats with the support of the former Emperor Aurelius, and has always been a staunch supporter of the royal family. That is to say, you should have stood with us in the bronze statue incident. However, when I got to know you better, I found that your family background was quite interesting. Your mother was a slave, and, sorry to say this, she was not very good looking. So your birth was actually an accident. Your father had sex with your mother after drinking, and your mother was driven out of the house by the mistress after giving birth to you. It is conceivable that your childhood was not very happy. In fact, until now, your position in this family is more like a dependent. Fortunately, you have a wife who loves you very much and is considerate. But unfortunately your brother is a bastard. He will harass your wife when you are not around. So I can't help but wonder, how much sense of belonging do you have to your family? Did you do any research before you came to see me? Decius looked serious. No. I came to you directly after I left the palace, John Hung said. But we have been together since then. When did you? He was stunned when he said this. And then realized. In the southeast block. You said you went to see a friend to see if you could solve the problem of war. And we were separated for a while at that time. Yes. You are indeed much smarter than you seem. I know a guy. The power behind him is said to be everywhere. He specializes in all kinds of information. And it is not just in the southeast city. So I asked him for information about you, John Hung said. And this solved my biggest doubt. If the bronze statue is not delivered on time, your family will undoubtedly suffer losses. Especially for new nobles like your father, who entered the Senate with Aurelius. Once he loses the favor of the emperor, the family will probably decline soon. But I guess this is not bad news for you. The interests of you and your family are not consistent. John Hung paused. Of course, this does not mean that you will definitely stand on a different side from your family on the copper mine. Strictly speaking, I really began to doubt you when we went to meet your friend Klaus. Chapter 869 Pulling into the Water. When we went to see Klaus? Did I do anything to make you suspicious? Decius asked. No. Strictly speaking, it wasn't you. Do you remember what I was doing before we entered the door? John Hung asked. You were looking around. Looking at the people in the corridor. Oh! You saw Andrea's people, Decius said. I don't know who those people are. And I'm not even sure what their purpose is. But my friends in the southeast city told me that those guys have been following us. And the murderer killed Amadeo a few minutes before we arrived. In other words, someone realized that we were about to find the final answer. So they hurriedly killed Amadeo to prevent him from talking nonsense. But this raises another problem, John Hung said. Even if they were following us, how did they know our movements so clearly? Did you start to suspect me from then on? Decius said. So I made up the story that Amadeo might leave evidence behind. Well, it's not a fabrication. The possibility of such a thing is not small, John Hung said. Aren't you afraid that I will really find the evidence he left behind and then hide it secretly? Decius couldn't help asking. We are in the same room. My friend, do you really think you can hide your every move from me? John Hung sighed. Decius was silent after hearing this. The only question that bothers me now is, how deeply are you involved in this matter? John Hung looked at Decius. I personally tend to think that there is an agreement between you and Andrea. But I know only a limited amount. Because as the situation develops, your surprise doesn't seem to be fake. Unless you are an extremely outstanding performance master. I think your childhood experience has contributed a little to your acting career. But it shouldn't be enough to completely deceive me. Especially after seeing Amadeo's body. Your fear and shock were real. Therefore, John Hung snapped his fingers. I was a little surprised that you hid my necklace without hesitation afterwards. After a moment of silence, Decius finally spoke. You only know me from hearsay, and don't know my real life. If there is an opportunity in front of me to let me take my beloved away from my family, I will never miss it. The premise is that you really have the bargaining chips to bargain with Andrea. And why do you think you won't end up like Amadeo? John Hung raised his eyebrows. Also, I'm curious about what Andrea promised you to make you stand on his side. He told me that as long as I don't mind my own business, he will provide me with a stable and decent job after the matter is over. So that my wife and I can move out of here, Decius said. This condition sounds good. You should do as he says. Don't worry about the necklace. Stay by my side and continue to play the role of Watson, John Hung said sincerely. But I want more. I also want to stand out and enter the Senate, so that I can really hold my head high in front of my father and that bastard brother. If that necklace is really an important physical evidence left by Amadeo, I will have the capital to negotiate with Andrea. Decius clenched his fists. Your courage is commendable, John Hung praised. But then he changed the subject and added, it's a pity that you don't have much brains. Okay, I roughly understand your position in this matter. Next, let's solve your issue. John Hung clapped his hands. Are you going to confront Andrea? Decius asked. Amadeo is dead. If you were Andrea, would you admit that you did what happened at the mine? Probably not, Decius said truthfully. That's right. Even if I took you to confront him, he wouldn't admit it. Strictly speaking, he just told you not to meddle in other people's business, and didn't instruct you to do anything. You took the necklace just for free. Then how do you want to convince him to let the Binota mine resume operations, knowing who is the mastermind behind the scenes? It is very easy to let the mind resume operations. I don't need him to admit that he did it. As long as we find his weakness, we can give him a taste of his own medicine. John Hung smiled. But you better not know the specific process. You can continue to fulfill the agreement with India and don't meddle in other people's business. I don't quite understand. Desha seemed a little confused. Aren't you going to hold me responsible for this? Yes. After all, you have been my Watson for a while. And it won't do me any good to hold you responsible, John Hung said. Also, you can rest assured that even if Andrea knows that I am dealing with him, he will not suspect you. However, from now on, you must tell me any news in time, and I may also give you something to do. But don't worry. I will pay you when I ask you to do something. Do you want to enter the Senate? I may be able to help you with this matter. After learning who the mastermind behind the scenes was, John Hung immediately made a counterattack plan. But before that he had to do one more thing, which was to muddy the waters and drag someone into the water. The next morning, John Hung went to visit Elder Daiwabre. Daiwabre was still very cautious. As a well-known neutral faction in the Senate, he had heard about some people secretly fighting with the newly enthroned young emperor during this period. Adhering to his usual attitude of not offending anyone, he welcomed the visit of John Hung, the new consultant. But he was not very enthusiastic. He just chatted with him in the front hall for a few words. However, John Hung later asked to go to the study to see his collection. Daiwabre couldn't refuse him in person, so the two stayed in the study for a while. After that, John Hung probably felt bored and said goodbye. So Daiwabre, who was relieved, sent John Hung to the front hall and watched the Oriental man leave his domus. As a result, John Hung went straight to Cobb's residence in the suburbs as soon as he left the house. He also stayed there for half a day. This made Andrea, who was secretly monitoring John Hung whereabouts, very nervous. He certainly knew that Daiwabre was the largest buyer of Cobb's farm. Although he asked Amadeo to negotiate with Cobb and was willing to help Cobb pay the penalty for breach of contract in the mine and pay Cobb another sum of money, the mine was only a small part of Cobb's business. The bulk of his income still came from his farm. If Daiwabre also got involved and put pressure on Cobb with his identity as the largest buyer, Cobb would probably reveal all the details of the transaction with him. However, Andrea still held a glimmer of hope. After all, Daiwabre, the old fox, had been neutral for so long, and there was no reason for him to suddenly join the battle now. Of course, Andrea Daiwabre was not afraid. But you have to know that Andrea was just a person who was pushed to the front. There were more important political allies behind him. Otherwise, Andrea, a small municipal official, would not dare to challenge the imperial power alone. Daiwabre should not be so blatantly hostile to them. Otherwise, he would have to cling to Commodus' thighs from tonight onwards. This might just be the bluff of the Oriental man. However, another day later, Andrea received bad news. The sewer pipes in the area under his jurisdiction were damaged by unknown persons last night. Chapter 870, I am not familiar with him. The aldermen originated in the Roman Republic. Initially, only civilians could serve as aldermen, and they were mainly responsible for the maintenance of temples and the management of archives. Later, with the development, nobles could also become aldermen, and the powers and responsibilities of aldermen also changed to a certain extent. From managing archives and maintaining temples, they became responsible for the municipal administration of the entire city, the maintenance of public facilities, and even part of the public security work. In the Republican era, aldermen had no salary and often had to pay a lot of money themselves. For example, Caesar went bankrupt as an alderman, owed a lot of debts, and was even blocked by creditors to prevent him from leaving Rome. Of course, Caesar was not a fool, and he would not do anything that was not beneficial. Being an alderman is one of the most effective ways to gain the favor of citizens and obtain political capital. For example, if you pay for a road for everyone, everyone will thank you. Caesar accumulated considerable reputation during his tenure as an alderman, and this reputation was earned with real money. It is not difficult to understand why Caesar went bankrupt at that time. In addition, alderman is also a preoccupation for treasury officer and magistrate. Although it does not mean that one must become an alderman before becoming a treasury officer or magistrate. According to statistics, treasury officers and magistrates who are aldermen are indeed the mainstream of the political arena. Andrea has been a city official for 3 years, and this year he is expected to be promoted to financial officer. At this most critical juncture, he certainly does not want to make any mistakes. Therefore, when he heard that the sewer pipe was damaged, he rushed to the scene as soon as possible. The good news is that the damage is not serious, and it can be repaired in 2 days. The bad news is that if he does not want this matter to become a stain, he needs to pay for it himself. Of course, he can still afford this money. But the problem is that Andrea does not know who destroyed the sewer pipe, and does not know whether this group of people will come to destroy it again after it is repaired. As a city official, he can mobilize some manpower, but the area he is responsible for is very large. Almost half of the city. It is impossible to arrange people to guard every section of the sewer pipe. This is stupid. And in addition to the sewer pipe, there are many public facilities in the city. What Andrea was most worried about was that someone was targeting him. If that happened, the other party would have too many targets to attack, and passive defense would not be able to hold out. Now Andrea was facing the same problem as John Hung before. He needed to find out who was behind the attack before he could come up with a strategy for the next step. Andrea spent an afternoon making a list of people he might offend, and found that a certain Oriental man, who had recently become famous, was at the top of the list. In addition, John Hung had just visited Elder Daiwablei yesterday, and went straight to Cobb's residence. Andrea had to start accepting a reality. That is, his tricks at the mine had been exposed. And now someone's method of dealing with him also made him feel very familiar, which was exactly the same as the situation in the Binota mine. Would the old fox Daiwablei take the initiative to stand on the side? If Andrea was just suspicious before, he had believed 70% after receiving the secret report from Daikias, because Daikias said that John Hung did not bring him when he went to find Daiwablei, but just told him before leaving that it was better for a small role like him not to participate in some things. This is also the real reason why Andrea felt that he was sold out by Daiwablei, according to the usual style of the old fox. If he really colluded with John Hung, he certainly did not want to make a big fuss and let all irrelevant people know. It is more in his interest to exclude Daikias. As if to confirm his guess, John Hung came to his domus in the afternoon. The other party is no longer the same as before. No longer the gladiator who used his life to entertain people in the arena. Becoming Commodus's advisor means that he has stepped into the power layer of the empire. Even if the two sides are in a hostile state, Andrea has to welcome John Hung into the house. The municipal official wanted to say a few words casually, but John Hung directly said, "Shall we go to your study?" Andrea subconsciously wanted to refuse, but at this moment, the accident of the sewer pipe not long ago flashed in his mind, and he finally nodded. So the two came to Andrea's study, and Andrea closed the door. There were only two of them in the room. After a while, it was the municipal official who spoke first, breaking the somewhat silent atmosphere. "I wonder what Consultant John Hung came to see me about." "Oh, I heard that there was an accident in the sewer pipe not long ago, and I was deeply shocked by it. I happened to pass by nearby, so I thought of visiting to see if there was any way to do a little help." John Hung did not wait for Andrea's invitation. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Consultant John Hung is really too polite. Something flashed in the eyes of the municipal official, and he said coldly, "My people have already controlled the situation. I believe it will be fixed soon. There is nothing to help." "That's good. I have not been in Rome for long. More than 2 months ago, I was just a gladiator, so I am still learning a lot of things. So if I say something wrong later, I hope Mr. Municipal Official can forgive me." John Hung paused, and then said, "A friend told me that it is not that complicated to gain a foothold in the political arena of Rome. You just need to do one thing well. That is, making friends. Today, your friend is in trouble, and you lend a hand to him. Then tomorrow when you are in trouble, there will naturally be friends to help you solve it. Everyone for me. I for everyone. What do you want to say?" The municipal official frowned. "I am trying to make friends," as he said. John Hung spread his hands. "You should also know that I am in charge of the casting of the bronze statue. But there was a little trouble in the process. The Binota mine collapsed. An hour or supply was cut off. It has been suspended for a while. I want to resume work as soon as possible." As John Hung spoke, he looked into Andrea's eyes. The municipal official sneered. "What does this have to do with me? Besides, don't you already have a friend? Wouldn't it be solved by letting Daiwablei pass on a message? I didn't say you were involved in this matter. As for Daiwablei, I'm not familiar with him. I went to find him yesterday, But he rejected me. John Hung shook his head and said, "So I can only try my luck with you." Andrea almost cursed when he heard this. At this point, John Hung didn't even admit the relationship between Daiwabre and him. Without Daiwabre's help, how could he touch his domus the next day? If Andrea's suspicion of Daiwabre's involvement was only 70% before, it has now reached 100% after John Hung denied it. Because it is full of Daiwabre's unique temperament of daring to do, but not to take responsibility, and not wanting to offend anyone. Chapter 871 Reward. Since Daiwabre is unwilling to help you, why do you think I will help you? Andrea said coldly. Because I guess you also know that after I was freed from the arena, I spent some time in the patrol team in the Southeast City area and came into contact with many cases. According to my accumulated experience, if something like this damaging public facilities happens once, it is very likely to happen again, John Hung said meaningfully. And the next time, I'm afraid it won't be repaired in a day or two. The alderman felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. He knew that John Hung was threatening him, just like he would never admit that the Binota mine incident had anything to do with him. John Hung obviously could not admit that he had anything to do with the destruction of the sewer pipes. So he just reminded the alderman from the side. However, the alderman heard the hidden meaning behind John Hung's words. If the Binota mine incident could not be resolved, then he, as an alderman, would not be able to continue his position safely. Moreover, this was the critical moment for him to be promoted to financial officer. Even if he had political allies to help him behind the scenes, if his political performance was not good at this time, he would lose the support of the people. Once he loses the support of the people, no matter how powerful his political backing is, he cannot be promoted to the position of treasurer in the face of the world's disapproval. Andrea knew that he was being held at a weak spot. At this time, he had two options. One was to fight to the end, which would certainly prevent John Hung from completing his mission. But the price might be his own political career. Now, it was not just one or two people who opposed Commodus, but a group of political forces. Although everyone was secretly opposing the emperor, everyone's goals were actually different. Some people hoped to gain more power by sidelining the young emperor, while others just want to show off their muscles to Commodus. However, some people advocate taking a step back and using both soft and hard tactics as long as they can keep their existing power. In addition, there are some people who want to muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters. As for Andrea chose this camp in order to get close to some core figures in this camp and gain more benefits. But at the same time, he will also weigh the risks and costs. For now, it is obvious that if he continues to hold on, his personal interests will be greatly damaged. So there is no point in him insisting. Therefore, Andrea had no choice but to choose another way. After a period of silence, he said, "Don't worry about the mine. I heard that the collapse is not serious. In 1 or 2 days. No. We can resume work today." "Very good." John Hungnan nodded and said, "I also know some people in the patrol team. I will ask them to help keep an eye on the sewer pipes. If anyone dares to sabotage it, we will definitely help you catch them. Thank you for your hard work." Andrea almost gritted her teeth to say this thank you. John Hung smiled as if he didn't hear the grinding sound of the alderman's teeth. "I'm glad that we finally reached a consensus, and the matter can be resolved satisfactorily. Then I won't bother you anymore. I will tell Decius the good news that work will resume tonight, and ask him to gather the craftsmen in advance." John Hung stood up from his seat after speaking. "After all, we wasted a lot of time before, so we have to hurry up to complete the work on time." Andrea hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out his hand before John Hung left. "I have seen your heroic performance in the arena, but I didn't expect that you are so good at politics. If someone underestimates you in the future, I believe he will regret it." John Hung also changed his previous aggressive attitude and shook hands with Andrea. "I am amazed by your emphasis on public affairs. I believe you will become a financial officer smoothly in the future." John Hung only took 3 days to restart the construction of the bronze statue that had been suspended for a long time, and finally completed all the work before the deadline. 52 freshly made bronze statues of Commodus stood in an open space on the outskirts of Rome, gilded by the morning sun. Accompanied by his wife, the young emperor reviewed the delivered bronze statues and confirmed that these majestic-looking bronze statues were the same as himself. In this way, when these bronze statues were transported to various provinces, especially those remote provinces, the people of the empire living there could also see the majesty of His Majesty the Emperor. You did a great job. Once again, you perfectly completed the task I assigned to you. You will never let me down. Right? Commodus then patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder and looked at his wife beside him. What kind of reward do you think I should give him? I just did my job. Your Majesty. Zhang Heng bowed slightly. And it is also my job as an emperor to reward people who do things well. Commodus responded humorously. Queen Crispina thought for a moment and said, I heard from Lucilla that you are still performing in the Victor Arena. So you should not be short of money. Because you are a gladiator and your family does not use slaves very often. But you should not have a wife yet. Commodus' eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. It was a traditional skill of all emperors to randomly match couples. Zhang Heng was also shocked, and hurriedly said before Commodus could speak, I actually have a lover. Oh, really? Whose girl is she? Queen Crispina was aroused by curiosity. It's a female audience of mine before. A commoner. We have been dating privately for a while. In order to prevent Commodus and his wife from randomly matching him, Zhang Heng had to make up a love story. Crispina wanted to ask more, but she noticed that her husband had a look of impatience on his face. So she finally suppressed her gossiping heart and returned to the elegant demeanor that a queen should have. Commodus continued, I heard that you are now living by the Tiber River. The scenery there is nice, but it is too far from the palace. Sometimes I need my consultant to be by my side as soon as possible. And you are renting a house. If you want to really integrate into the city, you still need your own house. In this case, I will give you a domus. This is too expensive. Your Majesty, Zhang Heng said. No, this is what you deserve. You handled the southeast city well. Consultant is your position. But it is not a reward. Strictly speaking, the house is not either. It is just a place for you to stay. I will choose another fiefdom for you later, Commodus said excitedly. But the land near Rome has been divided up. There is still a lot of land in the local provinces. But it is too remote. You have to find someone to take care of it for you. I will choose one for you later. Zhang Heng had to admit that although later historians were used to portraying Commodus as a useless and incompetent emperor, who was deserted by his friends and relatives, had bad habits, and died in an extremely shameful way. For now, the young emperor standing in front of him was at least really good to his own people. He was actually thinking about finding him a fiefdom. You know, having a fiefdom means that Zhang Heng's status has completely left the common people and joined the nobility, considering that he has only been out of slavery for more than 4 months. This speed is like riding a rocket. Chapter 872 New House and Visitors. Wow! Is this our new home? The little slave girl rushed into the new house with great enthusiasm. No, it's my new home. You're just staying here temporarily, Zhang Heng said. Humph. Stingy. The domus that Commodus gave to Zhang Heng was not in the area where Decius's family lived, but it was also a famous wealthy area in Rome. And as Commodus said, it was closer to the palace, making it convenient for Zhang Heng to travel between the palace and his residence. Probably because Zhang Heng lived alone. Commodus did not give Zhang Heng a house that was too big. However, even so, the new house was almost as large as the domus of Marquez, especially the front hall, which was very spacious, with excellent lighting, and a narrow rain pool. At the same time, the furniture inside was also very complete. Commodus also gave Zhang Heng 2 extra servants to help him take care of the house. The little slave girl was immersed in the joy of moving into a new house, running around the yard, touching things here and there, while Zhang Heng asked 2 servants to drag the luggage into the house, then turned and walked into the study, took out 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet, and poured himself a glass. After solving the problem of the mine, he was quite relaxed during this period. With Decius, he didn't need to go to the site every day to watch the progress of the project. In addition to the fixed monthly gladiatorial performances, he occasionally returned to Dongcheng district to deal with some soaps and problems that Marcus couldn't solve. Therefore, he spent most of his time every day digesting the assassin skills taught by the old Persian trainer. Now his assassin skills have been upgraded to level 2, which means that he has almost stepped into the threshold of a first-class assassin, coupled with the heart of Cleus, which can be called the assassin's god equipment. Zhang Heng's true strength in assassination is actually close to that of a top assassin. However, when he digests what the old Persian trainer taught him, if he wants to improve his ability in this area, he needs to accumulate assassination experience like other assassins and continue to hone his skills. But there is another shortcut. That is the Assassin Library of Balance Blade, which contains various assassin books since the establishment of Balance Blade. If Zhang Heng can stay in it for a while, he should have a significant improvement. He has reached an agreement with the priestess. After killing Ordalis, he can enter the library. This is also Zhang Heng's main goal in recent times. On the other hand, getting close to Commodus also means that he can contact people from the guards and start investigating who hired the assassin to assassinate him before. This is actually a problem that Zhang Heng cares about. Unknown enemies are the most dangerous. He rose too fast, so it is normal for some people to be jealous. He also offended some people along the way. But if you really count, except for the leaders of several small forces that he had swallowed up before, none of them rose to the level of assassinating him. And it happened that it was difficult for such people to contact the Imperial Guards. So this was equivalent to saying that there were no suspects on his list now. From the motive point of view, Zhang Heng could not find a reason for someone to kill him. But Zhang Heng also knew that sometimes killing does not necessarily need to be based on sufficient reasons, such as some serial killers with pathological psychology and some impulsive murderers. But it would be more troublesome to investigate. The only clue Zhang Heng has now is the portrait. It seems that he will have to meet the guards next. Zhang Heng didn't expect that the first guest after moving into his new home would be Lucilla. Since the first time they met, Zhang Heng didn't want to get too close to this woman who attempted to kill her brother. Although according to historical records, she would not assassinate her brother for another 2 years. And Zhang Heng would not be in this copy at that time. But this woman has always been crazy and doesn't like to play by the rules. Zhang Heng couldn't figure out what she would do next, so he didn't want to get too close to her. If it was someone else, Zhang Heng might have issued a warning. But Lucilla was of a high status, and even her husband had to be respectful to her. Except for Commodus, no one in the Empire could suppress her. So although she sometimes did something outrageous, most people just turned a blind eye to her. And Zhang Heng couldn't reject her openly. Therefore, as a return gift for the necklace, Zhang Heng later sent her and Queen Crispina tickets to the gladiatorial show as promised. Crispina declined the invitation, which was not unexpected by Zhang Heng, because Crispina grew up in a big family and paid special attention to her manners and cultivation. Now she married Commodus and became the queen, so she naturally hoped to show the style of the queen and not just have fun. But Lucilla had shown great interest in Zhang Heng's gladiatorial performance and accepted the ticket. But on that day her box seat was empty, which made Marcus, who had prepared a welcome speech, a little embarrassed. After this incident, Zhang Heng originally thought that Lucilla's enthusiasm for him had faded. But he did not expect that this woman would suddenly appear in front of him after disappearing for 2 months. When Lucilla came, she did not let anyone know, but just walked in directly. So she encountered the same obstacle as her brother at the beginning, and was stopped in the front hall by the little slave girl, who was still excited. But Lucilla was not so easy to talk to. She winked at the guard behind her, and the tall and stern knight walked towards the little slave girl. The little slave girl suddenly became nervous. The height and body size difference between the two sides was too big. In her eyes, Lucilla's guards were like a small mountain. But this was her home. As half the master, she couldn't retreat at this time. The little slave girl thought so. But she didn't expect that her body would still retreat. Her collar was lifted up, and Zhang Heng, who came out of the study, directly lifted her behind him, and then nodded to Lucilla. "Augusta. Just call me Lucilla." Lucilla smiled at Zhang Heng, waved and called back her guards, as if she had done nothing before. Of course, Zhang Heng did not expect the other party to admit his mistake, so he let the aggrieved little slave girl go upstairs first, and then said, "I wonder what Augusta wants to see me about. Call me Lucilla. I don't want to repeat it for the 3rd time." Lucilla's smile did not diminish. "You men are really heartless animals. After not seeing each other for such a long time, it would be fine if you didn't say you missed me. But you actually asked me why I came to see you." Zhang Heng didn't know how to respond to this, so he could only choose to remain silent. Chapter 873 Dinner. Lucilla did not continue the previous topic. She looked around and nodded. "This place is nice. My brother seems to think highly of you. Your Majesty is clear about rewards and punishments, and he always treats his own people well," Zhang Heng said. Lucilla smiled noncommittally. "I heard that you first solved the security problem in the southeast city, and then avoided the delay in the delivery of the bronze statue, which made my brother very happy. It's all my job. It's hard to say whether it's my job or not. But you are really capable. That's why I wonder why you always avoid me. Lucilla paused and said, You know who I am and what I can give you. Even things that my brother can't give you. Zhang Heng was silent after hearing this. Do you know what I'm most curious about? Lucilla continued. I'd like to hear more about it. You approached my brother to gain power. And you don't have to deny it. Because that night at Senator Dio's house, you deliberately provoked Satanilos to attract Commodus' attention. Which made me think that you were not much different from other people who approached my brother. But the interesting thing is that if this is true, you should also find a way to approach me. Because gaining my friendship will undoubtedly be of great help to your future political career. But you seem very negative about this matter. Lucilla's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Either I am so ugly that you are sick, or I have to doubt that my initial judgment of you is not accurate. You approach my brother not to gain power, but for other purposes. Zhang Heng's heart tightened when he heard this. He didn't expect that this woman who seemed a little irrelevant would have such a sharp vision. Indeed, Lucilla asked the core of the problem. If he really approached Commodus to gain power, then facing Lucilla who also had power, he should also try to win the other party's favor. But in fact, Zhang Heng approached Commodus in order to get close to Otreus from the Emperor. And Lucilla had nothing to do with Otreus. So Zhang Heng naturally didn't want to waste energy on her. Fortunately, Zhang Heng's advantage in understanding history came into play at this time. After another moment of silence, Zhang Heng said, Your beauty is famous in Rome, and no man can refuse your invitation. As for why I dare not approach you, it is because I heard rumors that your relationship with His Majesty is not as good as everyone thinks. Lucilla raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, Who told you this? But then Zhang Heng closed his mouth, clearly not wanting to answer this question. Lucilla did not delve into it, but put away the smile on her face and said lightly, Since you have entered this circle of power, you should know that there is always no lack of unfounded rumors here. These rumors are just tools for politicians to attack each other. I am Commodus's only remaining blood relative. How could I be harmful to my only brother? This is just Commodus's real enemy trying to sow discord between us siblings. Zhang Heng bowed. I understand. But I am your Majesty's man after all. And I need to remain loyal to your Majesty. Even if it is just a rumor. Lucilla interrupted him impatiently before he finished speaking. You are very conscientious. I am very happy that my brother finally has some decent people under his command. And there are no longer only those who hide their heads and show their tails, and those who only know how to compete for favor. In this case, I will not disturb your performance of loyalty. Zhang Heng took out the necklace that Lucilla gave him from his arms. Keep it. I don't need jewelry. Besides, I never take back the things I give away. After Lucilla finished speaking, she seemed to have lost interest in Zhang Heng. She turned around and walked out of the front hall with her guards. And Zhang Heng followed behind and respectfully sent Lucilla out of the door. When Lucilla walked to the street, she stopped again, turned around and said to Zhang Heng, Don't think that no one knows what you do. I will always keep an eye on you. Zhang Heng frowned, not understanding what Lucilla meant by the last sentence. But the latter had already sat in the carriage. The little slave girl on the other side saw that everyone had left. So she ran down from the second floor and looked around. Is she the Emperor's sister? She doesn't look like a good person. Why do you say that? Is it because she plans to let the guards push you away? Zhang Heng asked. Also, what did I tell you before? Don't block the door again. You don't know who will come. Then I can't let anyone come into our house casually. The little slave girl said angrily. It's my home. I don't mind. Why are you angry? If there is such a thing next time, let the servants ask. And let them in if they can't stop them. Don't go and join in the fun anymore. Oh! Zhang Heng saw that the little slave girl was still a little depressed. So he took out a gold coin and said to her, Go to the tailor shop and get the clothes I ordered. You need to wear them for the dinner party tonight. And use the money to order a set for yourself. Are you going to the dinner party in the palace? The little slave girl was easy to coax. After receiving the gold coins, her mood immediately improved. Zhang Heng also recently discovered that this guy is a little money grubber and likes to save money. I have been a consultant for so long, and I haven't met many of my colleagues yet. It's time to meet them. Zhang Heng said lightly. Lucilla's visit was just an unexpected event. The most important thing for Zhang Heng today was the upcoming dinner party. This was the welcome party that Commodus promised him, welcoming him to join the political group around him. According to Commodus, His consultants and some other hardcore supporters of the royal family would be present tonight. What John Hung cares about most is of course Otreus, who has been elusive. John Hung has considered killing Otreus at the dinner, but he has an agreement with the priestess that he must hand Otreus over to the latter for a period of time before killing him. In this way, he can't do it at this dinner. In addition, if Otreus dies at the banquet, he will be in trouble. Although John Hung is sure that this matter looks like an accident, as long as Otreus dies, he, as the protagonist of tonight, can't escape the responsibility. John Hung decided to stay put for the time being, use this opportunity to contact Otreus, and then look for an opportunity to take action, preferably to clear himself of the relationship. Chapter 874 Let Rome Become Even Greater. John Hung arrived at the palace before dark. Now the guards outside the palace were familiar with him. They knew that he was a favorite of Commodus and stopped him when they saw him. Of course, John Hung would never have a secret passage leading directly to the study like Ortolus did. Commodus' trust in Ortolus had reached a level that no one could match, and it had long surpassed the relationship between the emperor and his advisor. From this point of view, John Hung could understand why the balance blade, which had considerable political resources, had to get rid of Ortolus, because there was basically no way to separate Ortolus and Commodus except assassination. However, John Hung became a little curious about the position of the balance blade. He didn't know which side they were on. Was killing Ortolus to weaken the emperor's power and leave Commodus with no one to use? Or did they not want Commodus to continue to be deceived by Ortolus? Of course, this matter had little to do with John Hung. John Hung was just thinking about it on the way here in the carriage. He handed his Persian dagger to the maid beside him, and then followed another maid into the palace. There were already quite a few people in the hall, but the emperor had not yet appeared, and John Hung did not see anyone who looked like Otreus. Klein arrived early, and was moving among the crowd. It can be seen that he has a good relationship with people. Basically everyone respects him. Clyde also saw John Hung, patted the back of a young man who was talking to him, and then walked over. Welcome. I heard about the mine. You handled it very well, and delivered the bronze statues on time, Klein said, then lowered his voice. Have you found out who is behind this? John Hung shook his head. I don't know. I found Elder Daiwable, hoping that he could provide me with some help. But he rejected me. But the matter was resolved later. Daiwable? Klein raised his eyebrows. That old fox. It's not surprising that he rejected you, because that guy is a fence-sitter and doesn't want to offend anyone. But why did he help you secretly solve this matter later? Is it to show goodwill to us? Klein seemed a little confused. I heard you've had some troubles there too. John Hung helped Daiwable to attract attention and then changed the subject. Oh, someone wanted to obstruct the launch of the new copper coin. I killed some people, so the rest of them behaved themselves, Klein said disapprovingly. Some people in the Senate seem to feel that they are living too comfortably and have forgotten where their power comes from. Your Majesty's father was too lenient with the Senate when he was in power, which made some people get carried away. We need to change this situation. If nothing unexpected happens, this is what we will do next. Klein accidentally revealed some future plans to John Hung, which was also one of his tricks to win over political allies. The two chatted for a while, and Klein did not talk about politics anymore, but shifted the topic to eating, drinking and having fun. He recommended several famous restaurants in Rome to John Hung. John Hung wrote them down and planned to take the little slave girl to try them one day. First to check in at a popular Roman restaurant in the 2nd century AD, and second to see if he could get some points by the way. After a while, Commodus finally walked into the hall. Everyone stopped talking and saluted the young emperor, who seemed to be in a good mood tonight. He waved his hand and said, Today's dinner is to welcome a new friend. There are no outsiders here, so don't be too restrained. After saying that, he looked at John Hung. John Hung walked in front of Commodus and was put on the shoulder by the emperor. Commodus said excitedly, Next, I will solemnly introduce my new advisor to you. I believe you are not unfamiliar with him, because there is no one in the whole city of Rome who does not know his name, and all women are crazy about him. He is the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian amphitheater, and can subdue a wild bull with his bare hands. He is John Hung from another distant Eastern Empire. His Majesty the Emperor deliberately raised his voice when reading John Hung's name. And then, there was warm applause in the banquet hall. When the applause died down a little, Commodus continued, I bet that all of you together may not be John Hung's opponent. But don't think he is just a reckless man. In fact, his wisdom also amazes me. You know the Southeast City area. The public security problem there has existed for 100 or 200 years, which has been a headache for successive emperors. However, most people have no good solution there. But John Hung spent 2 months. In just 2 months, he made a great improvement in the public security situation there, compared with his military power. His wisdom is what I think is more precious. Because my father often said that in governing a country, the brain is always more useful than the sword. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Commodus took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter, gave one to John Hung, and then raised his own glass. Let's toast to this magical Oriental man who will never let us down. Welcome him to join our cause. And let's make Rome even greater together. John Hung also raised his glass when he heard this, and added, Cheers to our Majesty. Under his leadership Rome will surely be full of glory. Cheers to your Majesty. And to our new friend, John Hung. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted. Afterwards, Commodus asked Klein to take John Hung to meet the people attending the dinner. John Hung shook hands with the guests one by one, and as he listened to Klein's introduction, his heart gradually sank, because he found that his target Otreus did not show up. At the dinner tonight, Commodus's base was almost all present, except for the most mysterious Otreus. In this way, not only did John Hung's previous plans all fail, but he also found that he could not find a way to get close to Otreus in a short period of time. If Ortulus was so cautious that he would not even attend such a dinner with his own people, it would mean that no one except Commodus could see him, and it would be very difficult to assassinate him. Not to mention that he had to be handed over to the priestess for a period of time before being killed. John Hung didn't want to make any new friends anymore. He had different goals from everyone present. After all, he was just a passerby in Rome in the 2nd century AD. Even if he could get to Klein's position, it would have no practical significance for him. Chapter 875 An Unexpected Meeting. The dinner was coming to an end in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. In fact, Commodus had already left in the second half. John Hung wanted to leave, but considering the persona he had created before, he had to wait until the end of the dinner. Lucilla's visit this afternoon also reminded him that as he became more and more famous, more and more people would focus on him. Dinners like this are rare for every participant. They are important occasions for exchanging feelings and making friends. If John Hung wants to maintain his previous appearance of being obsessed with power, he cannot leave too early. Therefore, although John Hung had no interest in this, he still pretended to be interested. He didn't remember how many glasses of wine he had drunk. Roman nobles liked to drink with lead glasses. In addition, red lead could effectively reduce the sour taste in wine. In addition, the aqueducts that supplied water to the city were often made of a mixture of pottery and lead. There were also various tableware, kitchen utensils, jewelry, cosmetics, and lead products that were almost everywhere. Not to mention that Roman ladies also liked to use red lead or cinnabar to make lipstick. It is not difficult to understand why it is so difficult for Roman nobles to have children. However, John Hung did not care much about this. Anyway, he would only stay in this copy for a year and a half, and his physical condition would be restored to the state before entering the copy when he returned to the real world. Therefore, in theory, as long as John Hung did not drink himself to death in a year and a half, chronic poisoning like this would not be a big deal. However, when drinking with the same young man, John Hung suddenly felt dizzy. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably just think that he drank too much tonight. However, for a well-trained assassin like John Hung, it is easy to realize that there is something wrong with the wine. Moreover, he met with the old Persian trainer not long ago, and the latter used the same method to plot once. Naturally, John Hung would pay special attention to similar situations. Therefore, after taking the first sip, he reacted immediately. So while eating bread, John Hung secretly spit out the remaining wine in his mouth into a pottery jar containing honey. Then John Hung pretended to be drunk and accidentally knocked the pottery jar to the ground. So a maid immediately went to clean up the debris on the ground, and another maid helped John Hung up and said, "Your Majesty has instructed that if you are drunk, you can rest in the room upstairs." John Hung hummed vaguely. Although he spit out most of the wine, he could feel that the small sip he had taken before was already taking effect. Not only did his head become dizzy, but his breathing also began to accelerate and his pupils dilated. Fortunately, after all, the dose was small enough and still within John Hung's control. Zhang Heng estimated that he still had about 80% of his strength left, compared with drinking all the wine and being slaughtered by others. At least, he had enough strength to protect himself in his current state. Zhang Heng was a little surprised at first, because this is the palace, probably the most difficult place in Rome to poison. Not to mention so many guests tonight. Now it seems that only he was poisoned, which means that the person who poisoned must have controlled all the maids, and the other party even prepared a room for him. This means that Commodus may have known about this. Or even if he didn't know, he acquiesced to this situation. Thinking of this, Zhang Heng had already guessed who had done it to him, and he felt relieved. The maid helped him to the room upstairs. Unlike the magnificent banquet hall below, this room was empty, with only 2 chairs facing each other. The maid put Zhang Heng on one of the chairs, then turned on the light and left. Zhang Heng immediately closed his eyes. He took the time to feel the state of his body, and then analyze what he had drunk before, so that he could try his best to act as if he had drunk the whole glass of wine. Zhang Heng had level 1 herbal medicine skills. In addition, the knowledge taught to him by the old Persian trainer also included some poisonology content. Zhang Heng speculated from his own physiological reaction that the glass of wine he drank might contain scopolamine. Ordinary people may not know what scopolamine is, but most people should have heard of the name of Truth Serum. The original Truth Serum was discovered by an obstetrician and gynecologist. In order to reduce the pain of parturients, he injected some plant alkaloids extracted from scopolamine into parturients, and found that parturients would answer questions truthfully in an unconscious state. There is also a precedent in traditional Chinese medicine for using scopolamine to treat mental mania and relieve pain. Scopolamine stimulates the respiratory center, dilates the pupils, and has a significant inhibitory effect on the cerebral cortex, which matches Zhang Heng's previous physical reaction. But the smell was blurred by something. Fortunately, the numbness on the tongue is not deceiving. In addition, scopolamine itself is highly toxic. In theory, if you take scopolamine directly to achieve the effect of a true serum, the dosage should be lethal. However, judging from Zhang Heng's current feeling, even if he finishes the glass of wine, it should not be enough to poison him. That is to say, the other party's purpose was not to kill him, and there should be some means to eliminate some of the toxicity of scopolamine. The above is the information Zhang Heng obtained during this period. Then he heard someone calling his name in his ear. Zhang Heng opened his eyes, but did not see anyone on the chair opposite. The voice calling him came from behind him. "Don't worry. I just want to ask you a few questions." The person behind him said. "Who are you? What's wrong with me?" Zhang Heng muttered. He tried, but he couldn't seem to turn his neck. "You drank too much. I think you should have a good rest. Don't worry. I will take care of you. As for me, you should have heard of my name. I am Ordus. Like you. Both are advisors to His Majesty. You are Ordus, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail, who never shows his true face." Otrus smiled when he heard it, and didn't seem to care much about Zhang Heng's verbal offense. Just said, "Yes, I know some people say that about me. I don't care. You and I are both advisors. You should know that our work is to serve His Majesty, as long as His Majesty trusts us. As for other people's opinions, it doesn't matter." Otros paused, then continued. "Okay, we've talked a lot of small talk. Let's get to the point." "What point?" "Like I said, I want to ask you some questions. You just need to give me the truthful answers. Let's start with the Southeast City. You did a great job there. But I want to know what agreement you reached with the Jewish gang. I know Loki. I know that the old guy can't be scared by 1,000 guards. So I want to know what you promised Loki. Is it written autonomy, or something else?" Loki's intention to deal with Elder Divable was a secret, and only the 4 people present at the time knew about it. Loki even made Zhang Heng swear not to spread the matter. Otherwise, with Divable's power in the Senate, it would probably cause great trouble to the Southeast City. Therefore, Zhang Heng originally planned to make up a lie to deal with this problem. But the next moment, he suddenly remembered the somewhat inexplicable words that Lucilla said before leaving. At that time, it sounded a bit like a threat from Lucilla in a fit of rage. Especially the first half of the sentence. "Don't think that no one knows what you do." But now Zhang Heng suddenly realized that this was probably Lucilla reminding him of something. Especially since the guy named Megaphone from the Hive was also present. And he didn't know if he was from the Hound or the Balance Blade. Zhang Heng realized that he had to make a choice. If this question was a test from Orthrus, Then if he answered it wrong, Orthrus might soon find that the truth serum was ineffective. So Zhang Heng said after a moment of silence. They asked me to deal with someone. Who? Elder Divable. He is too greedy. Loki doesn't like him. I shouldn't have said it. I promised Loki I wouldn't tell anyone. Otreus snorted. Zhang Heng tried to judge from Otreus' tone whether he knew about this a long time ago. But unfortunately Otreus did a good job in hiding his emotions. And he just said softly, "It's okay. I will keep it a secret for you. We are friends. Aren't we?" Chapter 876 Gifts and Trouble. Are we friends? Zhang Heng asked in a daze. Of course. Of course. We are both advisors to His Majesty the Emperor. So we are naturally friends. Autolus' voice was sincere, making people want to believe him involuntarily. In addition, with the effect of alkaloids and scopolamine, if it were someone else, they would have opened their hearts to him long ago. In fact, Autolus was also very satisfied with Zhang Heng's current reaction. He continued to ask, I heard that you are from a distant eastern country. There are rumors that you are a noble there. Why don't you enjoy your good life and leave your hometown to come to Rome thousands of miles away? Oh, it's a long story. My family was once prominent, and my father was a general of the empire. But then, he was framed and imprisoned. And in the subsequent political struggle, my family was defeated. I lost all the people and things I cared about, and in the end I was the only one left. I had to leave my country and keep going west. I didn't know where my destination was. I just needed to escape from the nightmare of the past. At that time, I didn't know that I would come to Rome, and I didn't want others to know my previous experience. Zhang Heng knew that Ortolus could not disprove this question, so he could make it up without worry. At the same time, Zhang Heng used this story to explain why he had such outstanding skills and considerable political experience. I understand. Ortolus nodded. Now you are a citizen of Rome, and this city will be your new home in the future. I hope so. Let's continue to talk about what happened after you arrived in Rome. When was the first time you met His Majesty? Ortolus asked. I first met Your Majesty at a dinner party at Senator Dio's house. Zhang Heng said. I heard what happened that night. You provoked Satanilos and attracted Your Majesty's attention. Did you do this because someone asked you to do it? No. I did it because I wanted freedom and to enter the upper class. Zhang Heng's voice sounded a little drowsy. Believe me, my background makes me no stranger to this kind of thing. If I want to find a backer, then of course I have to choose the highest and largest one. A wise choice. Otreus paused, then asked another question. What do you think of Lucilla? Who? The Emperor's sister. Augusta Lucilla of the Roman Empire. She wants to sleep with me. Zhang Heng said without hesitation. Otreus seemed to be amused and laughed out loud. Yes. Lucilla's private life is similar to her mother's. All kinds of men are like her trophies. You are the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian amphitheater, which is quite new to her. It's not surprising that she is interested in you. But I'm not asking about this kind of thing. I want to know, what is your opinion or impression of her? I can't see through her. Zhang Heng said truthfully. I heard some rumors about her. It is said that her relationship with the Emperor is not as good as it seems. So I have been trying to stay away from her. No one likes people who play two-timing. You are very smart. Smarter than most people. Otreus raised his eyebrows. Last question. Have you heard of the Balance Blade? Balance Blade? What is that? Zhang Heng asked puzzledly. An ancient assassin organization that believes in Creus. All members of that organization believe that they have the responsibility to maintain the balance of the world. Creus. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Zhang Heng showed a thoughtful look. A person nicknamed the Megaphone seems to have mentioned something like balance to me. But I don't care about such things. I just want to do my own thing, and don't want to cause any trouble. Wait. Am I in any trouble? For now? No. Otreus said. I am quite satisfied with this conversation. I like honest people. I hope you can continue to maintain this valuable quality. In addition, please forgive my caution and offense. Recently, it is a time of trouble. As the most trusted advisor of His Majesty the Emperor, I have the responsibility and obligation to find out the details of everyone. But after all, this is our first meeting. So let me give you a gift. What gift? Zhang Heng yawned. You know soon. Otreus just smiled and said softly, You're very tired tonight and drank too much. Why don't you have a good sleep? You're right. I go to sleep now. John Hung muttered, feeling sleepy and his eyelids getting heavier. Finally, he leaned on the chair and fell asleep. Otreus waited for a while, then clapped his hands to let the waitress waiting outside come in. Otreus said, "Take good care of him, and send him home safely when he wakes up a little." "That's it? What if he wakes up and remembers that we drugged him, and comes to us to settle the score?" The maid frowned. "No, he won't remember what happened after drinking that glass of wine," Autolus said firmly. "Besides, even if he remembers, he won't dare to come to us to settle the score, because he has many secrets in my hands now. What about Klein? Klein has been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Right? You two appeared beside Commodus at almost the same time, but you always suppressed him. Klein is jealous of you. The reason why he is willing to let this Oriental man become Commodus's advisor is also to deal with you together with him. Don't you want to solve this trouble?" Otreus still looked nonchalant after hearing this. "Klein's vision is too narrow. He regards me as his biggest competitor to climb up. But I don't regard him as an opponent. He is just a self-righteous fool. I have never worried about him." The maid seemed to fall into silence after hearing this. Otreus reminded her, "I will do my part well. You'd better do your own things well, and get rid of the balance blade first." The maid snorted. "We are well prepared this time. It's time for those guys from the balance blade to pay the blood debt they owed before. This time we don't intend to let any of their people go." "Very good. Such an assassin organization is too dangerous. There is no need for it to exist. It's better to destroy it." Otreus also agreed. "They actually want to attack me. In this case, I can only solve this trouble first." Chapter 877 Speculation. The unexpected meeting with Autolus tonight was not long. John Hung was unable to see Autolus from beginning to end, but this did not prevent him from collecting information about Autolus through other means. Although John Hung was also affected by scopolamine, it was far less than what he showed. His five senses were basically still in normal state, and a calm brain could provide him with objective and accurate analysis. Judging from his voice, Otreus was not very old. About the same age as him or Commodus. Around 20 years old. This surprised John Hung a little, because from the caution and maturity shown by Otreus, John Hung thought he should be at least 27 or 28 years old. But he didn't expect him to be so young. And unlike the rumors, Otreus was different from people like Klein who climbed up from the bottom. Although the latter was now a nobleman and learned the life and way of speaking of the nobles, he still retained some small habits left over from the past in terms of word choice and sentence structure. Klein would roll his tongue on some ending sounds, because his previous elementary school teacher was a Cappadocian. But Autolus had no such problem at all. His accent was very pure, and his words and sentences showed his cultivation. John Hung had great reason to suspect that he must have grown up in a very affluent environment when he was a child, and he did not rule out the possibility that he grew up in a large family. But this did not explain why Commodus trusted him so much. From Commodus' attitude towards the Senate, it can be seen that he was not stupid. He always kept a vigilant eye on the great nobles. Otherwise, he would not have boldly appointed newcomers of humble origins like Klein and John Hung. Under such a background, he should not allow the descendants of a great noble family to freely enter and leave his study. In addition, John Hung also noticed the footsteps of Otreus. Otreus's steps were very light. If he had not received relevant stealth training like John Hung, it would mean that he was also very light. John Hung estimated that he was only about 60 to 70 kilograms. Even for a woman, this weight was a bit light. Not to mention that Otreus was a man, so this weight was too light. John Hung judged that Otreus might have some kind of disease, and it should be a disease that could not be cured in this era. The latter's right foot drags on the ground when he walks, which also indirectly proves John Hung's guess. In addition, Autolus also holds a cane to help him walk. From this point of view, the reason why Autolus has not shown up all the time, in addition to the possible news that the Blade of Balance wants to assassinate him in advance, may be that he does not want to be seen by others. Interestingly, the most mysterious and trusted advisor around Commodus is actually a patient with some physical disabilities. If this secret is leaked, it is believed that it will be enough to shock many people. In addition, John Hung also learned the identity of the maid from the conversation between Autolus and the maid. If nothing unexpected happened, the maid who helped him in was probably a member of the Hound. Considering the mouthpiece that John Hung had met before, which was suspected to be a member of the Hound, it means that the power of the Hound in Rome is probably not small. More likely, They have unknowingly mobilized all their people to Rome. And Ortulus is obviously cooperating with the Hound. And the two sides intend to join forces to deal with the Balanced Blade. And this is not the worst. What is worse is that the tragedy of the Balanced Blade in the Caesar era is likely to repeat itself. Because Zhang Heng now has enough reason to suspect that there is a traitor in the Balanced Blade. Not only because Otreus and the Hound seem to know the movements of the Balanced Blade, but more importantly, the attitude shown by the priestess of the Balanced Blade. There is no doubt that she or the political forces behind her want to get rid of Otreus. Otherwise, they would not have issued the oracle. However, she then urgently found Zhang Heng through the old Persian trainer and reached an agreement with Zhang Heng privately, asking Zhang Heng to hand Otreus over to her people first. Zhang Heng suspected that the priestess might have discovered the existence of the traitor not long ago, and Orthes might have the identity of the traitor, or at least the information related to the identity of the traitor. So everything could be explained. The priestess had already sent out the oracle to kill Orthes, and it was impossible to withdraw it. So she could only initiate remedial measures. Get the name of the traitor from Orthes, and then kill Orthes. Zhang Heng originally had no interest in the war between Balanced Blade and Hound. But from the current situation, Balanced Blade seemed to be a little bit bad. Although Zhang Heng himself did not have much sense of belonging to Balanced Blade, he had to consider the problem of implicating him if Balanced Blade was finished. Therefore, Zhang Heng decided to remind the priestess. The next morning, he went to the southeast city area and used the complex terrain inside to get rid of the possible stalkers. Then he used his level 2 makeup skills to complete the disguise, and then left the southeast city area and came to the perfume shop street. According to the previous agreement, he found a perfume shop with irises outside. Zhang Heng told the clerk that he wanted to buy a bottle of perfume with no smell, and paid a sesterce to the other party. The clerk seemed a little surprised at first, just like all ordinary people who heard Zhang Heng's words, thinking that the other party was here to mess up the place. But when he took the copper coin thrown by Zhang Heng, his expression changed, and he led Zhang Heng into the warehouse behind the perfume shop. After a while, a woman with a veil on her face appeared and said, "Have you found the whereabouts of Otreus?" "Not yet. But I have a clue. As long as my direction is correct, I should be able to find it soon," Zhang Heng said. However, the veiled woman was indifferent to what he said, and just frowned and said, "Since you didn't find Otreus, why did you come here?" "Because I want you to help me pass a message to the priestess." "Sorry, this is not within my job, but I can help you make an appointment with her," the veiled woman said coldly. "You can talk to her in person if you have anything to say. Since we didn't get along very well when we first met, I don't think it's necessary. Anyway, I tell you what I want to say. Whether you are willing to tell her or not is none of my business." After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he spoke without waiting for the veiled woman to refute. "Otulus and the Hounds are now cooperating. I guess the Hounds may have transferred their main members to Rome and may attack us at any time. As for the traitor, I believe you should have known about it. I hope you are well prepared." The veiled woman seemed a little surprised when she heard this. She was not surprised by the information Zhang Heng revealed, but she was surprised that Zhang Heng actually knew about the traitor. This made her attitude change a little, because she found that Dodotus was not exaggerating. There was indeed something special about this Oriental man in front of her. So her tone softened a little. "We have also heard about what you said. But don't worry. We are different from 200 years ago. Now, except for the speaker and the priest, the members of the organization do not know each other's identities. Even if there is a traitor, the damage caused is limited." Zhang Heng was noncommittal. "It's better. But the people of Ortulus and Hound seem very confident. If I were you, I wouldn't be so confident. Don't worry. Strictly speaking, you haven't fully joined us yet, so you don't know how powerful the Blade of Balance is. We have faced many enemies in our long history, but we are still the ones standing here," the veiled woman said confidently. "And this time, it will be no exception." Chapter 878. You may have to make a trip. Zhang Heng contacted the perfume shop according to the method given by the priestess, but he didn't get anything except the confidence of the Balanced Blade, which made Zhang Heng feel not so good. The veiled woman was right. Zhang Heng didn't know the true strength of the Balanced Blade. However, he had just met Ortris not long ago, and knew that people like Ortris were definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, Ortris was now clearly teaming up with the Hound to kill the Balanced Blade together. Zhang Heng had originally expected that the war between Balanced Blade and Hound had lasted for more than 200 years. and it would be difficult to determine the winner this time. In this way, he, the candidate for Balance Blade, could also learn about the tactics of both sides while paddling. But now it seems that he may have overestimated the ability of the leaders of this generation of Balance Blade, and underestimated the Hound who had made a comeback. If the speaker was a member of the Hound, then the hive behind him may also be a peripheral organization affiliated with the Hound. This means that the Hound has probably been operating in Rome for quite some time. The previous assassination of Britannia was probably just a means for the Hound to divert attention. The Balance Blade knew nothing about the opponent that was growing under its nose, which made it difficult for Zhang Heng to believe that they really had the initiative in this war. And once the Balance Blade was defeated, it would obviously be difficult for him, the candidate, to remain unscathed. Zhang Heng knew that he needed to make some preparations in advance to prevent the situation from suddenly deteriorating. Although according to the old Persian trainer, only 4 people in the Balance Blade, including himself, knew Zhang Heng's identity. But from this moment on, Zhang Heng also needs to be prepared for his identity to be revealed. However, he does not intend to give up the plan to assassinate Ortolus. Not only because Zhang Heng needs to enter the secret library of the Balance Blade, but also because getting rid of Ortolus should also relieve some pressure on the Balance Blade. With Ortolus's extremely cautious character, there are not many opportunities for him to reveal his flaws. This time, he did not expect Zhang Heng to not finish the glass of problematic wine and still stay awake when he asked questions. In addition, he obviously did not expect that someone could hear so much information just from the tone, wording and footsteps. Otherwise he would never come to meet Zhang Heng in person. But next, Zhang Heng might have to start a race against time. What? Your fiefdom was demarcated in the Mesopotamian province. Where is that place? The little slave girl was confused when she heard this. She had been a slave in Rome since she was born and had never left here. She had heard of nearby provinces, but not those farther away. Well, the Mesopotamian province is southeast of Rome. It's a distance of thousands of miles. You have to take a carriage first, then a boat, and then another carriage. It will take several months to get there, Zhang Heng said. So far? But you can't leave Rome. Right? The little slave girl asked in confusion. Then how are you going to manage your fiefdom? After she finished speaking, she found that Zhang Heng's eyes fell on her. The little slave girl was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something and her face turned pale. You, what do you mean? You don't want me to go? Well, you may have to make a trip. But you don't. Don't you say it's thousands of kilometers away? The little slave girl was completely frightened and stammered. Don't worry. I'm not in a hurry anyway. You can walk slowly and enjoy the scenery along the way and try some delicious food. I will give you enough money for your trip. You have never left Rome before, so it's a good opportunity to go out and broaden your horizons. But I don't want to leave Rome. The little slave girl almost blurted out, I don't want to leave you. But fortunately at the last moment, she was quick-witted and replaced the word you with Rome. I know. Just consider it as a favor to me. I don't have anyone else I can trust around me now. But I've been a slave since I was a child. I don't know how to manage a fiefdom or anything like that. The little slave girl finally came up with another reason that made sense, and then quickly added, I'd better stay with you. Wash your clothes, cook for you, and take care of your daily life. This is what I'm best at. But she didn't expect that someone was even more cruel than she imagined. Zhang Heng heard it and said, It doesn't matter. If you lose money, just write to me and ask for money. If you make money, you can spend it yourself. Is this okay? The little slave girl was completely stunned by Zhang Heng's open-mindedness. She wanted to say something later, but this was not the point. However, when she reacted, she heard Zhang Heng directly said in a tone that did not allow for discussion, You should pack up and leave the day after tomorrow. Get on the road early. Otherwise it will be winter when you arrive in Mesopotamia. The little slave girl's heart completely fell to the bottom when she heard this. Facing this order that was like an order to expel someone, she could no longer say anything and ran away with her head down. Zhang Heng knew that the little slave girl would probably cry after returning to her room. But this would not change any of Zhang Heng's decisions. Commodus originally wanted to choose a fiefdom for him near Rome, but Zhang Heng took the initiative to ask for his fiefdom to be placed in a remote place. He claimed that he wanted to get more land, but in fact, he just wanted to find an excuse to send the little slave girl on a long journey. These days, let alone mobile internet, There is not even a telegraph. Once a person goes out, he is basically out of touch. In this way, no matter what happens in Rome, the little slave girl will not be affected. And John Hung has also sent the two people who are closest to him out of the upcoming vortex. As for farewell, it was a matter of time anyway. Even if nothing happened, John Hung would leave the dungeon in a year, instead of spending more time together and feeling more uncomfortable when parting. It was better to be ruthless now. John Hung also gave most of the money he earned during this period to the little slave girl. After sending her away, he could finally let go completely. John Hung used the heart of Creus to sneak into the temple, where the citizen files were stored at night, and found the list of nobles born 20 years ago. However, the result surprised him a little. After spending about a week investigating and eliminating, John Hung found that Otreus was not among them. This was a bit strange. Either Otreus had taken his own citizen file by some means, or John Hung was looking in the wrong direction. Otreus was not from an aristocratic family as rumored. But firstly, this could not explain his aristocratic habits. Secondly, compared with aristocrats, there were many more commoners. It was impossible for John Hung to collect all the files of commoners born 20 years ago and exclude them one by one. John Hung felt that he might have missed something. Chapter 879 Ordelus's Gift. John Hung was still investigating Ordelus's true identity, but he unexpectedly received a gift from Ordelus first. This gift was promised by Ordelus when they first met, but nothing happened for a while afterwards, and John Hung thought Ordelus had forgotten about the gift. After all, Ordelus also said that John Hung would most likely forget what happened after drinking the glass of wine containing scopolamine. So theoretically, even if he didn't fulfill his promise, no one would know. However, people of Ordelus's level obviously don't like to break their promises, even if the person he promised might not even remember it. John Hung received a card at noon 2 weeks later. There was no signature on the card, but a sentence that said, "Your gift has been delivered. I hope you like it." In the afternoon, the Senate suddenly broke out a shocking news, saying that Senator Divobray was suspected of accepting bribes, and the amount was not small. Bribery is a serious crime in Rome. Depending on the amount, it may even be punishable by death and exile. Although such crimes usually occur among lower-level officials, real nobles basically have ways to clean themselves up after receiving money. Not to mention big figures like Divobray. He will never personally accept bribes. Even if something goes wrong, he can only trace it back to the people below. Otherwise, the Jewish gang Loki and others don't have to worry about Divobray becoming more and more greedy. At worst, they can report this matter to the Senate, and both sides will be in trouble. In fact, Loki has no way to deal with a vampire in the Jewish gang. Otherwise, he would not need to make an agreement with John Hung, willing to let the patrol team and Soap and others get development space in exchange for John Hung helping him solve this problem. But this time, John Hung learned from the news that Divobray's situation was very grim. The evidence exposed was very detailed, and there were many witnesses. At the same time, the most terrible thing was that these corruptions occurred when Divobray was a financial officer. The largest amount was related to a newly built park in Rome. This park was built by the former Emperor Aurelius to commemorate his deceased wife. The royal family was responsible for most of the funds, in addition to donations from many nobles. According to the current information, Divobray secretly swallowed 1/3 of the funds. And if he used this money, he would offend the royal family and many nobles who contributed money later. And the situation was very serious. However, those who could enter the Senate were not easy to deal with. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that someone was attacking Divobray, because the evidence the other party produced was so complete and perfect, and it was obviously premeditated. However, even so, everyone in the Senate had to admit that the other party's move was indeed very powerful, because even if it was forged, being able to forge evidence to this extent also showed that the other party had a very strong power. Generally, at this time, the elders of the Senate would choose to stand behind Divobray. After all, the other party could use this trick against Divobray today, and it could also be used against them tomorrow. Who can enter the Senate these days with a completely clean back? Not to mention that Divobray rarely offended anyone, and had always been very popular in the Senate. What everyone didn't expect was that very few people came out to support Divobray at the first time. On the one hand, the incident happened suddenly, and no one had received any news before. The evidence and accusations were suddenly brought out by a young senator who usually had little presence in the Senate. Everyone has not yet figured out which force is behind him. Especially for those nobles who donated money in the park. They would not be in a good mood to know that their money fell into Divablay's pocket. There is no reason for them to stand up and support him immediately. On the other hand, because Divablay sided with the young emperor in the Binota mine incident, it also caused dissatisfaction on the other side. The neutral image he had created was weakened. It was only because there was no definite evidence that no one came to trouble him during this period. On the contrary, some elders close to the royal family stood up and said a few words for Divablay. But this seemed to further confirm Divablay's position of leaning towards the royal family. However, Divablay had no choice now. With his connections in the Senate, he could always get some information in advance, no matter who was going to stir up any waves. But this time the huge wave was coming for him. But he knew nothing before that, and was completely kept in the dark. This was a very scary thing in itself. Zhang Heng might be one of the few people in Rome who knew who attacked Divablay at the first time. At the same time, he also knew that this was both a gesture of goodwill from Ortulus and a warning from Ortulus to him. Otreus played this very well. While fulfilling the gift-giving agreement, he also used this incident to show his strength to him. In just 2 weeks, Otreus was able to dig up so much dirt on Divablay, making an influential elder in the Senate so embarrassed. His planning and execution abilities are top-notch, and he is worthy of being Commodus' chief advisor. Klein has always regarded Otreus as a competitor. However, in Zhang Heng's opinion, the gap between the two sides is probably greater than imagined, and they are not at the same level at all, although the outside world calls the two Commoduses left and right arms. In fact, the two have completely different influences on Commodus. Zhang Heng thought of this, and suddenly his expression changed. He realized what he had left behind. This was actually an obvious thing. But Zhang Heng ruled it out at the first time because he had a certain understanding of Roman history. There was only one possibility for someone who was born in a noble family and would not arouse Commodus' suspicion, but was willing to trust unconditionally. That was Commodus' relatives. The relatives here did not refer to distant cousins like Klein who had a thin blood relationship with Commodus, but brothers like Lucilla who had the same father and mother as Commodus. At the same time, unlike Lucilla, due to his physical disability, Commodus' brother could never replace Commodus and step into the limelight, but could only live in the dark and assist Commodus. Only if all the above conditions were met would Commodus trust Ortulus so much. Zhang Heng quickly thought of a person. Commodus' twin brother. Chapter 880 Trap. In history, Commodus' only relative, after he ascended the throne, was his sister Lucilla. But this does not mean that he had no other brothers and sisters. In fact, Aurelius had quite a lot of children, but most of them did not survive to adulthood, and only 2 children were left after his death, if those who died in infancy are counted. Commodus had quite a few brothers, and the one closest to Zhang Heng's age was Commodus' twin brother, who died at the age of 4. Aurelius held a funeral for him, and the Senate at that time adjourned for a day to express grief. This incident was remembered by all ordinary citizens in Rome who were not too young. Therefore, on a social level, Commodus' twin brother was indeed dead. This was also the reason why Zhang Heng did not think of this aspect at the beginning. Of course, these are just Zhang Heng guesses now. If he really wants to prove that Ortulus is Commodus' dead twin brother, Zhang Heng needs to collect more evidence. Considering the special nature of the palace, almost all political forces will secretly place their people here. So there is no secret in this building complex. A prince died. It is obviously impossible for Aurelius to continue living in the palace for so many years without being discovered. Therefore, no matter what the reason, if Aurelius wants his child to continue to live secretly in the world, he can only send him away from the palace. The safer option is to send Ortulus directly out of the city, and the farther away the better. Just like Zhang Heng sent the little slave girl on a long journey. The good news now is that given the disease that Ortulus suffers from, the people where he lives and grows up cannot have no impression of him at all. As long as we find out who Aurelius trusted the most 16 years ago, and find out the nobles whose fiefdoms are more remote, we can basically easily confirm Zhang Heng's guess by visiting them. But the bad news is that Zhang Heng found that he just didn't have time to do so. Especially when Zhang Heng went to the perfume shop again and found that the owner had changed and the clerk who had received him before was gone. Zhang Heng knew that he had been abandoned. This abandonment did not mean that Balance Blade threw him to the Hound, but that the war between Balance Blade and the Hound might have begun. Both sides were nervous, And Balance Blade obviously did not trust Zhang Heng, the candidate corps member, enough. In addition, because of the traitor in the organization, they simply left him, an unstable factor with little faith, aside at this critical juncture and went to play by themselves. If that was all, Zhang Heng wouldn't have cared too much, because his original plan was to just do nothing. And it wouldn't be a big deal if no one paid attention to him. But the problem was that Zhang Heng heard a new piece of news right after that. Commodus was going to inspect a military camp 20 miles outside of Rome. And in addition to him inclined, there was also the name of Ortulus in his entourage. You should know that the aristocratic politicians in the Roman political arena were not unfamiliar with this name. But no one had seen Ortulus's true face. In the past, the owner of this name had always lived in darkness. But to be frank, Ortulus was probably the second most powerful person in Rome now, second only to the Emperor Commodus of the Empire. Normally, under such circumstances, he would be easily feared and guarded by the Emperor. But Commodus seemed to have incredible trust in his chief advisor and never doubted him. This also made other advisors such as Client extremely envious and jealous. This time, the Emperor announced that Ortulus was among his companions, which seemed to mean that Commodus was ready to gradually push this subordinate who had been behind the scenes to the front. Therefore, this routine inspection became particularly eye-catching. Not only did the nobles and senators want to see the true face of the emperor's most powerful minister, but Client and other advisors also became nervous and felt a sense of crisis. Otreus behind the scenes already had such a great influence. Once he stepped into the foreground and began to use his power and influence to make friends and build his own forces. He might even control the Senate and even the entire country in the near future. What Client and others didn't understand was why Commodus watched this happen. No matter how much he trusted Otreus, doing so would undoubtedly damage the imperial power. Client even gathered a group of people who had a good relationship with him, preparing to go and persuade Commodus together. He naturally did not forget Zhang Heng, the newcomer that Commodus liked recently. The speed at which Zhang Heng rose during this period was unprecedented in the entire Roman history. From a slave to a commoner to an advisor, and then to obtaining a fiefdom and becoming a true noble. This triple jump that other families would take several generations to complete, Zhang Heng actually completed in just over half a year, which was incredibly fast. Even Client regretted getting him to Commodus' side. It's just that now Client has more troublesome opponents to deal with, so he has no time to spare to suppress Zhang Heng. However, when he left Zhang Heng Domus, his face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Client didn't expect Zhang Heng to reject him, although he didn't really regard Zhang Heng as his political ally. The last cooperation between the two was quite pleasant, and Zhang Heng also showed some intention to join hands with him to deal with Otreus. It was because of this that Client agreed to help and let Zhang Heng use the tiger skin of the Imperial Guard to scare the big forces in the southeast city. As a result, not long after that, Zhang Heng tore up the alliance agreement, clearly not intending to participate in the matter of fighting against Otreus with him. Client almost couldn't maintain his usual gentle image, and slammed the table and stood up. But he obviously didn't want to make a new enemy at this juncture, and finally just looked at Zhang Heng coldly and turned away. In fact, Zhang Heng really hoped that Client's group would succeed, because this matter was clearly a trap to deal with the Balance Blade. Zhang Heng was one of the few people who knew Ortulus's physical condition and knew that he would never show up in public. But Zhang Heng also knew that Client and others had no chance of success this time. The final result was exactly what Zhang Heng expected. Client and the others failed to dissuade Commodus. 2 days later, the emperor still insisted on taking Ortulus with him on his inspection tour, as if to show the world how much he trusted his advisor. Zhang Heng also realized that he had to meet with the priestess before this inspection. Chapter 881 Old Friend. Balance Blade unilaterally cut off the connection with Zhang Heng. But this does not mean that Zhang Heng has no way to find him again. Previously, Zhang Heng had gone to the priestess's territory with his eyes blindfolded and lay in a carriage to meet the latter. Zhang Heng memorized the sounds and road conditions along the way. But later he reached an agreement with the priestess, and was busy being a consultant for Commodus, so he did not explore further for the time being. Now Zhang Heng needs to contact Balance Blade again, and the first thing he thinks of is naturally this road. Afterwards, Zhang Heng found Marcus and asked him to get a carriage, in order to restore the situation that night as much as possible. Zhang Heng even ordered a carriage that was exactly the same as the one he had slept in before, and asked Marcus to drive the carriage to the arch bridge by the Tiber River in the middle of the night. Zhang Heng had gotten on the carriage here before. So this time, he also had to start from here to find the road he had walked at night, and follow his memory to return to the place where he met the priestess. However, Zhang Heng's first night attempt failed. This was because it rained in the afternoon, which changed the road conditions. Even if there was only a slight deviation, the cumulative impact was still quite large for Zhang Heng, who relied on the bumps and sounds to identify the direction. So Zhang Heng had to wait until the next day. And tomorrow was the day to inspect the military camp. In other words, Zhang Heng could not fail again tonight. Otherwise, he would not be able to contact the balance blade before inspecting the military camp. Fortunately, he had good luck that day. Not only did it not rain again, but the sun was also strong at noon, which basically eliminated the impact of yesterday's rain. Therefore, when Zhang Heng returned to the carriage and directed Marcus, who was driving the carriage in front, his accuracy rate finally improved a lot. Even so, it took the two of them 4 hours to find the final goal through trial and error and looking back. Zhang Heng got off the carriage, looked at the domus in front of him, and asked Marcus beside him, "Do you know whose house this is?" Marcus obviously did his homework in advance, and immediately answered, "The owner of this domus is Citus, a young man from the Colas family. But it is said that he rarely came here about 2 years ago, and now only an old servant who guards the door still lives in it." Zhang Heng nodded. "I can do the rest by myself. You can go back." Marcus didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. He turned around and drove the carriage away. This was also what Zhang Heng admired most about him. This young man knew very well what to ask and what not to ask. When Marcus disappeared on the street, Zhang Heng put on his hood. Now is a special moment, regardless of whether there are people from the balance blade inside. Even if this place is really a secret base of the priestess. Considering the existence of traitors in the balance blade, Zhang Heng decided to show up as little as possible. So he jumped over the wall and into the front hall. As soon as he landed, the hair on his body stood up because a dagger stabbed his lower back silently. Fortunately, Zhang Heng's reaction was fast enough, and he had been strengthening his movement during this period, so he was able to dodge the knife at the critical moment. But the opponent's attack did not stop, but became more fierce, and at the same time he drew out another dagger. And Zhang Heng also drew out his 2 Persian swords, swung them back, as if he had eyes on his back, and accurately blocked the attacker's dagger. His action also made the attacker slightly stunned, and Zhang Heng naturally would not waste this rare opportunity. Finally, he turned around and saw the attacker's face. Although Zhang Heng could not see the other person's face due to the veil, he recognized that the one who attacked him was the veiled woman in the perfume shop. When the two met, Zhang Heng saw that this woman should also be an assassin, but he did not expect that her level was so outstanding. Judging from the few rounds of fighting between the two just now, her assassination level was already higher than that of the old Persian trainer. Zhang Heng also speculated that the other party was likely to be a core member of the balance blade. The veiled woman on the opposite side obviously recognized Zhang Heng, not by his appearance, but by his moves. "It seems that Dadatis really values you and taught you all his best skills," the veiled woman said. "Of course, you learned very quickly. When I first met you, you were still in the Victor Arena. At that time, you should not be able to avoid my assassination just now." Zhang Heng immediately thought of something. Dadatis had told him that there were 4 people who knew his identity. At this moment, the woman in front of him was obviously not a priestess, nor was she the assassin chairman faceless man. So there was only one possibility left. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "Are you Hyacinth? It seems that Dadatis mentioned me to you," the veiled woman said. "I'm curious about what he said about me." Zhang Heng could see that there was a complicated relationship between Hyacinth and Dadatis, and they were not pure friends. So he tried his best to say something good for the old Persian trainer, saying, "He said you are the best assassin he has ever seen." Hyacinth laughed at the words. "Forget it. I know him. He would never say such a thing. But he did tell me that you have unlimited potential, like an unpolished gem. As long as you rub it casually, you will become the strongest assassin in the whole of Rome in the future." Well, before Zhang Heng could say anything, he was interrupted by Feng Xinzi. "But now it seems that he is a little exaggerated. You haven't been able to kill Ortis and complete the test for such a long time. It seems that even if you have talent, it is limited. If I remember correctly, you couldn't do anything with Ortis for such a long time before?" Zhang Heng asked back. You don't even know what he looks like. That was in the past. Now we have found an opportunity to assassinate Ortis. So your test may fail. As for whether the organization will accept you in the future, we need to wait until this matter is over before evaluating it. Hyacinthus said calmly. The opportunity you are talking about is not tomorrow when Commodus inspects the military camp. But as far as I know, Otrius's physical condition does not allow him to appear in public. John Hung did not care about Hyacinthus' slightly sarcastic tone, but said, We know that the Otrius who will accompany Commodus tomorrow is a fake. Hyacinthus' answer was beyond John Hung expectations. She paused here and continued, We not only know that the Otrius is a fake, but also know why the real Otrius released this news. In addition to luring us, the more important thing is to cover up his real purpose. Hyacinth put the dagger back into her waist. But no matter what, it's amazing that you can get here. Thank you for the information you provided. Especially the fact that Ortis is physically disabled. We will verify it after we find the target. Besides that, do you have anything else to do? Although Hyacinth's tone was still polite, her body movements revealed that she didn't want John Hung to stay here any longer. It's not because she was unhappy with John Hung, but because she had other important things to do. John Hung also saw this, and he didn't say anything more after hearing this. He nodded and said, Then I wish you all the best tomorrow. Chapter 882 Herdo. John Hung could feel the attitude of the balance blade towards him more clearly during the second meeting with Hyacinth. Even though he took the initiative to warn Hyacinth that Otrius, who would appear next to Commodus tomorrow, was a fake, Hyacinth was unwilling to reveal more information about the next action, which clearly showed that she did not completely trust John Hung. And John Hung was somewhat helpless about this. This was probably the side effect of his lack of belief in Cleus, which caused the balance blade to be quite suspicious of his position in the next war, especially considering that he is now doing well around Commodus. Whether he is willing to give up everything he is now in order to maintain the balance is also a question worth discussing. The balance blade obviously does not want to gamble on John Hung loyalty at this time. This is understandable. If John Hung were in the position of the balance blade, it would be difficult to trust a newcomer who does not have much sense of belonging to the organization. However, John Hung found himself completely an outsider. The next morning, John Hung reported to the palace on time. Unlike before, Klein seemed to have not seen him this time. He was still talking to his colleagues around him. With Klein as the leader, the attitude of other relevant personnel towards John Hung was also quite cold. John Hung knew that this was Klein expressing his dissatisfaction with him for not going with him to persuade Commodus. But his current attention was on the war between the Blade of Balance, Ortis, and the Hound. He had no intention of staying as an advisor for a long time. So he didn't take this kind of workplace struggle seriously, and just found a corner to stand there alone. After a while, the general of the guards in charge of the security of this inspection also appeared. The emperor's departure from Rome was a major event, and the escort work along the way had to be done well. Fortunately, the place Commodus was going to this time was not far away, just 20 miles outside the city, and there was also a military camp there. Therefore, there is no need to bring too many guards. 60 elite guards are basically enough to deal with all emergencies. However, for safety reasons, the guards still sent out 9 teams, more than 100 people, mainly considering that in addition to Emperor Commodus, there is also Orthulus in the entourage this time. The latter's identity is very sensitive. There have always been rumors that there are assassins who want to assassinate Orthulus. This is his first public appearance, so the guards have to be fully alert. The military tribune, Subutor, led the guard. Subutor was wearing armor, holding a sword, and wearing a red cloak on his back. He looked majestic. He also brought 2 centurions as his assistants. When John Hung saw one of the centurions, his expression changed slightly, because he found that the centurion looked very similar to the person in the portrait given to him by the one-eyed Samaritan. John Hung had been assassinated inexplicably when he was in the southeast city. He chased the assassin and found the middleman. He learned that the person who hired the killer to kill him was probably from the guards. But at that time, he could not contact the guards, so the investigation had to be interrupted here. After John Hung became a consultant, he did come into contact with people from the Imperial Guards. But the Imperial Guards' headquarters was not in Rome. The Imperial Guards, who guarded the palace, and the Emperor himself took shifts and changed positions every once in a while. For the time being, John Hung could only see the Imperial Guards, who were guarding the palace recently, and he did not find his target among them. The guards this time were said to be directly transferred from the headquarters, while the guards of the palace remained in the palace to protect the queen and other people living here. Zhang Heng didn't know the name of the centurion behind Subuter. He was still being excluded by Klein and others. It seemed impossible to get information from them. However, this did not bother Zhang Heng. He simply walked towards Subuter. This military tribune had just arrived at the palace, and was not aware of the dirty things between Zhang Heng and Klein and others. Seeing Zhang Heng walking towards him, he seemed quite enthusiastic. He knew that this oriental man in front of him was a rising political star recently. However, it was a bit strange that when he arrived at the palace, he saw Zhang Heng standing alone in the corner. Before Subuter could figure out the reason, he saw Zhang Heng coming over. So Subuter took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with Zhang Heng. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Although Subuter and Zhang Heng belonged to different systems, this did not mean that the military tribune did not need political allies, especially political allies who had been with Commodus for a long time and knew what the young emperor was thinking. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Heng, Subuter did not forget his two important subordinates and introduced the two centurions who were accompanying him to Zhang Heng. He found that Zhang Heng seemed to be particularly interested in one of the centurions named Herdo. Zhang Heng looked into Herdo's eyes while shaking hands with him and said, "Are you Thracian?" "Yes." Herdo seemed reluctant to look Zhang Heng in the eye. Their eyes only touched for a moment before Herdo looked away. "Have we met before? You look familiar to me." Herdo was stunned. No, I don't think so. I usually stay in the barracks, and don't go into the city very often." Scepter, as a superior, was quite caring for his subordinates. Seeing that Zhang Heng was interested in Herdo, and that Herdo didn't seem to be very talkative, he took the initiative to help out and said, "Herdo is a relatively honest person who doesn't talk much, but he is very brave in battle. He once followed General Pompeianus to participate in the Roman-Parthian War, and made outstanding contributions. Later, he followed General Pompeianus back to Rome, and was transferred to the Imperial Guard. In fact, it's a pity that he served as a centurion. My position will be a sooner or later." As a result, Herdo not only did not accept Subuter's favor, but his face changed slightly. He looked at Zhang Heng with the corner of his eye and found that Zhang Heng's face did not change. He was slightly relieved. Then Zhang Heng said, "I didn't expect Centurion Herdo to be so brave." Then he turned the topic to another centurion. After the four of them chatted for a while, they saw Commodus and a guy wearing a chaser's helmet coming down from upstairs together. So the crowd also quieted down. This time Commodus was no longer the protagonist in the room. In fact, most people's eyes were focused on the strange figure next to him. The man wore a thick helmet on his head. The chaser's helmet was designed to protect the chaser's head, so the material was very thick, basically blocking the head tightly, leaving only two observation holes. Chapter 883 Assassination. Commodus didn't need to introduce it. Everyone knew that the man under the chaser's helmet was Otreus. Although the helmet blocked Otreus's appearance, there was no doubt that this was the closest time for Commodus' most mysterious advisor to everyone. Among all the people present, Zhang Heng was probably the only one who knew that this was not Otreus's real body. It's not that no one could think of the possibility that Otreus would use a substitute. But at this time and in this situation, no one believed that Otreus would use a substitute. Because this is the day when he steps out of the darkness and steps into the foreground, and is about to gain unparalleled power. It is like the crown prince who ascends the throne, or the groom on the wedding night. In life, there are always some moments that cannot and are unwilling to be delegated to others. Klein is very clear about this. If he were in Otreus' position, he would have to be there in person today, no matter what. Moreover, Otreus is just a name. Whoever appears at this time and stands beside Commodus will naturally become Otreus. The Otreus recognized by everyone. Even if he is fake, he will become real from now on, and become the second person standing at the top of power, second only to Commodus. Klein clenched his fists and looked at the figure with complicated eyes, because he knew that once Otreus showed up and stood in the sun, it would mean that he would basically lose in this power struggle. Although the people standing next to him were still the majority, Klein knew very well why everyone stood next to him, because Otreus never showed up. So the closer he stood to him, the closer he could be to the center of power. In a sense, Klein represented Commodus's will. But from today on, things will no longer be like this, because there is another person who can embody Commodus's will better than him. And all power will always have only one center. And it won't be long before all the followers behind him will become pursuers of Otreus. It is precisely because of this that Klein is more afraid than anyone else of Otreus coming to the stage. But now it seems that he still can't stop this from happening. On the other side, John Hung had long guessed that Otreus might use a substitute. But when the substitute really appeared, John Hung also had a strange feeling in his heart. He found that he couldn't see how Otreus was going to play this game. With Otreus's physical condition, it's not that he doesn't want to, but he simply can't appear in front of the public. This means that the person standing next to Commodus today will not be him. Moreover, if John Hung guess is correct, Otreus can't come back to life as a dead person. However, using a stand-in also has side effects. As everyone present believes, once Otreus' stand-in goes out into the sun, with Commodus's endorsement, he will become the real Otreus. Even if Otreus jumps out to prove his identity at this time, no one will believe it. Of course, with Commodus around, the situation won't be too bad. Since all of Otreus's power comes from Commodus, Commodus can naturally take back these powers, which will be a great restriction for the stand-in. But the problem is that once the stand-in appears, it will not be easy for Otreus to use his power smoothly as before. He needs to contact his stand-in first, and then the stand-in will issue orders on his behalf. Don't underestimate this extra link in the middle. It's like Otreus's cane is suddenly doubled in length, and Otreus will definitely not be very comfortable using it. John Hung didn't know how Ortolus was going to end this drama. And there was another thing that attracted more of his attention. The person who assassinated him was Lucilla's husband Pompeianus, which surprised John Hung, because Pompeianus was very low-key. He had always followed Aurelius in the wars, gradually emerged in the army, and became a general under Aurelius. After marrying Lucilla, although the latter was not a qualified wife, and there were many rumors about her in Rome, this relationship did make Pompeianus become Aurelius's own person. Therefore, he became more and more important. When Aurelius passed away, Pompeianus had basically become the top figure in the military. But even after sitting in this position, he did not change at all. He was still as diligent, humble and gentle as before. At the same time, he still respected his wife Lucilla. He let the latter do whatever she wanted. Pompeianus seemed to have seen nothing. In this respect, he was exactly the same as Aurelius. What John Hung didn't understand was why this military leader suddenly wanted to kill him for no reason. You know, he and Pompeianus had almost no intersection, and he should not have done anything to harm Pompeianus's interests. Just when John Hung was puzzled, Commodus finally sent the Autolus beside him. He introduced him to everyone present, but he did not give them time to get to know each other in Otreus, and he set off directly to the military camp outside the city. Sosibutor also quickly organized a team to protect Commodus's carriage. As for Otreus, he did not ride in the same carriage with Commodus, but chose to ride a horse and follow Commodus' carriage. Considering his special status, the guards also assigned him a team to protect his safety, and the rest of the people were escorted by 2 other teams. It was the early days of Commodus's reign. The war had just ended, and the young emperor had given a lot of gifts to win the hearts of the people when he ascended the throne. As a result, the civilians in the city generally lived a good life, and public security had improved. Naturally, no one wanted to cause trouble for the emperor. Upon learning that the emperor was traveling, a large group of civilians cheered on both sides of the street, and Commodus would also wave to the cheering people on the carriage at this time, trying to create a friendly image. But the side effect was that the team moved very slowly, and did not leave the city until noon. Fortunately, they were able to speed up after leaving the city. The military tribune breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd was too enthusiastic before, which made the scene a little chaotic. Commodus did not allow him to use more drastic means to disperse the civilians. Sosibutor was also worried. Fortunately, there was no big mistake in the end. It became safer after leaving the city. There were several military camps nearby, and the area was basically under control. The military tribune was thinking this, but he saw the team suddenly stopped. He drove his horse to the front and found that a donkey cart carrying smoked fish had overturned, which just blocked a section of the road in front of the small bridge. In addition to them, there were several passers-by and a group of Jews who were stopped here. The military tribune knew that the young emperor liked to show his compassion, so he asked several guards to help the donkey cart owner reload the goods. However, during this gap, his eyes fell on the group of Jews and suddenly felt that something was wrong, because the Jews were all dressed tightly and their waists were bulging. Cedar had some military experience. Seeing this, he immediately wanted to remind the guards around him. But the Jews were faster. They took off their outer clothes directly, revealing the armor inside, and also took out their weapons. Chapter 884. Unpredictable Things in the World. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. The military tribune was shocked and angry, shouting while urging his horse to rush towards Commodus. He didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to attack His Majesty the Emperor less than 10 miles away from the military camp. However, fortunately, the number of assassins disguised as Jews was not large. Only less than 20 people, and the guards had an absolute advantage in numbers. But they were scattered more, and were at a disadvantage in some areas. Moreover, the skills of this group of assassins were also very good. They attacked together, and quickly solved the guards at the front of the team, and approached Commodus's carriage. The guards who arrived halfway were often killed by them, before they could form a battle array, and organize themselves properly. Seeing this, Sabuter broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He suddenly realized that his horse seemed to be running a little too fast. Although he, as a military tribune, had some combat experience, he was able to sit in this position mainly because of the power of his family. And as a general, he did not need personal bravery. Sabuter now regretted not practicing sword well before. Fortunately, the guards he brought with him this time were well trained. And the 2 deputy centurions were also very powerful. Especially Herto, who was closest to him. He led his team to the front at the first time. Although he failed to completely block these assassins, he successfully slowed down the speed of those guys, and gave the subsequent teams time to line up. However, it was not the guards who really changed the trend of the entire battle. Zhang Heng discovered the abnormality of the Jewish believers earlier than the military tribune. But he did nothing afterwards. It was not until the group was about to rush to Commodus that Zhang Heng jumped off his horse, and drew his 2 Persian swords. One of the assassins also noticed the situation here. But he did not take this guy who was obviously not dressed as a guard seriously. He just waved the dagger in his hand casually, trying to drive away the guy in front of him. But he didn't expect that this simple action would cost him his life. Zhang Heng leaned back slightly to avoid the assassin's attack, and then took advantage of the moment when the other party swung his arms and opened his chest, and quickly stabbed the Persian dagger in his hand into the assassin's heart. Killed in one blow. The assassin who was killed didn't even realize that he was stabbed by the sword. And he was stabbed through. Zhang Heng took advantage of the body falling backwards, to gently draw out his Persian sword, and walk towards the second assassin. With the experience of his companion, the second assassin was obviously much more cautious. He also found that the person standing in front of him was the gladiator champion of the Flavian amphitheater. He was thinking about where to launch the attack. But he didn't expect that Zhang Heng had already taken the lead. Zhang Heng slashed at the neck of the second assassin. But the latter reacted quickly, and immediately raised the dagger in his hand to accurately block Zhang Heng's sword. The assassin was delighted and felt that the gladiator champion was just like this. However, his joy lasted less than half a second. The next moment, he saw a flash of cold light, and Zhang Heng had cut his throat with another sword. In just a few breaths, Zhang Heng killed the 2 assassins who rushed in front with almost no effort. When he stopped the third assassin, the 2 teams of guards behind him also completed their formation and rushed over. At this point, Commodus's men completely gained the upper hand. The remaining assassins were either entangled by Herto, or ran into 2 guards, who had adjusted their formations, and were pierced by spears from all directions. Just when everyone thought that the overall situation was settled, and this team of assassins, who came out of nowhere, would all be explained here. No one expected that the donkey cart owner, who had been trembling with his head in his hands, suddenly took out a bow from the side of the overturned donkey cart. Seeing this, the guards of course immediately used their bodies to block Commodus. But the donkey cart owner shot the arrow at the other side. Otreus, the military tribune, secretly cried out that this group of assassins disguised as Jewish believers were just bait to attract their attention. And their real target was Otreus, who was following behind. But by the time he realized this, it was too late. Otreus was hit by the sudden cold arrow, and his body swayed and fell off the horse, while the donkey cart owner immediately put down the bow, an arrow in his hand, and jumped into the river beside him. "Get out of my way!" Commodus's angry voice came from the crowd. The military tribune hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, we don't know if there are any of their people nearby." "You should." But he was interrupted by the young emperor before he finished speaking. I need to know whether my best advisor is alive or dead. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm afraid that Advisor Otreus has no hope. The speaker was another centurion, who was next to Otreus. After Otreus was shot, he immediately stepped forward to check and confirm that Otreus was shot in the chest by the arrow. Although Otreus was wearing a helmet, he had no armor on his body. His heart had stopped beating before he fell off his horse. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar, because this was too unexpected. This was supposed to be the day when Otreus walked out of darkness into the sunlight. His appearance was enough to change the political power structure of the upper class in Rome. But no one expected that he would be assassinated just half a day after he appeared. This change was too sudden. Even Clyde, who always wished that Otreus would die sooner, was stunned and couldn't believe what he saw. After this happened, Commodus naturally had no intention of inspecting the military camp. He took the last 2 assassins he captured alive and hurried back to Rome. The young emperor vowed to make the murderer behind the murder of Ortulus pay the price. In fact, after returning to the palace, he immediately ordered Clyde and Zhang Heng to interrogate the captured assassins and make sure to get the name of the mastermind from the assassins. After leaving the palace, Clyde looked at the moon above his head and took a deep breath. He could no longer hide the joy in his eyes and said, "Destiny is really an interesting thing, isn't it?" This was the first time that Clyde took the initiative to talk to Zhang Heng today. But Zhang Heng did not respond. Clyde did not care and continued, "I underestimated you. You are more mature than I thought. I must admit that you have a good eye for choosing a team. You chose a side that is almost impossible to lose. I almost lost. But things are unpredictable. Right?" After that, Clyde patted Zhang Heng's shoulder again and laughed. "Let's go. We are busy tonight." Chapter 885 Memories and Interrogation. The 2 captured assassins were more stubborn than many people imagined. The dungeon guards used various methods to make them talk. But this did not affect Clyde's good mood. He and Zhang Heng were now sitting in the guard room, eating freshly roasted suckling pig while listening to the screams coming from the interrogation room at the end of the corridor. Interesting. Clyde put down his knife and fork. I guess Otreus would never have thought that after he died, I would help him track down who killed him. Clyde originally thought that Zhang Heng would not speak, because the latter had not said anything since he came to the dungeon with him. He sat there with his eyes closed, thinking about something. Clyde thought that Zhang Heng was panicking because of the death of Ortulus. After all, in the previous persuasion incident, Zhang Heng did not choose to join him, which made it easy for Clyde to suspect that he had secretly turned to Ortulus. In the end, Zhang Heng knew that only showed up for less than half a day before he died. Therefore, Clyde felt that he could understand Zhang Heng's grief at the moment. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Heng opened his eyes this time and asked, "When did you and Otreus know each other?" "Well, about 4 years ago." Clyde was in a good mood now, and didn't mind answering questions. In fact, he also needed someone to help him recall the most difficult opponent he had encountered in his life. So he happily said, "At that time, I had just come to work for His Majesty. We were still fighting those damn Germanic tribes on the Rhine River. His Majesty mentioned a man named Otreus to me, saying that he had a good brain and was loyal enough. But I had never seen Otreus. Was Ortulus already by your side when you were fighting the Germans?" "No. To be exact, Ortulus was not in the barracks like us, but stayed in Rome to take care of your Majesty's affairs here. We had a clear division of labor, but he would occasionally put forward his views and suggestions on the war on the front line. He seemed to understand people's hearts, especially the thoughts of the civilians in Rome. It was he who told your Majesty that the people were tired of the long wars over the years, which made Commodus determined to end it all." Clyde paused, then continued, "Otulus seems to have his own special channel for collecting intelligence. It's not hard for me to understand that he knows what the common people are thinking, because you can pay someone to go around the city and ask those living at the bottom what they are thinking. But he also knows what the nobles are thinking, which makes it a little difficult for me to understand, especially some very secret secrets. It is estimated that no one else in the entire city of Rome will know the secrets except the person involved. This guy seems to have some kind of witchcraft that can get into your head. This is also one of the reasons why I don't like him very much." Seeing that Zhang Heng had been listening carefully, and there was nothing else to do except eating pork and chatting, Clyde continued, "But His Majesty trusts him very much. To be honest, I have never seen His Majesty trust someone so much. His Majesty and I have always gotten along well. But I know that His Majesty will never trust me as much as he trusts Ortis. I admit that I am a little jealous of that guy. But the smart Ortis has made mistakes. About 3 years ago, His Majesty returned to Rome briefly to marry Queen Crispina. Ortis arranged for them to take a boat trip on the Tiber River. You know, it was mainly to give them some space to get along as a couple. His Majesty did not bring any guards, and he and the Queen both traveled in casual clothes. But they did not expect to encounter a group of boatmen asking for wages at the dock, blocking the river and making a big fuss. Fortunately, His Majesty and the Queen were fine in the end. But after returning, His Majesty was a little dissatisfied with Ortis because he did not get any news in advance about such a big thing. Klein sighed. That was one of the few times that Otreus was defeated. After that, I fought with him for so many years, but basically I didn't get any advantage. And this time, he was about to defeat me, but he died at the hands of a group of assassins. It's really ironic that Otreus, who was almost omniscient, died from a sudden arrow. Klein picked up a piece of pork with a fork. Cheers to our old friend. Although I have always regarded him as an opponent, I also think that maybe one day we can sit down and have a meal together. But now this kind of thing will never happen. At this time, a prison guard covered in blood came over and said respectfully to Klein and John Hung, "My lords, one of the prisoners has decided to speak, but he wants to tell you in person." Klein curled his lips and looked at the sunlight pouring down from the stairs outside. Is it dawn yet? As expected. Time flies when you recall the past. Okay, let's go and listen to what he has to say. The one who decided to speak was a younger assassin, who was actually a woman. However, after going through countless rounds of torture, her body was in such a bad state that it was almost impossible to see any physiological characteristics. Klein looked away after just one look, to avoid vomiting the roast pork he had just eaten. But he still said gently, "We don't want to make things too difficult for you. After all, you are just tools. Tell us who is the mastermind behind the scenes, and I will find a doctor for you." However, the female assassin smiled bitterly. "I know that I can't survive my injuries. Right? Well, at least I can make your death more comfortable." Klein shrugged. The female assassin nodded. "Then come closer. I tell you who the main messenger is." Klein turned his eyes to the jailer who tortured the female assassin before, and the jailer nodded, indicating that the female assassin no longer had the ability to hurt people. So Klein moved his face closer. "Okay, I've done what you said." However, what greeted him afterwards was a mouthful of blood-stained saliva from the female assassin. "Don't dream. You can destroy my body, but Kleis will take my soul, because balance hides between all things and is everywhere." Damn woman! Klein was spit on the face and was very angry. But he had lost the target of revenge. Because after saying this, the female assassin used up the last bit of strength and died with her eyes open. "Didn't I tell you to leave them alive?" Klein could only vent his anger on the jailer, who was in charge of torture. "Do you know how angry His Majesty was about the assassination of Advisor Ortolus? If you can't find the mastermind behind this, you can't stay here anymore. Go to the border post on the Rhine River and keep company with those stinky Germans." As Klein spoke, he took out a handkerchief to wipe off the saliva and blood on his face, and then asked John Hung, "What did she say in the end?" "Kleis. And the weird thing about balance hiding between all things. Do you know what that is?" Klein just asked casually, and didn't hold much hope, but he didn't expect John Hung to say later, "Well, you know something." Chapter 886 Arrows and Scimitars. When in the southeast city, the megaphone had used the teachings of the balance blade to test John Hung, and John Hung later told Ortolus about it. So now in the dungeon, he couldn't lie about it. At the same time, John Hung also realized that it was probably not a coincidence that Commodus named him and Klein to interrogate the captured assassin together, in order to let him, the insider, expose the existence of the balance blade. This also means that the assassination that took place by the bridge in the afternoon was not instigated by the balance blade, but a double act sung by Ortolus and Commodus. Ortolus never thought of launching a substitute to stand in front of him and do things for him. He just used it as a consumable and successfully framed the assassination on the balance blade, so that the power of the state machine could be used to encircle and suppress the balance blade. The facts are more exciting than John Hung guessed when he and Klein reported the intelligence they got from the female assassin to Commodus. His Majesty the Emperor immediately issued a wanted order for all members of the Balance Blade. In order to avenge his most trusted advisor, Commodus even took out 100,000 gold coins from his private vault as a reward. The Senate also expressed its concern about this matter. A group of nobles led by Dio expressed their condolences for the assassination of Ortulus at the first time, because it was against the rules to use the funds in the treasury to pursue the murderer. They even donated another 200,000 gold coins to add to the reward. However, privately, many people were actually gloating, because Ortulus was Commodus's man, and he and Klein had always been known as Commodus's right-hand man. Now Ortulus' death was equivalent to Commodus losing a hand, so the young emperor would have to rely more on the Senate in the future. This situation was undoubtedly what the nobles led by Dio wanted to see. But their happiness lasted less than half a day. And then they were all dumbfounded, because they found that they seemed to have underestimated the young emperor. Commodus took advantage of the death of Ortulus to purge the senior generals in the guards, except for the military tribune Subutor, who escaped because of his meritorious service in protecting the emperor. The other officers from noble families were either transferred or dismissed, and replaced by a group of officers who had followed Commodus to fight against the Germanic tribes before. Regardless of their origins, they all had one thing in common. That is, they were loyal to Commodus. In the end, except for Commodus, the supreme commander of the guards, all other middle and high-level generals were replaced, which meant that Commodus actually completely controlled the strongest armed force in Rome. By the time the Senate reacted, everything had been settled, and Dio and others could only look at each other in bewilderment. However, Zhang Heng did not have much time to care about these political turmoil for the time being. 5 days had passed since Ortulus was assassinated, and the Balance Blade still had not contacted him. During these 5 days, he was still calm, and just this morning Commodus summoned him, because he performed well in the assassination near the bridge and killed 3 assassins. Commodus decided to reward him with a large piece of land. So far, the area of Zhang Heng territory has even surpassed many noble families that have been operating for generations. The only disadvantage is that it is a bit far from Rome. If there is a war in the future, it is easy to become a front line. However, even so, many people envy him. After all, even if they are both consultants, there are differences in good and bad. Now everyone with a discerning eye can see that if nothing unexpected happens, Klein will take over the position vacated by Ortulus and become Commodus' chief advisor, and Zhang Heng will become the next Klein. Of course, the premise is that he can find a way to repair the small conflict between him and Klein caused by the matter of persuasion. Klein is now waiting for Zhang Heng to bow his head, although he still thinks Zhang Heng is a threat. This does not prevent him from enjoying the victory at this stage. But what makes him embarrassed is that Zhang Heng did not come to see him in the next few days, and the latter does not know what he is busy with, and is often not at home all day. But tonight, Zhang Heng rarely went home to spend the night. He stretched out his hand to push open the door and walked into the front hall. But then Zhang Heng stopped. The little slave girl had been sent away by him almost a month ago. Now there were only Zhang Heng and 2 servants that Commodus gave with the house in this domus. These 2 people had not lived with Zhang Heng for a long time, and they had no special features that attracted people's attention. However, they did their job well. In the past, when Zhang Heng came home at this time, someone would come out to greet him. But now the whole domus was quiet, without any sound, until Zhang Heng stood in the front hall. The waterways in the rain pond were reflected on the wall by the moonlight, shaking slightly. Zhang Heng's ears also caught the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air. Zhang Heng had just moved his front foot when an arrow hit the place where he was standing before. Zhang Heng knew without looking up that the archer was hiding on the 2nd floor, and it was probably the assassin who shot Ortulus to death with an arrow by the bridge before. The opponent's previous archery skills also impressed Zhang Heng, so Zhang Heng didn't think much and dodged behind a marble column beside him. However, just when he was about to approach the marble column, he suddenly stopped without any warning. At the same time, a scimitar stretched out from behind the cylinder and slashed towards his face. If Zhang Heng had not stopped his steps, he would have been cut into 2 pieces by the scimitar. But Zhang Heng's crisis was not over at this moment. Although he relied on his superior hearing and prediction to escape this premeditated ambush, he did not forget that there was an archer on the 2nd floor. The other party would obviously not miss such a good opportunity. And the fact was indeed as he thought. At the moment when he turned from moving to still, the archer on the 2nd floor caught this fleeting opportunity and released the bowstring. Therefore, Zhang Heng not only had to face the scimitar in front of him, but also had to deal with the second arrow coming at him. Zhang Heng made his choice without much hesitation, because the scimitar had already chopped his chest, and he had to deal with this imminent crisis first. So Zhang Heng swung the Persian dagger in his hand, and at the same time, his other hand quickly pressed on the hilt of another Persian dagger. Almost at the same time when Zhang Heng blocked the scimitar, the fatal arrow also flew in front of him. Zhang Heng had to use the skill of sword drawing to draw another Persian sword before the last moment. And then he used the method he used to deal with the archer gladiator in the Flavian amphitheater to knock away the feather arrow shot at him. It is certain that the two assassins in front of them had not seen Zhang Heng's performance. So when they witnessed this scene, their expressions inevitably showed a trance, because this really does not look like a move that humans can do. Chapter 887, Encirclement and Killing. Just when the assassin holding the scimitar lost consciousness, Zhang Heng's Persian sword that knocked the arrow away had been retracted, and then drew a strange arc in the air. When the scimitar assassin saw it again, he also saw the blood on the blade. I don't know when the sharp blade of the Persian sword had cut his neck and chin from bottom to top. It's not a good habit to desert during a battle, Zhang Heng said as he dodged behind the stone pillar. And when he pressed his back against the stone pillar, the body of the scimitar assassin slowly fell down. Zhang Heng fought 1 against 2, and successfully killed an assassin when the other party was well prepared. But he was not happy, because these assassins chose to attack him tonight, which meant that his identity was finally exposed. And worse, it also indirectly showed that the balanced blade was likely to have been defeated in the war with the Hound and Orthrus. And unlike the cannon fodder assassins, who were sent to die by the bridge before, the assassins waiting for him in his domus tonight were obviously higher in level and better in skills. If nothing unexpected happened, they were probably the core members of the Hound. In terms of personal strength, the assassins of the Hound are slightly inferior to the assassins of the balanced blade, but they are both top-notch in the world. In terms of pure assassination skills, Zhang Heng cannot catch up with these well-trained killing machines. But with level 4 sword skills, if the opponent misses the first strike, he will most likely not be his opponent in a head-on battle. However, the bad news is that the opponent obviously does not intend to fight one-on-one tonight. In fact, when Zhang Heng killed the scimitar assassin, 2 more assassins quietly slipped out from behind the other 2 columns. They looked at each other, and then touched the column where Zhang Heng was hiding. Since there were archers on the second floor, Zhang Heng couldn't stick his head out to observe the situation outside, which meant that he couldn't see the danger approaching quietly. However, when the 2 assassins touched the column and swung their daggers to make a fatal blow, they found that there was no one there. Fortunately, the 2 reacted quickly and immediately looked up and noticed the shadow under the eaves, which was just enough for a person to crawl through without being noticed. One of the assassins immediately warned, "Be careful. He has left his position, and he is probably going for you." God's Eye. The archer named God's Eye on the second floor felt nervous when he heard this. He had seen Zhang Heng fight on the bridge before. He dealt with 3 assassins cleanly and neatly, and almost didn't use the second move. Moreover, the scimitar assassin just died at the hands of the opponent. It can only be said that the gladiator champion of the Flavian amphitheater is indeed worthy of his reputation as an assassin who is good at using bows. Unless he wants to die, he definitely doesn't want to fight Zhang Heng at close range. Therefore, he did not hesitate after hearing his companion's reminder. He immediately began to be alert all around with full concentration, while maintaining a half-squatting posture, and quietly began to move, because he knew that the previous 2 arrows had exposed his position. It was very dangerous to stay where he was, and his action also saved his life. Zhang Heng was like a ghost, quietly climbing up to the second floor, until his figure fell on the place where the archer assassin was originally squatting, and was discovered by the latter's companion. At this moment, the archer assassin had moved away for a distance. Upon hearing this, he immediately turned around and pulled the bowstring to its full length. His entire set of movements was completed in one go, without wasting a single second. Unfortunately, his opponent's movements were faster. At the moment when he loosened his fingers, Zhang Heng had already cut off the wooden bow in his hand with a sword. So the arrow that was about to leave the string also lost most of its power, and finally just fell diagonally to the ground. However, Zhang Heng was unable to expand his victory afterwards, because another assassin rushed out from the room next to him and stopped him. The latter was obviously also lying in ambush here to plot against him. However, He did not expect that Zhang Heng, because he was wearing the heart of Kriya's, did not make any noise when he moved. So he lost the opportunity to attack Zhang Heng together with the archer assassin at the first time. Zhang Heng had not expected that the hound actually thought so highly of him that at least 5 top assassins were dispatched to kill him. He did not know if there were other assassins hiding in his domus. Zhang Heng did not want to fight any longer. Although he failed to kill the archer assassin, he had achieved his goal by destroying the latter's weapon. The next moment, Zhang Heng used the Persian sword in his hand to force back the opponent in front of him before the 2 assassins downstairs climbed up to the 2nd floor. He then ran a few steps and rolled into the room where the little slave girl had lived before. Fortunately, there were no hound assassins in the room. Zhang Heng pried open a piece of floorboards as quickly as possible and took out the plague bone bow and arrow of Paris hidden inside. When the assassin behind him chased in, he saw that Zhang Heng had already grasped the bow and arrow. His reaction was not slow, and he immediately retracted his body behind the door. Under normal circumstances, he would have been safe at this time. But he did not expect that the arrow that flew out of the house actually turned a corner and hit him in the forehead. Zhang Heng followed closely behind, pulled out the arrow of Paris stuck in the body, and jumped directly onto the roof without stopping. As Zhang Heng expected, the hounds really wanted to kill him. They even arranged people on the roof and formed a siege network, basically blocking all his ways. However, Zhang Heng did not panic when he saw this. He glanced at the enemies approaching from all directions, and then jumped directly into the air. Then a pair of huge shadow wings spread out behind him. The pair of wings carried him, who should have fallen to the ground under the action of gravity, and easily flew over the heads of those stunned assassins and plunged into the darkness in the distance. It was not until a long time later that the assassins of the hound woke up from their dreams and realized that their mission had failed. However, at this moment, everyone was not thinking about how to report, but the mythical scene just now. Some of them had heard some rumors about the Oriental Gladiator before, but no one took those obviously absurd rumors to heart until now. Fortunately, the leading assassin said, "Balance Blade is finished. It's no big deal to let him go as a candidate corps member. Whether he is a human or something else, it's useless. And by tomorrow, his wanted portrait will be all over the streets. If he knows what's good for him, he should leave Rome overnight. Otherwise, he will not find any place to stay in this city." His words somewhat diluted the huge impact that the scene just now brought to everyone's hearts. But the assassins could still see doubts and uneasiness in each other's eyes. But now that victory is in sight, most people still choose to suppress their doubts and try to forget what happened just now. Chapter 888 Night Visit. Lucilla's residence. Lucilla had been living in the palace since her father became the Roman emperor. Later, she married her first husband, Lucius, who was the co-emperor of the Roman Empire with her father. So Lucilla could continue to live in the palace. However, after Lucius died, Lucilla was married to her second husband, Pompeianus, by her father. So she had to move out of the palace. Fortunately, her father asked the Senate to grant her the title of Augusta in order to compensate her. Although Pompeianus was not as noble as her previous husband, his attitude towards her was impeccable. Although the two were not as affectionate as other newlyweds, they got along well. Pompeianus usually stayed in the military camp and basically did not interfere with Lucilla's private life. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Lucilla had a marriage life that most women envied. Her domus held banquets almost every night, with endless wine and all kinds of handsome men. But tonight, neither of these could make her happy. In fact, Lucilla looked a little absent-minded before the banquet started, and could even be said to be lost. She no longer had the laziness and pride of the past. However, when her maid asked her if she wanted to cancel the banquet tonight, Lucilla just said that everything was normal. But later, when those handsome men came to invite her to dance, she refused them all without exception. Then Lucy stood up and left her seat. She told the maid that she was going to go back to change her clothes. But when she actually went back to the house to take off her clothes, she did not go to the closet to get the new clothes she wanted to change. Instead, she just stood in front of the bronze mirror, staring at herself in the mirror, as if she was obsessed with the person in the mirror. She stroked her skin with her palm, bit her lip, reached into the drawer beside her, and touched a small emerald green jade bottle among the bottles of perfume. When she picked up the jade bottle, a hint of entanglement and reluctance flashed in her eyes, but she finally opened the cork on it. However, just when she wanted to bring the jade bottle to her lips. A cough came from behind her. Lucilla was startled, and the jade bottle in her hand fell to the ground. They say that after the Battle of Actium, Cleopatra VII learned that her death was approaching. So she asked her maid to hide a venomous snake named APS in a fig basket. Cleopatra VII let the venomous snake kiss her chest and ended her brilliant and legendary life. Her death also meant the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. In the end, Egypt was annexed by Rome and became a province under Rome. When did you appear here? Lucilla turned around and saw the person who was talking. Sorry. I just arrived not long ago. Zhang Heng wiped the blood on the two Persian swords with a silk bed sheet. I encountered a little trouble at night, and I came here to find you after I solved it. To be honest, I didn't expect you to take off your clothes as soon as you came in. I wanted to wait until you changed your clothes before talking to avoid this embarrassing situation. But they went after you, didn't they? Lucilla's expression changed slightly. Zhang Heng nodded and put the polished Persian sword back into his waist. It looks like you guys messed up. Lucilla didn't object. We lost the war. In fact, we not only lost the war, but also lost everything. I can't agree with the last point. Don't you still have me now? Although, you shouldn't have kept it from me from the beginning, Zhang Heng said. It's too late now. Lucilla shook her head, but then she perked up a little and asked, how did you find this place? Augusta of the Empire, the Emperor's biological sister, is the priestess of the mysterious assassin organization Balance Blade. I have to admit that people without imagination really can't connect the two together. Not to mention that you who played the priestess of Cleus are completely different from you now. Zhang Heng paused here. Why don't you find something to wear first? And then we can continue chatting. I don't think it's necessary. After the initial panic, Lucilla quickly recovered her composure and stood in front of Zhang Heng without any disguise. You have no interest in me at all. I remember you rejected me before. More than once. Well, if you are not afraid of catching a cold, you can just hang out like this. Zhang Heng rubbed his nose and turned the topic back to the main topic. The time you met me as a priestess. You were wearing a mask and your voice was completely different from now. But you overlooked a detail, which was the smell of perfume on you. The smell of perfume on me? Lucilla frowned. I didn't ignore it. Every time I appeared as a priestess of Creus, I would take a bath and change to another perfume. That's right. But the two perfumes you used were both court perfumes. However, I didn't suspect you at first. I just thought that the priestess of the Blade of Balance was hiding in the palace as a court maid. I really started to suspect you on the day I moved to my new home. You came to visit me at my home and said something inexplicable to me before leaving. I thought you were threatening me. But that night Ortolus came to me and asked me some questions. Then I realized what you meant by that sentence. Lucilla nodded when she heard this. I just got the news that Ortolus might meet you. It was too late to summon you as the priestess of Creus, so I had to go find you in person. Fortunately, there have been many rumors about me. It's not uncommon for me to like a gladiator. But you still can't confirm my identity with just one sentence. Yes. But then, I went back to the place where we met that night. Zhang Heng said. That house belongs to Situus, a young man from the Kuresu family. A friend of mine told me that he rarely came here about 2 years ago. Then out of curiosity, I investigated Situus again, and found that there were rumors 2 years ago that he was one of your secret lovers. That was the place where you had an affair. Right? Zhang Heng said, while looking at Lucilla across from him. That's what I don't understand. At that time, your eyes were covered and you were put in the carriage. How could you still find that place? Lucilla was surprised. This is a trick taught to me by an old friend of mine in Baker Street. If he was the one put in the carriage that night, he would have found his way back faster than me. Zhang Heng said. Chapter 889. Is our agreement still valid? So you found me. After everything was settled. You and I. The only two remaining members of the Balance Blade. Oh. And maybe your teacher. But considering his age, I even doubt that he can go to where I send him. Lucilla smiled self-deprecatingly. We are now all members of the Balance Blade. Admit it. We have lost. If I were you, I would not waste precious time on a dying man. You should leave Rome overnight before they catch you. Maybe. Zhang Heng did not comment. And then asked, what about you? Why don't you leave? Because I am the daughter of Aurelius, the wife of Lucius, and Augusta of the Roman Empire. I will not run away. Moreover, with my identity No matter where I run to, someone will recognize me, Lucilla said. They will not attack me for the time being, because I am Commodus' only blood relative. And they must take this into consideration. So you plan to end your life like this? Zhang Heng pointed to the jade bottle on the ground. Like I said, we've lost this time. I accept this result, but I will not put my life and death in the hands of others. I will die with dignity now instead of living in fear every day and waiting for that day to come. Lucilla puffed out her chest. Don't underestimate a woman's determination. Cleopatra VII had her venomous snake, and I have mine. Admirable. But I want to correct one thing. You lost. Not us. Zhang Heng said. I haven't lost yet. Have you lost your mind because of what happened tonight? Lucilla frowned. You are not even qualified to participate in this war. So what's the point of talking about winning or losing? Some things may only be seen more clearly by bystanders. Zhang Heng said. Oh, I'm not talking about you without clothes. But before that I have to confirm one thing with you. What is it? Lucilla asked. Is our previous agreement still valid? Our agreement? Lucilla was puzzled. I will help you get rid of Ortulus. And you will take me to the secret library of the Balanced Blade. Zhang Heng said. As you said, we are the only 3 people left in the Balanced Blade. Since my teacher has gone to have fun somewhere, it seems that I can only rely on you to take me to the library of the Balanced Blade. I believe that when I say this, you can also see why I didn't flee the city tonight, but came to find you first. Zhang Heng looked at Lucilla. I need you to be alive. At least until I enter the library. Which means I'm afraid I have to make a loss this time. Not only do I have to kill Ortulus for you as agreed, but I also have to help you solve the problem of the Hound. You are alone now, without any companions or support. How do you plan to fight 2 powerful enemies at the same time? Lucilla looked skeptical when she heard this. By tomorrow morning, even if the Hounds don't find you, your wanted poster will be posted all over the streets of this city. Well, since we are an assassin organization, let's solve this problem in an assassin's way this time, Zhang Heng said. After all, the people who taught me these skills have always emphasized to me that tradition is very important. Not to mention that you haven't passed the test to become a real assassin. You don't even know who the target is and where they are. How can you kill them? Lucilla continued to ask. Zhang Heng smiled, took out 3 copper coins from his pocket, and placed them in his palm in order. Balanced Blade. Orthrus. Hound. If I can't see what the back of any of these coins is, I will follow your advice tonight and flee Rome overnight. And I won't come to see you at all. I wonder if this answer will satisfy you. You know where Otreus is hiding? And you also know who the leader of the Hounds is? Lucilla's eyes widened. How is this possible? Balanced Blade has been investigating for so long and has not been able to find these. Otherwise, we would not have failed miserably. Like I said, some things may only be seen more clearly by the spectators. And I must admit that it took me a lot of time, plus a little luck, to sort out all the problems before tonight. Fortunately, my luck has always been good. Zhang Heng stood up from his seat while speaking. If you don't mind, I start working next. After speaking, Zhang Heng walked towards the balcony, but stopped when he reached a pot of cosmos. By the way, I do have a question that I haven't figured out clearly. Who is the traitor in the Balanced Blade? Lucilla shook her head when she heard this. There are no traitors in the Balanced Blade. After what happened 200 years ago, we have very strict requirements for loyalty and faith when selecting members. People like you are outliers, which is why it has always been difficult for us to accept you. Oh, I understand. The so-called traitor is your people who deliberately defected to Ortulus. So, the agreement between you and me before was just to confuse the enemy. You didn't need to ask anything from Ortulus. No, even letting me get close to Commodus was just a distraction for you. You didn't expect me to find Ortulus, right? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's right. Lucilla sighed. Because Orthulus's whereabouts were too secretive. We wanted to use this method to drive a nail into Ortulus. But it turned out that Ortulus would not trust anyone at all. In the end, our people were used by him to convey wrong information, which eventually led to the loss of the Balanced Blade in this war. If you knew about Orthulus's upbringing, you might not have such fantasies, Zhang Heng said. What upbringing? Ortulus is Commodus's twin brother. He was infected with a strange disease when he was 5 years old. Initial speculation is that it should be a disease called polio in our country, which can cause paralysis and other things. It looks a bit deformed. But the court priest said that this child was cursed and would bring bad luck. For the sake of this country and its people, he must be killed. I believe you know the tricks behind this matter better than me. After all, you should have been a teenager at that time. It took me a long time to find this secret. Yes, that's right. My father eventually had the child killed and announced that he died of illness. Lucilla said. I still remember this incident. I can't forget the look he gave me when we said goodbye. In fact, your father didn't kill the child, but secretly sent him away and entrusted him to a confidant who guarded the border, so that the child survived? Of course, unknown to others. He is my brother? Lucilla said in disbelief. Yes. So if you change your mind now? It's not too late. You know, give him a chance to live. After all, he is your blood relative. No. Kill him, Lucilla said firmly. Only one person can survive between him and me. If he doesn't die, then I will die. As for his story, you can tell me slowly after killing him. Hee hee. I kind of like working for the imperial family now. At least you are all very straightforward. John Hung shrugged. Chapter 890 Owl and Doom. John Hung jumped down from the balcony and landed gently on the ground. On his left, the Lucilla Domus was still full of singing and dancing. The musician plucked the strings of the lyre. The melodious sound of the lyre accompanied by the laughter of the banquet came from the other side of the wall, as if the happiness would never end. But in comparison, the street outside was much quieter. It was already past midnight, and there were basically no pedestrians lingering outside. This was not good news for John Hung, because assassins preferred chaotic environments. Those crowded markets, the arena stands full of guests, and the taverns and brothels with people coming and going. These places could easily make an assassin disappear. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight was not too bright, and the night could provide some disguise for John Hung. John Hung did not go to find Otreus immediately, but went back to the southeast city first, changed into a set of black clothes that were more suitable for nighttime activities. Just as he was replenishing arrows in his quiver, he heard footsteps coming from outside the corridor. The footsteps were very light. If the floor of this apartment was not really in disrepair, even with John Hung hearing, it would be difficult to hear them through a door. This is the standard footsteps of an assassin. John Hung was not surprised. It was no secret that he had formed a new force in the southeast city. Moreover, the Hound and the Hive organization gathered intelligence for them. After John Hung felt that his identity might be exposed, he asked Marcus to arrange several safe houses for him in the southeast city. However, it seems that the locations of these safe houses are also known by the Hound now. In addition to ambushing assassins in his residence, the Hound also arranged people here. The footsteps in the corridor finally stopped outside his door, but John Hung seemed not to hear them. He was still counting the arrows in his quiver and packed 2 figs to eat on the road. After that, the assassin in the corridor was probably ready and quietly opened the lock on the door. However, when they rushed into the house, they found that there was no one inside and looked at each other in surprise. In the room opposite, John Hung put on his hood slowly, looked behind him again, and confirmed that nothing was left behind. Then he leaned out of the window, climbed up the khaki brick wall to the roof, and jumped directly from the roof to the slightly shorter apartment building next door. Then returned to the ground again, flashed into a dark alley, and disappeared completely. The safe house that John Hung arranged through Marcus was originally for the Hounds to see. Later, he asked Soap to find a few trustworthy locals and rented the house opposite quietly. This was John Hung's real hiding place in times of crisis. After getting rid of the assassin behind him, John Hung set off for the first place he was going to tonight, Roman Forum. Just like all cities have a city center, Rome is no exception. Its city center is in the Roman Forum. More than a dozen centuries ago, this place was just a desolate and barren swamp, full of mosquitoes, and no one lived there. Some Romans even buried their dead relatives here. However, after several centuries, the large drainage ditch led the water in the valley, and turned the water here into hard ground. At that time, Rome was still in the Republican era. People paved roads, built temples and basilicas here, making it more and more prosperous, and gradually formed a huge square. In the imperial era, due to the continuous expansion of territory and the explosion of urban population, the original Roman Forum could no longer meet the needs. So 5 new squares were built around it. But there is no doubt that the Roman Forum is still the most central area. The former Emperor Marcus Aurelius once delivered a eulogy in memory of Caesar here. The gilded pillar in front of the podium is the starting point of all roads leaving Rome. It is also the end point of the proverb all roads lead to Rome. However, Zhang Heng did not come here to visit tonight. He walked through the huge arch built by Augustus and passed through the center of the square, where a grapevine, an olive tree, and a fig tree were planted, also known as the sacred trees of Rome. Zhang Heng looked up and saw the temples located on the Capitoline Hill, where the Roman gods were enshrined. The two most magnificent temples stood on the top of the mountain, one on the left and one on the right, respectively, the temples of the king of gods Jupiter and the queen of gods Juno. Zhang Heng knew that Ortulus was in one of the two temples. He did not waste time and walked up the wide stone steps. During the day, the Roman Forum was almost the most lively place in the whole city of Rome. It was crowded with people. Devout believers lined up in front of temples of all sizes. Beggars would take the opportunity to ask them for food or copper coins. Vendors would sell their goods at stalls around the square. And the basilica would always stage wonderful verbal battles. But now, after entering the world of night, everything has returned to silence. Only the sacred fire of the Temple of Vesta is still burning. Zhang Heng did not encounter any obstacles along the way and quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. After that, he hesitated for a moment and first came to the temple of Jupiter on the left. The flames on the altar had gone out, leaving only some charred bones and wreaths around. Zhang Heng walked around the altar and came to the closed bronze door. Then threw out the stones he had picked up on the road. After a while, the bronze door slowly opened, and a young priest rubbed his eyes and poked his head out from inside. However, he looked around and did not see any figures outside. Then he looked further away and saw an owl standing on the wall. He could not help but lower his head and curse. Owls have always been a symbol of bad luck in Rome, so seeing an owl is not a good thing. The young priest didn't dare to look around anymore, so he shrank back and closed the door again. But what he didn't notice was that while he was looking at the owl, a figure above his head quietly slipped into the temple. Zhang Heng has been practicing stealth hard during this period, and with the blessing of Heart of Creus, even if he passed by ordinary people, it would be difficult to be discovered as long as he was not seen. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He waited for a while in the shadow of the ceiling until the young priest returned to his residence. Then he returned to the ground and walked to the marble statue of Jupiter. Zhang Heng's eyes were not on the lifelike statue that could be called a work of art, but on the stone base under the statue. He squatted down and touched the air vent below.